Rock and roll, buddy. I'm ready. Don't want to be late and gay, right?
What do you mean? That's our brand by this point.
That's our most.
Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, never late, always
I was
not horizontally challenged.
I was right on time though. You can't say that. Obviously, I am never late. So don't sound sarcastic when you say that. That's totally true. And we're also here with the internet's favorite hater, Mauler.
Yay. I make long videos about things that are bad.
Yeah, yes. long man good.
Sometimes. Depends who you ask.
Sometimes,
for example, today.
Sometimes Mauler's a big racist. So, you know.
What?
But yeah, to be fair, I should be happy. I'm not being called long today. That's not the criticism. So, woohoo.
That's the bar is so low. You're like, that's good. They're not criticizing my length, just calling me a bigot. You know,
just the racism stuff. That's normal.
Yeah. So it's funny. We streamed with Rags and Dev on Wednesday. We're talking about Rings of Power, and I had questioned. I said, "Hey, I'm curious to see if any YouTubers actually defending this show because it's so bad, Rings of Power."
Mm-hmm.
And somebody, I should credit them. Who was it? Someone said, "Sitch, I found a video of someone defending Rings of Power." I said, "Okay, let me check this out." And it's Xanderhal.
Yes.
It's everyone's friend, Xanderhal. And very interestingly, in the video, he accuses some people, Mauler by name, of being a bad man.
Yeah, and you made me aware of it. I checked it out, and I was genuinely fucking surprised at how many claims he makes about me and my work when I know for a fact he's seen zero of it. So, pretty weird.
Mm-hmm.
And we're probably gonna have a little look-see today, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. It's gonna be fun. It's the most dope recommended this to me. Thank you, the most dope on Twitter.
Yeah, we've covered Xanderhal before on the show, and we've got an open invitation to Xanderhal to come on and defend himself.
Mm-hmm.
But
the attacks.
Yeah, that's true.
But he's never chosen to do so. So he's made quite some accusations against Mauler in this video, and we figured we would respond. But I guess it's the invitation's still open, right? I mean, if he wanted to jump in here, he could.
Yes, if you want to come on Xanderhal, and listen, me and Adam will be quiet.
Mm-hmm.
So it won't be a 3v1, and you can just talk directly to
me and
to Mauler here.
Me and Sitch will hold you down while Mauler comes in.
Mauler.
No, wait, no, we're the moderators. We're going to be good.
That's right.
No,
no
unbiased. Punches. Yes, world's best moderator. That's what we're going to
do. Duke Earl Soldage the third, long live the queen, for $20. Thanks so much. Says, since Sitch and Adam are dukes or earls or whatever. That's true. I don't know if you know this, Mauler. Me and Adam are officially dukes.
Yes. So. Yeah. Call us lords.
I think you have to, but since you're British, you have to call us lord. Yeah.
Yeah.
What if I don't want to though?
Then you go to whatever the name is. Of
what if you don't
British
want to, Lord Adam? Get it right, okay, Mauler.
Nah, I'm not doing it. Unless you guys start calling me your longness, I think I'll be okay with it then.
Okay, I'm fine with that. They legally owe Mauler a God Save the Queen. Also, to everyone cheering on the Queen's death, your cultural anger stems from the fact that your ancestors were bad at war. That's right. God Save the Queen.
I have been enjoying that response. It's like you were shit at war.
It is weird. It's super weird. Like the amount of bread tubers that just came out cheering the Queen's death and then accusing her of colonialism and all this stuff. And I'm like,
she is simultaneously responsible for every horrible thing that's ever been done in the history of Britain, but she's not responsible for anything good that Britain has done.
Well, that's what's so weird, because all the things they're accusing her of doing, I'm like, didn't all this stuff happen before she was queen? What are you talking about?
It's just, I've seen a couple of bits and bobs of coverage of it all, and I find it hyper cringe. It feels like nobody even knows who she was or what she did. They're just hoping for Twitter threads that cover it, and then they read them out and go, woohoo, see, she's dead now. Okay.
That's what it feels like. It feels like just this, performative virtue signal thing. Everyone's sad the queen died, so we have to be happy about it because we're edgy. She's a monarch. And I'm like, well, I guess. When did in England, when did the royal family stop being quote unquote in charge? When did they just sort of become this cultural figurehead?
Oh, I don't know, but for as long as I've been alive, I've always known them to be they don't do anything. They just exist, and they are a tourist attraction, and that to be hyper pissed at them as individuals and blame them for every horrible thing that's happened just seems misplaced to me. But
It does.
go off, I guess.
It does. I could sense Adam was upset that we're talking about this. J-Mac, thank
No,
you so much.
I'm not. Knock yourselves out, okay? I know. You guys have utmost respect for the queen dying. It's okay. I get it. I get it. She was your gal.
I mean, I already said she lived a really long life. It was something that was going to happen anytime soon, and maybe even from her POV that was a preferable thing, that she was super old and that life wasn't as fun anymore. I don't even know. So, it's okay, it's fine. But I'm not going one way or the other with the I cry for her, death and set up a shrine, but I'm also not dancing on her grave or whatever. So
yeah,
it's fine. Listen, if you want to be American and not care, you can. We'll grant you that for the day. Okay.
We're apathetic, so
Yeah,
who cares?
I don't really care one way or the other. But J-Mac, thanks so much for the 50 gifted subs. Our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac. Anyway, let's jump into this video, Adam. I don't see it up on screen.
What do you mean? Look again. It's like magic.
Oh,
yeah.
My God. Anyway.
Whoa.
Wow.
I have been excited for like 3 days now to do this segment. I have been quaking in my fucking boots, all right? Quaking in my leather Gondorian Ranger boots, okay? I've been so excited.
That's a reference to Lord of the Rings stuff.
Oh, I didn't get
Tolkien
that.
stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, just gotta make sure you guys are keeping up, because I'm the nerd here. You guys are the politics people.
Are you
I'll
saying that
help you
we're
out.
cool and you're a nerd? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I like that.
well-
Say more of that kind of stuff.
Well, finally, nerd stuff is fashionable now. Politics people are lame, so
Oh, that's true.
I get
That's
it.
true.
so I'm the cool kid. You want to be like me. You want to be like, oh, how many Gondorians were there in the Battle of Fleam? And I'm gonna be like, I know, you don't.
The Battle of Flame?
Well, he was named by Sauron himself. I don't know what. It's a cool name.
I thought he was making a Megamind reference. I was very confused when he said this. But
To talk about this fucking show, because the lead up to its release has been a little bit frustrating for me for a variety of reasons, and I felt.
By the way, when I first saw this, I was like, "Ooh, okay." So, like, you're getting set up for this, and it's important that we lay the groundwork. This video is not just a "these people are bad" video; it's also a review of Rings of Power. Now, you guys, unfortunately, have seen the show, yeah?
Oh, hell yeah.
of course.
As have I. Now, if someone were to say, I'm going to give a positive review of it and help you understand why it's so fucking good, I'd be like, oh shit, okay.
Yeah,
and
let's
he
do
opens
it.
saying, look how passionate he is, shaking in his boots, getting ready to talk about why it's so good. It's like, oh, sweet. Okay. I'm ready to understand. You guys probably don't know this. I run a show where we look at other people's perspectives all the time. Most of the time, people who disagree. And we're like, all right, let's see what we missed. And so I'm already excited now, because that's like doubling up. He's not just going to come after me. He's going to explain to me why Rings of Power is actually good, though.
Yeah. I'm on the edge of my seat here. I'm ready for some
It'll be great.
tip-top film analysis from the socialist camp.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But first, since we don't get tip-top aesthetic design from the Socialist Camp, Adam, I'm going to have to ask that you place some kind of graphic over that blinding light that's reflecting in Xanderhal's mirror.
Put a little Pepe on it.
A little something.
What? You don't like the light? Come on, he's
A
got...
little Wojak man, maybe just something like this. Fucking light is like right in the center of the frame, like
Gosh, it's
like-
overpowering.
Is that bugging you? Really?
Yes. It drives
Just
me
think
crazy.
Xanderhal has sex on that bed right there.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know what that has to do with the
Look,
light. but-
look, he's got his sex bed right behind him.
Well, I mean,
Has he got a
generally
regular
people-
bed and a sex bed? Is that what you're saying? Like,
I mean, listen, Adam. Everyone's not like
I ju-
as
it's-
wealthy as you. They don't have like a sleeping bed and a sex bed. Okay, they just have the one.
Well, I have a few different sex rooms, Sitch, but none of them are in my live stream.
Okay,
I do invite my cat in every once in a while. So,
that's right.
are you really offended by the?
Adam, it's overpowering your eyes.
I was serious. Yeah,
Not
put,
even
like,
your
a
eyes
fucking
can
over
compare.
That light. That light is
Are
terrible.
you
That doesn't bother you?
serious?
Yeah, that doesn't bother you.
I mean, not really, but I'll see what I can do here. Maybe I can put
Okay,
a little
wait,
Sitch and
let me-
Adam logo of it. There you
Let me
go.
ask the chat. All right, chat. How do you feel about that light? Okay.
How do
Is
you
that
feel
light-
about that bed? That's what I want to know.
Why? Forget the bed. Okay. Who cares about the bed? It's this blinding light. It's like stabbing me.
Is
in the fucking
Xanderhal a
pupil.
bedroom feminist? I think he.
Oh my God.
I think it. I mean, I do think it applies.
Listen, don't be mean, okay? Sometimes people got to
What?
stream from their
He's-
bedroom. You're
look,
being mean here.
He is a feminist, and he's literally in a bedroom. Okay.
Okay. JMac, our surrogate father, gave us $300. Oh my God.
Thank you so much, J-Mac. Yeah.
Says, I hope Mauler,
Yes.
the capital L, he put the capital L there. Look at that.
Hey.
Reflects upon his long privilege and truly does some introspection. Even being a man of shadow does not shield him from his innate biases. He should rewatch Rings of Power with a more racially conscious eye. I'm pretty sure I even heard him use knife ear with a hard K.
What?
Do better, long man.
Did you?
Let it go, Nafis.
Oh, that's so good.
That's the racist character, if you didn't notice.
Yeah. Oh man. Funny. Ready? Should we? Is this appropriate? I put a logo over it, so now
That's fine.
Are you okay?
I am fine. I'm okay. Okay.
What are we gonna do about the bed now?
Oh my God.
I feel like we could do some light graphic design here.
You just put a wormy on the bed, okay? Will that make you feel better?
I was thinking more like a hobbit girl.
A sexy hobbit girl on the bed, kind of laying on her side like
Sitting
Rose
back
from
there.
Titanic.
Sitting back there in the lotus position.
Vindicated.
I'll work on
Actually
it.
saw the show premiere. I'm talking today about the Rings of Power Amazon series.
Whoa.
Now, I first became aware of this series like a year plus ago. It's actually been a long time now. We've known that this Amazon Rings of Power series was coming. Exactly what it would be about, what story they would be adapting, if any, from Tolkien's literature was not 100% clear for a very long time. However, from the very beginning, there were naysayers.
He is correct. Before we see what he says about that, I'll go from my perspective. I was a naysayer because I am with literally every single thing that ever gets announced because I'm fucking depressed about the state of modern media. And if he was to say, that's not fair, I would counter, oh, I don't mean that they're guaranteed to be bad. I mean, oh no, we're probably in for another bad thing. And that's based on all the bad things. Yeah, so I when I heard Rings of Power was being made, I was like, oh.
Are you saying you have a expect the worst attitude about everything?
Modern writing. That's all. What can I
okay.
say? It's just modern writing. It's really upsetting that all the different practices that relate to modern writing. They're not taking writing seriously as a craft anymore in all respects. I've been over this a couple of times in my videos and the live streams, but yeah, there's writing as a discipline is just not taken that seriously by a lot of productions these days. You need the creatives themselves to value it, to push it forward. The best two examples I would say are just the modern movies made from Marvel. First of all, being Black Widow, I think, was given 11 days. I kept saying 13, but it was 11 days to make the script, which is absurd.
What? Oh my! What the hell? Is that true?
See, you guys are laughing at that already.
That's
Doctor
insane.
Strange. Dude, I don't know if have you, either of you seen my MOM video?
That's insane.
I didn't finish it, but
Right. So MOM was given 3 weeks. It's like, 3 weeks, that's more than 11 days. Okay, that's pretty good. That got reduced down to 2 weeks in production. It's like,
Wow.
14 days. Okay, well, 14 days is still more than 11. The third week that was supposed to, commence him considering doing the writing, it got cancelled out because COVID stopped the production. It's like, okay. They contacted him a month later to say, scrap that script, make a new one. He was like, oh, okay. And then they're like, and we're filming tomorrow, so start writing.
wait, okay, Doctor Strange 2,
Yes.
they said throw away your original script that you only spent 2 weeks on, which is not that long for like a
Nope.
fucking giant Marvel movie, by the way. And then they said throw that away and restart your script, and we're gonna start tomorrow.
Yep, he explicitly says, he says this almost celebratorily in the behind the scenes.
Holy
He's like,
shit.
we started from scratch. We were filming and we were writing it as we went. And then he says by the time they got to the second act, he legit had no idea what was even happening in the story.
That explains so much. That's how the
Yes, it
movie
does.
feels. That's literally how the movie feels. Like someone's just making it up as it happens. That's why it's so unfocused and has the structures all over the place.
Sitch, he was paid millions for that.
Yeah, but like that's okay, but I'm glad you told me this because I was kind of like down on Raimi for this. But I have like the fact that he created that with while doing that is actually impressive.
Dude, it's
like
not.
that's
It's
not
not
his fault
Raimi's
at all.
fault. No,
Yeah,
not
it's
Raimi's
not his
fault.
fault at all. No.
Raimi tried to make something better from something horrible.
Yes.
His job was he's what they call a hired gun a lot of the time. He's brought in to do the job because he can do the job. He knows how to do the job, but it's with very limited resources, right? Like you got a whole series of like when he's talking about writing the script, he's like the sets, costumes, and everything are already being made, so I need to make a script. It's like, wait, if the sets and costumes are being made, that means that you can't decide where the story goes. They've already decided a lot of it. So
yeah, how are
does
you
that
making
work?
sets if there's no story?
And we found out from Black Widow that they have all of their action set pieces. They're all done. They're pre-visualized. It's done.
Yes.
It's in stone. But they have no idea what their story is.
Oh my god.
And what happens? You end up with these terrible fucking movies that are disjointed and horrible.
Well, and it's annoying because they never learn. You think after like Black Widow and these failures, like they would learn and say, okay, why don't we actually give the writing at least a month? Fuck, at least a fucking month for them to do this. And no.
Yeah, and so yeah, the reason I'm telling you all this is this informs my perspective on new media. I'm just sad when they're like, "Hey, Mauler, you like Buffy, right? Do you want to see a reboot?" And I'm like, "No,
Yeah.
no,
Nightmare.
please don't."
I wonder what sparked this because there was like a time period. I don't know when it seemed like kind of in like the 2010s maybe or the mid 2000s. There was a time period like when Netflix first started to become popular and those kind of like Breaking Bad and these long form TV shows started to become popular, where it seemed like writers were really actually gaining a lot of sway and power in Hollywood over dictating the way shows and movies would be made. And now that's all just gone in the trash. I'm not sure what exactly started that.
And a lot of people trying to cite what was the first movie that kind of ushered us in. A lot of people like to think it's TLJ. I think that was more of a flashpoint where we all realized, or watershed moment, I guess you'd call it.
Right.
But like, funnily enough, if you include games as well, you've got Fringy likes to cite. I think Halo 4 is one of the examples of like destroying a thing. I would say Terminator Genesis is one of the earlier ones. Ghostbusters 2016, like this. These are the first sort of examples of like this new era of construction of things where not only is the script incredibly bad as a result of the production values, but also the writers just don't give a fuck about the IP. Like,
right.
And so yeah, it would seem that's the era we're in, and I'm looking forward to the end of it. I think Rings of Power is like a almost like The Hill, and we're coming back down.
Did they not have? Did they bang out Rings of Power script in like a day or something, or is that just like you just feel like they probably did?
I don't know about the timeline for creating Rings of Power, but obviously, as you guys would likely agree, not a very impressive script so far, is it?
Yeah.
Hell no. Yeah.
No. I mean, it's really boring. It's not really going. It's not really focused very well. It doesn't feel rushed though. It just feels poorly thought
it's
out.
meandering almost. It's like
exactly.
They got time to fill and they don't know what to do.
Which, like, if you have the largest budgeted show of all time, I don't understand why you were meandering. You think every scene would be so important.
You'd think.
I guess not.
From the very, very beginning, before an image of the show had even come out, before any knowledge of the show other than Amazon is working on making a new Lord of the Rings related show, or a show in the Lord of the Rings universe. That is all that we knew, and from the start, there was negativity around it. And
yes, he's correct. And this is the thing, you can already tell from the vibe of what he's saying that he thinks that's wrong. But I'd be curious if he even knows what the argument would be. I wonder if he's heard anything that I've just said before. Probably not.
very little positivity, and not only that, but very little reasonable patience, you know? Like, I feel like a reasonable person would be like, oh, a new bit of media is going to get made? I guess
I think it's a slight echo from somebody.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was on his end.
Is it on his?
I didn't know if it's actually in the
Is everyone
video.
using headphones?
I have headphones, yeah.
Yeah,
Mauler?
I'm not on speakers.
Okay, I guess it's him then.
I thought it
Come
was
on,
in the
Xander.
video.
I'll wait and see how it is. And if it's good or bad, then, you know, I won't watch it, or I'll slam it, or if it's good, I'll continue to watch it and I'll praise it, you know? Pretty, like, reasonable mindset, right? But before we even knew anything about this show...
So, I think it's fair to say I'm going to give everything a fair shot, regardless of how bad the trailers is. On stream, I don't know if it was, I think it was to you, maybe, to someone, I said this. I said, I'm going to give Rings of Power a fair shot. I'm not going to judge on the basis of its trailers, but I can completely understand why people were basing it on the trailers because the trailers were not only awful, but not all of, but a lot of the promotional material that Amazon put out for the show was obviously designed as like, look how racially diverse our cast is.
It was bait.
And yeah, a lot of it was kind of like woke bait. And to me, the one that kind of stuck out the most was I think they had that picture of the dwarf princess lady. I forget the character's name. The black dwarf that everyone got so triggered about. And they kind of put that front and center. And when I saw the episode, I like the character. I have no problem with the character. She's very nice and wholesome. But she's like almost like a nothing character. She's not an important character to the story.
Right.
And so I'm like, well, wait, why did Amazon make such a big deal about putting like this promotional, image out there? And it's like, well, because they're trying to say, look how diverse we're making Lord of the Rings. So they don't like if they're intentionally putting this image out here, they're trying to say, look how diverse we're making Lord of the Rings. And they intentionally they cut the trailer to make Galadriel look like a girl boss. You can't then complain when people are upset by that, because that was obviously Amazon's intention for the promotional material.
Oh, and that's just like one facet of all the different things that are going on. Because what's weird is we've set the precedent here that he's like identified it as two options. One, you wait and then you say whether or not it was positive or negative based on the thing. That's fair. The other option is you're incorrect. You're unethical almost. You say the thing is bad before it's even out. And it's like, well, wait, I'm neither of those. And I'm sure he'd be like, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, I said I think it'll probably be bad. I was being negative about the show. Am I allowed to be? And if he was like, well, you should wait, I'd be like, why would I have to wait? Do you know what prediction is? It's like it's based on history. I looked into who's writing it. I looked into what the production is, like what the values of production are. I've seen what the writers, directors, and producers have said about their work. I've seen what the influencers, the gods of the episodes earlier, have said. I've seen what they've said about Tolkien's work. I've seen what they've said about Peter Jackson's trilogy. I've seen what they've said they want to do with the work. I've seen how story is not going to be the main focus. These are all reasons for me to draw a picture in my head for why we're probably not going to end up with a show that's good. However, he would, probably. I should be allowed to do that. I don't see anything wrong with it.
No, you're not allowed to do that. You have to wait. You have to form no opinion about anything, ever. Well, it's weird because the argument he's trying to make is that the fact that you and other people came out harshly or negatively against it based on the trailers and the promotional material biased you to hate it going forward, like kind of in order to remain consistent. But the problem is he completely contradicts himself, because he says like, well, everyone backtrack on Game of Thrones. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Why would everyone be willing to backtrack, quote unquote backtrack, which I don't even call backtracking, but why would people be willing to change their opinion on Game of Thrones but not change their opinion on Ring of Power?
Which, if you trace all the things I've said publicly about House of the Dragon, I have gone from saying it's probably going to be bad, probably going to be bad, probably going to be bad, to, okay, that was okay, to, okay, actually, this is pretty good.
Really? You're in the pretty good camp for House of the Dragon?
I am. Okay. I am pretty.
When did you cross that line?
Yeah,
that was it was halfway through episode 2 I started to reconsider, and then when I completed episode 3 I was like, all right, I'm on board actually. And I rewatched it with Fringy and I was like, shit man, I missed a lot of good stuff in these episodes on their own anyway.
They throw a lot of conflict at you in that first episode. You're like,
there's a lot of shit going on. And another thing I realized was like, I think I said this to Gary on a stream. I was like, my issue with House of the Dragon is that after one episode I'm only really invested in like 3 of the characters. And then I look back and I'm like, well, that's a pretty good result.
That is great. Yeah. Wait, how many characters are you invested in Rings of Power? Like 0?
That's exactly the point. 0. I have 0 investment.
I don't know. House of the Dragon just sort of meh to me. It's just kind of like,
Really?
See, it was meh to me. And then I started getting into the details more. And I when I review it, I'm with 2 people who, one knows shit tons about the lore and the other one is very obsessed with like medieval accuracy. Obviously, you know both these people. I'm just saying that they offer a lot of different things to what I'm looking for, and then I'm like, oh, that's neat too. Oh, okay, maybe that was a bit harsh actually to this show. You know?
How does it measure up on those fronts?
The accuracy front, it's doing better than Rings of Power, and overall, it's doing pretty good.
Well, wait a minute. Rings of Power is like a fantasy. Obviously, it's doing better than. Like,
No,
you
House of
mean?
Dragons are fantasy too.
Yeah,
Sitch,
dragons aren't
in it.
real,
Yeah, but
Sitch. I don't know if you know this.
Okay, no, I understand that, but I'm saying like
there are not dragon riders. Okay?
like okay, I understand, but I'm talking about like in the fighting so far in Rings of Power, it's been like elves and fighting orcs and shit. It's not like like, oh, is the jousting accurate or something? Like it's not
Yeah,
exactly
of course,
the
but they
same
still
thing.
they still have weapons and armor that have to
I see.
reflect like certain rules that the universe has. In fact, I think Shad said that Rings of Power was actually in a better standing before he realized they didn't have Mithril armor. That would have made things make more sense. But right now, knowing that they don't have that,
Mm,
he said fucks with how well executed a lot of that is. Yeah, and just designs of different things, even castles and everything. Like he's it being fantasy, I don't think is an excuse to Shad in terms of like having just something
right.
make no sense at all. You can if someone's like, here's my magic whip and it's the best thing ever, he'd be like, how is that better than anything else? But if it had the magic power to turn you into a rat or something, he'd be like, oh yeah, no, okay, that makes
No,
sense.
yeah, obviously, fantasy, just because something has fantastical elements in it, the non-fantastical elements should still make sense to whatever the real world application is, obviously. So
And
that's
yeah,
not what I'm saying, but
yeah, he's he's gone through different elements of both shows. He's much more unimpressed with Rings of Power.
sure.
I can't necessarily say. All I know is that Rings of Power has a lot more going on for character dynamics and a fucking story to tell compared to
You mean
Rings
House
of
of the
Power.
Dragon?
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah. Don't mess that up. The
You
Mauler.
almost made an
I'm
grievous
sorry.
error.
They're both long names. It's ridiculous. I shouldn't be expected to
Okay.
deal with long in
Yes,
any way other
no.
than myself.
Mhm.
Then
I
they
know,
both
maybe we'll
have
have to have
elves
a-
in them. So I mean, they're
Maybe we'll have to
virtually.
have
And
a
yeah,
House of the Dragon
by the
stream,
way, I
'cause-
do not recommend House of Dragon. I said
What?
I'm going to save
Yeah,
that
Sitch, what's your beef?
until the end of the season.
Well, I don't. Okay, I always have a problem with stupid characters. I feel like I feel like all the Targaryens are acting like idiots, which I'd be fine with if I knew that they were supposed to be acting like idiots. Where the show only portrays the king as supposed to be acting like an idiot, where his brother and daughter are not supposed to be, but they're just so dumb, and it bothers me. Like in the first episode, when the brother is in charge of the city watch, and they round up all the people and they start killing them and chopping their dicks off and all that other stuff. I literally thought that the brother was trying to create a false flag attack on the king by having the city guard act so crazy that like the people in the town would get mad at the king. And it's like, no, he's just an idiot and just did it for no reason.
He
Like,
was cleaning
okay.
up crime in the cities.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
What?
Sitch, come on,
It's, like,
you can do better
crazy.
than that. He's he's enacting what the laws
Look.
are on the books. Those are the punishments.
No, he's
on the
being like,
books.
this is like insane. It's like, oh, like
but-
some guy's
wait.
like, that guy raped someone. Oh, this random guy you just pointed to raped someone. Well, I better chop his dick off. I was like, wait,
Well,
what?
Do you think there's going to be any more rapes the day after that? Hell no. Like,
Okay.
nobody's
Well,
doing jack
I was
shit
gonna
in
say,
that town.
Surely, yeah, because Daemon is an incredibly violent and definitive like ruler. That's like the point, obviously, that's
I
being
know,
made
I'm
with
fine
that.
with that, but like this is so
There was-
dumb. Like he's
I don't
an idiot.
know that it was dumb. Like crime
cle-
rates would have fucking
I know,
plummeted after
plummeted.
that.
No,
shit.
this is like
Exactly.
in I don't remember what season it was in the Game of Thrones with the sparrows. Remember they like went and they kicked everyone out of the brothels and they destroyed all the alcohol and they
Yeah.
stopped all the like all that stuff is so dumb because like you're basically destroying so many facets of the city. Like the city wouldn't put up with this shit, and I just felt like it was the same thing. Like they're just grabbing random people off the street and just fucking killing them left and right.
They're not random people. They were all
They're
people who've been
murderers and
convicted of
rapists,
crimes.
yeah.
That's
How
all
wait?
and
But
not
how does
thieves.
that? Okay, how does that work? They're just walking through the city, and the guard's like, "Oh, that's Tom. Tom's a rapist. Oh, look, there's
Yeah, no,
John.
that-
just happens to be down the street. He's
so
like a
that's-
thief. Like, how
I
is
was
this
gonna say,
happening?
That's
That's
said,
how it
is
works,
that
yeah.
they were known for the crimes they committed,
Does
but
it-
they weren't
okay.
punished.
I think I'd have a much less problem with the scene if it was structured like they had rounded up all these people beforehand, and they're like just had them all lined up, and they're like, "These are all the people we've arrested," and then he just started doling out punishments. But that's
So
not
the
what happened.
reason-
He's just like walking down the street, like pointing at people.
The,
It's
yeah,
so
but
weird.
the reason that they want to do it that way is that he wants to create fear for the gold cloaks. The gold cloaks in Game of Thrones era are like
Right.
terrifying to the public, and that you do not commit crime because they will fuck you up. That's not what their reputation was before Daemon Targaryen. He's the one that made them that way,
Mhm.
and
still
it
doesn't make
makes it so that
It's just still
I mean,
so stupid.
like
Like
in
crazy.
universe it works. The crime
No.
in
It
King's
totally
Landing
works, yeah.
goes
Completely
down.
agree
People
with you.
fear the gold cloaks. The gold cloaks are
Yeah,
effective.
it
at
works
policing.
in creating fear, but it would create so much hostility.
True, but obviously not enough to the story isn't going to be about that.
Right,
Yeah.
but is that but to me that's unrealistic.
It sets
that's
up
the
the
story kind of-
character. It sets up the character great though.
Yeah, that the character is a bloodthirsty dumb fuck. Yeah, it does set that character up that way. That's true.
You disagree on the methodology for
I
eliminating
think it's
crime,
horrible and
but-
cruel, and I do agree that it should probably have repercussions that go in ways that you wouldn't want. And I think that's what Otto highlights. He's like, this is absurd, this is cruel, it's gonna cause problems, and
Yeah, exactly.
they tell him not to do it again. But the thing is, it's all in character. I believe fully that Damon would have done.
Oh
that.
no, it is 100% consistent with the way they're showing Damon's character. But I'm just saying, like, I don't like his character because not only is he, I mean, I'm fine with the
you're not
character being
supposed to
evil,
like
but he's
that
just like
character.
stupid and uninteresting because he's so dumb in how he wields his evilness. He's no Tywin Lannister, okay?
This is
Tywin Lannister is one
interesting.
of my favorite characters of all time.
Yeah, of course. And then with Rhaenyra, like in the third episode, oh my god, like that episode, she was so bad in that episode. It's like she's been named queen, and all she does is whine and complain that she thinks she's gonna get subverted, but she's not doing anything about it. She's not being proactive. She's not being productive. She's not like making herself indispensable to the crown. She's not. It's like I'm like, what? She should be written, in my opinion, she should be written more like a Marjorie Tyrell character, where she's smart and she knows how to play the game. She's actually wielding her power to try to make herself, become
Where
the
are you
queen.
getting this from?
Instead of she's just moping around in a fucking forest whining like, oh, they're gonna take my power away from me. I'm like, okay, so what? Do something about it.
Is this how she's
So-
written in the books and it goes against?
I haven't read the.
Okay,
books,
so you just don't like the choices that the
Yeah, I just don't
writer
like stupid
made.
characters.
Yeah.
Yes,
I mean,
right.
if it was the opposite and she was written the way that you're saying, everyone would be saying she's 14 years old. What the fuck? Why is she
Yeah,
so
I was actually gonna
intelligent
suggest
for
that,
14?
Not even I know where this story's going
I think
exactly, but my
she's
impression is
16
this
in the
would-
third episode.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not
so
100%
she's
sure, but
16.
episode 3, I think, by the end of it, shows that she is she's arced a little bit. She's smirking by the end of it because she's aware now of what she's probably going to need to do if she wants to. Like, I think you're going to get what you're looking for, but you may not get it in the way that you're looking for. But first 2 episodes, yeah, first episode she's a pawn, and then the episode 2 she makes a decision, I think, that actually has a pretty good result, but she's not taken seriously as a source for politics. She makes that clear herself. Third
about the
episode,
dragon
everyone
thing?
believes that she will be subverted. It makes the
Right.
most sense that she would be, and so she's
Yeah, of
pissed
course,
off
of
because
course.
there's not much she can do about it.
Mhm.
But then her father reassures her that she absolutely will not be, and she impresses everybody because she killed a boar, which is unusual.
guess.
And
That was a
so-
little
so-
unbelievable, but whatever.
It was unbelievable. But the fact is, like, that's a reality now. She has done that, and that would surprise everybody. I think that's fair. She's a fucking kid girl. It's just like,
So wait, you don't know where the story goes?
no. Well, I know broadly where it goes,
Oh, okay,
but I
right,
don't know exactly what they're going to do.
okay.
You
I
know,
haven't read the
because
book,
you've
but I
seen.
watched, there's like a 20-minute cartoon version of this they made from Game of Thrones, like years ago that I watched. That basically plots out the exact how this is all going to end. So
Well, don't spoil it for us.
I won't spoil it for you.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing, right? I think this show could be made better or worse by how later events sort of come together based on what we've seen so far.
D&D
Well-
can always make or break it.
Well, I was a little annoyed because the conflict in episode 3 is like, Rhaenyra is all sad because she's like, I'm gonna get deposed, and then her dad is all sad because he's like, my daughter is sad, but all that moping and conflict between the two of them was literally just a miscommunication. It was like a comedy sitcom episode. It's like, oh no, of course I wasn't gonna, you're still gonna be queen. It's like, okay, wish
I
I told her that in the
disagree.
beginning.
Hugely disagree to the
Yeah.
point where even the king said he actually did waver. He did consider.
Yeah, when he was
Yes.
drunk
the
staring
planking
at when he was drunk staring at the fire.
No,
That
he's
was
so-
funny.
he's totally
here you
trying
go.
to have it
Wait.
both
Here's a
ways.
test. Here's a test to how much you were paying attention. Why did he
Okay.
waver?
I don't remember.
Fuck.
Tell
I
us.
don't remember. I
Tell
don't fucking
us.
know.
He wavered
Did he
because
say why? I remember him saying he wavered, but I don't.
I remember he's
His,
staring
um,
at the fire and he's like, "Oh,
You gotta
he-
combo
he-
it with what he said in episode
He
2 and
tells
3.
her he
The-
wavered, right?
He's
yes."
So Viserys is probably my favorite character in the show so far. He's really fucking well written at this point. So
Mhm.
he's a king who is very obsessed with like the traditions and sort of information he was given before he became king or knew about the line. Right? He says that the Song of Ice and Fire is coming. The winter is going to come. A Targaryen has to be on the throne before
Oh, I think I remember.
the White Walkers attack. And he said he had a vision
Yeah,
when he was
he-
much younger where
He
he
wants to be a
placed the
dreamer.
crown.
Yeah,
on
oh,
his
right.
son
He's obsessed
on
with
the
this
throne.
vision that he has. Yes.
And
right.
so, yeah, his desire to get a son on the throne, he believes, killed his wife, and so it was
Right.
like almost a portent that was incorrect. And so, yeah, just commit to the fact that your daughter's right there. She's intelligent. She is
Mhm.
rightful. She should be king or queen, rather. And then, of course, he's fucking losing his mind because it turns out he actually did get a new wife and a son.
Right.
Mhm.
And so now he has the opportunity to make that vision a reality, and so should he. And he doesn't know what he's supposed to do anymore because he was obsessed with that his whole life. He thinks that's what's going to lead to defending the realm against the White Walkers.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he realizes his daughter is the like rightful in terms of like a moral way. She should probably be queen. She's earned it, sort of thing, and he's promised it to her. So he's like hugely conflicted. She knows that. He's told her about all of this. And then all the realm believe that he will switch her out for the son as well.
Right. But and I'm fine with that. But it's like, okay, I forget who it was. That one character goes up to him. They're like, and I know we're talking about Game of Thrones instead of like Rings of Power, but there's one character.
Yeah, what the hell?
There's that one character that comes up to him and is like, "Listen, you should marry your daughter to the son
His
of
brother.
of the no.
Yeah.
That's a stupid fucking idea. You should marry her to the son of the Valerian guy,
Right. Yeah.
who they have. Don't they have two dragons? And I'm like, okay, that's a fucking really smart idea. That's like actually the genius idea because
politically, that's a really, really
that's
smart move.
that's a genius idea because you have Damon is sort of like cozying up to that family, and you don't want the three people with three dragons against you with your one dragon. That's like a really dumb
we want
idea.
to avoid a Targaryen civil war thing.
Yeah, exactly. And the king's like, no, fuck that. Let her marry for love. I'm like, what the fuck?
That's the whole conflict. He married for love. That's what he explains to her, and he's like,
and that totally blew up in his face.
yeah, but wait, what do you mean it blew up in his face?
He didn't get the son he desperately wanted, then ended up sacrificing his wife for nothing.
That's why. No, I'm referring to Allison. He married her because he actually loves her.
Yeah, that was a terrible decision.
Okay, but you're saying it's a stupid move when it's fully supported by the character.
No. Okay, listen. I'm not. When I say stupid, I'm not saying that it's stupidly like inconsistently written. The characters are very consistent in the way they're behaving, but they're stupid people. You understand? Like they're not thinking about things logically.
I disagree. I think that they're doing it because it's what they value, and that's fine with me.
Well, unfortunately, when you're royalty, you have to value different things. You have to think.
That's literally what Otto and every other character that's pragmatic argues. That doesn't
Otto
work
is
on people
but
who are
Otto's
making
not
decisions for
pragmatic
emotions.
whatsoever.
And
Otto
it would
is
be
doing everything for his own gain.
It'd be
Okay,
so
but
much more
to be
boring
fair-
if they just did the shit that you
No,
want
they're not.
them to
Wait, that's
do,
the original
Sitch.
Game of Thrones. Is that all these characters are scheming, and they all have like these very intricate, very intelligent, thought out plans that they're trying to put into motion.
What I mean is Otto is doing everything pragmatically according to getting himself and his family power.
Right.
Meanwhile,
Yeah,
the
is
king
true.
is doing things based on what he thinks is like emotionally speaking, what's going to make his daughter feel the best.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is true, and he's dumb for doing that.
Well, the
That's-
conflicted characters
It's
are more
it's
interesting.
fine
though.
that you think he's dumb, but I actually very much enjoy it.
Okay.
Like I said, he's my favorite character, and I think they've fully justified why he feels what he feels and why he's making these choices.
Fair enough. Anyway,
God,
we
it
should
would
get
be
back to
so.
this video.
It would be so.
If I can
boring
actually,
if it
to
was
make
your
this
way.
relevant to
Yes.
this stream, the fact that we can talk about all of that for so long, meanwhile, I don't know that there's a single character I could have this conversation with.
No.
Rings of Power.
Yeah. None.
There's fucking nobody in Rings of Power that I have actually learned to like. I don't understand anyone in
Right.
it, even after 3 episodes.
No, I mean that's a fantastic point. Even though I have problems with House of Dragon, it's obviously far superior to Rings of Power. Which you're right. I don't even know how we could have an in-depth conversation about anything about Rings of Power, except to just be confused by it.
The internet was shitting on it, on its very existence, on the concept of its existence. And that did not stop when...
Okay, here's my theory.
Mhm.
I think the microphone he's talking to is on, and the little headset microphone is on too. That he has, like you see the like next to his ear.
That's a
Wait,
very
yeah.
good guess. Yeah.
Wait, so is he echoing? Is what you're saying?
It's got to
Yeah.
be him. It's not us.
Because okay, maybe I don't know.
Oh, unless wait, you're not. Do you have the Watch Together microphone on by any chance?
Oh, is it on by default?
No.
Well, actually, wait. Wouldn't there be a way to test this if I mute in our
Yeah,
call
mute
right
yourself
now?
in Zoom. Yeah. Okay, let's put it.
the very images the show came out.
Oh, it was you, Mauler. For shame. Shame.
Wait, so it's coming through
I don't know. It's coming through you somehow.
because I was muted just then.
Yeah,
And so
there was no echo.
that
in your
means they
music.
must be coming through because I'm using earbuds. So that means that it's loud enough that it's coming from there into my microphone.
Jesus, turn your
That
volume
doesn't. I
down.
mean, no, I'm not. You guys aren't that loud, so I'm a little bit confused how that would
I
be
don't
happening.
know.
I think you should have let it play a little longer. I don't
Mute
think it was.
yourself again.
I don't think it was a good test.
Okay, I'll mute on thingy. Yeah.
On it, on its very existence, on the concept of its existence. And that did not stop.
No, it's 100%
Yeah.
gotta be Mauler.
In
Well,
Zoom, there's a way that there's like a little microphone button there that you can say activate your microphone. You might just check there to see if it's activated.
What?
Or in Watch Together. In the Watch
Oh.
Together window, there's a little microphone there. There's a little camera there. Enable your webcam. Enable your microphone. Share your screen.
Yeah, I don't think it's enabled.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever. It's not super loud, but I could put up with it.
When the very first images of the show came out, and it showed something that very, very quickly and very, very often will piss off nerds, especially Tolkien nerds. They showed non-white people playing characters that clearly herald from parts of Middle-earth that, in the lore, should all be white people. Now, this is the first...
Mauler.
I mean, I don't.
Mauler.
What was the echoing? Or?
No, I'm just
No,
saying
you're just
about
racist.
Oh, right.
what's
yeah.
going
so,
on with the video here, Mauler. Is this accurate? Did you make a video about the black people in Rings of Power?
Absolutely, several. That's how he knows. That's how he knows this is an opinion I have. So this is the thing. Let's pretend for a second I have zero context for any of this whatsoever. My first thought would be like, oh, so they're like really fucking nerdy then. And he'd be like, no, they're racist. And then I'd be like, huh? I thought you just said that they wanted it accurate to the law or whatever. And then he'd be like, yeah, but it just so happens they don't want to see white people. They only want to see white people, huh? And then I'd be like, oh, well, just out of curiosity then, Xander, I don't know if you ever thought about this. Like, would they get mad if they saw white people in Wakanda, for example? And if the answer is yes, then it looks like it's not about being racist necessarily. It looks like they really are just hyper nerds, which, is a different thing. You can just criticize them for that. As for me, do I care about a black dwarf or a black elf? I don't even, I'm not familiar enough with the lore to be able to tell you why that would be inaccurate. I, however, think that if, like, let's say I had all the arguments to know exactly why that would be inaccurate, it would have to have significant repercussions on the story. Say, for example, a character goes on a really important and meaningful journey related to their race, and then we've race swapped them. And so I guess you'd have to swap how the races in the story go for it to sort of work. But if they didn't, and they just like tried to awkwardly maintain a story but then change it all and fuck it up, like it's kind of the thing I was trying to explain to people before. If you adapt half and half, let's say you take a couple traits because you like them and you don't take the rest of them, and then you complete the story as it was in the book or whatever source, and you haven't got those other traits that inform what later payoffs there are, and then it's just a disjointed mess as a result. Like, yeah, I think that it's important to keep an eye on why things were written in the source the way they were. You need to understand it before you break it. It's really like common saying, I think. And so yeah, this whole like, this is the thing. I don't care that much. At the same time, I was a part of Friday Night Tights when they broke down the first 2 episodes for their first stream. I think it was like 6 hours. They talked about race for about 0.1% of the stream, if that. So,
yeah, but that was their dog whistling. You don't understand.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So I don't know. I'm waiting for the argument for why it makes them racist as opposed to hyper nerds. Like I said, this is the thing.
Well,
I've had friends. I don't know if you guys have, where they'll
I
be
don't have
like,
any friends,
"This
no.
this character is supposed to have a beard in the book, but in the show, it's just like mutton chops. That's not good enough. It's supposed to be a full beard." It's like, what does that make them?
Right.
Fucking beardist? I don't know. Like it's yeah. This thing. I just see it as hyper nerd and stuff. And I'd make fun of people for that. That's fine. Go make fun of me for it. But yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a jump for me for the race.
I think there's a few things going on. I mean, with what you're saying, I think that's definitely true if it impacts the story. I think a good example of that is in the Dark Tower movie, which I didn't like very much. But in the books, which I read and I liked, I like some of the books. They get kind of shitty at the end. But making Roland the main character black kind of fucks up a huge plot point, which is in the second book. He basically time travels and space travels to like 1940s or 1950s America, and he brings back a black lady who has multiple personalities. And one of her personalities is that she's super like racist against white people. And it's kind of like a huge plot point, and it causes all this conflict in the story. And you can't have any of that if you make the main character black, because then obviously she won't be racist against him. And so it seemed like that was, why are you sacrificing, this huge plot point just for the sake of diversity? Even though I like Idris Elba a lot, and I think he was fine in the role. So I think that kind of applies to that. But in terms of like black dwarves and black elves, I don't really give a fuck about that at all, even though I know it doesn't fit with the lore. I care more about the making the Valerians black, just because it's such a huge plot point in Game of Thrones, like how the Valerians look and the way that specific houses and specific people look in Game of Thrones is like brought up so much, where I don't know if that's really the case in Lord of the Rings. I mean, if there's black elves or black dwarves, I don't.
That's
So
the thing.
what?
My familiarity with the source is kind of making me less able to
Yes,
sort of describe
right.
like the issue. But I'm with you on the what I've had it explained to me as well. What House of the Dragon having Corlys be black kind of screws up a future plot point. And this is the thing. This is what people usually talk about. They're like, if you do that, then you're going to have to do this later on.
Yes,
Do you know
yes.
this? Do we do? And most of the time that they fucking don't. They're like, oh shit, yeah, but we'll just change it. It's fine.
Right. Yeah, because there's so much with the Valerians and the Targaryens having those features and those features being sought after. And then also, whether those features have something to do with the genes of allowing certain people to ride and breed dragons and all this stuff. Like, it's all like very intricate in George R. R. Martin's stuff, and to kind of just fuck with it, it's like, I don't know, it seems bad to me. But I think for the people that do complain about, the black elves and black dwarves and stuff, I don't think for most of them, I'm sure there's some small percentage of actual racist people out there, but for the majority of people that complain about it, I don't think it's because they're racist. I think it's because it signals to them, and the way that this was marketed, it signals sort of that wokeness is winning some kind of cultural battle in Hollywood. And every time they see like Amazon puts out all this stuff or cast these people, because they didn't cast these people because they were the best actors. They cast them literally because they're trying to put diversity in everything. And it's sort of like poking people in the face, like, see wokeness, see wokeness, see wokeness. And that's how they perceive it. And that's really what they're getting angry at.
That would be the question I think I would then pose to Xander. I'd be like, if you had a little wizard next to you that you trusted and knew all truth in the universe, and he told you, by the way, these guys aren't racist. Like, I can tell, how do you deal with that, basically? How does that fit into your worldview? If you knew for a fact that they weren't racist, so then you have to come to the conclusion, shit, they're just really nerdy.
Right.
Doesn't sound as powerful, does it, to make a video like these fucking nerds being nerdy? It's like, yeah, it doesn't have a bite to it.
No, that's true. That's true.
His whole channel exists to call people racist. So I mean, that's
he's learned well from
that's his goal.
Sector of the YouTube sphere. Right. That's what they've been taught to do.
And this analysis of this show is just another way that he can call people racist.
He needs to make a video saying how I managed to escape the alt-left pipeline.
Yeah.
One day, Xander, one day.
It's funny because another video that people sent to us they want us to do was someone who's even further to the left than Xanderhal, whose name escapes me, who looks like the most stereotypical, like, hipster lefty imaginable. And he's criticizing Xanderhal, saying Xanderhal is really like a fascist sympathizer, and he's not left-wing enough.
Virgin Eggman, I think, is something people call him. I've seen at least a portion of his videos, some coverage of it. It's one of the fucking worst takedown videos I've ever seen in my entire life. It is so bad.
It's terrible.
It's absolutely hilarious. You guys probably should cover it. It's funny.
We might.
This has happened.
Then we'd have to defend Xanderhal, though, so I don't know.
You would.
Back when The Hobbit initially released, there were a few background characters that the Chuds claimed were forced diversity because they weren't white. They were literally just random human characters that were in the background of the Hobbit movies, like in some human cities. They complained about that, but because it was so to the side and not... in the forefront, the Chuds didn't really get much momentum complaining about that. Even the Hobbit movies, as recent as they are.
By the way, like I'm included in this collective, and I never even I don't even remember the conversations about that. I'm sure they happened. I wasn't involved in any of them.
You chud.
My issues with the Hobbit are a little bit more complicated.
I guess someone was complaining about it. I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah,
I don't remember people
I'm willing
complaining
to
about
agree
like
that
black people in the Hobbit, but
I'm sure it happened. It's just
Yes.
that, like, what else was said, Xander? When everyone criticizes the Hobbit, like they're talking about a lot of other things, more substantive things, from what I've seen.
yeah,
Is it?
And remind me, what the fuck is a chud? What is that?
it's a bad right wing person.
What is forced diversity?
When
What do you
you put in, it would be from whose perspective you need to ask.
Yeah,
first, I guess.
how are you asking this?
Well, he said it's they were complaining that having black people play characters that were traditionally played by white characters is forced diversity. Is that not forced diversity? I mean,
So that's the thing I wouldn't mind talking to him about if you were here as well.
Yeah, what is
Is
that?
it possible? Can we have forced diversity, or is it a myth? Is that nonsense?
Yeah, did they? I mean, so theoretically, they picked those actors because they thought they were the best actors for the job. Then,
I guess that's what forced diversity is to me. It's like you're not picking someone based on the
right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
best, role. So I guess if it's a
Well-
background character, it doesn't really matter. But
Yeah, I would clarify as well that the forced part comes in, I would say, when the people who intended the story had no intention of, or rather you forced them to change a race because you wanted
If you
Right.
diversity points.
if you put an actor in there though that is for all intents and purposes like universally reviled just because they're terrible, it kind of makes it seem like it is just about the diversity.
no, definitely. Well, it's like
Yeah.
with what's the elf's name? Arduin.
Yeah.
Ardon.
I mean, I don't think he's that bad, but I mean,
Well,
he's,
I don't
it's
know
like
if he's a bad
block
actor.
of
I think-
wood. Yeah.
I think he's written terribly. I don't
Yeah, I
know.
was gonna say
Yeah.
he's not
Yeah.
anything to me yet. I'm
Right,
still waiting
right.
for him to have character.
But if they went into this, if they had a script where they went to the casting and said, "We need to have a black elf,"
Yeah.
okay, and we're only going to look at black actors, that would be forced diversity because you're not saying like, "Oh, let's have a bunch of people audition and whoever's the best one gets the role."
He has a lot of screen time in episode 3, and
Mhm.
I mean, it's not really. I mean, I'm not really feeling it. Like this
Well,
is
yeah,
an
he's
award-winning
doing action.
performance here.
Doing action things, he gets sad when someone dies who he spoke to in one
Does he?
sentence.
I mean, okay,
He makes a sad face.
he
for
does
like
make a sad
second,
face, I think, yeah.
a sad
Um,
emoji.
I just thought it was funny that all those guys were dying when it was like, do you remember, like me and Fringy when we were watching it, I was like, oh fuck, that was the guy who hated humans, right? And Fringy was like, yeah, I think so. And I was like, okay, he's dead. And who's the other one? The one that got hit in the neck. I was like, oh, that was the smelly one, I think. He was like,
Yeah.
oh.
I thought
yeah.
the hate humans and the smelly one was the same guy.
No, two different guys.
Oh, all these elves look the same to me. Okay.
Oh my god.
You racist.
The point being, of course, that they're paying off. Like, look how sad it is that our hero has to experience this horror, and it's just like, who the fuck were these people? I don't know.
Yes. Well, and it's annoying because it's kind of like the first episode you have the scene with Galadriel, with the ice troll, and it's like all the other elves suck except for Galadriel, and then we have the exact same scene in episode 3. Like
Yes.
all the elves except for the main elf guy suck, and I'm like, what? And
Yeah.
like I was so programmed in Game of Thrones and even The Hobbit, like all the elves basically kick ass, and to just see them all job to like random orcs it's so weird.
Yeah, it's very sad.
It's a bad show. But let's hear about how it's good.
Yeah.
Still held up non-political, non-diverse thing that the conservatives tend to like. Besides a little.
You know, like what's funny to me is that he sounds like he hears them to me. To better explain that, he like sees them all as saying the exact same thing all the time.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, when he talks about these issues, he sounds to me like every stale commentary from like fucking 6 years ago from every one of his like camp. This is
Yes.
boring
Yeah,
to
he's
me.
just repeating
Yeah.
talking points. I don't think he really even understands what he's saying, but I mean, he's got
Well,
the talking points down.
I mean, the crazy thing is, when I went into this video, I thought he was going to be like, "This is why Rings of Power is awesome."
Yeah.
And he was going to lay out like an argument and talk about the things he liked in it, and then say, "If you didn't like this, it's because you're racist, right?" But he doesn't even do that. He's just like, "No, it's good. They're racist." It's like, well, wait, why is it good though?
Yeah, where's the good stuff? Tell us.
Well, yeah,
we want to
you
know.
Yeah, we would click because it says you were lied to. Tell us about these lies. Xander.
Yeah, that's it.
A little bit of girl powerness with the with the elf. Besides that, it seems like the Treads didn't mind it too much. However, when images of this show started coming out, we were seeing things like black hobbits. We were seeing things like Galadriel, a woman, a she-elf wearing plate armor.
So, I don't know if you guys know, but that's not the argument. It's not that a woman is wearing armor.
It was that
That's not the-
Galadriel was, yeah.
Yeah,
a
this is what I mean.
sorceress.
Like, you listen to this and you're just like, oh man, you're so woefully misinformed.
Yes.
Can't you just please address the actual argument? There's things to address about the argument itself, but instead you're like, they don't like women wearing armor. It's like, how do you think they like the original fucking trilogy? Eowyn and Arwen? Why would they
Right.
like either of these characters? And then you
Right.
know that he would be like, yeah, they just pretend they're not women or something. Like, you'd be like, what?
Well, then
Fuck.
even the Hobbit, which was bad, I don't remember people complaining about like the female elf being like a badass. I don't remember that ever coming up.
Oh yeah, Toriel is her name, right? I
Yeah.
think.
I mean, she wanted to
Yeah,
bang a
people
dwarf,
complaining about
but-
the love triangles. What people complaining about?
That
not
was
the-
weird. Yes, that was
Yeah.
strange.
Just saw a lot of stuff that.
Well, no, but I just want to say,
Natural-
like, what people were complaining about was that Galadriel, at least based on Lord of the Rings, she was seen as sort of like this mystical leader character, not like the person
ethereal,
who runs.
magic based.
Yes, not the person who like runs the front lines swinging a sword at orcs. And I was like, wait, why are you turning this kind of like powerful, mystical, magical leader lady into just like a grunt, or John Wick or something?
I've heard people debate this. They're like, all the source says that Galadriel was. There's nothing in the source that says Galadriel was running around with a sword and armor
Right.
in this age.
But
And the counter to that is she was described as powerful.
right, it didn't say she didn't though.
Exactly, and so that's their argument. Do better, Xander.
Listen,
Address that argument.
there's
Address
nothing-
the nerd argument.
There's nothing in the rules that say that a dog can't play basketball, Mauler. Okay.
And it's true. It's true. And this is what I mean about, like, I honestly think he would have more engagement and positive reception if he actually found out what the arguments were instead of just going, wait, who's this argument about? Galadriel.
Well-
Is she a girl? Yes. Sexist argument. There you go.
He doesn't care because from his perspective, he views that all these arguments and all these things that we're saying, that's all like lies and that's all cope to hide our true bigotry. Like that's
Right.
how he perceives us.
And this is what I mean. I just feel like he would shatter if he had a little wizard next to him saying, this is not, by the way. You trust me, a little wizard man. I'm a wholesome wizard. I tell you all the truth that they're not actually racist or sexist. Zed would be like, you're lying, wizard. And he's like, I never lie, Xander.
We really need a little wholesome wizard that only speaks the truth.
I selectively tell you truths to make you think.
He would get rid of that wizard immediately.
You would
because
kill
it
the
would-
wizard.
Yeah, he would, because it would go against his channel. I'm telling you, the whole goal of this video is just to call people racist. Like, that's the goal of every Xanderhal video, every socialist video. It's just, that's all they do is call people racist.
Yes.
He would make a video on the wizard and he'd call it exposing a libtard.
Even the guy who called out Xanderhal, what is that guy doing? He's calling Xanderhal a racist. Like, it's just, they have
Yes.
one note,
Yes, that's true.
which is just, it's boring. You can't even have a conversation
You
about
can't
these
even-
things.
Pragmatically, you cannot grow your channel if you never actually see the change in our, like, Gary and the rest of them sort of thing, including myself. Like, our numbers are doing good, if not they're growing, right? You guys are growing, as far as I know.
Sure.
Are you growing, Xander, with your coverage? These, like, all you're gonna do is maintain the current people who believe, no offense, your lies, like, about what people are actually claiming their arguments are. Like, that's all you're gonna be able to appeal to. That's it.
This is why Xanderhal can't really come on here, because that other guy called him out for platforming like the Nazis.
Yeah.
So he would come on here, and none of us have a racist bone in our body, but they would spin it as just because we didn't like Rings of Power, we were all racist pieces of shit.
Well, wait a minute. I'm pretty racist. I think all those elves look the same. Okay. So
They
Dude, I
all
love
look
the
like
idea
they
that
all
you-
look like Vulcans. Is that
exactly.
He jumps on the stream, sees the three of us, and he, like, looks at his wizard. He's like, "They racist?" And he just, like, shakes his head. And he's like, "God damn it!"
He just immediately stabs the wizard. Get out of here, you bigot.
It's just so
Really,
boring.
if you-
I guess there is a number of people on YouTube that's the kind of content that they want. Just everyone is racist, but
Right.
I mean that's
Yeah, you
got to
call
have
it,
a shelf life.
It's like self-affirming sort of content where it's just like the opposite of introspection. It's just like
confirmation bias.
that's the one. Yeah, just you're here to hear about how you're right and everyone else is wrong. So I'll tell you that. It's like okay.
Someone in the chat says, like those of Nerdrotic Critical Drinker, Mauler, HVB, and all these fandom menace people just looked at the stills and interviews and claim that it's bad and are doubling down because it will ruin the lore despite liking the Lord of the Rings films that took massive liberties with the source material.
All right. So, first of all, I don't think I've ever described Rings of Power as ruining the lore because I haven't read the Silmarillion or the Lord of the Rings appendices, so I wouldn't know. And that's partly a good thing in terms of I'm able to sort of pass out the arguments that are like lore-based or non-lore-based. Not that everyone else can't do it. It's just that, you know that if I'm making the argument, I'm not doing it from lore because I can't. Right. I don't know how. I haven't read it. Secondly, Lord of the Rings, I mean, again, it's like you just don't know the argument. This is how I feel about the whole political, non-political video games thing. Like both sides ignore each other instead of understanding what each side is saying. Preach versus present, essentially. But here, it's like, yeah, that is baffling. Why would they like the Lord of the Rings films when those aren't 100% accurate? It's like, probably because they don't want 100% accuracy. They'll never have.
Right. Well, you literally can't. Like, when you're taking a book and making a movie, it's impossible. Well, probably.
And that's what I mean. Almost all you'll be so much more effective if I can hear that from you. If you're like, they like Lord of the Rings films despite inaccuracies, but I suppose they consider it accurate enough in the spirit of. It's like, good. You understand their position. Excellent.
I care nothing about accuracy. I don't know about you guys, but I honestly, I don't give a fuck. If it makes it better, I'm all for it.
Well, that's the key. Is it make it better or worse?
That's the context I care about it the most is when, like I was saying earlier, when they copy pieces because they like them, as opposed to understanding that if you copy pieces, you need to respect why the other pieces were there and make sure you know what you're doing when you get rid of them.
Right.
That's a personal choice of mine, but I totally respect people. If I had read all of the books and all of the ancillary material and all of that stuff, I would probably get pretty chapped if they were changing stuff. But since I haven't, I'm not invested in that lore. So I understand and respect the people who do, who do care about that. It's just not for me. I don't care. Yeah.
Well, like with Lord of the Rings as an example, I like in the books at the end, when the hobbits go back to the Shire and Saruman like took over the Shire. Yeah. And the hobbits have to kick him out because then it kind of makes like the hobbits heroes to the Shire, because from the Shire's perspective, like just because they wouldn't destroy the ring, like they don't give a fuck, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why in the book that sequence happens. But I understand from the movie's perspective that would make like no sense for that to happen because you've already had like this massive climax of them dropping the ring into Mount Doom, and you can't have them come back and like get into a fist fight with Saruman or something. Like it'd just be weird.
Yeah.
Plate armor. We just saw a lot of stuff that naturally, if you know anything about the chuds on the internet, would just be perfect bait to set them off.
It's so funny because I know these guys pretty well at this point, and just the idea that if the wizard was on my desk and he was like, turns out, Mauler, they've been lying to you this whole time. They're all hyper racist, and their only goal is to be racist and sexist. I'd be like, really? Really?
All
this
your
is
friends?
Quite a bit they've committed to. Like,
you would stab that wizard for the line.
I would just be fascinated. I'd be like, man, they've been keeping this up for years. Like, they just don't because the most they slip is by saying I don't like forced diversity. It's like that's pretty lame for a racist. Like, come on, you can do better than that.
Perfect bait to set them off. And so very quickly, you had 3 groups of people on the internet that made up the general discussion around this show before it even came out.
I'm excited because I wish to know which of these 3 groups I belong to. It's gonna be great. Same for you guys. We'll see.
Aren't they all the chuds though? I mean, is it like chud 1, chud 2?
Let us find out.
And it was these 3 groups, right? On one hand, you had the people complaining about forced diversity, black dwarves, black elves, women.
Not me. I don't know about you guys, but that really wasn't what I was complaining about.
Women in movies. Oh my God.
The worst.
Why do they have to do that?
We should go back to like the Shakespeare days where you have to have men in drag playing women.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, I just think that if ever you have a woman in a thing, there needs to be like a court order to have a woman in a thing. I don't think it should be normal.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah.
I think I'm going to compromise,
You're too giving, Mauler.
If a judge forces it, that's the compromise.
Yeah, once it goes with several courts, I wanted to go
Oh.
through before it's decided upon.
Okay.
Needs many juries to know whether or not this woman should be allowed on screen. I think that's fair.
With armor and fighting and stuff like that. Then you had people complaining about the show's adherence to Tolkien's literature.
Well, that's not me
there
either.
we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've already outed
I must
myself.
belong to group 3. That's where I'm going to be at.
Bring on.
This show and Amazon do not have the rights to the Silmarillion, only the appendices of The Lord of the Rings. Now that sounds bad. To be fair, though, when I actually watched the show, they did a lot of stuff to get around the rights issues. Like, in the lead up to this show, and when talking about it, they were like, oh, we couldn't really touch this or that because of rights, but they played around with the rights a little bit. They found some loopholes. They did things like some say, you know, when a character would refer to some event, you know, like they do stuff to kind of get around the rights issues, to include and kind of like condense some things, to include the important aspects of the Silmarillion that are important in this tale. Though it
Is that his only example, the some say thing? I mean,
Well, like the classic example you should probably be going with is the fact that they wanted hobbits, they weren't allowed hobbits, so they went with half-orcs, which
Right. Look at that. Mauler's even got an example.
well, that's the thing. I don't know anything about the appendices, but I know that. I mean, this is the thing.
Right.
If Gary were here, he'd be able to inform you about all of the things
Right.
they've done. But simultaneously, he would inform you about all the times they've shat on the law.
It would have been better
Well-
to call them hobbits because
Why-
it's recognizable immediately.
I don't understand though. If they have the rights to the original properties, they said hobbits in the original movies.
They don't have the rights to the original properties.
Yeah.
No, this says. I'm reading an article that says we have the rights solely to Fellowship of the Ring, the Two Towers, the Return of the King, and the Appendices and the Hobbit, and that's it.
As far as
there's
I
a-
know, they only have the Like it might be that they only have the rights to use the appendices for the purposes in Rings of Power or something. Because I'm pretty sure they don't have.
So they could have called
Well,
them
wait, they
hobbits.
must.
Is that
Why? I don't know. I'm so confused.
if they have the rights to the Hobbit, why couldn't they just call them hobbits?
I don't
They're
know.
not allowed
That's
to
what
call
I'm
them
confused
hobbits.
by.
I've
not
heard
allowed.
that. I've heard that they're not allowed to, but I don't know.
Well, I thought that was because-
accurate.
According to the lore, like hobbits weren't around.
Yeah, like
In the
half like
Second
proto
Age.
hobbits, from what I hear.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
So
wow.
I don't know.
It is true, a large portion of this story is essentially filling in the gaps on a somewhat underdeveloped portion of Tolkien's lore. That's not to say the Second Age is like fucking barren in Tolkien's writing, but it's certainly not the most important age of things that happen by any means, right? Tolkien's favorite age was clearly the First Age. I mean, the Silmarillion exists, and that's pretty clear. He clearly really likes the First Age. And besides the events of the
This is a very minor critique, but wouldn't Tolkien's obviously love be the Third Age, where he spent like all of his time writing the books about?
I wouldn't make a
Mostly,
claim
but-
either way about that.
Okay.
I was not familiar enough. But apparently, Xander reckons it's the First Age. I'm just gonna keep an eye on chat to see if that sounds agreeable or not, because I have no idea.
Right.
the Hobbit and like Alliance and well, didn't the last Alliance end of the second? The last Alliance ended the Second Age, right? And then the Fourth Age started when Frodo and Sam destroyed the ring. So yeah, the Third Age, the Second Age was okay. Yeah. Okay, I apologize. So the Hobbit takes place in the Third Age. I got my timelines mixed up. God, fake Tolkien fan. Regardless,
I mean, I don't know how you'd fucking mix that up, considering Bilbo was in The Hobbit and he's not living for like 1,000 years. I don't know why you think. Whatever, it's fine.
to get clear, like to be clear about my pedigree here, by the way, I don't remember the first time I watched or read Lord of the Rings. It's been a consistent, like just constant in my life. Like the first time I watched Lord of the Rings
Don't care, but all right.
was before I was capable of forming memories. So my earliest memories are ones in which I
Okay.
was a fan of Lord of the Rings and knew.
How is that even possible? Jeez.
How young is he?
How do you remember
To be fair,
if it
isn't he,
was
like,
before
17
you
or
were
some
capable
shit?
of forming memories? My first memory is before I was,
He was
capable
told.
of forming memory.
He was told.
Oh, okay.
Adam, he was told.
Oh,
Knew of its existence and liked it.
the wizard told him.
So that's a bit of an insight into how close to my heart Lord of the Rings is. I literally, you can see in the background my box set of Lord of the Rings extended edition.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Something that pretty much every human has, I'm pretty sure at this point. Like Lord of the Rings in the form if you're a fucking movie reviewer of any kind of media review, you probably have a copy of Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Yep.
CDs right there, or DVDs on my fucking desk right there, on my shelf.
See, this is what I mean. This is cringe to me. It's like, look, I'm a true fan. It's like, get on with it. Make your arguments.
I have a DVD
Blu-ray
copy of the movie. I'm a true fan.
It's proof.
On the top is Fellowship of the Ring, then Two Towers, then Return of the King. Right.
That's like the
Almost
only
feels-
DVDs he has too.
Those-
Yeah, I was gonna say it's weirdly presented, isn't it? Like it's
It
very
is,
sterile,
yeah.
just like in the back. Like maybe he switches it out for whatever's relevant to the video at the time.
They're the
Well,
only
okay, wait,
movies
so
I've
the-
ever watched.
It depends. Like if he just did that just for this video, he's like just puts them there in the background so no one can see them. But I could, if he has literally no single DVD in the human existence except for Lord of the Rings, and I'm like, okay, maybe he is a fan.
Maybe.
there, and they're all extended edition everything, and they've also got the director's commentary and behind the scenes and stuff.
Director's comment. Damn, he's a true fan.
Oh my god, he has
That's
the
how you
basic
know.
extras on any DVD. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
I don't know why he mentioned those things.
It's dope. Anyway, I'm a Lord of the Rings fan, okay?
All right.
If I could, I would decorate my room with fucking Lord of the Rings.
Why can't you?
Yeah, why can't you? I was gonna say.
Is
What do
it
you mean if you
illegal?
could?
Maybe his parents won't let him. That could legit be it.
Okay.
Oh, I don't want to say that.
They
but
hate the
maybe.
Lord of the Rings.
Well, I mean, I'm not even trying to be mean. I'm saying like that might be the case because what a reasonable reason could there be other than he's saying he would want to but he can't?
Just
Well,
money, maybe?
financially, it could
Yeah.
be a stretch.
Well,
yeah.
it does. What does it cost to buy a couple of Lord of the Rings posters?
Yeah, I mean, I
like
would get,
$10, Monarch.
Whoa, $5 times 2.
I
Get
mean,
a
he could
nice
just print some Lord of the Rings pictures out,
bedspread.
tape them on the back of his
Let's
wall or
see.
something.
Commit to it, Xander. Become neurotic. Have the figures all over the wall. Do
Listen, he spent all that money on that blinding light. Okay.
it. It represents Valinor.
You can get like a nice.
merch and stuff. So do not, by any means, say that I am not a true Tolkien fan,
Oh
okay?
my god, you defensive little squirrel. Get on with
Do
it.
not gatekeep me. However, I did not fall into any of the three groups that were shit-talking this show before it came
You didn't even say what the third
What?
one was yet. Let me know. I want to know what the
Oh,
third
that's right.
one.
Yeah, he skipped it.
out. All right? I didn't fall into the group that was saying it was bad because of woke. I didn't fall into the group that said it was bad because it wasn't accurate to Tolkien's writing, and I didn't fall into that secret third group that said it was bad because Amazon bad. There have been
So I'm not in any of those three groups.
that's the socialist group right there. Oh,
The left-wing chud.
commercialism.
Yes.
I don't get included. I'm left out. I'm not represented. I feel ignored. I
But
feel put in the
he,
shadows.
he calls you out by name. I can't believe it, and you're not even
I'll
in
be
one of the
included
groups.
eventually, but yeah, I'm not even in one of the major groups. What the fuck's that about?
So,
Couldn't
but it's
keep-
weird that there wasn't a group of people who think it's bad because it looks bad.
Or because the writing sucks,
Also-
or because it's boring.
Well, no, this was before it came out. I think he's talking about.
Listen,
Oh.
if you watch this video without any like other context, you might actually assume for a moment like, does Xanderhal know what trailers are? Has he ever seen one of those before?
Is he
they, like-
aware of the concept of trailers?
Yeah, like I'd be like, so Xander, they released these little like mini sort of versions of the show that are really quick and spoiler free almost that work as advertisements for the show. And when you watch them, you can sort of decide like, oh shit, it's got stuff in it I don't like. Like you
Mhm.
can have that result.
Right.
Just FYI.
Well, it's interesting that he brings up the third group though, because it would be hilarious if, because all the evil right-wing review chuds are saying that Lord of the Rings is bad, if you have a bunch of left-wing bread tubers come out and say it's good, just kind of like as a reaction, when that's sort of true. Like if they hate Amazon, like they hate the concept of Amazon, they hate Jeff Bezos, and they hate the concept of capitalism. I mean, this is the highest like expense budget made
Oh,
TV
I
show in
know.
human existence. Shouldn't they be complaining like, why is all this money going to make a fucking
Yeah.
CGI Lord of the Rings show? Shouldn't it be made? Shouldn't this money be going into like feeding the homeless, wealth redistribution, blah 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 blah? But they're not going to say any of that stuff because they have to fight the evil right wing chuds who don't like Lord of the Rings.
So many homeless people could have been fed with this money. It's so
Well,
disgusting.
especially because nobody's helped by Rings of Power existing, but food for the homeless, that would have helped. So
That's
Yeah.
true.
people who've unironically tried to take this like pseudo progressive narrative on things and say, if this show fails, then Amazon fails, and that's based.
Okay.
And it's like, really? You think making this show fail is gonna hurt Amazon?
So,
Yes.
because Xander is, again, completely misinformed, uninformed, has no idea what the fuck is happening, and is talking about things he doesn't understand, because that's just part of the course. Some people in chat will know this, and they're already going to be probably fuming, because this is a known bit of, I don't know if you guys know this, but it recently came out. They have a lot riding on this show. To be specific, there's a quote that's the reason why Rings of Power is going to succeed is because the executives at Amazon need it to succeed. If it doesn't succeed,
Wow.
there's going to be a big question from Andy Jassy and the board. If we can take this piece of IP and make it successful, why is Amazon Studios, if we can't take it and make it successful, why is Amazon Studios even here? It has to
Wow.
succeed. There is no other option. Basically, they're going to stop the production of TV shows and the fight in the streaming market for that sort of thing if this show fails.
Right.
So I think we could constitute that as damage if it fails.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious. Does that mean that they would stop show? Like, would they not make the next season of The Boys or something?
I think they're referring, yeah, I think they may be referring to their originals, but at the same time, I don't think they would allow The Boys to stop entirely, because that's
probably like
successful.
new things. They wouldn't do new things anymore.
Well, if anything, I think they might consider winding down. Maybe they'll end The Boys, and then they'll be like, that's it for us. We're out of the streaming market. We can't compete, especially spending this level of money and not getting the returns we need, which, yeah, that's this, to be honest with you, is the fight. This is what a lot of people believe is happening, is that they need to be definitive and detailed about how this is a absolute insulting failure, so that hopefully we can stop the production of future insulting failures. That's the idea. So it's so funny to hear him smugly claim, like, as if this will do any damage to Amazon. It's like, bro, again, you would know about this if you watched anyone's videos on this.
Yep.
But you don't.
It's also like, it's a really stupid perspective from Amazon's, because it's like, it just means that whoever's running Amazon's original division, whoever's making these decisions, that basically let whoever's in charge of Rings of Power to write this terrible script and waste all this money. Like, that's the problem. It's not the problem of like Amazon as a concept making original content. It's just whoever's managing this.
Yeah, and what's kind of hilarious is that, like, it's not that I would want Amazon to stop creating original series and stuff. It's just like, fucking hell, have some respect for the stuff you are making.
Right. Well, someone, yes, right. No Invincible season 2. Yeah.
That's the thing. I wouldn't want to, I'm even happy for The Boys to continue, even though I've been hypercritical of it. I'm on board with Amazon continuing to make, entertainment. It's just that make better entertainment. That's my goal.
Right.
So yeah, this is just funny.
Hey, Aiden. Hey, Doomer. In the chat.
Hello.
Martin Cordy for $20 says the best medieval fantasy show on Prime Video is The Legend of El Cid. I've never seen that.
Neither have I.
It's Just Abby for 25. Aussie Book says, yo, dudes, I was just watching Mauler on Critical Drinker after hours talking about Predator. Love the defense of CGI by Mauler, standing up for CGI artists everywhere.
I did, before it became cool to do that, by the way.
There you go.
I had a whole bunch of pushback on that, but I feel slightly vindicated at this point. It seems like everybody's on board with, like, CGI artists are not to blame.
Well, usually when you see bad CGI, it's not the artist's fault, because there's no time. Like, they have to rush shit. So, I assume that was what the argument was.
Well, the argument was mainly about CG is bad or good, and I was like, CG is bad or good depending on how it's executed, while the opposition was like, no, it's just lazy and used to, do things where you don't do basically, like, it's always better than practical was like the argument, and I was that's just not true. And what I usually present to get people to understand is, like, do you think the Balrog would have been better in practical?
Yeah, right.
No, the answer is no.
No, that's true. Yeah, but yeah, sometimes you need to do both, like the original Lord of the Rings. You need the Balrog to be CGI, but it's good that they have all those people in armor and the orcs and makeup and
all
the
stuff, the Mumakil, right? Like, you wouldn't want them, even though there were certain shots up above where they'll do practical, like, sets of the Oliphants, I think is what they're called as well, right? Mumakil is like the plural for the elephants.
Oh, right.
I think Aragon calls them Mumarks individually. I can't remember. I'd have
the
to
big
check,
elephant guys, yes.
Yeah. They broadly are done in CGI, but then when you get up close, they'll do some, like, physical bits and bobs and maybe some puppetry or whatever. But, like, this is what I mean. Lord of the Rings was beautiful. It married CG and physical. It was gorgeous, and I love it.
Yeah, it's still. I think CGI's biggest problem is it's still like, as long as you can kind of hide it in darkness, which is kind of what they did with the Balrog, which is why it still looks good.
Yeah.
It works. They just can't get the color and texture like down yet. So, but they will eventually.
Yeah, Jurassic Park's another example, right? Where
Yes.
they switch from practical to CG in certain shots and they hope you don't
Right.
notice.
Right, and I mean it's dark and rainy, so they can get away with it.
Yep.
Cyborg for $20 says, "Awesome, Mauler is on. Now I can bolster his consistency position." Adam, when you are writing a movie, conflict is necessary, but what makes it good is whether the conflict is consistent with the themes and characters in it.
Oh.
You've created a monster, Mauler. I don't. I just like I'm watching that first episode of The House of Dragon, and I mean I'm going, boy, there's a lot of consistency in here that's really got me interested.
That's the funny thing, right? You'd probably describe traits of characters and how they influence certain decisions, and I'd be like, Adam, you're
Well,
describing consistency right there.
First of all, no, I've never said like you should go for inconsistency in your movie. Like that's just a bastardization of my position. Like I'm saying that there's a hierarchy of values in movie making, and I would place conflict at the top of that hierarchy. Obviously, we have a disagreement there, but consistency is definitely in the hierarchy. Obviously, you can't make a movie that's inconsistent and still have a good movie. So, but conflict, I just like all the stuff we were talking about that first episode. I mean, it's just fucking, they throw so much conflict at you in that first episode. You're like, oh my God. And it's, as human beings, it's fun to play that game of, oh my God, what would I do in this, two unthinkable options situation. Yeah.
To be fair, Adam, there's a lot of conflict in the first episode of Rings of Power.
What? Ridiculous.
I could go through it if you want. All the instances of conflict. Sitch, how do you feel about this argument before I make it? Like, what do you think's going to happen? Like,
is there
do you think I could do
conflict
that?
in the first episode? I mean, there is conflict. It's just not interesting conflict.
There you go. That's what I think. I think there's plenty of conflict. It's just all shit.
Well, I mean, obviously.
But wait a minute. It doesn't. That's not the issue. I mean, they still has to have conflict, like as a base.
Well, and
Conflict
also
has to exist in a
what you're
story.
saying is there's no stakes to the conflict, and stakes are obviously part of the hierarchy.
Right.
Well, I don't know how much you want to spend on this, but obviously, I think consistency powers any individual thing you think is important. I think consistency is behind it.
Well, consistency may be an element of it. Sure. I mean, I fully agree with that.
Well, to me, this conversation is weird because I don't think you can put like consistency and conflict on a seesaw and say like which one's more important.
I don't think
they
you
kind
can
of
either.
have to. I think all
They
these
work
elements of story have to kind of work together to produce a good story. Obviously, it's hard for me to think of a story, a movie, or a TV show that's like horribly inconsistent and that I think is good. But it's also hard for me to imagine a story or movie that has like no conflict or weak conflict that is good.
Right.
So I think they go hand in hand with each other.
I think that if you're writing things to be consistent, it's almost impossible to avoid conflict.
What the problem though with Rings of Power is there isn't real stakes, and we don't even really understand the stakes. Like in the Nori story with the Harfoot, we don't know anything that's going on. How can we be invested in the fucking stakes of the story? I don't know the stakes. I don't know who this old guy is. I don't know what he's supposed to be doing. There's no stakes in Nori's situation. Like her dad, the ancillary character, is the one with the most stakes because he might fucking die because he's getting gangrene of the foot. But they haven't made us care about that character in any way, shape, or form. We're supposed to be watching Nori's story, and we don't even know what Nori's story is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even. That's not how I criticize the Nori storyline. I think they've made it abundantly clear what his story is, and it's embarrassingly bad. Like they keep telling us over and over again that the Harfoots never go off trail, and then she's like, "But I'm gonna go off
is
trail."
so bad.
And then we have like,
but compare that to the stakes in the House of the Dragon. Like the doctors come to him. Spoiler alert: the doctors come to him and basically say, your wife is probably not going to live, but we could probably cut the baby out and, maybe the baby will live. We don't know if it's a boy or a girl. You've wanted a boy up until now. So Like there's a million.
So,
Like that's such a difficult decision. That's such a conflict-ridden decision, and they've created the stakes behind it being like this is his entire
the stakes
universe.
in Rings of Power is the rise of Sauron and all the orcs, and like you got
Not for
individual
Nori.
stories.
Nori can go live in the woods somewhere. Like what the like.
Also, the stakes for Nori's story is that she doesn't want the stranger to be found by a village because she worries that they would consider him an outsider and fucking do something to him. I don't know.
What could they do?
but
He's
that's it.
10 times
I
bigger
don't
than
know,
them.
right?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I would be critical of. That's what I'm saying. But like, to be fair to the show, this is the thing. I would be critical of all these things in different ways. Like the elf guy's story. It's like there's a whole village that's been wiped out by an army of orcs that are coming for the villages he protects, and that they got a wider plan that we're gonna have to figure out. It's like the stakes are all clear there. I think that we've not been informed enough as to who any of these people are, and nobody's reacting to these situations in ways that I think represent like humanity at all.
Which
Both
is
he
terrible
and
writing.
the girl. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, I would focus more so on their inconsistent behaviors and the absolute lack of information that I think actually draws into inconsistencies again in terms of like understanding how this world comes together. How did the orcs manage to stay secret? Have you seen the shot of where they're digging? They fucking dug themselves into that tree. It was hilarious.
How do stakes touch on inconsistency? And again, Mauler, I don't want to attack you here. I feel like
it's all good.
I agree. Consistency is paramount. Like if you have a movie that's inconsistent, character inconsistency is the worst. When you spend a bunch of time building up a character that people understand and are interested in, and then all of a sudden that character does something completely out of character, that would be inconsistent and could destroy the movie, could eviscerate the movie. If you have a situation where you have very high stakes that have been built up, for instance, the guy in the House of the Dragon wants a son so badly, okay? Like if all of a sudden the kid is cut out and the kid lives and it's a girl and he's like, oh, okay, well, fuck it, I didn't want a son that bad anyway. You'd be like, what happened here? Like you would blame inconsistency. It completely eviscerated the stakes of the show. So I do understand your argument, what you're saying here. I just think all of that, I think consistency serves these other things, and it's these other things that are the reason people enjoy movies.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to concede nobody comes out of the cinema going, man, I loved how much that just made so much sense. But I actually think that's the underlying thing that gets them to enjoy it without them realizing it.
Right.
Yes, of course. Well, consistency, things have to be consistent because otherwise you go, oh, I'm watching a movie.
Yes, it
You know, I'm
completely
watching a TV
breaks
show. Right.
breaks the willing suspension of disbelief, and you're like, this movie sucks. I hate it.
Well, to give you an example, Adam, of what I just described being something that sometimes I've done because I've gotten so like hyper autistic with analyzing stuff sometimes. When Stranger Things was coming out, did either of you guys? Yeah, I know, right? Did either of you guys watch Stranger Things season 4?
I have not watched
the last
Stranger
season.
Things, no.
So like they released it, I think there was 9 episodes. They did 7 at once and then 2 later because it was like a finale 2 episodes.
Right.
I think that's how it was anyway. So we knew there was a character who was like a metalhead, and there's a clip that's really quick in the trailer for the last 2 episodes where he's playing a song, and me and friends were just like, from everything we'd seen up to that point, it's like, what would that song be? And we just pulled together from all the different things that have been happening in the show, who the villain is, what like the arc that character's going on, what bands he's interested in, what era from the show it's based on. And we had like a couple of songs in mind, but the main one that I was hoping was being, you can catch streams where I'm talking to Gary about how I'm really desperate for it to be this.
Oh no!
Like hopefully it's Master of Puppets from.
no.
Well,
and they blew it.
No, it was Master.
Oh,
of Puppets.
okay.
You called it.
I wasn't the only one that called it. Plenty of other people had picked up from. Some people had guessed it from the way he was playing the fucking guitar in the 2-second clip. It was amazing. But yeah, I took, I think, I can't remember what stream it was. I was trying to explain all my reasons for why I think that would be the perfect choice, like thematically, character-wise, in the world, in the timeline.
Right.
And they did it. And I can honestly tell you that I'm not just enjoying it because I'm a fucking metalhead and I love that song. When I was in that scene, I was fucking high off how much that made sense.
Well, but didn't they just set it up right? Couldn't they have picked the song first and then built the story around setting up that song correctly?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple of options you can take, and as long as it lines up in some way, shape, or form to some degree, I think it's like worth praising. But if it just spits on everything you understand to be the case, then yeah, I'd be complaining.
Well, I don't think modern writers think of setup and payoff even. I think it's like
Some of them do here and there. Even Stranger Things season 4 has plenty of writing problems.
Right.
they do
Well-
it in House of the Dragon. I mean, it's all setup, payoff,
To
which
to
is
maybe build our
satisfying.
bridge between conflict and consistency. There's something an issue in the third episode of Rings of Power I had, which is that when Artie wakes up in the orc slave camp,
Mhm.
and he sees that all the other elves who were stationed at the watchtower have also been captured and enslaved by the orcs. And I was like, what? Like, that's the dumbest fucking thing that they ever could have possibly done. Like the orcs. And I can believe that the orcs are stupid, but I'm assuming that whoever's controlling them, Adar, if that's Soren or whoever, is intelligent. Why would they capture the group of elves who, if they don't show up back in Elftown, they'll
Yeah.
send a search party to go find them and say, oh, there's a bunch of orcs digging a giant tunnel starting to try to take over this area of the country. Like, that was so insane to me that they would capture them. When if they hadn't captured them, if they were intelligent, they let them just go return back home. No one fucking knows what the orcs are doing over in Mordor.
Yeah, which, by the way, Sitch makes you realize, wait a minute. So the attack wasn't organized to simply happen once the watchtower was abandoned?
Yeah,
It
it's just a coincidence. Right, it's just a
which is-
coincidence.
It's
And then
so
on top of
fucking
that,
absurd.
it would add extra stakes to our main character Artie, because then when he's trying to escape, it's not just because he wants to like escape. It's he needs to warn and get the elves to know that there's all this shit going down.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. This is my issue with all of it. None of it makes any fucking sense.
Yeah.
Yep. Cyborg for $20 says, Adam, everything you would say is necessary for writing a good movie needs to be consistent. Consistency is the foundation of all these things you would claim are needed for a story. Cyborg's really like pushing
Dude,
this.
hey, Mauler, how do you feel
Hey,
about
someone's calling out my credentials for metal in chat.
What?
If you ask what his favorite metal bands are, so funnily enough, someone in chat probably already knows this. My favorite metal bands are Rhapsody of Fire, Avantasia, and right now Powerwolf.
I had no idea you
hey,
were
Sitch
into
Adam.
metal.
Either
Which
of
is
you
kinda
recognize
cool.
either of
Like, I
any of those bands?
No, I
No,
don't know any
yeah.
of those bands. Are these new
However,
metal bands?
That's the thing. Most people don't even know. So the idea that I only like mainstream ones is pretty retarded. But out of the mainstream ones, my favorite is Iron Maiden, which you guys would have heard of.
Of course. I'm aware.
I love
Or what
Iron
kind of metal, or is that like power metal that you like?
I like, my favorite is power and symphonic metal.
What's your
Right,
favorite
genres.
Iron Maiden album?
Brave New World.
Oh, okay. Is that new?
Well, it was new when I first heard it back in the day. I remember when it was.
Well,
new.
I love Peace of Mind, and Peace of Mind is probably older than.
I mean,
what-
yeah, no, this is the thing that I don't think there's really a wrong choice. At least when you pick
Peace
the
a
old
Peace
stuff.
of Mind is like amazing, but anyway, I didn't
There
know
was
you
some-
liked. I didn't know you were into metal. So
Nice.
new lore.
Everyone's always surprised by it. It's
new
always funny
Mauler
'cause it'll
lore.
just-
It is kind of funny, but I like it. Yeah.
I remember in high school I like Dragon Force in terms of power metal.
Mhm.
All their nerdy power metal stuff.
I like some of Dragon Force's songs. Yeah, they're right.
That's the real nerd music, okay.
The whole thing. Cyborg, what are you trying to accomplish here?
sorry, did I
Like,
fucking-
are you trying to This is the thing. Like, if you want to say consistency is more important to me than conflict, you knock yourself out. Where it's a little troublesome is when you're arguing that conflict is not important in movies, because
Right.
I feel like it's you against the world.
I don't think this is an argument worth having.
No.
Because it sort of doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Because I think you need both of these elements
Yes.
to function properly as a story.
Yes. Yeah.
But
Yes. That's why. I mean, I'm comfortable. Like I said, I'm a consistency guy. I'm down with consistency. Please put consistency in your movie.
mhm.
So
Keith Rhymes for $20. What, Keith Rhymes? Wow, I haven't seen Keith Rhymes in forever. Keith Rhymes says, England's jewel, 70, fit to rule its lands and men. When she knew was duty first, no, what she knew was duty first, saw us through the best and worst. Her grace esteemed, her virtue known, her house redeemed by her alone. Now she goes, and it does sting. May she repose. God save the king.
wow.
Did you start tearing up, Mauler?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay. Thank you, Keith. Beautiful.
Someone's mentioned it in chat, but
very touching.
by the way, Christopher Lee does narration for the albums in Rhapsody of Fire stuff. It's really fucking cool.
Oh, that's cool.
They like
Or
their
any full of the
fantasy
higher
stuff,
ups.
you know, like they'll be like the dragons are attacking,
Yeah.
blah 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 blah.
Yes,
now time
of
for
course.
People of the higher ups. No, you're just gonna make a good piece of media stop existing for people to enjoy, and make a bunch of people who worked on it lose their jobs. It's really
Have you ever criticized anything, Xander? Jeez. What kind of argument is that? Like, if you'll make a bunch of jobs go away if you were to ruin Amazon's.
Well-
I mean, I guess this is directed at the leftist argument anyway, so it's not even applicable to me.
It's not, but this was weird. This is not a leftist argument. This is like a neoliberal argument. You're gonna make people lose their jobs. I mean, when
Well, no,
has
the-
like the
sorry,
leftists
no, I
cared
mean-
about people's jobs?
The context was he was responding to the argument that we shouldn't like Rings of Power because we shouldn't want Amazon to be successful, which is
Right.
more of a bring down the corporation argument. And he's saying in response, you're going to make a bunch of people lose their jobs. So it's, yeah, his response isn't a leftist one.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Like,
his response is so out of character with his
Yeah.
politics.
really bizarre. Anyway, I didn't fall into any of those three groups. I fell into what I would argue was the reasonable group. I'll wait and see how it turns out. And I actually actively avoided most.
Well, good news, because me and Adam were both in that group. I don't
Yeah,
know
I
about
was in
Mauler.
that group as well. Yeah, I just
I think Mauler
watched
was a
it.
hater and a bigot.
Well-
But me and Adam were not.
I should be allowed in the group, and now I'm starting to wonder if I am allowed. Do I not? Does it not count as being in the group if I said I think it's going to be bad?
No.
If you have the ability to change your mind, which I think you do, like obviously if it came out and it was amazing, you'd be like, okay, I was wrong. It looked horrible, but they
Yeah, I've
pulled
already
it
said-
off. Yeah.
I was wrong about House of the Dragon. I thought it was going to be way worse than it is.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It would seem, and this is the thing. If someone said like, "Well, yeah, I shouldn't jump the gun in future," huh? I'd be like, "What? No, I'm going to continue telling you what my predictions are." What do
Right.
you mean?
Well, there's literally the problem is there's nothing wrong with predicting as long as you're open to admitting that you are incorrect or that you can change your mind. I mean, that's the only issue. If you can't do that, then you shouldn't. But I mean, obviously
Yeah.
you can, and a lot of people did in terms of House of Dragon. And
I think it's really healthy for us to all discuss, like the writers, producers, intentions of the directors involved, like, and then
Of
go,
course.
what do we think is going to happen as a result? I think it'll be bad. And it's like,
Right.
all right, well,
yeah,
We may do some predicting on this show because
And
Rings of
we do a
Power is
little
definitely going somewhere, and we like to guess where that may be.
and I honestly think that if Rings of Power was good, or even like not terrible, like if it was House of the Dragon okay level, I don't think it would be getting this hate that it's getting right now. I think people would accept it, say, "Oh, it wasn't that bad."
There are people saying that it's not that bad.
Yeah, but
so
those people are wrong.
I
mean,
agree.
well,
but
okay. Well, let me be clear. I think Rings of Power biggest problem is that it's just really slow and boring.
let me.
I don't think it's like some people are acting like it's literally the worst piece of media ever produced, and I don't think it's that, but it's not good.
Let me.
I'll
Let
agree
me.
with that.
Let me modify my statement here. There are people who are saying Rings of Power is not that bad, and not only doing it because they think everybody else is racist, which is the
Right.
reason it seems that Xanderhal is saying that.
Gotcha.
Well, so this is the thing. If he was to be asked, like, what does Mauler think of Rings of Power, like, out of 10, he'd have no clue.
Mhm.
Literally no. And then what if I told him, like, oh, I said 6? He'd probably be like, what? You hate it, though. I don't, by the way. But, like, he has no idea. He wouldn't be able to
Right.
say, no, you don't. Like,
What would you give it out of 10?
3.
Really? Okay. I'm more in like the 5 to 4 range. But
Well, if we went through it all, I have a
How
5-hour
I don't
podcast going
think-
through all my issues with episodes.
yeah,
1
I
and
know.
2.
Yeah.
90% of this is predicated on the ending for me. Like the ending could change things dramatically. So how can
Well-
you even like assess?
Well, no, but so far, you have to say so far. How is it? rated?
Yeah, I'm saying
Yeah.
I'm saying that so far it's already incoherent.
I'm in like
dramatically.
I'm like a 3-ish so far, but
Okay, so I get. Wow, I didn't think I'd be the one giving it.
there's
five.
literally so much of the story. There's no stakes.
It does feel
I
weird.
know,
whatsoever.
It's boring. It's well. Here's the thing: it bores me, but it doesn't like enrage me, and that's how I get to a.
Oh, so is
a
it more
5
of a-
level.
Forgive me, but what would you say for coherency then, like out of 10 so far?
Oh, well, let me think. coherency.
What does that
of
even
rings
mean?
of power.
I mean, how do I get more fundamental? How coherent it is? What do you mean?
Well, okay, but like for example, when Galadriel jumps off the boat to presumably swim to shore, which is
Right.
insane. Like, is that a coherency issue, or is that just like stupid? Like,
I
how,
would
how
say
do
it's
I
definitely it's hyper inconsistent. You go, first of all, she should know that she's killing herself doing that, yet for some reason
Right.
she doesn't seem to believe that's the case. And then she gets incredibly lucky. The world saves her. It's absolutely
Right.
absurd. Several
mean,
times actually.
That scene alone drops consistencies like for the entire show to like 2. Like,
I wouldn't go that far. I consider them individual threads. The Galadriel thread and the world thread is fucked by those two things. But for example, the Harfoots thread isn't affected by any of that, but that has its own issues, you know.
Don't they
well,
say
it's
Coruscant
probably
ships?
inconsistent though. What's inconsistent in the Harfoot thread?
Nori, she's insane, and she like I don't understand how anyone could reach the conclusion she does about the stranger.
Well, because she feels it in her heart. What do you mean?
I don't understand. So when she says like he fell out of the world for me to take care of him, the first thought you should probably have if you were her and you think he needs help is to tell the village about him to see if he needs medical attention. But she's like, no, we can't take him to them because then they're very unclear about why. They don't really say.
They're a bunch of racists. She knows
they're
that.
racist. Yeah.
I don't even. But we see what happens when they first see him, and they just sort of ignore him. They're like, oh, well, there he is. Oh, well.
Let the hobo go.
No, you're right. Like in the 3rd episode, that kind of ruins it because in the first 2, you're thinking like, oh, they're gonna. Well, I didn't think they would kill him because they don't have the ability to. But I thought they would just immediately like run away or pack up. But see. Oh my God, that's what they should have done. Okay, this is the problem. They set it up like they were leaving anyway, and that was the conflict with the father was he wouldn't be able to keep up with the caravan. When instead it should be when they found out about the stranger, then they decide to leave, and then
absolutely
Nori
fuck
fucks over her
that.
father.
As soon as they said, "Will he not be able to migrate?" I was like, "What do you mean, carry him?" And it's like, no, they don't do that. They have a tradition that each family has to pull their own cart. Or whatever. I was like, "Fucking, what are you horrible people doing?"
I know.
The man got injured trying to help set up your festival. He's a good person. Help him.
I know.
What's wrong with you? And you see, like when they're
Tough
falling
love,
behind.
Mauler.
When they're falling behind, the entire village just abandon them, and they treat it as though it's some unfortunate thing. Like if I had the ability to carry you, Sitch, but you're on like a stretcher or a carriage or a wheelchair, I just look back at you as I slowly walk away, like, oh, I wish I could help, I just can't. It's like, can't you?
It's true. You would think among everyone in the village, there's got to be. You only need like 2 or 3 people per cart. There's got to be some fucking people. There's got extra arms and extra limbs to help carry shit. I mean, the same thing with her friend. She's carrying the cart all by herself because all her family died. I was like, geez, these people suck.
Yeah, they're horrible. And someone in chat just said the implication is that they would have killed him. And it's like, I at least could entertain that up till episode 3, where it's clearly not the case. And so Nori's just insane.
Mm-hmm. Well, she's not insane. She's insane. She's absolutely insane. I wouldn't say
she's fucking space.
I don't think she's insane. She's just an idiot kid. But
what does that even? I don't even. That's the kind of justification I never understand. It's like
it's not a justification. I don't like characters like that. I'm just saying I could perceive a child of that age acting the way that she's.
I don't see any logic that connects that at all. I think a child would more likely be like, I want to get the people who know better than me about basically everything. I need their advice on how to deal with the spaceman.
No, but she's like the starry-eyed. Listen,
don't make excuses for her.
No.
Sitch.
You don't understand.
Come on.
You don't understand.
You didn't
her
make
village,
excuses for Rhaenyra. Why are you making excuses for Nori?
First of all, I'm not making excuses. I don't like Nori's character, and I think she's stupid. I'm just saying I could buy that.
That's what we wanted.
What I'm saying is
I don't buy it.
I could buy that it's a.
I was waiting for justification. I never got it.
I could buy that a child would realistically act that way. That doesn't mean I like that the character's acting that way. I'm just saying I could perceive it. Right.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say
how does
the
stupid
village
lead to that?
Wait. The village, Adam, is very. They're very. Heidi and right wing, they're all about closing the borders, okay? And Nori has a very, left wing personality, moral foundations of being openness. Yep. And she wants to open and explore the world. And she's at conflict with her conservative, family and tribe, Adam. So she can't go to them for help because they're going to say close the borders.
Yeah.
It all makes sense.
Sure it does.
Anyway,
it's just stupid.
The point there is just
in headcanon.
The point there just being that there are all these separate threads, and I've got the hyper criticisms of like all of them, and I came to conclude there's nothing I'm invested in, and I think all of it has serious problems for making sense in like all the characters and all the places and stuff.
Didn't they do a big festival and listed all the ways that people didn't make it on the migration? Like the next one is going to be, And Nori and her family, we left them behind.
He broke his leg and he broke his ankle, and we said, "Fuck him." Yeah.
It's going to be a very uncomfortable moment.
Well, I don't know, because I think they could set it up different so that it would make sense, even if it's horrible that they would act this way. It's kind of like with the Dothraki. They're like, oh, if you can't ride a horse, then fuck you. But they like really set up the Dothraki that honor and like the horses is so integral and important to their culture.
They didn't do anything like that with the Harfoots.
Yeah, they haven't done anything with this.
Yeah, no setups.
Right.
It's even weirder. The Harfoots are like really sad that he won't be able to pull his own cut. It's like, there's stuff you can do, guys.
Yeah, you can help.
Solutions.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, like if they made them more like, everyone has to pull their own weight. Like that's the prime thing that's important to their society.
Even then, with the Dothraki, I'd be like, oh yeah, look at them. They're like, they're a group of people that have like had this culture and established for such a long time, and they literally will kill you if you're not strong enough, sort of thing. They're brutal.
No,
the
yeah,
exactly. Are like super chill and wholesome.
Yes, I know.
It wouldn't make sense to me at all if they were like, you can't pull your cart, then you die. Like, oh my god,
that's true.
It's so obvious that they're setting up Gandalf to pull the cart, and then they bring it out like it's a gigantic surprise. It's infuriating. It's like she should have had that idea at the beginning of the episode. Jeez.
Right.
Yeah. It's dumb.
Like advertising for this show, because I didn't want any expectations. I wanted to go into it almost like I did the first time I ever watched The Lord of the Rings as a kid, not knowing anything about it, presumably. I wanted to go into this knowing not what it was going to be covering, knowing not what it was really going to be focusing on, or much of what the main characters would be. I knew that Galadriel would be a main character. I knew that Celebrimbor would likely be in it. And I was pretty certain that, obviously, Sauron was in it, and orcs would be in it, and I knew that hobbits would be in it. But, besides that, I didn't know much about it going in because I deliberately avoided promotional material. And when the night came, and I, for months, by the way, until the show actually came out, tons of videos going up on YouTube with millions of views talking about how the show's going to fail, it will be dead on arrival, it will suck. This show...
Why did they say that? Now, he doesn't know the answer to this because he hasn't seen their videos. I know the answer to it because I did watch the videos. You see, Nerdrotic, there's a reason why he's popping off. Because he has, let's say, scoured the internet for every last form of promotional material, commentary, and, comment about this show from the people who made it and the people who've seen it. Everything to do with its production and every single thing to do with it. That's why people like watching his videos, because he condenses all of that and then lets you know what's going on. Now, the one thing that I haven't mentioned at all yet that I know Xander has no fucking concept of, Gary has insiders. Mm-hmm. So do a couple of people in Friday Night Tights sort of sphere. They have people who work on this stuff who fucking hate it and feed them information and tell them about stuff.
Oh my God.
Obviously, they're nameless. Obviously, these are secret things. Mm-hmm. However, if you wanted to be like, oh, sure they do, then fine. You can conclude then that Gary's just prophetic when he talks about what's going to happen in this show, and then it does. So, if he has all of that information put together, do you think he can start making some claims about whether or not this thing is going to be good or not? Or do you still think it's unfair?
Right.
He could easily make claims. Obviously, if you're working production on this movie or show and you feel like it's going to be terrible, you could easily reach out to someone online who's who covers this stuff regularly and give the inside scoop. It doesn't seem unplausible at all.
Yeah, and some of the stuff has surprised me. They've told me some of the things that they thought were going to happen in like even the first episode a while ago. And they're right. And I was like, oh shit, yep, there it is.
Has he made any public predictions coming up, or is it all secret?
I'm pretty sure he knows how it ends, and he knows like the major plot points.
Does he know who Sauron is?
Yes, Halbrand Sauron. I heard I don't think
Halbrand is Sauron, but
yes, that guy is Sauron.
He is.
Yep.
Look at Sitch.
It doesn't make any sense to me. It makes no sense.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. Yeah, but and I keep watching it because I saw Az and Nerdrotic did a live stream and they were talking about how Halbrand is Sauron the whole way through. So now I'm watching the show as if he is Sauron, and I'm like, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Have you seen episode 3, Adam?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
I don't know if you know
it was
but
awful.
It's kind of something they do every once in a while. You know that fight he gets into with those guys? I think they filmed it deliberately to be like, it's not just that he self-defensively beats the fuck out of all of them. It's a bit brutal. Like it crosses a little bit of a line to make you think like, oh, he's a bit dodgy.
Right.
but not dodgy enough to make you go, "Oh, Sauron!" It's just enough to sprinkle a seed, and I think that's what they're going to do for a while.
But why would Sauron be really
So that's
motivated to
my-
join the Builders Guild?
Yeah, that's what
Dude,
doesn't
dude,
make a
like,
lot of sense.
I don't know.
I have a lot of questions about
Like,
everything
why is he
Sauron's
trying to
decided do.
steal the
Dude, what are the fucking
pen?
odds that Sauron bumped into Galadriel in the middle of an ocean? Like this, I hope they explain all of this shit.
Yeah, unless he did it intentionally. But then again, how would he
Exactly.
know that she would jump off? See, if they had set it up differently, like he made her jump off, like he mind controlled her, or like did something. He
The thing
persuaded
is-
her with his powers.
Sauron fucks with people by pretending to be other people. So like
Yes.
this is already something that we can make work. I don't know how they're going to make this work though. Like with all the things we've seen Hallbrand whatever do so far. Yeah, as Goga just said in chat, one of the first things he says is appearances can be deceiving.
Well,
Of course.
Hallbrand is, according to the last episode, some king or something, correct? But Sauron would
Yeah.
be manipulating that guy who was originally the king.
Well, again, we'll just have to see whatever they're up to. I don't trust them. We'll see.
You don't trust
Hmm.
Gary or Az or
No, I don't trust the show to be able to
It
But
makes
execute
what's
sense.
as
what
well.
are the inside
Yeah.
scoop though that they have?
Right.
Did I miss anything,
Um,
or is that just the big one?
Well, I haven't gone into too much detail. I just know the broader stuff because I haven't asked them.
Okay, well, even if Hallbrand is Sauron, the show still
Uh-huh.
fucking sucks. I don't give a fuck.
Dude, I think it'll be made worse once we find out he's Sauron.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's nothing he's doing seems to be so far consistent with what I would imagine Sauron would want to do.
Yeah, and
So,
yeah,
like, Sauron wants to really live on this island of Numenor.
yeah, that
Why?
doesn't make a lot of
I
sense.
don't know. He wants to join the Builders Guild.
Well, you guys are judging way too early,
I-
being
I
mean
don't know.
chuds. Stop it.
I guess.
Me, Jets.
A very common one was this show will be an insult to the fans.
And it was.
And then the night came just a few nights ago.
Oh my
I
God.
booted up Amazon Prime. I
Yeah.
said, all right, I like Invincible. I like The Boys.
That has nothing to do with the production of Rings of Power originals on Amazon. Don't. It doesn't matter who's fucking supplying the money, Xander. It's about who's writing and directing.
Thank-
Mong.
How the
Thank
hell's on
you.
the same
Included.
streaming platform?
Thank you,
Mauler?
Mauler.
I liked Invincible, so I'll like Rings of. Fuck me. How did you even make this point?
Listen, if
Amazon
you like
streaming
one
service
I
does
know.
if you like one show or movie on Netflix, you know you're gonna like all of them.
Oh yeah,
okay?
that's how it works.
If you like
Not
one
disappointed
creator
me
on
so
YouTube,
far with-
you like them all, right?
It was weird.
I like
man.
Vosh, and he's on YouTube, so I like Critical Drinker because he's on YouTube, and
I watched Arcane and I was like, oh, that was neat. Now I'm going to watch that Resident Evil show that came out on Netflix, and it was crazy. They weren't really the same. I don't know what's going on.
I know.
mysterious.
with their original series. This is the most expensive TV show ever made. It's Middle Earth and Lord of the Rings. The people that have made it are supposedly fans of Tolkien.
Supposedly.
Supposedly.
I
Finger quotes,
appreciate that
supposedly.
wording, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
He knows. He's covering his ass
And
too.
Yeah.
let's see if this is good. And within the first 3 minutes of the show,
oh, this
we
is
get this scene.
this is so
So
fucking
I was,
insane.
yeah, chat, before we allow him to show you what he's referring to.
I know.
When I first was checking out this video, I was legit in my head thinking he was going to show us the troll fight. I was like, oh, that'll probably be what he's talking about because he's like, oh, look how fucking cool it is. But I asked a friend, what do you think he'd be referring to? As like a scene that just that shows you, yes, this is it, we've got it, this is a
Right.
fucking incredible show. Because and he was like, well, it wouldn't be the troll scene, would it? Because there's not much anything in that. And I was like, well, that's the thing. What is in the first 3 minutes that would convince you that this show is going to be really, really good? And I was like, you know what? I don't know. I don't know what he's referring to
Mhm.
that would convince you in a matter of 3 minutes that this is going to be good. Because the dialogue in the opening 3 minutes, as far as I remember, is pretty clunky as well. So. Yeah, how about
It's when she makes the origami boat, Mauler. Come on, obviously.
that could have been it.
He's
Yeah,
a
that wasn't
huge fan of
cringe.
origami. He's like, oh my god, this origami in this thing is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people in chat guessing different things. I
They're saying the
appreciate
boat
that.
and the stone. Yeah.
Seeing the trees, people are saying. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, you could be. Let's see
I
what
thought it was going to be
this
the
is-
trees when I first watched this video. What? So even if he said there was some one thing in the entire episode that really shows how good this is, I don't know what he would point to. I have
Neither do
no
I.
clue.
I don't know what it was because obviously, and this is the thing. I'm being genuine. You're like, oh, you're being a chud. I just be like, no, I seriously don't know what's good about the show. I don't know what people latch onto. I don't know.
This is going to be a 27-second clip that I'm going to show. I should be able to show it on stream without getting in trouble for copyright. But this scene in the first like 2 or 3 minutes of the show alone just fucking sold me.
All
I'm
right.
not saying the rest of it isn't great, but I feel like it was this scene here that made me go, I'll recreate my reaction after I see you guys' reaction to this, because
Like, if you had no context, you'd be like, holy shit, what is this thing? This is gonna be great. Apparently,
This is the most amazing scene in the opening of any
Yeah.
TV show ever.
Yeah, get excited, everyone.
holy fucking shit. This is not an insult to Tolkien fans, okay? Let's watch this clip.
I think for the sake of you guys' stream, we should probably pause every 3 or 4 seconds just to be safe.
Okay, that's
Sure.
a good idea.
Left Valinor, our home.
Because the thing is, YouTube is a bit of a... I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but they have different things that they run for uploaded videos versus streams.
Yes.
Different
yes.
detections.
To a
Gotta
distant
be
realm,
careful.
one filled with untold perils.
So at first, when he was showing this, I thought that he was just like talking about how they treated, like they got the map is accurate, the commentary seems to be following, and I was like, I was expecting that to be the praise.
And strange creatures beyond
Nope.
count. A place
Look at this amazing map work they got here. Wow.
I like them. I like the map. You know, that's nice.
Yeah.
You got water. You got the little monster that eats the boats.
known as
Middle Earth.
It's actually a good pause point too, because
Look
this is
at that.
essentially the part he's referring to in specificity. Now, for those who haven't seen this show, this is essentially the first frame. It's probably like the fourth or whatever, but check how long this lasts, and this is the thing that he thinks convinces you this is going to be an incredible show. I'm just going to pause. You're going to be careful, you know? Just gonna be careful. I do this on EFAB all the time, so just want to be careful, you know?
I don't think you guys can really understand
That's it.
Wait.
exactly how hard my dick got.
So this is what we call a self-report.
Yeah.
You only give a shit about the superficial. You just want to see
my
big
God.
explosions and people fighting. This is fucking embarrassing.
That scene doesn't really touch the story in any way, shape, or form.
No, it's
either.
just a fight
No.
that's happening.
Yeah. You don't
I
know
like-
who the stakes of the fight or whose dragon that is. Or
It is literally a contextless visual.
Yeah, exactly.
A
outside of
dragon
this
bites an eagle and it
happening.
falls into
a
an
giant eagle. It's like,
Yes.
or it's a
Alright.
tiny dragon. Are they midgets? I don't know.
I don't even like. I was expecting him to, because this is the thing. I'm not familiar with Xanderhal's sort of like reviews of media, so I was like, oh, we're gonna get obviously what you expect, which is like, I really appreciate how they managed to execute this from the source or from within itself, how well they're characterizing this, or how well they're showing the conflict between these two realms, or this part
Right.
of stuff. No, it's just the big eagle got bitten by the big dragon. It's like, really? Okay.
I like Chad is saying, I saw a dragon and I clapped. I mean, essentially, that's what
literally
Xanderhal's
fucking-
positioning.
It's the consumer mindset. This is what it is.
Yes. A
Guys,
CGI dragon knocked an eagle into fire.
Have there
It's so
even been
amazing.
any dragons aside from that in
No,
the
it's
show?
all, it's
Like, there's
boring
none.
as fuck.
I know.
Yes.
I don't think you guys understand exactly how fucking hard my dick got.
Someone in this chat said, "Yeah, I got chills." What?
I don't think that's real. I think that's someone just responding to him. Like, I
Probably,
can't-
yeah.
A
You
real
think that-
person doesn't watch that scene and go, "Oh, I'm so amazed."
I saw the big explodey.
I mean, unless you're really into dragons on eagle, you're like the one person whose fetish is a dragon killing an eagle, and you're like, finally, my fetish has been realized by the mainstream.
Oh, that's
Good God.
During the opening of this show. That is from the opening of the show.
Whoa.
I knew Zan loved that bit. Oh, I got hard. I have a semi-chub right now. I can't stand up. I'll get banned from Twitch. Anyway,
You know, he cuts it off too. The scene right after that is actually really terrible. It's her bro. I assume it's her brother or just some random elf in the conflict, and he's like killing a bunch of orcs. and then you don't see him die. You just see like orcs like
Surrounded,
Hugging
push
him.
against him,
Yeah.
and he just
Yeah.
pushes back, and it's like they're playing football, and they just goes, and I was
It's
like,
so weird.
What is happening in this scene?
Decapitate him. Look, he's not even paying attention.
Yeah, they're just kind of like pushing him like they're like a front linesman or something. It was very strange.
Yeah.
That there is a pretty good representation of how the show looks alone.
How is
Okay?
that?
Now,
None of
No,
that
it's
shit
not.
is in the show. How is that a representation?
That hasn't happened for the next 3 hours. So like, why would you even say that? Like, oh yeah, it's totally representative.
Not
No,
only
it's
in the
not.
in the context of the show, isn't that something that happened thousands of years ago from the timeline that we're on now?
I think hundreds.
Hundreds at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
But
Yeah.
still, yeah.
a century.
obviously, I'm showing a Twitter video. So let me tell you how much.
Well, and Rags brought up a good point on Wednesday, which is that in the opening sequence of Lord of the Rings, when they have the big army sequence, it's set up so like you go, oh, I know who these people are, I know what they're fighting about. You have Sauron, you have Isildur, you have all these like people that are named, they're doing things, you understand what's happening. In the opening like war scene of this, it's just like a big fucking mess, and you don't know what the hell's happening.
Yeah, I have
It's
no
just-
idea who the fuck's fighting for what,
Yeah.
what's even going
Right.
on. I think it's Morgoth, but they then say, do you love the part where they just go, Morgoth that died? You're like,
They don't even
oh,
show Morgoth. That's like,
did
and then
he?
he died.
Like, I guess Morgoth is dead then. Okay.
It's like in the Hobbit, in the last Hobbit movie, you have all these armies fighting each other, and I don't know why or who or what's happening. It's just a bunch of CG like figures slamming into each other, and you're like supposed to be impressed by it, I guess.
Much that clip got compressed. I recorded that clip from Amazon Prime with OBS, then uploaded on Twitter, then streamed that clip to you from Twitter through my streaming service to your TVs. So very, very much like reduced in quality, but like even then you could tell how beautiful that fucking looked. No, they blew their budget on those scenes. No, they didn't. This is the most expensive TV.
Someone in chat is calling him out.
That person's probably like, Zad, I've seen the first 2 episodes. That never happens again. And Zad will be like, well, there'll be more later. Shut up. This
Well,
is
maybe
the
that's why
finale."
nothing happens. Maybe they're right. Maybe they did
Yeah.
blow their budget on this.
Maybe there's one whole episode of dragons and eagles fighting each other.
Right.
It's going to be
We
great.
need her to walk around a library now because we don't have any VFX budget left.
TV show ever made. If you've seen
By the way, Amazon put that scene right there for this reason. They're hoping everyone reacts the way Xander does.
Yes, I know.
You ain't getting that shit out of me. You got to earn it.
a season of Game of Thrones, you know that there's plenty more insane-looking action still in the future waiting for us. That is just the taste. That is just the taste. This is the most expensive TV show ever made. So,
And yet it'll do no damage to Amazon if it doesn't succeed, right, Zan?
Yeah.
Fucking logic.
I never understood. I don't know. Maybe I'm just an old man, but like, if there's a Lord of the Rings show coming out and I want to watch it, I don't think like, oh, I can't wait for all the action. Like that concept never enters my mind. Like I can't wait to see a bunch of people stab each other with swords. Like I want to know about the characters and the story.
Yep.
Like in the original Lord of the Rings, like it had good action. It definitely had good action and definitely good like war scenes. Maybe some of the best, fantasy war scenes that have ever existed. But like when I think fondly about Lord of the Rings, I think about the characters and the little character interactions, and I think that's part of why people like the first movie so much, like the best, anyways, because you have all the characters together that you like before they all split up.
Fuck yeah, dude. Absolutely. Killing Boromir at the end of Fellowship means a lot because you got to
Yes.
know everything about him and Merry and Pippin and the struggle that they're a part of before it happened.
Right.
That's kind of how it works.
Yeah, like that sequence of the Fellowship fighting a bunch of people in makeup in a forest somewhere. Like, very low budget compared to a giant dragon killing an eagle. Like that means so much more because all the players involved and you want to see them live. I look at a giant CG dragon getting, eating an eagle. I'm like, I don't know what this means or care.
Yeah, there's no context.
I mean, maybe if the eagle had a
obviously,
family. And a child.
the show looks beautiful. It looks like the most expensive show ever made. They definitely focused a lot on practical effects, especially
Wouldn't go that far.
the scenes with the orcs. Any scene so far we've gotten where there are orcs have been great.
Well, so See, so because my brain's broken, I guess. When he says that, I'm like, what do you mean? Like the orcs have been retarded as well. And it's like, oh no, wait, he's not talking about the writing. He's never talking about the
He's talking
writing.
about how it looks.
The orcs are all practical.
That's what he's talking about. Yeah, he's talking about how they look good.
Up until now, he said nothing about the story.
He's literally not said
Absolutely
anything
nothing.
about the
Yeah.
substance of this show. He's only talked about how he likes the way it looks.
And scarier and better looking than they looked in the original Lord of the Rings movie.
I don't even know how we've concluded that. They look fucking incredible in the original. I'm not going to say they look bad in the show or anything, but I don't know how you've concluded they look better in the show than the films. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, they look they look almost exactly the same. They obviously
This is the thing. I'm going to give it to the show that the orcs look good.
Yeah.
And I don't need to go further than that. But why would you be like, oh, they look better than the movie ones? It's like, how?
Movies. They definitely took inspiration for these orcs from Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War. They seem to have more personality, especially in their armor and the way they dress and their clothing.
So, okay, this is really weird. This whole thing about the orcs is weird to me because we have to remember this is just he hasn't seen episode 3 yet. This is just from episode 1 and 2. The only orcs we've seen so far was in the opening sequence where you see a bunch of orcs like play patty cake with elves, and then you see a second scene where you see a bunch of orcs in the distance who appear to be eating a dead deer.
Yeah.
And then you see the one orc who is burrowing under the town.
Yep.
And you don't really see what he looks like because he's wearing the bone helmet and his fight with, Milf Lady.
Yeah, and so you're wondering, how has he drawn all of this from that? How?
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, we've barely seen any orcs so far.
I have no idea where he got all this from.
No. And then to compare it to Shadow of Mordor, where all the orcs have like very distinctive personalities and everything, I have no clue what he's talking about.
You can almost just look at them and tell what their rank is in Sauron.
What? What is he talking about?
What are you...
I don't know. It's so weird.
They just, the fact that they're practical effects and the way the show does lighting has this very original. You guys remember those scenes in the Two Towers when the Uruk-hai were marching over the hills towards Helm's Deep, and the sun was just kind of reflecting off of the armor, and their armor being practical just had this really cool look to it. You get that look a lot with their armor. Of the orcs I see in a few of the scenes so far in the show, and I really like that. There's just a lot of things that as a Tolkien fan and as a especially as a Lord of the Rings like movie fan, because I really do love the movies. I'd say more than Tolkien's works, and I'll explain that in a moment. Just really hit the right spot for me.
So there you go. That's his assessment of the positives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, beautiful CGI, good-looking orcs. Listen. You don't get this. Xander just really likes orcs, okay?
This is what I mean. Like, I wish he would focus on more movie reviews. I get so much insight from his assessments. Yeah. I didn't know about any of that myself. When I watched it, I was like, I'm pretty sure those orcs are CG and that it's bad looking. And then I found out it was not that. So thank you.
Well, we're learning now all sorts of Xander's weird fetishes. Okay?
Yeah.
Eagle on
what else
dragon
gets
on
you?
eagle. Orcs, realistic orcs. This is really what gets him.
He hasn't told us how hard they made him yet, though. So,
yeah,
how hard did the orcs make you?
Yeah.
Here is where I'm going to talk about the. God, I don't know if I want to talk first about the controversy or if I want to talk first about
the story. Talk about the story.
The accuracy of things, I guess, or the people complain.
What?
We'll start with the controversy.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
So,
controversy time.
This show has naturally gotten a lot of shit for the casting. So if we look up Rings of Power woke,
let's do it.
We can just kind of generally. We can get an idea of what's going down here over on YouTube. A lot of them are a lot of these channels, particularly Nerdrotic, like to edit gold grills onto the black characters in the show.
Okay,
Boy, I would like to see one of those thumbnails.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? Let's go look at Gary's recent videos. I guess we'll just have a. So we got his first thumbnail that I see is a new one. It's got a black character on it, no grill.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But
I'm
she
sure
has
it's-
angry red eyes, though.
He has angry. So does
That's
the
a
white
very
lady,
known
though,
black
so.
stereotype, is having red laser eyes.
So another black lady, nope. Black guy, nope. Black guy, nope. Black girl, nope. Oh, where's this grill? Don't worry, I'll find it. Black girl, nope.
It's got to be here
guy.
somewhere, right?
Nope, 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 nope. Damn, not even the Kenobi reviews. You didn't put the grill on what's her name, Reva. Gotta crank your racism, Gary.
Yeah, that was quite the claim, because I remember I watched this video and he's like, he puts gold grills on the black characters in his thumbnails. I'm like, really? That's pretty fucking like yikes. And then I look at his channel and I'm like, I don't see any of this. I don't even know what he's talking. I don't even know who or what he's talking about.
I am currently at 8 months ago and I haven't found one yet. And by the way, 8 months, that's a lot of videos from Gary, just saying.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've watched a lot of Gary's videos, and I would definitely have cringed if I saw a grill on a black character.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not saying he has never had a thumbnail that has that, but I wouldn't mind seeing the context for it at least.
He has
Like,
one
what's
here
the
that's
video about?
Amazon Rings of Power. It looks like, is it Mr. T in the thumbnail? Not quite a grill, but he has turned.
Oh, doesn't Mr. No, Mr. T doesn't have a grill, does he? Does he?
No,
In the
Mr. T.
A-team?
Mr. T doesn't have a grill, obviously.
Okay.
Wait, where's
But
the
he's-
one for Mr. T? Sorry.
1 month ago, it looks like Mr. T is.
What's the title?
Amazon Exposed, Lord of the Rings.
That's not Mr. T. I don't, unless that's Mr. T from the remake. You're just racist.
That's not Mr. T?
I don't know who that is. But
I mean,
it's not Mr. T.
it's kind of tiny on my screen here. Here, look. Here it is, guys. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm waiting for
That's
it to
not
update.
Mr. T?
No,
Who is it?
unless it's Mr. T. I never saw the remake, so I don't know.
Look, he's got her also as Jack Murphy here with the Jack Murphy beard. I'm not exactly what's going on. What's going on there, Gary? Come on.
But yeah,
Who
okay, I've
is that
scrolled
guy?
to 2 years at this point.
Oh,
so
I
I'm gonna
think
give up
I
now.
think this is a controversy over the troll women were supposed to have beards. They did give her like a little beard scruff. I was noticing. You have to.
Oh, did they?
Did they? I didn't see that.
Only in one shot you can kind of see. Oh well, I guess she does kind of have a spot there that looks
People
like.
are saying that is Mr. T. That does not look like Mr. T. to
That's
me.
totally
Maybe.
Mr. T.
Is it the new Mr. T from the new movies?
What's I mean? Is it the new Mr. T?
The new Mr. T. Okay. I didn't
Is
know
it?
there was a new Mr. T.
They made a remake of the A-Team, didn't they?
And Mr. T is a character in the.
Well, Mr. T is in the A-Team, right?
Right, but I thought Mr. T was the actor though.
Oh, you're correct. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I don't know what the character's
I
name is.
pity
in-
the fool.
Yeah.
It's like BA or something, I think.
People are saying it. Is it the original Mr. T? It's Mr. T deepfake? No, it's the original Mr. T. I don't know. It doesn't look like Mr. T to me.
Yes.
I'm so not
How
racist. It
dare
doesn't
you.
look like Mr. T.
What the fuck? Why is it racist to point out that it's Mr. T?
No, I'm saying Never mind. Oh wait, I found it. I found the golden grill thumbnail.
Okay, really?
Yes.
There is one.
I didn't know. It's very tiny, so I didn't notice it.
Okay.
It's Wait, I lost it. It's 4 months ago. Amazon's epic failure engaging Lord of the Rings fans is not a good thing for the Rings of Power.
Hmm.
Do you want me to send it to you?
I mean, you can if you want. Sure.
Okay. We can make a determination here.
We can determine whether or not this is a racism.
Gary, are you a racism?
Was a racism committed here?
Oh well, I was gonna say even if even it's just at least we can very much conclude that it's not common because it's hard to spot them.
It took there's one thing from 4 months ago.
But like, I mean, if the claim was that he puts grills on black people all the time, like that would be one thing. But
Right.
if
Oh,
the
no.
reference is
Gary, I don't know about this stuff. I'm not. I don't know if I'd feel comfortable putting this in one of our thumbnails, but I'm just,
well, that's the other thing. I don't know if there's a reference that I'm not familiar with.
Well, we had to watch the video to see what was the purpose of the thumbnail.
Betrayed. The thumbnail says betrayed.
Right.
But this was before the thing ever came out, right?
Yeah, it was 4 months ago.
It's
so yes.
funny. It's funny that this woman here is like a 10 times better actor than the elf, the black elf.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's fair to say. I don't know if it's the actor's fault. It could just be the way his character is written.
Yeah, there's nothing to really respond to. She has actual emotion, right? She's in a relationship with her husband.
Sure.
Yeah. He's in a relationship with a bunch of orcs who are trying to kill him. I mean, I feel like that's a little bit to work with, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, well, there's a lot to work with. I feel like they wrote his character to be, very stoic or something. Which is weird because none of the other elves are like that. So it's not even like an elf thing. Like he is particularly stoic.
Mm-hmm.
So Gary doesn't do thumbnails. His quarter black Garrett does. Well, there you go.
Really?
Oh, yeah, he doesn't make the thumbnails, no.
Garrett does the thumbnails?
There you go. How dare you, Garrett, using your quarter blackness as a shield.
He's like, I can do a grill in every fourth black person in a thumbnail.
Oh, hey, Dev. What's up? Dev is leaving.
He's saying goodbye.
Bye, Dev.
Yeah. Bye, Dev.
Oh, look, right here. Adam friended and Mauler on Friday Night Tights here, right here, 6 months ago. Look at that.
True. We were there. We came, we saw, we conquered.
Mm-hmm.
That was before the Batman came out.
Bam, 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 bam.
Yep.
That's a good Batman theme.
So anyway.
All right. I guess reluctantly we have to give that
Well, yeah, I've got 2.5 hours left, so you guys, we're gonna go.
We got to get to the part where he calls you out.
The nerdrotic guy likes to do it with this lady. Oh yeah, here's a nerdrotic thumbnail where he seems to have edited Leslie Jones' face onto the dwarf lady, which is
Well, so even I know that. So like because I've probably seen that video. The dwarf lady in promotional stuff has been talking indefinitely about how important it is to have a dwarf of color and stuff like that. And so, they find that to be cringe as fuck in terms of trying to promote what's good about the show. They consider her obnoxious. Leslie Jones was also obnoxious, but she has like a more, let's say, thumbnail friendly face in terms of expression. So they went with that. Like. What are you suggesting, that they hate other black people, so they used a different black person's face?
Well, no. I understand what's happening. I would assume that part of the reason that they put Leslie Jones in the thumbnail was because, kind of what you were saying, this harkens back to Ghostbusters and sort of like the forced diversity issue regarding Ghostbusters. But what Xander is suggesting is that, like, he wanted to get a black lady making a stereotypical minstrel show face, and he put that on the black actress as if like all black people are the same or something. That's what he suggested.
Well, I guess we'll have to go inside Gary's mind to know for sure, / whoever made the thumbnail. But yeah, I think it's more so just a reference to Leslie Jones being obnoxious as well.
I would assume.
So you can definitely understand where the hate has been coming from here, and the same people that have been saying this show's gonna suck because black people are now because the show does not suck because of black people. It actually is pretty good.
Citation needed, right?
Yeah.
Well, for both claims, he needs a citation. Like, first of all, why doesn't Xander get some clips of Nerdrotic saying Lord of the Rings is going to be bad because of black people? Like, have a clip of that if you're
I can
making
explain that
claim,
The reason why he's not showing those clips
they don't
because they don't exist.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Dun dun dun.
Trying to double down on their takes. I actually can't believe that there are some of them trying to claim it's worse than they thought.
Yeah, that would be unbelievable if you've never heard the arguments. Have you clicked any of these videos, Xander? Do you know any of the... It's fucking unreal to me because I expected the show to be better. It was worse than I thought it was, right? So it doesn't surprise me at all that all of them think it's worse than they may have expected.
Well,
It's,
I mean, he just looked at the thumbnails. He didn't actually watch the videos. What are you
I was going to
talking
say,
about?
I'm asking a little bit much. I understand that, and
I
I'm
know.
sorry. It's just
Come
that it helps me understand your position in a way, you know?
But a lot of these videos, especially the ones that are more recent, their views are just not doing as well in comparison to the way they did before the show
Oh.
came out. These videos are very quickly dying out.
Oh. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of an inspection here, okay? We're going to do a little bit of research. I'm excited. So let's go with the three he had on screen at the time, which was Just Some Guy, Nerdrotic, and Ryan Kinnell. Why don't we start with Just Some Guy? So what we need to do, and if you can keep up, I'll read them out anyway, but if you can keep up with the visuals, good old Adam, people can see what we're referencing here.
What are you
You're asking way too much.
Yeah, what
We
are you
need
looking
to
for?
look at the view counts on their videos regarding the Rings of Power before and then after the show came out, because Xander's saying it's obvious, it is evident that the fan base have seen that they lied and that they're doubling down, and now they're losing engagement, losing viewership. All right, so if that claim is true, then it should be pretty easy to prove. So Just Some Guy, you got Rings of Power, the long drip of info, that's got 85K from 2 months ago. Rings of Power, the never-ending tease, 43K 2 months ago. Rings of Power, nothing to see here, 150K 1 month ago. So let's fast forward to anything he's made post Rings of Power coming out, which has been, is it 2 weeks now? 3 weeks? 2 weeks.
Mhm.
Okay, so anything from 2 weeks onward that is about Lord of the Rings. He's got 3 videos in the past 2 weeks. One of them, 94K. So slightly more than the 2 of the other ones we mentioned from before. The Rings of Power, worse than I feared, 7 days ago, 378K. Far and
Yeah,
away more
it's like
successful
off
than
the
any of his other
charts.
Lord of the Rings videos before this came out. 2 days ago, The Rings of Power, The Fast Continues, 187K.
He has one
Okay,
from
so-
2 hours ago that has 55K. That's like
Yeah, so-
25K an hour.
Yeah, that's great.
So let's just say swing and a miss on Just Some Guy. Let's try
Right.
Ryan Kinnell, because obviously Just Some Guys, maybe he's doing great, you know, and Ryan Kinnell's the true grifter. He's the one that
Mhm.
fucked up, and he's lost his
Fucking
whole
Ryan.
channel at this point. So again, we'll go back. Jesus Christ, Ryan makes a lot of videos. Where are we here? Okay, I'll go as far as I can for. I think 3 weeks is probably safe to say this is before the show came out. So, Amazon Rings of Power Star attacks Lord of the Rings, 100K. All right, that's a good baseline. Rings of Power showrunners lie again, 83K. Amazon's Rings of Power disaster gets worse, 172K.
Wow.
All right, so
Okay.
we'll take those 3. It's pretty good. We'll say for
2 weeks
90
ago, Ring of Power crew hates fans, 54K. 2 weeks ago. So
2
guys,
weeks ago. Oh,
Yeah.
so that's where when the show was actually releasing. So now if we go to modern times, let's see, what does his episode 1 review have? Ratings are terrible.
Where did they get this still of her
Christ.
looking like a Klingon? Because, I mean,
that was a promotional image they put out. That was really bad.
you're kidding me.
No, that's what everyone's reacting to. They put out this terrible promotional image of the Black Dwarf lady.
Oh, no,
So
I'm
he's got-
I'm talking about Gadriel. She's like,
I don't know.
They have Nerdrotic has a picture on his thumbnail now, and her nose, she looks like Worf from Star Trek. It's kind of crazy. Like I didn't know someone could do that.
So
So anyway, if we go to episodes released, then how are his videos doing on Rings of
Mhm.
Power? We'll go. I'm trying to find his review videos.
well,
that
you can
makes
just do
the
it
most
backwards.
sense.
Rings of Power episode 2 gets worse.
Well, no. I wouldn't go
100,000
backwards because some of them
reviews.
are only had a couple of days. The way to compare would be to see, because like all the oldest videos have got like weeks or months at the. So, for example, Rings of Power somehow gets worse 10 days ago. That would be 80K. So
Mhm.
seems like everything's fine.
Right.
Amazon silences Lord of the Rings fans, 73K. That seems normal.
Amazon
Rings
Ring of Power gets
Backlash.
destroyed. 120,000 views 9 days ago.
Yeah, 8 days ago, 134K
He's
on
got-
Amazon Rings of Power Backlash. This is a man who puts out like 6 videos per day, and some of them are still getting 100K views. He is
Right.
fine. He is doing absolutely
Rings of
fine,
Power
I would
actually
say.
terrible. 100,000 views 5 days ago. Yeah, I mean, the views seem pretty consistent. So Xander's argument is that before that, all these people were getting a lot of views crapping on Rings of Power, and then it comes out, and all the people watch it and say, "This is so amazing." And so all the grifters who are saying it's bad are getting low views, and it's literally there's no difference It's like
to
exactly
the point where you're
same.
saying that their audiences have realized they were lying and that
Right.
they need to fix this up because they can't just keep doubling down. So that's 2 out of 3 that he's been wrong about. Let's try out Nerdrotic. And the thing is, I'm very familiar with Nerdrotic's channel, so this is going to be quick. We'll just go, like, it's funny because Gary's already told me about this, so this is going to be funny. So go to like 3 weeks ago. Let's see. Let's take a Rings of Power video, just at random. Amazon exposed Rings of Power is fake. That's got 522K. Damn, that's a chunky one. Is he going to be able to meet that? Amazon's The Rings of Power is doomed. 490K. See, these are from before the show came out. So how is he doing now? Well, let's take Rings of Power review, an absolute disaster. Episodes 1 and 2, 605K. That's a stream.
He's got Damon here.
The
in
Rings
like a
of
pimp
Power.
hat. It was just pretty killer.
The Rings of Power is abysmal. 7 days ago, nearly 700K views.
Yep.
Gary is fine, my dude.
Yep.
he's doing fine. So yeah, it's not only that you're wrong in general, you're wrong about every person you had on screen when you said it. I don't know where Xander's gotten this information from. He's just incorrect. And as someone who reviewed episodes 1 and 2 on a stream for 5 hours with a fan base that has crossover with Friday Night Tights people, I don't hate the show anywhere near as much as the audience seems to. The audience is fucking furious with the show. They hate it. They consider it an insult to the source, an insult to Tolkien. Like it's not even. If Xander knew anything about any of this, he would know that these channels, if anything, are like kinder to the show than some of the fans are.
He put a Dumb and Dumber gap between Gadriel's 2 front teeth. That's pretty epic.
Yeah, I think they like to just fuck with the faces of people.
That's pretty epic. I like that. Yeah, he's got a lot of views going here on Rings of Power.
Yep. So
So-
We have a Rings of
that,
Power
like-
video coming out next week, right, Sitch?
of course.
I don't like that big space between the
The of and the chorus.
of course.
Of course.
Yeah, just I just want to make sure it's understood. A simple search would have proven everything he just said to be completely fucking wrong, and it's because he doesn't know anything about any of these channels. He only knows how to say he needs a firmware update. He's stuck back in like literally 2016, unfortunately.
Well, no, you don't understand. He went on YouTube and he typed in Rings of Power woke, and he just looked at a bunch of different channels that all have different subscribers and viewership, and he said, "Look, some of these have low numbers, and some of these
And
have high
some
numbers."
have high numbers.
You know,
So
I don't
that
even
means
get with low context when you see one with 274K and another one with 123K, and then conclude they're getting lower viewership. I just feel like that's still pretty high, especially with channels that are like they're at 100K subs. Like, what are you? I don't know how you concluded this even casually, but
Well, no, this is how he says he looks at. So if you bring up the Watch Together back at him, you'll see he has Nerd Rog's video 4 weeks ago, 600,000 views, and then he says some guy 2 days ago, 200,000 views. Oh, it's getting lower. You know, Ryan's video 3 days ago, 100,000 views. Oh, it's getting lower. See, it just gets going down.
But they just came out, though. Obviously,
they just that's
Well,
how
it's also they're different channels.
they're also
Yeah.
different channels. That's true. Yeah. So, but with knowing everything we just said, let's just give a listen to what he said again.
Trying to double down on their takes. I actually can't believe that there are some of them trying to claim it's worse than they thought, but a lot of these videos, especially the ones that are more recent, their views are just not doing as well in comparison to the way they did before the show came out. These videos are very quickly dying out because people are actually watching the show and going, oh, it's actually good.
Seriously, don't know
Just-
what world he lives in.
just
Like,
They're dying.
objectively untrue. Yes.
yeah, like it's the opposite of reality. Good luck with it, Xander. Have
No
fun
one
in
is-
that world.
I know. No, there's no one criticizing Rings of Power. Rings of Power wowed everyone so much that they just stopped making content about it. Right.
And so this to me, by the way, is just like unacceptable as a content creator, where the answer is right there and you didn't get it because you're just too fucking lazy. And also,
or
just,
you're lying.
like, well, yeah, I was gonna say like this is just straight up lying. I think 'cause
Yeah,
it's
dishonest.
right there.
Well, I don't know if it's lying. It's he doesn't want to invest the time to look into it because then he might be wrong.
Yeah.
That's like really bad.
I mean,
I mean, yes, it is.
Well,
It's
hopefully
not-
that's it for the bad claims. Hopefully,
Wow.
yeah,
Oh,
no.
hopefully. We're only
Hopefully.
15 minutes into
Bad.
this video.
and then they're not caring about this content anymore. So I wouldn't expect this kind of stuff to last much longer. But it really is
What is he-
interesting how
Look at that. What is he talking about?
I wonder how Xanderhal will be doing at the time of Nerdrotic reviewing the finale for Rings of Power with a fucking audience of like 20k live viewers.
Yeah.
I
I
really
know.
wonder.
Yes, yeah, totally.
Well, and I mean, everyone was pointing out, how House of the Dragon is killing it on the ratings and everything too.
Yep.
Which Xander doesn't bring that up at all, of course.
Well, so let's do a little comparison, right? And again, he brought this up, okay? I didn't bring this up. I don't like to bring this up. I don't think it's fair. I think it should be about what level of content you're creating, not how many people are watching it. But for some reason, he wants to go that direction. So we'll take Ryan Kinnell, right? He's popping out 6 videos per day, like I said, which is kind of insane as an average.
Yes.
He's got 170k subscribers, and if we go, we'll give them a week so that it gives time for the subscribers to watch these videos. You got 93k, 99k, 56k, 157k, 45k, 57k, 73k. So sitting around, if not a little lower than his sub count, which I think is impressive if you're putting
That's
6
great,
videos
yeah.
out a day. He's doing real. That's a very healthy channel. Let's check out a different channel.
Uh-oh.
72k subscribers. Let's see what it got in the last week in terms of views. 7.6k, 9k,
Uh-oh.
26k, 14k,
What channel is that?
16k, 7.3k. That's a channel called Xanderhal.
Oh, okay. Shit.
Seems to
Oh,
me,
no.
if
Oh,
anybody's
no.
fucking dying, it ain't Ryan Kinnell or Nerdrotic. Somebody else.
No. Damn.
Is
I
his,
think
is
that,
his
how
name
dare you.
is his name Xanderhal? Is it,
That could be the channel.
you
Oh,
just like did you just take out Xanderhal? What has he got here? The hate. Oh, he responded to that guy that we were talking about earlier.
We probably should. That video was awful.
Rip.
It doesn't make sense.
He's got Rip Bozo, which is aimed at the Queen, right?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Longer Island in Crisis.
Of course,
Look
yes.
at that.
the
He's
tech.
taking a shot at your queen there, Mauler.
I
How do you
know.
feel
He's taking a
about
shot
that?
at me in this video.
Yeah,
that's more
exactly.
direct.
And Mars like, fuck the queen. Talking about me.
He's got Jordan Peterson has a 30-minute meltdown.
Mm-hmm.
Almost got 10K. Guns bad. Just sad. J.K. Rowling is bad. Oh, look, that raked in the views. This is a window into Xander's audience right here.
Yes.
So it's the anti-trans, everyone's racist, everyone's out to get us mentality.
Yep.
In conclusion, Xander, you got to get out of the pipeline, bro. You're falling too far down it.
Yeah,
You
come
gotta
on.
go
You
to
want to get that
escape while
silver
you
play
can.
button. You're so close.
You don't want to, like, because he has all of the materials to be able to do good content. He's just refusing because he's a lazy fuck. That's all it is. He's also incredibly biased.
I'll send Xander my unreclaimed silver play button. How about that?
There you
You're
go.
gonna do that? Why would you do that? Don't do
Just
that.
kidding.
It'll motivate him to make better content.
Exactly.
You'll give him like a chub. He'll
I'll
see
say
it.
I'll scratch off my name and I'll write Chud. And that's
Don't do that. Come on.
these people to be reputable, like movie and show reviewers.
What does that even mean?
Mauler, he just said you were unreputable.
reputable.
Well, no, he's an idiot. They claim to be reputable. What is it? So I claim to have a good reputation? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah.
Well,
Weren't you
either I do
hired
or I
by
don't.
a national publication, Mauler, to review
Yeah,
movies
you
in a
can't
newspaper?
really.
And the way that he says it, claim to be reputable, and it's like either they are reputable or they aren't. Like that's just going
Yeah.
to be a reality.
That's other
Obviously, from
people.
your point of view, me, Gary, Ryan, etc., we're all just horrible racists, so we don't have any reputation that's worth considering. But at the same time, a lot of people appreciate our input. We have
Yeah.
good reputations with our audiences. So I don't know what this comment is. Like they claim to be reputable. It's like, okay.
I'm assuming
even
he
sure.
means like claiming to be not racist, unbiased.
That's true. I do claim that. I also claim to
Yeah.
have integrity. Maybe that's also
Mm.
something you take issue with.
I don't buy it.
They have written this off months and even a year plus before it actually came out.
Yeah, because of all that information that we had. But I didn't write it off in the sense that I said it would never be good. And I don't think Gary or even S or whoever said that. They'd still give it a chance. They just had all the information ahead of time about what it was going to be about and what the people making it valued. And they had very bad expectations. Turns out they were right. So where's Xander's appreciation of that? Oh, I forgot. You saw the big dragon attack the big eagle, and now it's the best show ever. Fucking thank you for including that in this video, Xander. I appreciate that. It really helps me understand why you like this show.
It's crazy. Oh yeah, and of course they're review bombing the shit out of it too. Rotten Tomatoes.
That's true. There's review bombing going on. I just hope that you'll be a good little assessment of the news and mention the love bombing as well. As long as you do that, that's fine with me.
Rings of Power. Within like an hour of the show going up, before it was even possible for anybody to have watched it, the tomato meter score had dropped to 50% on the viewer score, and before like the first night had even ended, they'd already like dropped the score down to 38, now up to 39% on Rotten Tomatoes, and they had to lock the reviews because it's getting review bombed. Now,
yeah, I mean, they wouldn't lock it for love bombing, but they did lock out negative reviews to the point where they were like, stop reviewing it even after you've seen it because you're saying mean things, stop it. So
still at 39%, 84,
which is more than it deserves.
Now, it's getting review bombed on pretty much everything because that's the same thing that happened to Captain Marvel. It's the same thing that happened to The Witcher show. It's the same thing that happened to...
So wait, Captain Marvel was terrible. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Sitch, the fucking Witcher show is considered terrible by those people as well. But the fact is, like, yeah, things get bombed by fan bases that are fucking annoyed that they exist, but they also get love bombed, and so fuck it, let's just not consider them.
I mean, I wouldn't call The Witcher. I don't like The Witcher. I don't know. Witcher is weird. I watch it. I felt compelled to watch it, and I was like, I don't think this is good, but I feel compelled to watch it for some reason that I can't explain.
I didn't see it.
But I mean, I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah,
Wait,
I mean, it was highlighted by a couple of tweets where it's like they had skewed into the zeros, ones, and tens, or I guess ones and tens on IMDb. Like that's where everyone was viewing it, and it's like, well, that's useful information. It's like, yeah, that's just representative of the big fight that's going on right now.
Okay, this is insane. So the audience score on Rings of Power is 39%. So that includes all the horrible bombs, right? But the tomato viewer, which is
84%.
Yes, the official reviewers.
What's going on?
84%. Wait a minute.
Well, did you guys see the scene with the eagle and the dragon? Or?
Wait a minute. Okay, wait. This doesn't make any sense. If you click, so you look and you say 84% for reviewers. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, I click on it. There's only one actual reviewer. How is that possible?
Oh, I noticed that. You can't see. How
is there only
any
one
of the
person?
reviews.
Well, can you even post reviews on IMDb yet? They still stopped you like well after the little defensive thing stopped.
Wait, what the hell is happening here? Why is there only one? Why is there only one official critic on Rotten Tomatoes that's reviewed?
I like the
Rings
summary
of
of that review too. Fantasy prequel details Middle Earth history.
Has violence.
Yeah, what a 4 out of 5. I guess they like violence.
How is no one written? This can't be possible. It has to be official publication reviews of this series so far.
Is this the review on Consumer Reports too? What is this website? Common Sense Media.
Forbes has a review, and Polygon, IGN, Club. I don't know. New York Times.
Look, Variety.
The review of Power. The Rings of New York Times. Rings of Power review. Shiny yet not precious.
Oh, that's
dude. Look at this.
Like a good title. Yes.
Just to tell you, I've got the first page of the most useful reviews according to IMDb for this show, and instead I'll give you the star ratings in a row: 10, 7, 9, 10, 8, 9, 8, 8, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 6, 7, 6, 8, 10, 10, 10, 7, 6. Nobody rating it below a 6?
Don't buy
I got
it.
2 5s up here as well. Okay, fair enough, but nothing below a 5. Okay, makes sense.
Oh my god. Here's one for you, Mauler. 1 star. I'm starting to have concerns with Gabrielle. Her character doesn't seem very consistent. Poor writing. Did you write that, Mauler? Are you review bombing
Totally. This is what I mean, man. Like, you can complain about review bombing. I think it's a real thing, and it does skew whatever result you could possibly draw out of an aggregate site. However, why do you never talk about love bombing?
Micro M, we know you watch EFAP. That's an EFAP review right there. We got your number.
To the new Star Wars movies.
So wait, let me read this first paragraph of this New York Times review.
Well, I don't want to hurry again. Clock ticking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, basically they say it looks pretty, but it kind of sucks.
True. And that's not even all the time that it's pretty. Those are very shitty shots as well.
literally anything that has brown people in it.
We can go forward to where he calls Mauler out. You want to just jump ahead?
No, let's keep going.
No, we might be able to do the whole thing. We might. Okay.
Like right-wing communities get together and they mass review bomb it. And right now, the conservatives and the chuds and the grifters are trying to use that as evidence that their grand predictions that 6 months ago they knew this show would be bad were actually correct.
It's so funny because, like, it's not even a prediction on the part of Gary and Az's stuff when they knew what the plot points were. Like, they knew it would be bad because they knew what the story was. Like, you can't, but Zada doesn't know this. He didn't watch any of their videos. So he's just like, your predictions, though rude, racist, and offensive, were even wrong, and you doubled down. He's like, he's wrong in like 7 ways at once. He doesn't know.
So yeah, the reason why they don't hate House of the Dragon, not only because the premiere had tens of millions of viewers, but that they were also good, which some of them, like Critical Drinker, changing some of his video titles because of how wrong he was, thinking they would fail.
How doesn't that throw a huge spanner into your entire analysis?
It destroys everything that he's saying. Yeah.
You've just, someone in your fucking chat has just said this as though it supports your narrative, even though it completely crashes it. House of the Dragon was said to be bad, and then they liked it when it came out and thought it was good, and they have now called it good. Like, as for Critical Drinker changing his video titles and thumbnails, I don't know anything about that. I haven't seen it, but whether or not that's the, I mean, there's ways you could do that. That's perfectly reasonable, by the way.
I mean, people. First of all, people change their titles and thumbnails on YouTube all the time.
I was going to say, like,
the algorithm to re-up it. So
that's not necessarily devious in any way necessarily.
Right. Well,
I don't know the context for it, is what I'm saying. But
right. Why doesn't he show us? Why, if he's making this claim?
Why doesn't he show us evidence?
You know? Yeah,
Sitch, what a novel idea.
I know. Like,
well, God. This show's probably going to do extremely well. The interesting thing to me is that there is a comparison to make to the way that House of the Dragon got treated.
Okay.
Before House of the Dragon, which, God, that show's really good too. I've watched the first 3 episodes, obviously.
I can't wait for your fucking analysis on that either.
The new one came out last night.
There's a dragon in there. He was flying around. It was so good.
Did you see the part where the horse falls on the guy? It was, and all the blood when the lady cuts her stomach open?
It was so cool.
Yeah.
House of the Dragon, when they first announced it, they revealed a few things. They revealed Rhaenyra as the main character, and, well, naturally, they got mad about her. Mary Sue comments, the world over, came around.
Who was that real? Was anyone calling Rhaenyra from the trailer a Mary Sue
this
character?
Is the problem. I can't answer this question because I don't. This is not the arguments that get made in front of me when I'm on FN. They're like, oh my god, it's so woke because there's a woman character. That's not how it works. So I don't know if he's referring to them and he's strawmanning them, or if he's referring to someone else I haven't even heard of. I don't know.
If people that are familiar with the story of what the conflict's supposed to be about, everyone knows that one of the central characters is a woman. Like,
exactly. I don't understand where he's getting this from. I don't know who he's talking about.
What? Okay.
One of the things they were concerned with was the line where it said men would rather see the whole world like burn before a woman can sit the Iron Throne, which is a line in the story which, if you've heard, they had some concerns about what the perspective of the show would be regarding men and women, right?
Right.
But when they watched the episode, they felt like it was perfectly justified coming from that character in that scene, because she had been spurned and her inheritance was taken away and replaced with a man because the realm wanted a man, not a woman.
Yes.
So her saying that makes a lot of sense, and she's saying it to a character that has that as a potential for a future. So, and you know, when we take in Game of Thrones seasons 6 and 8, the people who did the burning of the realm were not men.
No. Well, and also in the original Game of Thrones, there was lots of sexism, and it made sense with sort of the time period that was going on, that people would be sexist. And the problem isn't sexism. The problem is if the show is trying to bring like medieval sexism to mean something about modern times. That would be like insane.
So this is the thing. Once again, by the way, like, why the fuck would I trust him at this point anyway, that anyone said this?
They got mad about, I forget what his name is. He's the head of the other Valyrian house in King's Landing.
You mean the Valyrians? The Valerians, rather? Corlys Valerian?
Valerians?
It's just funny. It's like saying the other Harry Potter house or something. Like, what do you mean Harry Potter?
Well, I think he thinks the Targaryens are Valerians or something. So,
well, his name is Corlys Valerian. Like, I don't know.
It is not the Targaryen. But they're the Corleys, yeah, the Corleys, I think their names are, yeah.
His first name is Corlys. He's not a part of the family of Corleys. Like this. God damn it.
They got really mad about the head of the Corley house.
You understand how stupid this sounds? I don't know. It's just like the head of the Aragorn house doing Aragorn thingies.
Are the
Valyria,
Targaryens
because
Valerians?
So
Maybe he's
Valyria is the land that
Right.
both of the houses would be like legacies from.
Oh,
Corlys
that's right. Because the
Valyrian.
Targaryens were like a shitty house, weren't they? And that's why they went across the sea to.
Well, yeah, there's no point in getting into it as opposed to clearly he has no fucking clue. There's no point in us getting it straight. Well, the point he's trying to make is that they're upset that Corlys Valerian is black instead of white.
Yeah, but see, that's even dumber because if the Targaryens and Corleones here, Don
Is
Corleone,
anybody? Does
it's
anybody
supposed to be
care,
like
though?
the same. Oh, I would admit they're supposed to be like the same people, and they talk so much about their Valerian features. It would make no sense that one is black and one is white.
If
That's weird.
if Xander knew fucking anything about the coverage of this from someone like Nerdrotic, which is clearly someone he is targeting, Gary said it again and again. He will be saying it in probably 3 or 4 hours from now when we discuss Corlys's arc after I see the new episode. That he's got a plot point coming up that's really important regarding skin color in the book. So Gary's like, the fact that you've switched it is going to fuck that up, and I'm waiting to see how you're going to deal with that.
Interesting.
Instead, he's just like, no, you just hate black people. It's like, why don't you listen to the arguments? Is it because it makes your job more difficult? Fucking house, Corley house. God damn.
They're black and they're from Valyria, and I guess the lore established that people from Valyria are white with white hair.
See, it's almost like he knows there's a nerd argument for it, but he just doesn't want there to be a nerd argument. He wants it to be racism. It's like, fuck the nerd argument.
Yeah,
It's got to be racism. They're lying.
Well, if there wasn't, as you said, I mean, I don't know what the plot point is that has to do. I assume it has something to do with who's like a baby daddy or something, because that seems to be the case in Game of Thrones. But they spend so much time in the original Game of Thrones talking about, Daenerys's Valyrian features and how these people would interbreed to sort of keep your genetics pure. Like
Yeah.
it's just such a thing that's brought up
Oh,
so
wow.
fucking much. Like they could have made anyone else in Westeros black, and they just chose like the one house that I think made the least amount of sense to do so.
They did it to mess
Dude,
with you.
Gary's even said there are ways you could have done it that Georgia set up in the world that they could have made work, but the way they've done it and the character they chose, they fucked it up. This is what I mean about how I find it funny, right? Because some people will be like, how could you hang out with such a hyper racist? I'm just like, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Right.
Like, you never do. You've been told by people like this what to think.
Aiden Powden, thank you for the $10, Aiden. Says, I appreciate that Adam started calling the character Gadriel and dropped a quarter of her name. It reflects the care the showrunners put in. It's like poetry and rhymes.
I do like
Is it-
Gadriel,
is it?
yeah.
It's
Galadriel.
Galadriel. Yeah.
There's an L in there, yeah.
Galadriel.
Stop calling it Gariel.
I just want to
and
call
then
her
Gary.
Gadriel because it sounds
Gloriel.
it sounds righter.
My girl Gadriel.
Gadriel. Galadriel. Galadriel.
Listen, I say everyone's name wrong. Okay, I
I
can't.
know.
complain.
It's kind of a thing on the show, huh?
Yes.
I even brought it up so I could look at it, and it still looks wrong to me. But anyway,
So they got mad about that. So there was the whole it's gonna be woke, complaining fest about House of the Dragon before it dropped as well, and then it dropped, and shit tons of Game of Thrones fans watched it and enjoyed it, and now all of a sudden it's like, whoa, wait, oh god, wait, this is good. Oh,
So this is another problem Xander has. He doesn't know how to deal with honesty. So when someone says it's going to be woke, it's going to be bad, they watch it and then they go, huh, it wasn't really that woke. In fact, I think it's kind of good. Xander sees that as them being a bad person.
because they predicted wrong.
Yeah, like
And they changed
you
their
have a
mind.
full admittance that it's like, yep, this is better than I thought it would be. And I did think that it was going to have writing influenced by their particular ideologies or gender in very unsubtle ways. And then it comes out and you go, oh, it wasn't actually.
Right.
Okay.
Well,
Xander's like, ha, idiot, wrong, fool. When it's just like, nothing bad has happened, Xander. You're okay. You're going to survive this.
well, and he set up people for no win situation because he's criticizing people for saying Rings of Power would be bad, and then doubling down when it comes out, and
Yeah.
he's criticizing them for saying House of Dragon would be bad, and then changing their mind. So
This
basically,
is what we call you can't win.
yeah, basically, Xander's like, you're not allowed to have an opinion about something and think whether it's gonna be good or bad or not before it comes out. That's essentially what he's laying out here.
Yeah, and he didn't put anything on the line for any of this. Like, he's just
No.
watching people conclude whether or not they were correct in their prediction, and then trying to run some kind of narrative on top of it, like either that you lied to your whole audience, or haha, you were wrong and stupid.
You made a prediction about something and changed your mind when it actually came out. You lied to your audience.
It's absolutely
What?
bizarre. Like I said, I just don't think he recognizes what honesty is. I don't think he knows what it is.
So he has a very strange definition of honesty.
Shit. Oh no, we kind of staked. Oh god, and they changed their titles. I think someone.
Evidence, please. They changed their titles.
Yeah,
Now we're
who
saying it was
changed
everybody who's
any
doing
titles? What?
This is the thing. What Gary would tell you is, if someone said, "Hey Gary, so you don't think it currently is super woke or whatever," and if he said no, you could then follow up being like, "So you should take down all those videos saying that it was going to be right." He'd be like, "Well, no, I think what my predictions were based on the information I had were fair. I'm
Right.
now
Yeah.
making videos talking about that now that it's out. This is what I think."
Yeah. Well,
Simple
yeah.
as
Wouldn't
that.
you? And you just leave them up, and you can say, "Look, I was wrong." You know,
Yeah,
it turned
that's
out not to be what I thought.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
That's
there's nothing wrong with it.
That's what I mean. This is fucking weird and bizarre. And the fact is, he's so confidently claiming it when what? He grabbed it from one person in chat who said it pretty about Critical Drinker, apparently. Again,
Yeah.
can anyone just tell me what's going on? Like,
Earlier in the chat,
Can you
mentioned that
imagine
critical-
any of them going back to their videos and going, "Oh my god, I should change this title to make it seem like I was right back"? Like you'd have to change the whole fucking video. You couldn't just
yeah,
change,
you can't just
Yeah.
you couldn't just change the title. Jesus, this
this is
makes
the thing.
absolutely no
We've-
sense.
We don't even know which one he's changed, but we've kind of accepted that that's true. When, like, first of all, that could not be true. But also
I don't
that
believe
it
that.
could be any reason that he's changed the title. It could literally be any reason at all, and he's just decided, no, it's because you want to lie to your audience about your
Yep.
true feelings.
I mean, we change titles all the time, but just to try to
Critical
make
Drinker.
them more incendiary.
Yeah.
changed the title of his a bunch of his House of the Dragon videos before they came out. He put out a bunch of videos
Surely, if you know this to be true, you can show me. Come on.
shit talking House of the Dragon before it came out, and then it did come out and it was good, and now he went back and changed the titles. I find that very, very funny.
Show me this video.
I find it very, very untrue. I don't believe this without seeing some sort of
I don't even
receipts
see-
on
Fuck
this.
no. Why would you trust this guy about
Yeah,
anything? at
this is
point?
a ridiculous claim.
I'm looking at like Critical Drinker's page. I don't even see what he would even be possibly referring to. I don't
Why
even see
would
any
you
rings
do that?
or
It would
House
just-
of the Dragons videos. I don't even see any.
It's just not even something that's possible. Like, how could you go back and just change the title of the video, and all the content in the video would be exactly this? The video would still be about how woke it's going to be and how it's going to suck because of that. I don't get it. How do you change the title and all of a sudden everything is changed?
Regardless, though,
Wait,
back
someone
onto
said
the
he changed his Prey reaction video to make it clear it was about the trailer and not the film. I remember him getting in trouble for that. That people thought his review of the trailer was about the film, so that would make sense if he did that.
What film?
Oh, to make it clear?
Prey? Yeah, so people thought
Oh.
that his review of the Prey trailer was a review of the film, and so they got
Right.
pissed at him for saying things that were incorrect according to the film. Just like, it's a review of the trailer.
Oh,
So
so
he-
Prey, not House of the
okay.
Dragon.
So he
yeah,
added.
well, that's not even so. Well, that's just an example of him just switching a thumbnail for pragmatic reasons. You know, like it's
For clarity.
yeah.
yeah, or exactly. So, and then
Yeah.
someone said he's saying you base your opinions off the crowd response. Wait, but then that doesn't make sense because he said that the crowd response to Rings of Power is that they love it and we're doubling down.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can't have it both ways. You have to pick one.
I mean, you can if you're a hack and an idiot.
You can't have his Xanderhal, I guess.
Yeah.
topic of the Rings of Power. I watched the first 2 episodes. Really, really liked it. There's a lot to enjoy.
Ooh.
A lot.
Tell me about what there is to
Yeah,
enjoy.
yeah.
a
then,
lot
please.
to enjoy. Let's
We've
hear it.
done good CGI and good practical effects. What else is there?
Yeah.
Apparently, the total runtime of season 1 will be 50 hours. Now, that must be included.
What
That's
the
not
I'm
true.
sorry.
That's,
That's-
just completely
yeah.
not true.
So
Isn't
this
it like
is just
6
wrong.
hours or 8
Absolutely.
hours?
No, I can already, you know exactly what's happened here if you just think about it, right? So
Yeah.
You are absolutely right. If Fringy, Rags, Gary, and fucking Az all came to me in a call and said, "My God, did you hear? Season 1 of Rings of Power is gonna be 50 hours long," I'd be like, "No, it's not." They'd be like,
It's impossible.
yep. All 4 of them say it is. They've got an article that says it. I'd be like, "No, all of you are. That's never gonna fucking happen."
Is it a
It's gonna be
50
50
episode
episodes.
season? What
Yeah,
are we
that's what I was
talking-
thinking. I'm like,
What
Jesus.
he's confused about, he's a fucking idiot and doesn't know how TV shows work. That would never happen. Season 1 will be, I believe, is it 9 episodes or 8 episodes? They're going to be an hour each,
Yeah,
right?
9 hours.
They've confirmed 5 seasons,
Oh,
which means in grand total there will likely be 50 hours of
Yes.
Rings of Power.
of course.
Not in season 1. You muppet. We've got 3 episodes out now. They're all an hour long. Do you really think they're just suddenly going to start making 9-hour episodes? Are you
Episode
insane?
4 is going to be a 10-hour marathon.
Like, this is one of those. It's just like if I said, like, "Oh, Sitch, I ate a house yesterday." You just be like, "No, you didn't. That's not a thing."
Like a house
just-
cake? Like, what are you talking about?
Like, it's like, no, I just consumed a plank of wood one by one until I ate the whole house that I had made of planks of wood. Whatever. What?
Listen, if you
Fuck
told me
me.
that, I would
You don't
believe
know
you,
anything
Mauler.
about any of
Okay.
this works. You'd never believe that's the case.
Actually,
Nobody
you know
ever
what?
convinced me a season 1 of
If-
anything's 50
If
fucking
you
hours
told me
long.
that you ate an entire house, I'd have to ask my trusty little wizard, my desk wizard. Say Mauler being honest. here.
eat that house.
I think
Oh
the
my
closest,
god.
the closest you'd get to any of this is like season 1 of Doctor Who back in the day, maybe 50 hours long. So it's a fucking absurd like way that they created all the episodes, sort of thing. But modern times, you're telling me Amazon putting out a 50-hour season 1? No fucking way.
No,
in
no,
hell.
no. I think, listen, it makes sense. That's why the first couple episodes were very slow, is because they're going to have the 10-hour episodes coming up where they're saving all the good
Oh my
parts.
God,
you
that one's gonna
imagine
be
10-hour
so
episodes?
slow.
They fucking Stranger Things like broke records by having, was it a 2.5-hour episode at the end? That's something they did.
A 10-hour Lord. You don't want a 10-hour Lord of the
Fuck
Rings
no,
episode?
dude. I do not want
Power
to
of
review
Rings?
10-hour
Not with
episodes
these
of Rings
writers.
of Power.
Oh
Jesus
my
Christ.
God. It'd be so
I would
painful.
fucking die.
They have like a full-on real-time hour-long sequence of like
But
Artie in the mines digging that tunnel to the tree.
this is generally like, 'cause I'll be seeing Gary later. I want to tell him, like, someone believes there's going to be 50 hours in a season 1 of it. He would just look at me like, why would they think that? Why would anyone ever think that? That's not something that happens ever. That doesn't happen. There's reasons
No.
that doesn't happen. For many legal reasons that doesn't happen.
Oh no. Okay, I just randomly looked at his chat. There's someone in his chat says, if you like Luke Skywalker, you can never complain about a Mary Sue.
Oh my God.
Wow.
It's all the same shitty arguments.
Episodes, really, really liked it. There's a lot to enjoy. Apparently, the total runtime of season 1 will be 50 hours.
I'm amused by that infinitely. It's such a stupid thing to believe.
Now that must be including credits rolling.
Oh my God.
You gullible fool.
Wait a
Who the
minute.
hell
It
told
makes
you that?
sense. Okay, each episode's an hour,
And
but
an
they
hour.
have like they have like a
Dude, I
slow
love-
like 10-second fade in for every CGI animator that worked on this show.
I love if you said like oh, it's 50 hours, and then you go, what? You go, no, including credits. Like as if that fucking makes up for the 40 additional hours. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
you'd have 10-hour credits for every episode of Lord of the Rings.
Oh my God.
Too, because that's fucking nuts. If so, because we're 2 episodes in out of 8, and 2.
He thinks
Look,
the last
he's-
6 episodes are gonna have 48 hours.
He's figuring it out. Come on, let him go.
He's doing the
hours
math, and
down.
he's like,
so
wait
I
a
don't
minute.
know where the other 48 hours are gonna come from,
Yeah.
but
What the fuck? I can't believe this is real.
Let him figure it out. Come on. He's coming to conclusions here.
like I'm down. I'm down for 48 more hours or whatever it is of this show. So far, the setup is fantastic.
Oh yeah, sure.
The biggest. So I'm gonna start acknowledging like my criticisms of the show now, and the other people's criticisms of the show now. So as someone who enjoyed the show, here are some of my criticisms. And more so the criticisms of other.
Just to clarify, if you don't understand the format here, because he's rambling, what he
Yeah.
wanted to do was review the show and call out the chuds.
Right.
He's done his praise of the show. He's doing criticisms of the show
it
now.
Can't be.
Now he's doing criticisms, and then later he's going to do predictions on where he thinks the show's going.
What's
He's
the
done
what
praise.
praise of the show has he done? He hasn't even talked about.
Eagles, Adam.
He hasn't talked about the
Dragons, CGI.
characters or anything.
CGI.
We don't know
Shut
the
up.
Good
story.
setup, he said.
Come on,
Good
there's
setup.
4 storylines here. We don't even.
There's a map.
Hey Adam, do you remember when he was at the
He's
beginning,
talked
like
about none
super
of them.
excited to talk about this show? Can't wait. He's in love with it. Can't wait to talk about how much he loves it. All he said was it looks good.
Yeah, he doesn't. He hasn't given the plot line or anything. I mean,
Nope.
maybe he's trying to do a no spoilers or something.
Well, maybe he'll wait for the other 48 hours to come and then he'll give his review.
Then I'll give the
okay?
spoilers.
Yeah.
Other people, and my acknowledgement of it. The pacing. The pacing so far, past the opening segment
we,
and a few like fast-paced
I'm gonna
scenes
speed
that
'em
we've
up.
had so far, are a little bit slower. It's a lot of dialogue and character building.
No, you
Now,
can't
this is to
do
be
it.
expected in the like.
Mauler, you can't do it.
Why?
All our people will hate our guts.
Because
'Cause
they put it on times 2 when they listen
Yeah,
back,
they can't.
so-
They can't understand what the fuck he's saying.
Fine.
We can go forward to. Come on, we'll just skip forward.
Well, no,
Look.
just let it play. I'm hoping that we won't need to pause much on this part.
As someone who enjoyed the show, here are some of my criticisms. And more so the criticisms of other people and my acknowledgement of it. The pacing. The pacing so far, past the opening segment and a few like fast-paced scenes that we've had so far, are a little bit slower. It's a lot of dialogue and character building. Now, this is to be
Dialogue and character building that he didn't talk about at all in terms of good
No.
things. Nope.
expected in the like the first 2 episodes of a show. I think there's a reason they dropped 2 episodes on the first night and not 1. Probably episode 3, things are going to start really ramping up because we're going to Numenor next episode, chat. We're going to Numenor. Anyway,
It turned out to be horribly
I
boring.
know
which
it
is
was
shit.
so. I was like,
Jesus.
what? Numenor was not exciting. At
Yeah,
all.
but hey, the
Yeah.
CG was pretty good on some of the.
Oh,
tracks.
yeah. You're right.
And Sauron like went John Wick on people for some reason. So
Yeah.
exciting.
He busted
With
a
that
nut
said-
on the CG. So okay.
Yeah.
Sweet.
though, episode 3, things are probably going to start to ramp up, but 2 episodes down, things are pretty fast, but they're also kind
they're
of
not.
slow in places, and I've
It is glacial. It's one
Yeah,
of the
of
slowest shows I've
course.
ever watched.
seen that criticism around, and it's made me think about other shows and movies that are comparable to it and how they started off. And I remember watching Game of Thrones and being like 5 episodes into Game of Thrones and being like, it's a really good thing I know what this is leading up to, or I would not be sitting through this.
I was hooked on Game of Thrones after the 3 episodes, I think. First one and second one, I was like, meh. But by the third one, I understood what was going on. And I was like, okay,
I
cool,
don't.
I'm in.
Did he? Well, let me let him say what he's about to say because it's crazy.
Sorry. But Game of Thrones Season 1 is a slog.
Okay, this to me is like insane because I think Game of Thrones season 1 is one of the best, if not the best season of Game of Thrones. I think 1 and 2 are easily the best seasons of the entire series. And
I would
for
go with
him
one.
to say that like season 1 is a slog, like I watched the first episode, knew nothing about it. I'm like, oh, this is really good. And I was like pretty hooked immediately. And I binged the whole first season pretty quickly.
Yeah.
How
No,
are the
I-
dragon versus eagle fights? Though that's what I.
There
wanna
weren't
know.
many of those. That was a big problem. I got hooked early season 1 and I blasted through season 1 and 2 because both were out by the time I started watching it. And I was obsessed from that point on. I thought
Yeah,
it was
like-
fucking great.
It's literally because I mean, and this really shows that what Xanderhal likes. He's like, oh, I almost got an erection because I saw a dragon kill an eagle. And,
Yeah.
oh, Game of Thrones was boring the first season because there weren't any giant war scenes because they didn't have like a
Yeah,
giant
there was
budget.
barely any
later.
like battles as well.
Yeah, 'cause they didn't
in
have
fact,
the
you
budget
can,
for
you
them.
can trace Game of Thrones' destruction in terms of writing quality alongside its rise in action scenes.
Yes, exactly. So it's just like
So-
to me, him saying like the first season's a slog. I'm like, what the? He's this guy cannot fucking
Dude,
critique media for his life.
No, he can't. I wouldn't be surprised if he enjoyed season 8 and he didn't understand why everyone hated it. He'd probably be like, what?
Oh, we gotta find out.
It would be funny if that were true.
Oh,
But yeah,
no.
season 2, if you remember the Battle of the Blackwater, was like when it started to get the budget or let's say the scale and scope to actually
Yes.
start doing bigger things. No wonder he thought that was way better.
Yes.
The crazy thing is, like, anyone, you can shit on the pacing for Game of Thrones, but like I already from memory, I haven't seen the first episode in years, but I can already tell you how much information you get from episode 1 about the stakes and the where all the families are sitting and what's happening in the world compared to Rings of Power. You get way more information in Game of Thrones episode 1.
No, yeah, you get so much information in the first episode of Game of Thrones. You like all these characters, you feel empathetic to them and what like the struggles that they're going through. You see kind of like the direction things are going. There's like just so much going on there. There's intrigue that you actually care about is going on. Like, oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, and there's loads of character dynamics that are very fascinating in terms of like, everyone likes Tyrion and Jon Snow pretty quickly, and Ned Stark, all three of them, because like one of them is incredibly honorable and like
Yes.
fair. Remember, like one of the opening things you find out about Ned is the man who passes the sentence should swing the sword, like,
Yeah, right.
which is an
Right.
interesting element of him. You're like, okay. You get the White Walkers prologue scene where it's just like at the wall, the northern part of the world, there is a fucking force of evil demon creatures that are being kept out. Just FYI. It's like, what the fuck?
Mhm.
Like that's just on top of everything else.
Yeah, I mean, when you first see Tyrion, you see he's like kind of a lecherous drunk. He's fucking a bunch of whores, but then you see him again, and he's like has that nice talk with John, where he's trying to help.
You
He's
got a
trying
lot
to
of
like help
thoughtful
him
things
deal
to
with
say.
being a bastard. Like, there's so much that goes on in that first episode.
Yep. And then yeah, obviously like the Stark kids, you got the one girl who doesn't want to be a lady, wants to be a fighter. The other
Right.
girl who's being taught to become a lady.
lady,
She's even talked to
yes.
about like losing who she's gonna be married to or whatever, and she's like
Right.
trying to, like we're setting all the groundwork for everybody. Everyone gets characterized really quickly.
Yep. No, it's a slog. There
Okay.
were no dragons.
It was a slog, no dragons. Well, the dragons were bored right at the end, so
Yeah, I
shitty
know.
season.
There's some high moments that make it really, really good, but Game of Thrones doesn't start to really hook you till season 2.
Incorrect. Season 1 is what earned Game of Thrones is like standing. Everyone was gonna watch it because it's the new medieval show based on a book with Sean Bean. That's what it was known as. Season 2, it was Game of Thrones.
Yes. Yes.
I
Well,
remember
couldn't
this
say it was based on Sean
distinctly.
Bean
I remember
anymore
seeing,
at that point.
I remember seeing posters for season 1 came out of Sean Bean standing around with a sword, and I was like, it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So by the time you hit season 2, the show has evolved. Everyone's talking about it because of what it is, not because Sean Bean's in it.
Well, once episode 9, the end of episode 9 of the first season, you're like, what the fuck? Like,
Yep,
like I have
yep,
to watch
yep.
this show now.
Yeah, that's dude. People were hooked to hell and back with the Lannisters versus the Starks back then. I
Yes.
remember the culture back then. It was Lannisters and Starks are fighting each other. This is super interesting.
Yep.
The Lord of the Rings, like, if you're a first-time viewer, doesn't seem to hook most people until halfway into the movie, if not more, when I show new people the movies.
I disagree. The fucking prologue is enough to hook me and many of the people I've shown those films.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because I read the books when I was like a wee lad before I saw the movies, but I remember watching the movie and immediately just liking I love all the Hobbit stuff from the beginning.
Dude, I have so much to praise about how they execute everything in Lord of the Rings. To show that prologue, to contextualize that entire incredible war around this ring, and then to be like, that ring is now in the possession of just some guy, some old dude in his little house here, and this is where he lives. To know that is the history of that little fucking bit of metal, it's just like, holy shit. And that's what everyone wants. It's incredibly powerful. It's like, that already is incredibly compelling. And then you just see him going about his normal day. He keeps like doing some weird things. He's reclusive and he holds on to the ring every once in a while. And you're just like, what does all that mean?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe, Xander's younger than us. Okay. Maybe him and his friends, they're used to like digesting content in TikTok format. So they're like,
like it's not even mean at this point because it's just like, is that true? Is that if when Bilbo was like talking to Frodo about this, that, and the other, we just had a dragon flying around the background, would you be satisfied then? Like, fuck me, man. No wonder things are getting worse.
yeah.
Getting people attached to the characters and doing the basic setup, I can forgive that the pacing was a little off in the first 2 episodes. I agree with that criticism. I would like it to be a little faster, a little bit more to the point.
It don't get faster.
No.
It's still slow as shit. by
And
episode
listen,
3.
you can sort of get away with the first episode maybe being a little slow, but the
Sure.
first 2, the first 3, like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I mean, it's mind numbing. And watching it back to back with House of the Dragon, where they've already had a huge war, they've already had like several
4 years have like gone by in House of the Dragon.
Yeah.
3 episodes. Like,
It's going a little faster.
yeah.
Point on some. I yet to see the point in some dialogue exchanges to last as long as they do.
Why don't you talk about it?
But we'll see.
Oh, okay.
I will reserve my full judgment, which may be very scathing. Because
Oh
to be
my.
clear, I am a diehard Lord of the Rings fan.
Okay, so he's overcompensating now. This is a pattern. He keeps telling the audience how much of a fad he is. When like you wouldn't need to do this if you simply talked about. Nobody questions whether I'm a fan of Lord of the Rings, and I'd ever have to talk about it because I know all my references. I don't need to. Instead, he's like, "Look, I got my DVDs over there. I'll give a scathing review if the show is bad." Oh, it's as a Tolkien fan, I think it's very, very accurate.
I like that your Xanderhal impression sounds like Hank Hill for some reason. I don't know why.
If this disappoints me, my criticism when it finishes will be scathing.
Sure.
However,
it
so far, I'm quite pleased. If I thought this was going to end up being bad, I think the signs of it being bad would have shown up already.
will. Oh, they're there. You just can't.
Yeah,
see
what are they? What are we talking about?
Yeah, how is he? Okay, even if you like the eagle raping a dragon in the sky, the other way around.
Yeah.
You know, how does like a sane person not see the Galadriel jumping into the ocean and just be like, what's going on here? Like, this is.
Well, yeah, you're right. That's like huge signs that things are not going right. But even if the first three episodes were fantastic in and of themselves, it's like, if it was gonna be bad, we'd know because these episodes would have been bad too. It's like that's not how that works. Have you seen what happened to several TV shows? Yeah.
So far, I'm seeing nothing but green flags. I've not seen any yellow or red flags yet at all.
What?
The
Yeah, I know,
This
that's
is
bad.
This is indicative of your media literacy, Xander. Especially,
Right.
you already talked about the fucking dragon eagle thing. Like,
Well, wait a minute. First of all, this doesn't even make sense. He admitted that it's going slow. Okay,
Right. That's a red flag.
That's a yellow flag for you. Even if it's not a red flag, it's at least a yellow flag.
Oh yeah.
For the record, I will acknowledge that for some people, there is a genuine value, I guess. Not value, I should say, but there is a genuine cringe value in what one could consider to be
He's so eloquent.
diversity that's done for the sake of, like, the attention of it, right? There have been cases where media has done diversity and has done it in a very, okay, now pat us in the back for it kind of.
Oh my God, he
admits
going there.
it.
I know, he's
admits
totally admitting it.
That's exactly the way they did it for the promo material for Rings of Power. That's what people were reacting.
He
to.
doesn't
Yes.
know. He doesn't know because he hasn't seen any of it. He doesn't know.
God.
Away. You guys have noticed it, right? It's the kind of thing The Boys makes fun of, if you've seen The Boys. Like,
The kind of thing The Boys does as well. Don't forget that shit.
Yeah.
Aha. Girls get it done. Isn't that a stupid thing to say? Oh, they do though.
Oh my God. Someone in chat says, agree on Game of Thrones season 1, but you will get arrested for blasphemy for that opinion. Yeah, you should. You should be executed.
This is wrong. Like, you'll get executed for wrong opinions.
come, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. It's true. It's factual. It's you know, cringy when it happens. Like that one scene in the in Endgame, the girl power scene in the Endgame final battle, cringy as fuck. There has been nothing like that so far in the Rings of Power.
What? The whole troll scene is basically that.
Ah, funny you bring that up. Let's continue. Let's continue.
Closest we've gotten to that has been this scene that people are complaining about on Twitter. Now, this particular scene has been captioned with "This is embarrassing." Now, other than I showed this particular scene to some friends in my Discord, or in like a Discord group I'm in, and I showed it to them, and I was like, "Hey guys, does this scene like seem bad to you?" Because they're like fantasy fans that aren't super necessarily into Tolkien. Some of them are. Some of them hadn't even seen Lord of the Rings. Some of them have. But they're genuinely like Tolkien fans and like decent at reviewing media. So I just thought, as people that weren't in on like the hysteria around this show, I showed them this scene and asked them what was wrong with it, and they genuinely couldn't understand what the problem with it was, especially.
Okay, so I
That's
showed my friends and they thought it was cringe. Now what?
That's such a crazy way.
Like, do you understand? This is what I mean about him. He's just not good at his job. He just spent like a whole minute telling me something useless.
Of course, yeah. He's
Well,
like,
and I
my
don't
friend
know-
said this scene was okay. I'm not going to tell you what I thought about it myself.
Yeah, I'm
but-
not gonna look into the arguments for why it's bad. I'm not gonna deconstruct those. I'm not gonna praise it on my own merits. I'm just gonna tell you I have friends that said it was good. What are you doing?
I don't even believe it. I don't think people exist.
Well, someone in chat said, "Are you sure he has friends, or they're not just his parents' cats?" That could be.
That's
the
what I was
case.
yes, I believe cats could watch the scene and find no problem with it. Okay, I don't think a human could.
Those that had seen Lord of the Rings, they couldn't understand. So let's watch this scene that people are complaining about. 2.8 million views on Twitter, by the way. This scene is getting absolutely shit on. This is apparently like evidence that this show is garbage. Let's watch.
try and be careful.
Well,
be
I mean, the
pausing this?
quality is so shit. I don't think you have to worry.
That's
about it.
true, but I don't want to risk you guys.
I appreciate it, but I'm sure it's okay. They're just standing around.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you want to, when do you guys want to do it? Because I've got a whole list of criticisms I can
We'll
try and do in a bullet
have
point
the whole
form when
scene
it's
play
over.
out,
Yeah, okay.
Look,
I
he doesn't even
still
have.
pause for
Where's
safety.
his fucking sword? He doesn't even have his sword in his hand.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'm pretty sure you can do this in Shadow
That's
Just being careful.
That's so
Wait. Listen to what he
ridiculous.
just said.
Mordor.
Yeah, he said
He
I think
said
you can do this in Shadow of
Wait.
Mordor.
Okay, as someone who played like so much Shadow of Mordor, there's no button that lets you run up a sword of another character and then launch someone at a fucking troll. What the fuck is he talking about?
Let it end. There you go.
Oh, they ain't leaving the finisher where she knifes him in the head. That was my favorite part.
Yeah.
People
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. That's your favorite bit.
got really, really fucking mad about that scene. This scene.
You love the characterizations. Like they got really bad. Like, are you sure they didn't just say it was shit? You sure that wasn't it?
Yeah. I
This
mean, I'm
scene
not.
slapped.
I'm not
Says person
angry
in this
about
chat.
it.
I'm not angry either. I just think it's terrible. But yeah, when are
Our
we
whole
doing
teams are
our,
a bunch
our
of idiots.
criticisms?
Go ahead,
Well,
you go, Mauler.
Should we see if Xander can actually relay the criticism correctly?
Okay, yeah, we'll see if he can tell us what the criticisms of this scene are.
Right.
Scene has 2.8 million views on Twitter, and the quote tweet is, "This is so embarrassing." 9 or nearly 10,000 likes. Fair amount of quote tweets, no doubt. Some of them pushing back, and a fair amount of replies. But like, people genuinely.
Okay. So do you see that comment under it? That's like the cringiest fucking comment.
Which part? The one are establishing spatial awareness of the action to come, the CG with a sense of weight and heft, the cool finishing move with a touch of blood splattering the camera lens. Shit, this is the first thing I've seen out of this show, and it makes me so excited for it. Like, yeah.
Pronouns in the name, not even the
Pronouns in the name. Look, we'll get to the criticisms. We'll let him finish his little thing on it first.
In mass, thought that was a problem. Now, I should remind the part of it that they're mostly complaining about is that she vaulted off of a sword.
Yeah.
You've seen The Lord of the Rings, right?
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry, I've seen elves
I'm familiar with this defense.
in the Lord of the Rings movies do things that make that look like nothing.
Yes, famously, all of Legolas's superhero moments are all the things that everyone praises to hell and back. No one's ever critical of those, ever.
Walking on snow without even
Okay, I didn't expect him to go for the walking on snow thing, actually. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you guys are different on this, but the whole reason that it looks cringe as fuck when she jumps off the thing is like it's clearly on wires. It's not well done. It doesn't look like she's actually launching off a sword.
Well, she's
it looks
like
like she's on wires.
tiptoeing across it. Like she doesn't even get a good launch off
Yeah,
it.
when he walks on snow, it looks like he's walking on snow because he's a light creature. There's no problem there. When he walks across the chain to get to the back of the troll's neck, that passes my smell test. I'm fine with it in the fight in Moria. When he does the shield part, you know, when he slides down the stairs on shield, that's like iffy to me. It's a little bit.
I have no problem with that at all. What's wrong? He takes a little shield and he surfs on it downstairs. I mean, it's silly, but
I think that's what it is. I think that's what my brain's trying to get at. It's just like it seems to me it's of a different level of silly compared to anything else that was in the scene. So I don't know, but I'm fine with it. I am fine with it. And then there's the Mumakil one where he takes down the whole elephant, which people say like he defies physics in that one. I would actually have to see a full breakdown from someone to see exactly where the problems are specifically in that scene, because I've always felt like it's still just an expression of the powers I think he has. My main issue with her vaulting off the sword is that it's entirely unnecessary, funny, and it looks bad.
well, there's a lot of before you even get to the vaulting of the sword, and this is what he's leaving out. The biggest problem with the scene is that you have all the other elves The elves who
Yeah.
in Lord of the Rings universe are established to be like badass fighters. We've never really seen like shitty elf fighters so far. Like maybe there's some background characters we don't know or something. But all the elves we see fight in these movies are awesome. And yet in this fight, you go back and you watch it. They're literally just standing there like idiots when this troll's like smashing them on the
Correct.
wall and stuff. No one does anything in this fight. All the elves in this fight totally suck and are totally incompetent, except for my girl Galadriel. Okay,
Mhm.
she's the only one that can literally do anything in the fight,
Yeah,
and that's the
which-
biggest problem with the scene.
Yeah.
It's good that you've and it's good to highlight that because it goes against the point he's making right now in favor of defending the vaulting sword thing. He's going the direction of people saying it shouldn't be possible, which I didn't see many people saying that. It was more so
Right.
it just looked terrible. But he's saying it absolutely should be possible because elves are fucking amazing. Yet all the other elves in the scene are retarded.
Yeah.
They all just either stand around, they do nothing, they don't have the weapons in their hands, as Adam was pointing out. I have other problems with the scene as well. They don't alert their team properly. Somehow the shouting of the troll and the guy going, "Oh my god, snow troll," doesn't alert half the team, nor does it alert Galadriel. It's only once they throw the big rock thing that she actually turns up, which I thought was really weird. They show her getting alerted by the sound of the rock falling apart, as opposed to the fucking yelling. Which, by
Right.
the way, in a place like that is going to echo through those halls 100%. And she's not that far away.
Yeah.
She's like meters away. I thought that was really bizarre. I thought it was bizarre that she stands there for about, I think, 10 seconds watching everyone getting killed. I was like,
She's
what
waiting
the fuck are you doing?
for the guy
Hello?
to throw the sword out.
I think the editing is
Yeah.
really bad. There are moments that just like betray your understanding of the logistics where she's preparing to do a move and then it'll just cut and she's doing something else completely. And it's like, what? Oh. And it makes you think time has passed in order for the first position to be made into the second one, but it would mean that the troll just stood there. So it's like a very simple editing thing where it's just like it'll confuse you. And that was the main thing I saw being criticized, by the way, was the editing on the scene.
Yeah.
So basically, there is a plethora of complaints about that scene, but the one that I think is actually a little bit, this is less objective and more I'm going to appeal to emotion. I think storytelling-wise, it's not wise to have her dominate this thing in a solo fight while her entire team fail, where you have an opportunity to have her lead them and work with them to take it down, i.e. Fellowship of the Ring.
Well,
where
it
all of them
completely
work together
lowers
to
the
take it down.
stakes. It completely lowers the stakes of the entire journey as well. Like she's a
Yeah, like
fucking
a-
badass from the get go. Well, I'm not worried about her losing her
doesn't-
life in
why
any
does she
way,
care
shape,
if-
or
yeah.
form. Yeah,
Right. Why do you care if she loses her army if she can solo a troll, you know?
yeah.
Exactly. So that
If this was in the hands of competent writers, I would assume that they picked these guys because they want Gladriel to get killed because he's the most incompetent soldiers ever selected.
Oh, you mean the elf?
Yeah,
guy who sets her off?
exactly. Like her team was obviously selected so she would get murdered out there because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Right? I mean, if it was in the Game of Thrones universe, you'd think that. You'd be like,
Yes,
why are these
right.
guys so incompetent?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we talked about this kind of on Wednesday with Rags and Deb about how much more impactful the scene would have been if all the elves were like good
Worked
and
together,
competent,
yes,
and
and
yet
then got
one of
their
them-
ass kicked.
and yet one of them died. And
Yes.
then that would sort of be like part of the motivation for why they want to turn back, because they're like, listen, like someone just fucking died. Like we've been doing this for hundreds of years. There's nothing up here but snow and death. And that would add so much to like the scene, but no, we have to have Galadriel like do
Yeah,
her
girl
air,
boss.
air Galadriel thing.
Exactly. Her ballerina dance off the
Yes.
edge of the sword. Which
Right.
I mean,
Now-
that sword should have broke. That thing was a tiny little sword.
And I want it made clear, all of the criticisms I just laid out and you guys did, you can find these in the streams discussions for Gary, Ryan, myself. They're all there in the videos.
This is
It's not just us ranting about racism for hours on end, actually.
this has nothing
That's
to
only-
do
that's only
nothing to
50%
do
of
with
it.
race, nothing to do with sex. I don't care
Right.
if she's a woman and does it, it's fine. I mean, just story-wise, it's ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that we just highlighted a shit ton of problems with it, but let's continue.
Not even leaving footprints. In the books, elves can walk on blades of grass without bending them. Legolas surfed on a shield.
See, his entire criticism is devoid of what it's supposed to accomplish in the story. Like it's just this could have happened, so therefore it's
and-
okay.
Right. No, you're 100% right. And I think that also ties into what Mauler was saying, was that, yeah, I mean, I could see an elf physically running up a sword and throwing them. It just looks stupid.
Yeah.
Like, that's
Yeah,
what really
they
matters.
didn't make
looks
it look
stupid.
very good. I'm sorry, and it was
I don't know if you
unnecessary as
could
hell.
make that look good. I think it's just a dumb concept.
The guy is like, who's doing the work here? Is it the guy throwing her? Because I mean, I feel like
It's supposed to be that. It's supposed to be that he's throwing her and she's jumping at the same time.
Well, and
She's
she
like a
doesn't.
foot taller than him.
And the
They-
thing is, like, it doesn't even end the fight. Like, maybe if they had been fighting the troll for a couple minutes and then
Right.
the guy throws her at her and she stabs it in the throat, and you're like, oh, he had to get up to that height to do that. You say, okay, but that doesn't happen. She just kind of like cuts it and it goes, oh, and then turns around.
Like that's the finishing move, the finale, instead of
Right.
like the first go. Yeah. It's so stupid, man. That scene is just insane.
But Helm's Deep. Like, I think that, listen, elves are established in Tolkien's world as being able to do dumb shit like that.
I do remember
Look, he
people
even admits
complaining.
it's dumb.
I know.
Yeah,
That's true.
They,
He does.
they never realize what they're doing when they say that.
I do remember people complaining a lot in The Hobbit when Legolas runs up the stairs that as they're falling. People were complaining about that like endlessly. So
It would have been so
So-
much better character development for her if they lost men and she still wants to go on,
someone gets their arm
Yeah.
cut off, you know.
or even if she's stabbed and she's like wounded.
Yes.
No, none of that happens.
No.
Nope.
Just, it's not Lord of the Rings anymore if you don't have elves doing dumb shit like that. I like it.
Yeah, so you agree with them then? They said it was dumb. Your defense is that dumb is Lord of the Rings. So congratulations, you did exactly what Chris Reagan did, where it's just like, you know what? It's not that Rings of Power is bad. It's that Lord of the Rings was just as bad as this. It's all bad. Enjoy it.
Oh, did he
Like,
talk about
or
this
don't.
too?
Fucking, I got into a fight with him on Twitter because he said that he doesn't
What?
specifically about this scene. Funnily enough,
Oh,
He
no.
said-
Really? Oh no, he's defending this scene.
he said, "I don't see what's any more like particularly cringe about this scene than compared to anything else in Lord of the Rings."
What?
And then I said, you know, like why the fuck, like why do they do this all the time? They have to tear down the older thing to defend the newer thing. And he said, I wasn't defending it. I'm saying it's old trash.
So he just doesn't like Lord of the Rings.
He thinks Lord of the Rings is trash too.
Okay,
apparently,
well,
yeah.
that's an insane take that I don't even know how to justify with a
I
response.
don't know how to deal with that. No.
Okay.
The only reason they really take issue with it is because she's a woman. Leading up
Look at that.
what
Look
a
at that.
genius. Fucking genius. He
She's
got me.
got the boobies. She can do this.
up to the release of the show, a lot of people took issue with Galadriel wearing plate armor and wielding a sword and being a warrior class. People who complain about Galadriel in this show being a warrior class are not like, I guess it's accurate in that they're
Oh man, did you see the change in tone there? We went from like what a fucking stupid thing to say in his facial expression over to okay, maybe there is some validity to this.
Galadriel in this show being a warrior
him.
class are not like
He's
I
like,
guess it's accurate in that
okay,
there's
okay.
not a lot of
accurate.
evidence that Galadriel would have used swords and wielded plate or chainmail armor in Tolkien's writing. However, in the sense that like there
See, this is why it frustrates me because he seems to be vaguely aware of the nerd argument, but he just
Yeah, he
refuses to
does.
accept it. He's like,
Yeah.
"Fuck you! You're not a nerd. You're a sexist." Like, well, fuck you. You don't know me, and you don't listen to what I say. You instead make shit up. So
Well, he's operating under the idea that there's a racist behind every rock and tree, so that
Yes.
he, so from his perspective, all these nerd arguments, he's like the nerds wouldn't
Well,
actually
th-
care about them.
then
if they weren't
obviously,
racist.
what the fuck is his perspective worth? I can do this myself. I can just
Nothing.
assume everyone's racist myself, Sandra. I don't need you to tell me.
You need
I just
validity,
don't because
though.
I'm not retarded, and I listen to what people say.
are classes in that way, and Tolkien's magic or writing system is just ridiculous. That's not how Tolkien does magic. It's not how
Oh.
Tolkien presents power.
Oh,
Tolkien described Galadriel as being, quote unquote, the fairest and most mighty of elves in Middle Earth. And the way that Tolkien depicts magic isn't like
Okay. I'm pausing it because he's going to say the way that he depicts magic. Do you think he's actually going to explain the way in which magic is depicted? In
no,
Lord of
he's
the
not
Rings?
going to
probably
explain shit.
not.
What?
a hard magic system like, say, World of Warcraft, where like, oh, this wizard can shoot ice beams that are stronger than this wizard because like whatever. It's not like that. The way that Tolkien wrote magic was like there were general tiers of power and mightiness, And based on like the situation, whoever was stronger would usually win in that scenario, unless there was a reason for that not to happen. And the magic would work in a way that made sense in the environment or in the story or in the explaining of how it would work when it needed to. That's how he did. Like, Lord of the Rings has some pretty fucking soft magic as far as the system goes. With that said, though...
So wait, that was the end of the explanation. What the fuck did
What does that even mean?
So all I've gathered as part of his point right now is we have the starting point. Galadriel should not be using a sword and shield. She's like or armor. She's a magic user. And his response is the magic system in Tolkien is a soft magic system.
Right.
Okay.
What does that mean?
So that means they can just take it away from Galadriel?
Well, I'm assuming the point is yet to come. That's premise one. I assume that's going to help us in some way.
There's no, you don't understand. That was the end of the point.
Galadriel is just generally described as being mighty and powerful. So I don't really deny the ability for her to fucking, like, be...
So it's just your opinion. It's not that they're wrong.
He thinks that Tolkien wrote the magic system based on Dragon Ball Z rules, okay? Whoever has the highest power level just can do whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, he's saying that because it's such a soft magic system does not mean anyone can be a wizard. That's not what that means.
No, yes.
Certain characters use magic as part of their characterization, though.
I mean, in the way that...
No, of course. He's suggesting by soft magic system that anyone can be and won't be... Anybody will be anything, basically.
Yes,
it doesn't matter. It's all flim-flam. It's all...
Right.
Meanwhile, like, no, Frodo can't cast spells, Gandalf can. It is a soft magic system in Lord of the Rings, but that's not what it means.
Galadriel can cast spells, right?
Who
can cast spells?
Galadriel.
Yeah, no,
Maybe?
I'm pretty sure she's a magic user of several kinds, especially with the Ring of Power.
I mean, she does it in the
with the
movies,
ring,
right?
yeah.
She's got magic shit going on. This is part of the issue people have is that he described her as a mighty like individual and had nothing to do with sword and armor. That's what people didn't like. They didn't want to see her doing that. That's not her form of power. And then you had that line where she's like, "What am I without my sword?" It's like, what the fuck is going on?
I know.
That's their argument.
Well,
I'm willing to see what they do with it and how it fits in, but as far as I'm aware, that's their argument.
And this is why I Xander's like trying to say he's not a fake fan. This is what makes me think he is kind of a fake fan to some extent. Is that in the books, like the way like Gandalf's power as a wizard was not his ability to shoot fireballs. His power was the ability to motivate men to do things. Like the magic system in Lord of the Rings was so much based around like motivational and charisma and leadershipness. It was always the strength of character. Like that was the real power of the characters in Lord of the Rings. It wasn't like hard magic. And I thought that's what he was going to say, and he just says nothing. He just says, "Oh no, it's just power levels. She can do whatever she wants because she's described as powerful." It's like, no. Like this would be like if Gandalf came back in the prequels and all of a sudden he's like the most badass swordsman of all time. And you're like, that. I mean, he had a sword, but that shouldn't be his defining trait.
That's literally it. It's the kind of thing where you just as a viewer you're like, what's going on? This is confusing. But this is the thing. It's a source like a faithfulness argument. Because Xander's saying I'm okay with her using a sword based on what I read in the books, and other people are like, no, it's practically explicit that she never used that sort of thing. That there you go. There's your battleground. It's got nothing to do with sexism.
None of us have read the book, though, right? Like,
not the Similaron.
In the end of the story, could she turn away from the sword and to magic because the sword fucks her up and she releases Sauron? So she's like, "Fuck this."
I mean, that's possible. But...
This is what I mean. There are ways to contextualize it. All I'm frustrated with is that he's saying this is a sexism thing. They don't want women to have swords, which is just not even close to true.
No.
And plate armor. That's not exactly outside of her moveset.
I mean, I do like it when the armor has a boob window, but that's just my personal preference. I feel like
it's a fair preference.
I feel like it would aerate. That armor has to be hot under there, right?
That's right.
Yeah, it's just air conditioning.
Especially when she butt blasted Sauron back to Mordor out of Dol Guldur.
Yeah, with magic.
Yeah, that's the whole point, right? In the movies, she was using the magic. Yeah.
Don't you remember in The Hobbit when Galadriel runs up Elrond's sword and then air stabs Sauron in the face and then he runs away?
No.
I do remember that. It was great. And there was a dragon.
Eating a hawk.
Hell yeah.
Anyway, yeah, there's just like some stuff that people nitpick, but overall,
Do you see how he started out as though this was the most stupidest argument anyone's ever made? And then he like hesitated and went, okay, there's reasons why they're saying this. They're still kind of wrong. And then he eventually got to, I disagree, but, for my own reasons. And then he said, people nitpick, It's like, man, your attitude dramatically changed the more you thought about it. You should think about things more.
Yep.
I like how he punctuated with
there's
the
some
bong
cool stuff
rip.
that's like very mysterious and cool, and some interesting storylines that I think they're going to end up going towards that are going to really ramp things up. It's very obvious to me right off the bat. Now it's time for predictions, okay? Or
Not
no,
yet,
before we
don't
do
worry.
predictions.
We're not going to watch his predictions.
You
That's
like
the point of
that?
part of the video, but we got this is the part of the video now. We're here.
This is it?
This is it.
Where he calls
God,
you
I'm getting
out?
so
Oh yeah.
Oh, let's
And
hear
by
it.
the way, I was really surprised to hear this because I just would have thought, wow, the balls on a person who's not seen any of my work to say this stuff.
scatterbrained because I've been so excited to do this review. Before I do predictions, I actually want to talk about a very particular mindset around the chuds when
No.
that are complaining about this show. I saw a really, really good tweet
All right,
that
let's do
did
it.
probably
Let's
the
tweet.
best job I've ever seen at explaining this phenomenon.
This must be the Chud phenomenon here.
I like to take the piss at like the chuds and the grifters who complain about diversity in media. But I think this particular tweet thread is a really good insight into how these people think. So I'm going to go ahead and read it off to you guys because I think you'll start to understand what I mean.
All right, anecdote time.
When people talk about, quote unquote, what's alienating conservatives about comics, games, movies, and whatever, I remember a conversation I had with a.
Do you like how conservatives so this is already not applicable to either?
Yeah,
any of
I
the
mean,
three
I'm not a conservative, but whatever. Okay.
Why is he?
Well, he reckons I am, so it's good enough.
That's true. Why is he jiving like Stevie Wonder when he reads this?
He's excited to read the tweet. He's probably
okay.
talking
on.
about dragons and stuff.
The self-proclaimed conservative who said that if Gargoyles was made today, like not a reboot, exactly as it was made in the 90s, Elisa would be too woke. He was trying to make the point that he liked this character in his childhood and enjoyed how she was written, but if the exact same character was written in the exact same way now, it would just be quote-unquote furthering agendas, and it would make the show bad, even if it was the same show. He had this idea that all the media he consumed in his childhood existed in a political vacuum, and all the choices made about the character, ages, races, genders, etc., just happened to turn out that way because that's how they were plucked off the organic farm-to-table fiction tree. But if he saw the exact same things being handled the exact same way today, it would be bad and impure because the only reason someone would make those choices these days would be to pander.
This is a long fucking tweet. Jesus Christ.
Tweet thread, man.
I thought there was a
But hold on, I
character
think
limit
I
on
think
these
he's-
tweets here.
I think he's
And I
nearly
really,
done.
really like that tweet. I really, really like that tweet explanation of how they think because
Yeah, of course you like it because it confirms everything you believe, which is that they're really stupid. But the thing is, you're not actually respecting, even within that story,
Right.
I think a more definitive point that's being made. Which, again, I am someone who would happily consider that there's lots of what you could call agenda and older stuff that people approve of. You could call it that, right? Like they say, whatever waves of feminism, like in the 90s, that was the one that most people actually liked and
Right.
preferred in terms of, women can fight stuff too if I write it so that they have power to do so. It's that level of like, yeah, woohoo, equal footing. It would be seen as like it's a form of feminism, and you'd be like, yeah, sure, everyone's fine with it if it's consistent, whatever. But nowadays, if they release that very same stuff today, you'd be like, it's agenda driven, and he sees that as like, haha, see, that betrays your bias, and it's like, okay, so if let's just do the easy one first because you seem to think this is impossible. If a film came out 100 years ago and the main villain was called Trump and he ran around, he had orange hair and stuff, no one would give a shit. It would be like, yeah, whatever, that's just the thing. If it came out today, they'd be like, wow, I understand exactly what you're trying to say. Why is that? And it's like, well, cultural values, things that we're aware of, the guy existing, like obviously all
world's
these different
changed.
things. Exactly. So with that, we've already concluded, yes, it is possible for media to be released at a different time to have different meaning. I don't know why you'd even try to push back on that as a fucking leftist. Like, isn't that the whole point, that media reflects current times and like values and points you want to make? So this guy in this story is talking about how let's change it to make it more overt so we can get the point across. Let's just say there was a gay character in a 90s piece of media. when they turn up in that 90s piece of media, they don't have any sort of like understanding of maybe why the people made it or the promotion of it beyond the fact it's a character doing things. Also, they're gay. They just happen to be gay. That's it. Versus now, where you'll have all of the bonus shit, like all the production, like the way that the show may be promoted is like it has the first gay character ever. Like Disney do this all the time, and people see that now as like evidence. We were talking about this earlier. It's like they're boxes that once you've ticked them, that means you cry wolf.
Right.
And you might be accurate, you might not. That depends on who you're listening to and how far into it they've gone and what kind of boxes they need ticked. This is not like this doesn't show that they have like no understanding or it doesn't betray a sense that this is absolutely absurd. It makes some sense. Like if Rings of Power were released as is, but like 30 years ago, with none of the way that they're promoting it, the way that they're doing it, I would imagine that it probably like I would have said it was still shit. I imagine, at least if I was reviewing it today.
Right.
But it wouldn't have gone over like it is now because culture has fucking changed.
Yeah.
Dramatically changed. All the conversations about everything. I know them all now because I'm living through all of them. Eternals, they were talking about how the diversity is going to save lives. Like they legit were like, we're going to inspire so many people by having diverse characters that's going to save lives. I thought it was hilarious. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
They said that in the movie or about the movie?
About the movie and promotional
Oh my
stuff.
God.
Black Widow, they were like, yeah, it's finally we're gonna have women doing powerful things, and like just a female-led movie. When Marvel were the ones that traced behind DC because they didn't trust that women could lead.
Right.
You have the commentary about Doctor Strange not being allowed in WandaVision because he's a white man. Like if these things weren't a thing before, they're totally a thing now.
Yeah. I think what you're referencing, this is really the key here, is that in the 90s and in the early 2000s, the mainstream media or the mainstream culture was still based around like liberal accepted values. I don't mean like liberal/conservative. I mean like liberal in terms of like liberalism, the idea of individual rights and that every person should be treated universally the same. So the idea of quote unquote diversity in the 90s was like, okay, well, you can have women or you could have, non-white people in specific roles, and they should be treated like equally. You shouldn't think about the fact that, the character is a woman. You shouldn't think about the fact that the character is black, et cetera. This should be invisible. Everyone should be treated as an individual human.
Right.
But that's not the politics that we're operating under now. It's the exact opposite, because we've kind of moved away from liberalism to leftist intersectionality, where you're supposed to hyperfixate on someone's race, someone's gender. And so when you do that, basically what you're doing is you're saying, oh, you have to focus on these immutable characteristics of a person. You have to elevate someone because of their immutable characteristics. And also, and part of the reason I think a lot of people react negatively to it, it's all kind of talked about and portrayed in a way that's adverse to straight white men. Essentially, it's like, because not just like, oh, accept a woman, accept a non-white person. It's like, you need to sacrifice. If you're a straight white man, you need to get the fuck out of the way. You need to sacrifice some part of yourself or some part of, something you like to make way for someone else. Like as if, we can't just build the pie bigger. You need to give up something for these other people. And that's really what people are reacting to, this adversity, the adversity to diversity, which didn't really exist in the 90s.
And we still have examples to this day of new content with things that tick all of the quote-unquote boxes and yet don't piss off the what you would call anti-SJW things a woke crowd. Arcane was celebrated by Drinker. It has a lesbian main character with a side shave, purple haircut.
SJW Harry.
Like how did that happen? Well, it's because Drinker thought it was well written.
Right. No, exactly. I mean, a lot of these people, all these quote unquote anti-SJW media reviewers are giving these shows, I would argue, fair shots.
Everything Ever All at Once. Those people praise that. Female main character, secondary main character is a lesbian. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about that shit if the story is good. So much of this is just
that's the thing.
A defense of terrible writing, which
we saw with Kenobi. It was like you only hate it because you don't like black people being in your TV, and it's just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
They even did it with Kenobi, and you're like, what are you? The main character is a straight white dude. What are we talking about? Come on.
Because it's spot on. It really is a fantastic insight into how I thought as well. In many cases, instances of wokeness quote unquote, that happen in media nowadays that people complain about are really not that different than any girl power or woke scene or inclusion of diversity that we've had in media in the past. Media that was once heralded as being fine.
I disagree, but continue.
And it's funny to me when that very same media is made today, they complain about it. There was a time when conservatives would point to Ripley from Alien or Sarah Connor from The Terminator as an...
So to pause there, I got baffled when I first started hearing this because he said there was a time where they would point to them. And I was like, they still do. What do you mean?
Yeah, all the time.
Those are considered two of the greatest female characters of all time. I don't know. What do you mean they was a... And I was like, wait, he's not. And unfortunately, he is.
An example of a well-done, strong female character that wasn't done to pander or push a feminist agenda. However, nowadays... we've had the exact same character of Sarah Connor show up in the new Terminator movie. And
so before he continues, have you guys seen Dark Fate?
No, I have zero interest.
So the big issue, I fucking despise Dark Fate. I fucking despise Genesis. I am a die-hard fan of Terminator 1 and 2. I adore them. I think they're fantastic films. Obviously, Terminator 3 was like...
Genesis, and it was awful, but...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 3 was 4 was but 5 and 6 are something else. They do the TLJ thing. They annihilate the histories of the world and they go after the characters hardcore. But it's always been a fight in my head if Genesis or Dark Fate is worse. Genesis literally decanonizes the first two Terminators. It destroys them in the timeline, which is I consider to be pretty fucking offensive. However, Dark Fate, it opens with a Terminator just annihilating John Connor with a shotgun as a kid. He just kills him. And it's like, okay, that's a choice. And then they're like, now what happens next? Well, Skynet were averted as a result of the events of T2. It's just that John Connor was killed immediately after those events. So now what happens? Well, there is a new evil robot race that rises up. Not Skynet. They're called Legion. They look exactly the same. And they're doing the same things.
Oh, no.
Like, oh, that's really stupid, but okay, let's go with that. What happens? It's like, well, a Terminator gets sent back in time to stop the humans because they rise up under a leader. It's just a girl who's leading them to stop the Legion mission. And it's like, okay.
Wait, they literally had to kill John Connor and have different robots rise up just so they could have a female protagonist?
Yes, they literally just switch it all out. And by the way, this isn't even the bad part. So they send a female Terminator back. No, sorry. They sent a Terminator back, and they sent a lady to go and defend her.
Right.
And then she ends up meeting up with Sarah Connor, this new girl, and she's like, the Terminator's protecting this girl, and Sarah Connor's like, she's like, oh, she's protecting me to keep me safe for the future. And Sarah Connor goes, it's not you that she's protecting, it's your womb. It's like, okay. And we find out that Sarah Connor kind of hates this whole scenario because really, it's kind of unfair. We don't care about the mum, you see. We only care about the kid, John Connor.
Right.
In this case, it'll be this girl's kid who's going to be leading the world. The twist is, it's not going to be her kid. It's her. She is the true leader. How wonderful is that? She's appreciated for it. And there's this scene on a train that fucking drives me nuts where they have Sarah Connor lament how much she fucking hated in Terminator 1 and 2 not being appreciated for being important, that they only cared about her for like her being a motherness. She was just like objectified as being just this person that produces a son that's useful. Nobody cares about her, which is the most fucking insane take ever. Sarah Connor would never think that. She was so obsessed with saving the world and preparing John Connor to preparing a man in every way, shape, and form to lead the world into safety against the robots, to win the day. Like, she would never be like, oh man, doesn't it suck being a mum? Doesn't that suck that that's the value I have?
Jesus.
Just being a mum. It's some of the most offensively bad shit that you could ever have Sarah Connor characterized to say that she considers her motherliness to be like this lame event in her life because she couldn't have just been the hero. It was like, it's absurdly selfish and nonsense, and it's horrible to watch as a Terminator fan.
That is one of the worst things I've ever heard.
And
now
it's
I
all
have to
because
watch
they want to try and make the point that you see you guys when you watch Terminator 1 and 2, you appreciate John Connor when
You're
really you should
sexist.
appreciate Sarah
I know,
Connor.
that's what
What
they're
the fuck
doing.
are you talking about? People love Sarah Connor.
Right. Well,
But they love her
another
for the
thing-
wrong reasons, though. They love her for a
Right.
sexism, Mauler. That's
Right.
not good.
Well,
So-
and
yeah, it's infuriating. It's beyond. And the fact that Xanderhal is saying, "Oh, Sarah Connor, as you remember, appears in Dark Fate," and they didn't like it. He once again has no idea what the arguments are.
Right. No.
Go ahead,
But
Sitch.
and I watched recently Kill Bill again, which is great. Though I like the second one better. And I was thinking about this, no one's really bothered by Beatrice Kiddo, character. No one claims she's a Mary Sue, no one claims she's woke. And part of it is that there isn't really like gender politics in Kill Bill, even though it's about like her, everything that happened to her is partially because she's a woman, but it's nothing to do with gender politics, which is a big thing. But on top of that, one of the most important things about her character is she's constantly getting like beat up and hurt in the story, and B, even when she's like taking on 88 guys with swords and manages to kill all of them and then still fight whatever her name is, she looks like worried. She's like worried and afraid, and she's actually expressing an emotion that a person would express if they're fighting like 100 people. And so it feels so much more like a realistic human person. Where if you look at Galadriel or Rey or any of these like girl boss characters, they're just like they're never afraid of anything, and it makes you completely detached from them as like a human being. You have no empathy for them because they're so unrealistic.
True. Yeah. You never get the sense that Galadriel is in any danger whatsoever.
Yes. Yeah. Right.
Even when she jumps off a boat into the middle of the ocean with no fucking no one around for 1,000 miles, I'm like, this girl's gonna make it. She's fine. Like she doesn't even look around like I'm fucked. She's like, I'll just swim this one out. I'm almost there. It's like, what the fuck?
And movies, I believe, as well, like literally played by like Linda Hamilton.
Yeah, I mean, she's played by the same actress. She must be the same character. I don't understand why people didn't like her. That's crazy.
Like Mark Hamill.
Yeah, he was the same character. That's what I mean. He has no idea because he gets his fucking opinions downstream from the other like lead leftists who don't know anything about any of this. They don't. No offense, you guys herald yourselves as like top tier for media literacy. You're talking about the fucking dragon, the eagle having sex. I don't know. Like I think we got some issues here. Just saying.
Playing the same character, written exactly the same way, doing the same exact kind of shit, and they made the same exact kind of claims about it being woke, even though it was the same character.
Like I said, I never said it was woke. I just think it's fucking woefully insulting as to who she is as a character.
I mean, it's horribly feminist.
By categorization. What I'm trying to prove is that he's just so unfamiliar with the arguments. He doesn't even know how they would be applied beyond just everything's woke. Blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, look at the details.
Doing the same actress, playing the same character, doing the same things in the same universe.
None of those things are true, but go ahead.
It was still woke because it was happening today.
Fuck it being the same universe. Legion is not canon. Get the fuck out of here, you stupid fanfic Skynet. Oh god, I hate those movies so much.
In that same right, I think it's worth showing this notorious scene, which
Here we go, because this is the only argument you guys can make. You don't know how to make any other ones. You don't have an original thought. Seriously, I swear to God, they were given an update, and this is what everyone is supposed to argue.
They downloaded all the resource files.
Also,
I've been told to make this argument, so I guess I will.
Adapted pretty damn accurately from Tolkien's writing, by the way, so this is pretty damn true to Tolkien as well. This scene, which you could absolutely never get away with today from The Return of the King.
You fool. No man.
Gotta be careful, because of the flames. Just throwing some random noises, and off we go again.
Don't kill me.
I am no man.
You could never show this today.
Why?
I always had a problem with the way she screamed. It's very silly.
Well, she's in pain, right? Because her arm's been fucked up.
I know, but it's still a little silly.
Oh, let her have it, Sitch.
Oh, it's a little overacting.
You just hate it because she's a woman. If Aragorn screamed, you'd be fine with it.
And that helmet looks... I mean, but see, there's so much that's different because she's fucked up in that scene. As you said, her arm is like fucked up. She's about to die. She just saw her father is dying. Like the Witch King or the Lich King. I'm confusing. Witch King. Witch King, yeah. Warcraft. He like fucking grabs her by the throat. He's like about to fuck her shit up. And then was it Merry or Pippin comes by and stabs him in the leg. And like that's the only reason, like it was like team effort to take out this guy.
There's so much to this that makes it so fucking good. The first thing that my mind goes to is the level of bravery she gets from knowing that her dad is about to die.
Right,
Like,
exactly. Yeah, she cuts off the head of that thing.
it's fucking epic.
Yes.
And
But she's
it's
protecting
all
a
been
man,
built
though.
up throughout
So-
that they don't want her fighting because they reckon that she'll die because she's not
Right.
got the power to do so.
Right. Well, I would there's okay, let me address. There's a kernel of truth here that if Lord of the Rings came out today, in today's environment, which Xanderhal's just hand waving away, but that's important because the politics of today's environment, which I would say is being crafted by the leftists, so it's their fault. People would complain about this scene. Okay. I don't have a problem with this
Also,
scene.
wait. My bad. Uncle, not dad. I got carried away.
Oh,
I'm
you're right.
sorry.
Uncle. That's true. Yeah. So her dad was his dad, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the relationship is as strong as a fucking father.
Yes, it's basically like her father figure, right?
Yeah.
But no, so yeah, some people would be complaining, but the whole thing with like the whole "no man can kill me," like the reason that was there was because it was supposed to be like, wasn't it a prophecy?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
that no man could kill him.
They
so
got
he
around
thought
the
that
prophecy.
meant that he was, unkillable,
Right.
right? So I don't know.
Well,
I have
and he's
no
forgetting
problem with
that
this scene
Mary also stabs him in the back of the leg as well.
in the back of the foot. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, this is the thing. They will, like, I'm happy to concede there will be people in the world if this were released brand new today that would say this was a woke scene. There will
Right.
be people that will say
Right.
that because there'll be people that say that for fucking anything. However, I would defend this scene to the death if it came out today.
No, I would too. And the thing is, as you said, it's portrayed very realistically. Like she doesn't do a backflip off of a horse and then like throw a jousting lance into the Witch King's eyeball from like 50 yards away. Like she like barely manages to do it, only because of like the situation of the fight.
So yeah,
Never get away with that today. You could never get away with that today. Not in a
fuck you. We can't get away with criticizing anything today because
Yeah, I
people
know.
like you. We can't say anything because we're just racist,
know.
sexist.
I know. Well, and the amount of
Who's
like
really ruining discourse, Xander?
it's true, and the amount of things that would be considered racist or sexist nowadays that you can't get away with far outweighs anything that like people would complain about it
You
being woke
can't even
nowadays.
put grills in your thumbnails. Jeez, what the fuck is the world coming to?
You can if you pop in a little dragon and eagle in there too.
There you go.
Yeah,
Get the dragon and grill.
There you go.
In a million years, could you get away with having a female character kill off the mightiest servant of Sauron right after uttering the line, "I am no man," and revealing she's a woman?
I'm sorry, it was a pretty badass one-liner to say after what he said.
Yeah, he literally set her up for.
Yeah, I approve of her line when after what he said.
I'm
It
curious-
was set up. It was set up in the plot too. I do remember it being
It
like
was
a thing.
yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Well, at least in the book, I don't remember the movie. In the book, I remember it being. I think Gandalf says it.
Look, it's
been
even in the
talked about,
book.
but-
It's like
No, that line
original
is straight
lore.
from the book. Yeah, that's
Oh,
straight
This
from the
is,
book.
this is why, by the
No
way, that
complaints.
if it's from the book, why do you think these people are going to be able to complain about this? If it's from the book, that's
They
like an
can't.
automatic
A book from
approval.
like 60, 70 years ago.
Yeah,
It's like okay.
it's like the
Never.
perfect trick.
Never. You could not make the Lord of the Rings today. You couldn't make it today. You could not make the Lord of the Rings
Well,
today.
wait,
You
he's
couldn't
Said
right.
get
this
away
like
with-
5 fucking times. Move on.
I know. He's right. You couldn't make Lord of the Rings today because people
He's
would
correct,
complain
yeah.
that all the main characters are straight white males.
You can never make something that good today.
So
like that's it's
Well, that
not going
too.
to happen.
that too.
that.
Okay.
Alrighty.
He had an editor. I don't know why I didn't edit the drinking.
He dies screaming like an Xbox Live squeaker. True. This video won't get monetized now, lol. It better, okay? You can listen, Sherry. You can like remove the audio from the clips where I show. Actually, no. Thinking about the show, the hysteria over the show really does seem like people that are either motivated to hate it for political reasons, or people
Nope.
motivated to hate it because they just want to hate it.
Nope.
And they decided they were going to hate it a long time ago.
Nope.
It's such bullshit. You're just lying your ass
Doesn't
off,
know it.
dude.
Mm-hmm.
All you have to do is watch any one of these videos and you'd know that's not true. But
No,
alright.
yeah, we're talking about the story here. We're talking about the plot. We're talking about the stakes. We're talking about the fucking conflict. Okay.
Which is something the guy who's praising the show did not do. By
Yes. What? Why should I watch this show? What are the stakes here, Xanderhal? Why should I be interested in this show? What the fuck? You've told us
'Cause-
absolutely nothing.
Because dragon fucks eagle.
This one scene that isn't even in the fucking thing.
Hey,
It,
Adam, he
has
said we're gonna get way more of that. Okay,
Look,
It's
the
gonna be way
eagle-
more.
Way more Dragon Eagle set.
The eagle is dead. The fucking dragon never comes back. We've got like faces
It was a one night
carved.
I
stand.
like you try to explain to him that you'll not see any more of that.
Yes. No, we got
Done.
faces carved in mountains. So what? It's so fun. All of
What the hell? The Numenorian's armor was so dumb looking.
Yes.
Shockingly dumb. That was
Yes.
weird.
all of
By the
that
way-
was stupid.
It looked
I
like it
would
was
just go as far
cardboard.
as all you need to do is throw it all back, right? You just be like, the only reason that you're saying all of this is because you were politically motivated to like
Of
it.
course.
You like it because you knew you liked it
Exactly.
before it even came out.
Exactly.
Like, and he could be like, "What? No, that's not true." And I'd be like, "Wow, how does it feel, huh?"
Well, he
Yeah.
hasn't given us any reason other than that. Like the whole
Absolutely,
reason
we've
he's doing
got
this is to
nothing.
call people racist.
Guys, he said the CG was good and the practical effects were good. That to me comes across as someone who likes it and has no idea why.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And they're just like, "I it looks good, dragon fucking. I don't know, help me."
there was bestiality in the first scene, in the first 3 minutes.
People like Mauler, people
Yeah, fuck off.
like Nerdrotic, basically any.
As if you. It's funny because like I know for a fucking fact he hasn't seen anything that I've made. It's not even. You know what? Fun fact for you guys. I don't know if I told you about this. You met Chud Logic, right? At
Of
some
course,
point, maybe?
yeah.
Yeah, we were on a
Yeah.
stream with him.
Ah, sweet. So
I don't remember which one it was though. But
He
he
gave
was
us a
doing
rad quote.
coverage of the Hassan J stuff, right? And I happened.
oh,
to-
that's what it was. Yeah,
know.
right.
And yeah. But like, and I was watching him cover it, and then he mentioned us in passing because we relate to the story in a little way. And he was correcting the audience from saying, "He's like, oh no, they're not alt-righters, they're just anti-SJWs." And I was
Yes.
like, and I was like, that's a little bit annoying because like the work we do on EFAB is primarily supposed to just strictly be about whether or not things make sense with some personal things thrown in. It's really never about pro or anti SJW. That's usually the goal. To try and tear down the story for exactly what it is in the most robotic and autistic way possible. That is what we're proud of doing. Okay.
you got to admit there's an ideology that's creeped into storytelling that just is fundamentally opposed to
Oh,
certain
we'll bring up-
aspects. Yeah, so
We'll bring up stuff that's just the most overt shit, and of course laugh at it and then move on. Like it's absolutely will be in the same way that we'll register lots of different things, but that's the main focus. I would never consider our podcast anti-SJW. It's
Right.
really not the focus at all. But no
Of
shame
course
to
not,
anybody
yeah.
who is, because
Well, look where you are.
I know I'm more. Well, this is the racist podcast. All right, I'm in the all right pipeline. You guys are
Yes.
dragging me down it.
Mm-hmm.
So when he said that, I was like, and I sent a message saying like, hey, wouldn't mind talking to you because like you're just another guy in the big stream of guys that all seems to have this opinion of EVAP, and I'm curious why. And we started talking, and he said it was based off the fact that like that's what he'd heard. He hasn't
Right.
watched any of it, and I was like, that's pretty chill. And he was like, sorry if that's like a misrepresentation. I was like, no, it's not even that bad. Like ultimately, I don't really mind being considered that, especially compared to fucking alt-right or Nazi.
Yes.
And so, just got to talk to him a little bit more. And then he went on a stream later, because I don't know if you guys know about this, and he was like talking about how he talked to me. And several people in his audience were like, Mauler tricked you. Mauler's telling you that because he wants to try and come across as better when he's a fucking asshole, racist asshole. And Chud was like, okay, fine. I'll give you guys like a window of an hour. Send me things to prove this shit. It should be easy. And they were
Mhm.
like, yeah, just watch any of his videos. It's like, okay. And he starts watching my Black Panther video because apparently that's my most racist one. He couldn't find anything. He watched coverage of my Black Widow scene from Avengers. Couldn't find anything. It was all super nerdy stuff, as you guys probably know.
Yep.
And then people in chat were like, no, I'm pretty sure he hangs around with blah, blah, blah. And Chud started getting really fucking annoyed. He was like, do not tell me who he hangs out with. Tell me what he's said that makes him a racist. Tell me what he's done. And they were coming up fucking completely dry. And fast forward to today after he's like guested and stuff. He's seen my entire Multiverse of Madness video, which not even Sitch and Adam have done that.
I know. We're bad friends.
what do you mean? I'm like 3/4 of the way through it.
Well, then what I said was true. So we're all good. Yeah, this is the thing. I don't blame anybody for taking ages to get through that thing. It does take. So I was surprised when he said he
Three-quarters
watched
of the
it.
way is like almost done though. Come on, give me some
That's-
credit here.
That's what 4.5 hours out of 6. You got a movie's worth left, I believe.
I mean, that's almost that's not even close to the first season of 58
Come on, I
hours.
want to
of
savor
Ring
it.
of Power.
Come on, I look forward to it. I want to savor it.
True. So he'd seen the whole thing, and I was just like, "What did you think of it?" He was like, "He really enjoyed it," and he couldn't find any reactionary shit in there. And I was just like, "Yeah, I know it's crazy, isn't it?" And he was and now I like as a fun thing, I like send him tweets from other people that are in his circles that just like casually mention how racist or sexist I am in my videos specifically.
Yes.
And he's just like, how did this happen? It's like it just went unchecked. It just went completely
Well,
unchecked.
no,
Nobody cared.
I know why it happened. It happened because you were one of the most vocal people against the new Star Wars sequels. And so, like, the lines were drawn. If you don't like the Star Wars sequels, it's because you're a horrible right winger. If you like them, it's because you're woke.
Well, that and the fact that they tell each other the reality that I am the thing.
Right.
So that they all feel like they've learned it when it's actually just something they got from someone else.
Well,
and
you
they
had
don't know where they
Sargon
got
on
it
your
from.
stream, so you know. You're
Oh, that's
fucking-
true. Yeah. That's the big guilt by association is the heavy one they try and get me
Yeah,
with. The
of
only thing
course.
is like I'm associated with a couple of people that they like. So how does that work?
Well, they ignore that.
Oh, shit. Okay. So, yeah. So this is the funny thing. Like, Chud's aware that this has happened as well. This video, and he was just like, "It's a shame." Like, 'cause, you know,
Just another one to the pile.
yeah, because this whole video is about how myself, Gary, like obviously you would have gathered this by now for anybody who's been here the whole time. Myself, Gary, Ryan, several others. We lie to our audiences. We're sexist. We're racist. We're conservatives. We're grifters. We're chuds. I'm not even sure what that means. Still.
I have no idea what your politics are, Mauler. Like, I don't even know if you would consider yourself a conservative, but
Also, I've said before. I think I said to Shu, I'm not a fan of labels. Like, I don't want to. I wouldn't go with a lot of them because I don't agree with a lot of the stuff.
Well,
I'd rather just take issue by issue.
our audience is on record every single week calling us like leftists, TDS. This is what's so bizarre here is because I mean he would they would call us conservatives or right wingers or whatever, but by any measurable metric, I don't see how you could say that. We're pro liberalism, anti illiberalism, and wokeness is just about placing needless constraints on people, especially in the writing realm. So that's fucked up.
And so the way he just casually says, which by the way, there is a level of frustration in the fact that he's apparently on pretty good terms with Jay. So you'd think he'd be like, huh?
Yeah, we've had
weird
Jay
that
on.
Jay's.
We've talked to
Well,
Jay.
Jay's on very good terms with me. So you'd think that he'd be like, maybe Mauler isn't the hyper racist, sexist I think he is. Maybe. But
Yeah, but then he'd have to like think about his worldview and actually come up with something coherent and consistent.
No, we can't do that. Because this is the funny thing to me. Like, if he was to watch any one of my fucking videos and find out what I think about things, he would just be bored. I already know he'd be bored. He doesn't care about writing. He clearly
Well, you
cares
don't
about
have
the
a
dragons and
dragon
the
fucking
eagles. Yeah.
eagle in your videos.
But the reality is that you conclude like, oh man, I can't box Mauler into the racist category. That's no
Right.
fun. You're actually a nerd. I'd be like, yep, I'm classic, bona fide. Just I watch TV shows, movies, and play games. That was what I did. I am pro Sauron. That's true.
That is true.
He's gonna save us from all this.
I bet you've had Sauron on your stream before.
Probably. Yeah. Why wouldn't I? He's got an interesting perspective. I don't know. What do you think about TLJ?
Yeah.
People that are either motivated to hate it for political reasons or people motivated to hate it because they just want to hate it. And they decided they were going to hate it a long time ago. People like Mauler, people like Nerdrotic, basically anybody who's been heralding this show's low quality before it came out, I just don't take seriously on their current criticisms of this show.
That means he has to take us seriously because we didn't do any of that. So fuck you, bitch.
Get fucked. That's
Well,
right.
Yeah.
Hey, Adam, Sitch, everybody, think about what he just said, right? Don't take a person seriously if they're making sweeping statements about the quality or rather even the whichever direction on scale they go without having consumed what it is.
Look, I didn't even watch the fucking trailer before I watched the thing. Okay.
Can you think of how else that may apply?
Well, let's see. I don't think it applies to him making all his criticisms against you and every single person he's criticized. But he looked at the thumbnails, so
He did look at the thumbnails. That's true. See, because this is the thing that he's never going to talk to us, I don't think, because that would be a bad idea at this point.
Yeah.
But like, I'm amused by the idea of being like, you cannot trust a person who rates a show before having seen it. Which, by the way, he wouldn't agree with. It wouldn't take long for me to dismantle that. We already have.
Meanwhile, he's rating the fuck out of you and everyone else.
He has no idea what I've even
said.
said. The best thing about this is that I could have told him I love Lord of the Rings of Power, and he'd be like, "What?" And I'd be like,
He
"Yep,
wouldn't
I love
know.
it."
He wouldn't be able
He
to contradict
he can't
it.
cite anything that would be different from that. He hasn't seen anything I've said. He would just say like, "But you've been on streams with like Nerdrotic, and he hates it." And I'd be like, "Yeah, I disagree with him." He wouldn't be able to say I'm wrong about that. He has no idea.
Yep.
This is what it is like. It's just fascinating that you could take any level of pride in your work, and then you're like, "Wait a minute, he probably doesn't. He's just like Denims."
I can't take their criticism seriously because they established that they did not care about the integrity of their criticisms when they started criticizing it before they even knew anything about it.
So funny
What
to me
a
because it's just
bitch.
like, what does he even think he's talking about? Like the integrity of our criticisms when we haven't even seen it. So what were we saying? Because if we haven't seen it and that's the only way we could have information on it, which isn't true, then what were we saying?
You were saying I hate women and black people.
Oh, we just missed him in making shit up entirely. You know what I'm gonna hate about Rings of Power? I'm gonna hate the scene where the guy does the thing and the stuff because it's so bad, and I just hate all of the stuff and the things with the guy and the I hate all of it. I just hate it. Oh, I hate it, and I get hundreds of thousands of views. Yeah, that makes sense.
That doesn't make any sense.
That's what he's envisioning,
I
and then he's
know,
like, "Oh,
I
so you
know.
just happened to be right when it came out and it was bad that the guy did the things and it was stupid, and so you just doubled down, or you were wrong." What world does he live in? All you have to do is watch one of these videos to find out what Gary's saying about these shows and how he's getting sources. Where are they from?
He wouldn't understand, Mauler. Let's be honest here. Even if you watch the video,
But,
you're
like,
like,
it's-
duh, I don't get what's he
He's
talking
so
about.
smug. Like he's so thoroughly convinced he's correct with zero information, and that's what he's accusing me of.
Yeah,
Peak Dunning-Kruger.
that's bad news.
I'm sorry, but nobody who criticizes and basically does a negative review of a thing before it's
Oh, so it's okay if they did a positive one. That's the implication of that statement, by the way.
Right.
even come out is a worthy to listen to reviewer. All right, so that's like your Maulers, your Nerdrotics, your
Go fuck yourself. You haven't seen anything I've said or done. So the idea that he's telling his audience to avoid me, I just find
I
that
know.
amusing.
your critical drinkers, your the quarterings, your geeks and gamers. These people all fall into the same like basket. They're all the same
God, it's so fucking funny to say all of that selection all share the same opinions. Like, yeah, totally.
level of shameless, just shit talk whatever is popular to shit talk, be a contrarian, dick ride whatever is popular and fun to dick ride on the internet.
I'm sorry, what?
Who? Why? You guys are dick riding. Who's dick riding who
Wait,
here?
how does that work? We have to dick ride whatever's popular to dick ride, but also be contrarians? What?
You're
Oh, yeah, that's
dick
completely-
riding the contrarians who also you're trying to trick into thinking Rings of Power is bad because they saw it and think it's good.
I'm so confused. I didn't hear that
Quarterings,
again.
your geeks and gamers. These people all fall into the same like basket. They're all the same level of shameless, just
basket of
The-
deplorables.
I know. I was
yeah.
gonna say that. I was totally gonna say that. I'm like, okay, Hillary.
shit talk whatever is popular to shit talk, be a contrarian.
You can't- this is
dick
so
ride whatever is
stupid.
popular and fun.
That doesn't make
You
any
can't
sense.
do
Shit
it.
talk what's popular to shit talk. Dick ride what's popular to dick ride. Be a contrarian.
Yeah, that makes absolutely no sense.
You can't have all
obviously.
three of those. That doesn't match.
The show is legitimately bad though. Like we put like legitimate criticism on the table here. I don't understand. If a show is good, you can't make the same criticisms.
To dick ride on the internet, and yeah, it just I've yet to really. Maybe I'm wrong, but
Yeah, maybe.
oof, it just seems like overwhelmingly every time I see a opinion piece on a piece of media, whether it be like the opinions of the quartering and of like people like Mauler and the critical drinker align on just about every single piece of media.
Why does he do that?
I
with the-
literally have no fucking clue what the quartering thinks about any of the stuff. I don't watch his reviews. I don't know what
Wait a
you're
minute.
talking about.
I don't believe you
And-
because he's white and male and you're white and male. So
And I guarantee you, I do not agree with the quartering on every opinion on movies. I don't agree with anybody on all of their opinions on movies. That's just not a thing.
no.
There's debates between me and Drinker about certain movies and certain shows, like on his show. So like I don't even I've debated people before on all kinds of that. I've got super controversial views with the people in Friday Night. They've talked before about how Winter Soldier is like the top tier #1 Marvel movie on Friday Night Tights. I think it's shit.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a take.
I think. Well,
agree with that at all.
I'm pretty sure my view is the controversial one. I think it's terrible.
What's you? I don't think it's terrible, but I don't think it's the best one.
Which one's what's terrible?
Winter Soldier. It's
Oh, okay.
it's considered pretty damn good generally by Marvel fans. I've got a 7-hour stream breaking it down with 3 other guys. I think of all of its plot points throughout the entire film. We just reckon it's really, really fucking bad. Trust me, Drinker does not think Winter Soldier is bad. I disagree with like Jeremy and a couple of others on Tomorrow War.
Wait, what's
what
your
else has there
favorite of
been?
the Marvel movies then?
Avengers and Civil War.
Civil War? Really? Now that's shocking.
Why?
I didn't like Civil War that much.
Well, did you expect to like the one that I thought was best?
Well, I understand it. The first Avenger. First Avenger was good.
All right, there you go. Well,
Civil
I
War's
like Iron Man too.
Okay, I'm a little sus
don't like
now.
Iron
You could
Man,
be
wow.
racist. Wait a minute. Your favorite Marvel movie is Civil War. Why is that, Mauler? Could it be because of the title?
This is what they fight for slavery to get back. And I just,
Which side of the Civil War were you on, Mauler?
Yeah, I have plenty of controversial views within the communities I hang around with. But
Sure,
the cool
of
thing
course,
is,
of course.
everyone just talks about them. In fact, yeah, I completely fucking forgot. I had the Zack Snyder's Justice League is worse than Joss Whedon's Justice
Oh,
League.
that was a
my
very
take.
controversial take.
That's one of the, that's
Yeah.
possibly my most controversial take outside
Yes.
of maybe Atla. That's probably another one.
That's your
Yeah.
most that's your worst take. Yeah.
But like, hey, you know, the fact is these exist. So which am I now, Xander? How does
Well,
it work?
Here's the problem. You don't like Avatar because there's no white people in it. So
Yeah.
I thought that's why everybody didn't. Anybody who didn't like it was for that reason, right? I'm joining
Yeah.
that crew. Yeah,
okay,
the big problem.
that's the big problem.
I'm willing to bet.
Oh wait,
I'm
speaking
willing
of
to
Atla,
Jerry, slip of the tongue. I'm willing to bait. Maybe that's the real truth right there.
right? The chat says these people would have said that Atla would it be SJW trash because there were what does it say? Because being people of color like Sokka and Katara in an Asian setting. What? I don't even know what that chat's supposed to mean.
What I like about that chat is it's very defensive to the point of trying to justify the fact that why there are people of color. Like it says, like they are because they're in an Asian setting,
And
which is
they'll-
like, isn't that literally the argument? That they would prefer the demographics match the areas of the geography or whatever. And
Yeah.
that's usually the argument. So
That literally no one had a problem with that. There's people on Twitter like a week ago. They're like, "Oh, everyone would have complained that Toph was woke." I'm like, "What are you like? Toph is there's nothing woke about Toph's character at all, whatsoever." They're so dumb. They think, "Oh, if you have a female character who's powerful, then that's all people care about. That's all that's what they'll complain about." It's like, no. It's just. It's so
those are Mauler. You got to stop using pure plot consistency. It's the only ranking for movies' overall quality. You'll never stop me. I'm gonna do it until I'm dead. I'm gonna be a villain, plot villain. Makes sense, man. That's what I'll be. I fly around a little cape that makes sense.
Consistency, man.
Yeah.
Straight man.
Super straight man.
There you go.
How
Mauler's
dare you.
superhero name.
There's the clip
bad.
right there. You got
And,
him
you know,
now.
they would claim it's not because minorities woke garbage or whatever. It's because it's bad. But I think I don't know about that.
Who the fuck cares what you think at this point? You've proven you don't care to find out anything about anybody's opinion. You just want to call them all racist and sexist. You're the meme. You're the shitty leftist that got left behind. You're not going to make it into the next era of the internet, Xander. You got to up your game. That's the biggest realization I have from watching this. I've watched plenty of content from all kinds of creators. I'll say it about you guys, okay? I'm not doing this as I'm biased, but you guys have done a very good job of moving through eras because you're
Thank you.
you're keeping yourselves honest. You do
We're
the thing
trying.
of looking for information. You'll go as long as you need in order to get all the information out there. There are a lot of other creators that are doing that. And Gary, by the way, is doing exceptionally well. Same with Drinker. The work they do, the amount of effort they put into their stuff, they're pumping lots of shits out. That sounds metaphorically.
You mean content? Lots of content.
they,
out, yeah.
Lots of
But, like,
well-made content.
Gary sorted himself out like a whole network of different people who work on different things to get all the coverage out as fast as he can. He's trying to get people his perspective, his breakdowns. He tries to stay accurate to what it is. He gets all the information from behind the scenes. Like, this is stuff you have to do because back in the day, like when YouTube started, it was enough that you just watched the movie. You sometimes didn't even have to do that. turn on your vlogging thing and just go, I liked it. I like the dragon and the eagle.
Right.
And you upload.
True.
And then that was it.
Yeah.
You can't do that anymore.
That's what Xanderhal's doing right here.
Exactly.
Look at it. He's like, oh, I love this shit.
You got to
like
work fucking harder if you
taking a
want to get
bomb.
engagement, because this is pathetic. And it's so funny to watch someone like this call like out Gary and Ryan and etc. All these people who are working their asses off to be like,
Totally.
you're losing your audience because you lie to them, while they're like doing just fucking fine. Their careers are doing. Ryan is doing great recently. They're both. Everyone's doing great because they make jokes about how Rings of Power is so bad it's going to be great for them monetarily. Like, if the show was really good, they would have to pivot and be like, we were wrong, which a lot of us have done for House of the Dragon. Something that he's accepted as well, but he just can't, he can't square it into his worldview. So
you can make content either way, though, even if the show is good. I mean, you can make Gary's making just as many House of Dragon videos based on it. He likes House of Dragons. So.
Well, yeah, he's going to be making another one in an hour and a half with me.
Yeah,
That's
so
right.
I mean, I don't like whether it's good or bad. You still make content, you still make money off it. So I don't understand. I mean, why you would be dishonest.
I think it was voted our most, and it's quite a popular episode, but one of our most beloved episodes of the last year. We do like a little survey thing at the end of the year for EFAP, and they said it was our Arcane breakdown, which is almost exclusively positive.
Yeah, see, we're not hating just to hate here, okay?
I mean, me and Gary did a stream talking about how much we were gushing over season 4 of Stranger Things, even though I admit it's got a huge amount of writing problems. I just really enjoyed it. They don't know us, and you can't destroy us if you have no idea what we are.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, unfortunately, in the current environment, you can. You just throw a label at someone, call them a bigot, and then you stand back.
The way I would put it is, Xander is he honed his little hammer from no bullshit types. You know, he's seen them broken down by people like Vorsh or whoever else.
Right.
And he's like, I know how to destroy them. Nerdrotic. He hates things because of wokeness, just like no bullshit. Here I go with my hammer. Oh, fuck, my hammer broke. What the hell?
Well,
I'll just get another hammer.
The thing is, it's Xander who no one cares about. If like Keffels or someone like tried to like label, Nerdrotic or Sir you like a transphobe, even if it had made no sense, it would cause like so much strife in your guys' lives.
Yeah, I'm not saying it wouldn't be. So when I say ineffective, I'm referring specifically to getting engagement with viewers for the content.
Right,
because,
of course, I understand.
If Xander were to do a full breakdown of why Gary's like the worst person ever, and it was all like accurate information, he might actually get somewhere. Same for me, by the way. It's not like these things are impossible, but if you're talking about just like cancellation, then there are people out there who have the power to do that, and fucking hell, we hope they don't. Well, yeah, that's the fucked up sort of new world we're in right now for the internet.
It sucks. Yeah, it's lame.
It seems like overwhelmingly they're always on board to jump onto the wagon of let's shit on the thing that the grifter anti-woke brigade are shitting on right now. Regardless, though, people are allowed not to like things.
Oh my god!
Wait, we're all grifters, but then we're also allowed not to like things. Okay.
And you'd think, what is the big difference between a grifter, like someone who's just pretending to dislike a thing for the money, versus, because I assume that's what he's doing in this context, versus the person who genuinely dislikes it and wants to give substantive reasoning for that? It's like, what's the difference? Like, well, they probably be in their arguments, right? And references?
Yeah.
How accurate references are and how they put them together?
Can they craft, like, if you're just grifting, you would think you would not be able to craft a cognizant or coherent argument about why it's bad.
And and then you get to a position where you're just like, well, if you watch their videos, you might be able to find out the difference.
Right. Well, if you were grifting, you would say something like, "Oh, Rings of Power is bad because there's a scene where a dragon fucks an eagle in the beginning," and I think that's really terrible.
Their unenjoyment of media does not affect my enjoyment of it. After all, I'm having a much better time liking this show than they're having disliking it.
He did say it was
debatable.
Part of it.
I wouldn't be sure of that.
Yeah.
I had a hell of a lot of fun with the Friday Night Tights guys breaking it down compared to watching it. I was bored. I don't believe you got that much enjoyment out of it, but maybe I'm underestimating your enjoyment of fucking eagles.
Well, he did almost have an orgasm, so I don't know. Did you?
You know what? Maybe you're right. Actually, yeah, I can't compare.
And speaking of, it's time to have some fun talking about what I'm most excited for.
This part of the video just talks about his predictions, what's going to happen next, and it's vapid as fuck. So we're done.
All right.
Nice.
You want to bolt?
I
know
can stay
you-
for like another 10 minutes or so.
Oh, okay.
That's good.
You're off to watch the
The
House
House
of the
of the Dragon.
House of the Dragon. Yeah, that drops tonight. I'll probably be watching it as soon as we're done with this stream.
Yonkers OF for 31 Aussie bucks. Thank you. Says, hi, Mauler. Off topic, but have you reviewed Ozark or do you plan to?
I've not seen it, but I've had it recommended by a couple people, though I've heard the ending's bad. So,
Oh, that sucks.
yeah.
I don't know anything about Ozark.
Bad endings, really. I don't like that.
Mhm.
Makes me very angry.
The Justice 35 for $20 says, Mauler, you're through EFAP. I was radicalized. You appreciate and critique media. Also, there's an imposter among us since we know Sitch doesn't actually make videos. Class is still best class, and A team supports Galadriel. There you go. Thank you.
Galadriel, yes. Galadriel.
Yes.
I'm working on it, guys. I'll get it right.
Galadriel.
How are you saying it?
Galadriel. I'm saying it correctly. This is one of the
Galadriel.
few times I'm saying a name correctly.
So it's like I'm glad.
Galadriel.
I'm glad she survived
No, Galad.
the swimming challenge.
Galahadriel.
Galadriel.
Swimmy64 for $20 says Mauler's worst takes are his anime takes. That is true.
Oh, okay.
That is true.
Oh, yeah,
It's
I mean,
good to know
I
he's
thought
only
One Punch
human.
Man was good. I thought F My Brotherhood was good. I understand.
Wait,
that they-
I like
he's
One
looking.
Punch
He's
Man.
doing the safe.
I like
choices.
One Punch Man.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I did
I
too,
like
but I
his
guess it's
takes.
unpopular as a take. I'm sorry.
Yeah, look at you. Look at
Didn't
you.
mean to have such unpopular takes.
Mhm.
There we are.
Mm-mm. Gadsadriel. There you go.
Galadriel. Galadriel. It's Galadriel though. There's an A in there, guys. I don't know. Why are you saying Galadriel?
Well, okay. So before you go, is there
Galadriel.
anything else we should talk about this before you go? Any other
Well, like overall, just
overall?
anyone listening to this could learn from this. Like seriously,
Mm-hmm.
your videos will be made much better for future generations. Just
Mm-hmm.
fucking check your sources. That's all. That's all you got to do. And even if, say for example, Movie Bob, if someone said, "Do you see Movie Bob said he wants to kill Sitch?" I'd be like, "Show me."
Yeah, right.
And if someone said, "Why do you even believe he'd said that?" Right? It's like maybe, but show me. I want to see it. Like because before I fucking hilariously comment,
It
on
is
I would rather see it.
believable. I mean, I could
That's
imagine
true.
that happening for real. So
Well, that's what's so annoying. Like so many times on Twitter, someone says something, and I'm like, well, like the tweet will make a claim, but they don't link whatever the fuck they're talking about.
right.
And I like sigh, and I go and I look it up, and 9 times out of 10, whatever the tweet is not what actually happened or what was
Right.
said. Like it's almost always a distortion of reality. So.
Is it misperception or blatant lying? Because
It's
sometimes it's tough
usually-
to tell.
Well, I generally, because I'm more like, I guess maybe I'm more optimistic, more forgiving. I generally think it's misinterpretation guided by political bias. Generally, so
Yeah,
that's my take.
I can accept that, but there's
Mm-hmm.
sometimes I'm just like, oh, this is just blatant lying.
Right. Well, I mean, the Twitter squirrel obviously is just blatantly lying.
Oh,
about
yeah,
everything,
yeah.
but-
And yeah, this is the thing. Like, I don't know if he was faced with all of this, if he would even care. I don't know if he would just be like, "Yeah, it's whatever. It's you guys are." I'm certain there's an underlying sexism, racism thing. I don't care what arguments are being made on the surface.
Well-
Aiden says, "Movie Bob does want to kill Sitch. I have a good authority."
Well, I'm under
Oh,
the
hey, that's something I could talk about. We got a second round of plushies that are out. If you guys would be so kind as to mention, or
yeah.
show
Drop a
Nice.
link in the chat. I believe you can if you.
that. Oh well, I can do it in our little drop thing. Zoom.
Okay.
Zoom call. There you go.
Okay, awesome.
Uh,
Get your first bit was so successful. You're doing a round 2.
Well, yeah, I think it was a year and a half ago we did the first ones. Time travels.
Time does travel.
And so we're doing a second round. A lot of people missed out.
Awesome.
And you got your Mauler and Fringy. If you buy them together, you get the 10% off. Rags' one is on the way. Hopefully any day now. It was like a staggered sort of plushy release, but
Is it different or is it exactly the same?
oh no, these are different. It's a different.
Because I was
design.
like, I don't remember you having little cookies.
Yeah,
the
I got
first one.
cookies now, and my tentacles a little different. They've
Yeah.
done a different job with the eyes as well, which I quite like.
Yeah,
And he's
I'm gonna
mischievous
listen.
this time.
I'm gonna buy one. Okay,
You gonna buy a Fringy?
of course. And a
Wow.
Rags. I'll buy the whole set.
Neat.
I want them all.
But yeah, Fringy looks pretty adorable. I think that's his first one.
Let's see.
He's got a little vial of goo.
Look, Fringy does look adorable. He looks much more adorable than you. Now I just kind of want the Fringy one. I don't really want yours.
Wow. I know I'm much less adorable than him, but that's okay because shadow creatures of the eldritch variety are okay with not being adorable. You know.
I mean, I guess that is true. I got to support my fellow person of shadow. But
Look, you're only 600% funded.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
only-
make it. I think we'll get there.
only. Fringy's beating you. He's sold more plushies than you, right?
Well,
currently.
Mauler had a first go around. This is the brand new Fringy. So
Nah, stop making
technically,
excuses.
technically
Stop making
Mauler
excuses.
is
I make it excuses.
technically
Listen,
Mauler.
he's
How many did you
cuter
sell
than
last time,
me.
Mauler?
He is cuter, so there's
He
that.
is cuter. That is true. He's got a little smile on.
Yeah,
You
he's
gotta
happy
smile.
about life.
Why are you not smiling, Mauler? Maybe you are smiling. We never know.
Oh yeah, I
Take
am
off the
smiling.
mask.
There is, if you see the red line.
There's
I
a little.
actually
Is that
am
a
smiling.
smile?
Yep.
Okay.
Mauler is kind of squinting though. Like, how dare you, fucking?
It's an evil smile.
I know. It's a little scary. Like
I'm
he's
planning something. I'm gonna get you.
Adam body pillow. Yeah, where's the Mauler and Rags and Fringy body pillows?
Oh, I
That's
guess we
what.
gotta
That's
get
what.
on that. Huh?
That's what
Yeah.
Sitch really wants. The Mauler body pillow.
No, I really want the dragon fucking the eagle body pillow.
Oh my! The two body pillows with Velcro between them.
Yeah. Oh no. That's exactly it. Yeah, one side the dragon's killing the eagle, the other side they're fucking.
My
You should show the
word.
plushies when you talk about them. Yeah, we should, but we didn't, so fuck you.
Wow, Adam, useless,
know.
useless.
I
What are
know,
you
look at
talking
that.
about? I'm still working on it.
Oh, okay.
Adam, listen,
I figured-
Adam's an old
It's not
man.
my. It's not my
Slow.
fault. Your website has a bunch of whelps on it. Why can't they
Wait,
use
what's a whelp?
JPEGs?
I don't know. It's not my fault.
Yeah, but why do you have all these whelp files on your website? Wait,
not
why don't you just
my
take a
website.
screenshot? Is it even a whelp file? You're right, it is a whelp file.
Yeah, of course it is.
Who invented whelp files is like a piece of shit.
I know. Fucking hate those bastards.
Adam refers to the WEBP files as whelp files for some reason.
It's like, welp, you're not going to open this file.
Yep.
Oh, I see how you got him.
Look at
So-
They're
this.
looking sweet.
Yeah. So episode 3, Rings of Power,
Yeah, where's it going?
really
Mauler?
boring.
Tell us how it ends.
doesn't seem like it's going anywhere
Um,
interesting.
Well, so I mean, you know, the dwarven storyline. They're gonna make the forge. That's gonna make the big old rings of power. That's
I know.
probably gonna be the season 1 finale for
How
that.
exciting.
Rings
line.
of Power?
know.
I was hoping they were going to make like a laser cannon or something.
Yeah.
Rings.
A Death
That'll be
Star?
neat.
They're going to make fucking like jewelry with this. This is where this is
Yeah.
going. This seems
Yeah,
kind of
it's-
boring to me.
This is what you get with
What
woke
about
media.
like a giant eagle or a dragon? Something interesting they
Maybe,
could
like,
make.
fucking each other or killing
Yeah.
each other?
Yeah.
That's what the ring is for. It's a cock ring for the dragon.
Oh,
okay.
my
Oh,
god.
okay, that's how you train the dragon, right? You put the cock ring on
exactly.
him, and you're like, "Yep,
There you go.
now go get that eagle." Yeah, no. Where's this going? In all seriousness, besides that, I think that's
Well,
obvious.
Oh yeah, so that's that storyline. The one with like Gandalf, I'm assuming. I don't know. Like he's gonna be. There's somewhere
Yeah.
he's got to go probably. And
Hobo
Does
Gandalf.
the leak say that it's Gandalf?
Hobo
um,
Gandalf, where's he going?
I think the assumption right now is it's either Gandalf or Saruman. It wouldn't, but it's
That-
more likely Gandalf.
It doesn't. I mean, Saruman. I assume Saruman the White was always Saruman the White. So
Yeah, he's too gray, right? He's
yeah,
too gray.
yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I have no fucking clue where a lot of it's going because I have chosen to avoid finding out the ends of the plot lines. I getting some level of surprise is gonna keep me slightly invested in this thing. I think it's just I've been desperately waiting for any reason to care about any characters in this.
Mm-hmm. Someone says the bad dragon forge. That's what they're
Oh
making.
no!
I mean, that is the ultimate. Well, see, so when we were talking to Rags and Dev, me and Adam both think that Galadriel is going to be proven wrong, that she is going to be driven by her quest for revenge. She's the Captain Ahab character, and she's going to end up doing the vision that the king thought would happen, where she's going to end up freeing or helping Sauron, essentially. That she's going to fuck everything up. And so
Interesting.
that will be interesting because it will kind of contradict the sort of like girl boss woke narrative of the character.
They're probably rewriting
well,
that
the only
ending
issue I
right
take
now,
there-
Sitch.
Yeah.
The only issue I take with that is that I don't know if that would be even fair to her, because I think if her goal is like we need to expunge the evil, by the way, which was the plan for the elves, Gil-galad said like it's definitely gone, and then he told Elrond later like it's not gone, it's just I don't want to encouraging it, which is a very weird conclusion for him to make.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why he would think that. We have the benefit of knowing that, you know, maybe she somehow meets up with Sauron and convinces him that rings of power are a good idea. Imagine that. That would be a tragic.
Well, I
sort of
assume it's
thing.
going to be an accident, not like intentional.
Well, yeah, but then I don't think that's very meaningful. If it was like, see, by trying to stop him, you made him, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, but I mean, with the information she had, she probably felt that, I guess that was still a good decision with the information she had.
Well, I mean, you're right, sort of. I think like thematically what they'd be going for is that, you know, there's a speech in the first episode about the, you know, boats look towards the light and rocks sink. And, you know, she's literally on a boat moving towards the light, and she instead decides to jump in the water like a rock and, you know, be in the darkness. And
I
so
thought the show was saying that was like a good choice that she made. Not a
I
bad
don't
one.
see. That's the thing. I really don't think so. I think the show is going to portray Galadriel,
Galadriel.
Galadriel, as being wrong, as making all the wrong decisions, and essentially releasing Sauron or helping him, or helping him in some way.
Typical woman.
Well, I mean, she's
Typical
definitely
woman.
Yeah.
If he's Holbrand, she's definitely helped him so far by chance. But that's the thing. I don't.
She's
if that's how
he
it
saved
happened,
her, though.
well, and she saves him by she's helping him? Question mark by the yeah, she gets him out of the prison or whatever, right? I don't fucking know.
No, he's still in prison, isn't he? At the end of the episode.
Yeah.
I thought she was gonna. Oh, okay, but she's like gonna take him somewhere or whatever, right? She's
Yeah, I
teaming
don't
up
know.
with him, is what I'm saying. Like, she's-
Right.
So yeah, I mean, you know, we'll have to see how it all runs on. How are you guys finding her? Do you find it fucking insufferable, or you find her-
Galadriel?
She's pretty
Yeah.
bad character. She is kind of insufferable. She's very boring. She's not. There's nothing interesting about her. She's incredibly boring. She's incredibly one note. Except when she becomes like, she's like, oh, I get revenge. Like when they take her to Numenor and she's talking to the Queen Regent, and she's being like a total bitch to her, and I'm like, why is she so mean to this lady? Like, I
Yeah,
don't.
dude,
What's happening in the scene?
I was already having trouble with her in general. In episode 3, when she starts talking, I was just like, oh my god, you're making everything so much worse with every single thing you say. She has like no tact at all.
No, that's what's so like. That's what I was talking about, like with Kill Bill and stuff, with like female characters that are fine. Like, why do they make her character a bitch? Like, that's why part of why I'm assuming that her character is going to be wrong. They're literally writing her character as a bitch, and everyone's calling it out. Everyone's pointing it out and saying, "Stop being a bitch, Galadriel."
Yeah, pretty much. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, we'll have to see how it all unfolds over the next 47 hours, according to Xander.
Yes, true.
We got a
That's an
lot more to
amazing
watch.
assumption to make. But yeah, I gotta hop out because I gotta get ready for another stream. But it's been fun, lads.
Thanks for
Are you-
coming
are you
on. It
guys-
was fun, yeah.
You guys are watching. You're not doing you're watching it and then doing a stream.
Well,
Is that what's
yeah,
going
we're
on?
watching it, and then so what I mean is that we're watching it to prepare for the stream, and then we'll be streaming, yeah, straight away.
Yeah,
And then I get to
okay.
go to sleep after that.
That'll be great. Yeah.
Woohoo.
Sleep is fun. I like sleeping occasionally.
It is. It's pretty
Yeah.
cool. But all right, see you around, Chatteroonies. Thank you guys for inviting
Thanks for
me
coming on, man.
Thanks for coming on.
Absolutely. And
Bye-bye.
I'll catch you all whenever I do. Toodle bit.
Later.
Cheerio.
That was fun.
Of course. That was great.
So I think let's do, since this is what we have to do. We're gonna do super chats today, and I think we got to make up. Super
Let's do.
chats for
Yeah.
one.
Let's just roll through super
Right.
chats now. What do you think?
Right. Yeah, because I don't know, like, since we're doing the streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday sometimes, like, and we're gonna talk about other things.
Yeah,
It's
we
not
got-
safe.
We got
It's not
super
safe.
behind. We're
Right.
super
Okay.
behind now, but let's
That's
catch
true.
up. What do you think? I like catching
Let's
up.
catch up. Let's catch up. Jack Spades, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 6 months. Says, America, quote, America deserved the rings of power, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it. Hassan Chicken Nuggies Piker.
Oh, wouldn't surprise me if he said that.
There you go. Hassan, he was happy. He was happy about the Queen's death. Actually, yeah, you know what? Today is the anniversary of 9/11. What?
Oh
What is
yeah,
What is Hassan saying today?
this
What
is his
he
big
keeping a
day.
low- This is his big day. Is he keeping a low profile? I wonder.
His Remembrance Day.
Oh my God! Look at this, Adam. You'll never guess who joined the channel.
Who?
Vinny the Doberman.
No way.
Vinny the Doberman. Thanks so much for joining the Freedom Seekers. Wow.
He's already got. He must have joined before because he's already got a purple, like a 5-month thing or 6-month thing.
I think he was gifted a sub. I don't know. I don't know.
He might have been
exactly
gifted a
how it
sub
works.
today by.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows? Familon, thanks so much for 179 pounds. Says the crown hasn't had power since 1649. That can't be true.
That's a long time.
It was. I don't know. I don't know my Brit history. All I know is like in the King's Speech, great movie. I mean, even in that, excuse me, the King's Speech, which was Queen Elizabeth's father, right? He didn't have any. Didn't seem like he had any actual political power. He was just the figurehead giving the speeches.
Yeah. Never
Stock for
saw it.
$2. You never saw the King's Speech?
Maybe
should
I
watch
should.
it. It's great. It's a good movie. Never would you thought a movie about learning to speak would be engaging.
Must be the conflict.
Not the Batman says no since the mid 1800s. That makes more sense. Stock for $2 says Mauler, why are you a long racist? Because that's the only way he can comment on things. Okay, Mauler has no other capacity or ability to watch movies or dissect them with any meaningful engagement other than just pure racism.
Ouch. That's not very nice.
The king can dissolve parliament. I get, but is he going to? Is he going to?
Probably not.
I
Or he
don't think
loses
so.
his job.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
What would he do after that? I mean, can he make law?
I don't know. It's a good question. She has to sign all of the laws. Yeah, in Canada, they still pay like $50 million to the crown or something weird like that. I don't know why. I don't know how that works. That's right. They should dissolve Canada's parliament. It's about time America took Canada back. We all know that Canada's living on borrowed time. Zub, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 3 months. Says, hey guys, can't stay for the whole show today since it's my birthday, 24. Well, congratulations. Happy 24th birthday.
Yeah.
I just want to add a real quick that A18 reigns supreme.
Yes. Look at that. Holy cow. Love it. Happy
Jack
birthday,
Rama, thanks so
man.
much for being a free will seeker for 3 months. Says, thank you, Daddy J-Mac, for my third helping of free will. You are now my third favorite dad, the not gay one. There you go.
What? Are we the gay ones?
No,
No.
Jackarama has 2 dads, I assume.
That's awesome.
Sashman, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months. Says, hey now, it's your boy Sashman. Haven't spoken in a while, but been broke, but thanks to Daddy J-Mac for the free will stymie. Love you guys. 18 for the win.
Nice. Look at that. 2 A teams in a row. Sitch, you must be
Terrible. I know, I'm so-
demoralized by now.
I'm triggered. Oversized Trash Panda, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 5 months. Says, all right, I need to get groceries before the weather gets bad. And anyways, I get 10 hours of my week back if I watch these VODs at 2 times speed. S class. Thank you.
Oh, finally. Finally got an S class there.
Wow, look at that.
Don't want to
Look
make
at
Sitch suicidal, of course.
Adam gets a couple A teams chat and he becomes uppity.
I'm kind of excited for this Rings of Power PSA Sitch video. When's that going to come out?
Saturday, hopefully.
Is it going to be episode 1, 2, and 3, or just episode 1 and 2?
Why are you asking me questions? You know the answers.
I don't know.
Is this a narrative device for the chat? What is happening here?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, why
Well,
not?
it should be
I think
episodes
people-
1, 2, and 3. There's
people
no reason
wanna
to be
know.
behind, right?
The third episode is, oh God, it's so fucking boring.
They're all, wait a minute, they're all boring. What are you talking about?
It's getting more boring, though, I feel. I had to watch that one
Um,
in, like, sittings. I couldn't even get through a whole fucking hour show. It was so boring.
You are correct. Somehow, and we should have brought this up with Mom. You're right. I didn't even think about that. Somehow, episode 3 is more boring than the first 2 episodes.
Yeah,
it's even more boring.
We're supposed to be building, tension, stakes, what's going on here. I
Right.
feel none of that has happened.
I mean, it doesn't. The setup for it makes no sense. You have Galadriel and potentially Sauron are in the mystical land of Numenor, which people were excited to see.
Yeah, but they're dropping no. You would have to go to the internet to think that guy is Sauron.
No,
Like
I
they're
understand
dropping absolutely
I
no
know.
hints.
that. I
Like
know.
if there was just a scene where he was, talking to his Sauron magic eye or something, you'd go, "Oh no,
Well, that'd be
that's
too obvious,
Sauron."
obviously.
Yeah, but you'd have some dramatic irony going on at
Well-
least. You'd be like, "Oh my God, she's gonna help that fucking guy who's obviously communicating with Sauron."
I don't think it should be on that nose because the way Sauron is sort of described. Now, obviously, the show doesn't really care so much about lore, but the way Sauron is sort of described and portrayed before he becomes Lord of the Rings Eye Tower, and before he becomes a guy in armor hitting people with giant mace, he's always been described as like this deceiver. He appears as like an attractive elf guy. He's kind of whispering things in your ear you want to hear. He's always very subtle and manipulative and controlling. And this character we're seeing fits none of that whatsoever.
Right.
He's not manipulative. He's not particularly charismatic. I mean, he does seem to try to solve conflict with words instead of violence, but like there's nothing about him that rings to you and to the audience like this is the Dark Lord Sauron, or look at him being sneaky here, look at him being subtle here.
Why did he go to the guy to get a job? That makes absolutely no sense in the context of Sauron. Like, is Sauron hurting for cash or something? He really needs to like.
Yeah, so those who haven't seen it, in the third episode, Sauron, or this guy, Haldrad, is on the island of Numenor, which is like the offspring of half, I think it's like the offspring of like men who have elf blood in them or something, so they live a long time. And they have like they have like a very awesome society compared to the shit society that he's supposed to be from. And so he wants to, obviously, like a sane person, he wants to stay and live on this island. So he goes to a blacksmith and he's like, I have smithing experience, hire me. And, I can work here and I can live here.
Right.
Why would Sauron, like, what is Sauron's goal here? Why would he ever do any of this?
Yeah. It's Halbrand is his name.
Halbrand. Well, see,
yeah, what? That doesn't even, like, what is going on?
Sauron took our jobs.
It doesn't make sense. That's why.
Well, how much?
The internet is saying he's Sauron, so I'm trying to watch him from the Sauron perspective, but it makes absolutely no sense. I thought Sauron was Morgoth's right-hand man, a powerful sorcerer and all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
But yet he's like slumming it, getting jobs in Numenor.
Right. Well, so how much you want to bet that if he does turn out to be Sauron, that we will never, ever, ever find out why the fuck he wanted to get a job?
Then that means the writers are pieces of shit. They set that scene up. They had multiple scenes where he's, trying to steal a pen so he can actually get the job again. Like it's his goal for the entire episode 3. He ends up getting thrown in jail over it.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, oh, just kidding. He didn't really need the job. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, the only thing I can think of is that they'll do some like insane thing where Sauron wanted to get arrested for some reason. And so this was like the most insane roundabout way to get arrested. It was like he's going to apply for a job and then try to steal a guild pen because they can only hire him if he's in the guild.
That's even worse.
I know.
Why don't you just walk out of the street and punch someone in the face? Just assault somebody. You don't need to go getting a job to do it.
Right.
That's
right.
ridiculous. Yeah.
No, I bet we're not going to find out. We're never going to find out why he wanted any of that stuff. It's going to make no sense.
That's
we're not going to
so bad.
Okay, here's my predictions. We're never going to find out why. We might find out why he is on that boat, but we'll never find. It will just be a coincidence that he meets up with Galadriel. It'll be entirely coincidence that they hook up together.
That's so bad.
Yes. We'll never find out why he wanted a job. It's just a side quest. Yeah, there you go. He wanted some extra experience points. Well, here's a possibility. Okay, actually, you know what? I just figured it out. It's really stupid. I just figured it out. Okay. You guys ready for this?
Let's hear it.
They're going to Fight Club it.
Fight Club?
Sauron that isn't Sauron. That's Sauron possessing a human dude.
Right.
So the human dude wants the job on Numenor, but the Sauron spirit like has the ability to control him. That's why when he got in the fight, he's like, "You don't want to do this," because he knew that the evil Sauron spirit would like manifest and he would like fuck them up.
Oh, so part of the time he's Halbrand, and the
And
other
part of the time he's Sauron. Yes,
Please no. Tell me
I'm telling
no.
you, that's my prediction. Write it down. Sauron is
Please, no.
inside somebody's brain. Okay, it's not Sauron. It's Sauron possessing someone. That's my prediction.
Well, that I was thinking that same thing, because isn't that like the Sauron trait? He does possess people, and
I don't think he does.
okay.
I don't think he possesses people. He controls people, but I don't.
I
Think
mean, he
possesses
looks
them.
pretty badass in the first episode when they introduce him as the powerful sorcerer Sauron. But this guy is not any of that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So that's my prediction. He's gonna be possessed, and you're gonna be like, "That's stupid."
The Nori
No, it's
thing.
gonna be really stupid.
The Nori storyline is so infuriating because, like, the whole time you're just repeating over and over in your head, just make the hobo pull the cart. Just make the hobo pull the cart. Make the hobo pull the cart, you fucking moron. It's like, and then at the end, when they have the bright idea, you're like, oh yeah, that bright idea I've been saying over and over in my head for 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It's so, why do writers do that to you?
Right.
It's insane.
See, but they should have set up actually maybe that the Harfoots did want to kill Gandalf, or like they start throwing rocks at him, so he has to like, run
some
away.
real stakes.
Right.
Sure.
So like you're like, oh, if they saw him pulling the cart, they would stone him to death or something. So maybe they
Yes.
have to do some plan where he pulls the cart, but he's like far enough out of like line of sight, that he can just barely keep up, but not so anyone could see him.
These people
Yeah,
are
I
so
mean-
stupid. Gandalf has to stand right next to the cart before they get the idea that, oh, look, he could pull the cart.
Right.
It's completely idiotic.
I bet you we're never gonna find out. They're never gonna explain why Gandalf is fucked up.
Oh no.
They'll never explain that.
All of this stuff is just filler because they're leaving out important information for you to even enjoy the show.
Right.
It's kind of like in the House of the Dragon, if you didn't know how bad the king wanted a son, if you just were thrust into like the baby being born situation, like you can't really enjoy it until you know the stakes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, none of that is taking place in Rings of Power.
Oh, you're not Batman brought up in the chat. There was something so weird in the third episode. The slow motion sequence of Galadriel on the horse was so bizarre. Do you remember that?
What, that was the third episode?
Yes. Well, there's a really weird thing. So Galadriel, the entire series so far has been completely one note. She's been, I gotta get revenge. I gotta get revenge. I have this permanent scowl on my face. I have to get revenge. And she shows up in Numenor and she's like, fuck you, bitch queen. I gotta get revenge. She's like, one note personality.
Right.
And then she talks to this human guy and he's like, oh, there's a library here. And for some reason, which we, the audience, don't understand, she gets super excited about this library.
Yeah.
Like, why is she excited about this? I don't understand. And then she's riding a horse. Oh, no. So then he says, we have to ride a horse to get there. And she gets really excited about riding horses. And we're like, why is she excited about riding a horse?
Mm-hmm.
Do elves not have horses?
Yeah.
Was that a thing? I mean,
it's
maybe
got
now
like
that I
a
think about
special
it.
saddle or something.
Like, have they shown any horses in Middle Earth? Maybe horses don't exist in Middle Earth or something? Maybe that's it.
ridiculous.
That's the only thing I could think of.
Have we not
Because I'm like,
seen a
why is
horse?
she so excited about riding a fucking horse? I don't understand. Like,
And another
Aiden
thing-
said it's because she's coming.
Yeah, that's what I said about the special horse, Sitch. Or the special saddle.
She makes that like, so wait, before I sorry to interrupt you, but she's riding this horse slow motion on like a beach or no, it's like a field, and the camera does this like zoom in on her face and she's
Yeah.
literally making this super weird happy like orgasm face, and I'm like, what are we looking at?
It's just all disgruntled because she's actually look, She's emoting finally, Sitch. This is the good part.
Yeah, but how does she go from being like, I'm so angry and I want revenge to I'm like literally jizzing on a horse? I'm like, but why is this happening?
I'm going to the library. I hope my library card is still good.
Oh, I'm so excited. Maybe that's it. I mean, listen, she's been on this quest for revenge for
Right.
hundreds of years. Okay, this horse is the first action she's got.
Maybe that could be.
And you're right. She did have a green goblin face. It was a very unfortunate face. It was not a pleasant looking happy face. It looked very strange and bizarre. It was very creepy. Weird.
I think I have it here.
Bring it up if you have it.
I do.
It
Here
looks
it is.
super weird. It looks super weird.
Yeah, it's green goblin nose, isn't it?
I don't know what it was. I just saw this picture. I mean, I just saw that scene. I'm like, what is happening here?
The scene is in slow motion.
Yeah.
I must have been face palming at the time this scene came on because I really don't remember it. The another thing that annoyed
Yeah, what the fuck is that face?
she doesn't even look like the same character to me. It looks
No,
like
it's a
completely
really
different
weird
person.
smile.
It's like a stunt double or something.
Yes.
Like a cum face double.
I'm gonna get you, Spider-Man.
I'm gonna get those books.
I'm gonna get those books, Spider-Man.
All right.
What were you gonna say?
Well, the tree thing. Did the tree thing bug you when the?
Oh,
So there's
okay.
this giant tree with all of these roots, and they're
Mhm.
saying you have to get out and cut it down. And I'm going, cutting down the tree isn't going to get rid of all those motherfucking roots. What do the roots just disappear as they cut the tree down? I totally did not understand. Like, you're still going to have to tunnel through all of those roots. Cutting down the tree doesn't make it magically go away.
yeah. So those who haven't seen the episode, the orcs have captured a bunch of humans and a bunch of elves, and
Right.
they're making them build tunnels because the orcs the sun burns their skin. They can't travel at
Right.
night. I mean, during the day, so they have to build tunnels, I guess, underground.
Yeah, they tunnel around to get around.
So it doesn't really make sense because they're not really.
Oh, it's
Actually,
like
that
a
doesn't even make
huge
sense.
clearing. I know.
They're not really building a tunnel because the tunnel a tunnel is underground. Like the entire
They're
tunnel
building
is
a
underground.
ditch, literally
They're
a
building.
ditch.
Yeah. Wait. What are they?
Yeah.
Fuck are they doing? You're right. I don't even know what the fuck they're doing.
Some of it
'Cause
is
it-
tunnels and some of it is ditches. So
No, but the tunnel part, they constructed a roof. It's not like
yeah,
dirt. So they're basically just building like what looks like a canal, and then they construct a roof over it. But why are they doing that?
yeah. Why not just dig deeper?
Yeah, make it a literal tunnel.
Dig under the tree.
I don't understand I don't know what the fuck they're doing then at that point.
They have a giant tree that the production design department had to make out of paper mache or whatever for months.
Or CGI,
and months.
really. I mean,
Well, I don't know. They climb on it and shit. So,
oh, okay.
but they get in a big fight over cutting down the tree. The elves were like, "Nah, I don't want to cut down the tree." But it makes absolutely no sense because you're like, well, the roots are kind of the issue here. Cutting down the tree is, it's fine if you want to do that, but it's not going to solve your root issue.
Right, and it's what's annoying because the elf actually says he says this will take too long. We should just dig around it.
Right.
And, like that's the sensible thing to do.
Yes, exactly.
And then the orcs are like, no, we're evil.
Right.
Tear the tree down. It's like,
Yeah.
that's gonna take forever.
We don't
Like,
care if it takes a month to get these roots out of here. And then they have
Right.
a shot from the surface and you're like, oh my God, they could just cut
Go right
around it pretty easily.
Well, it's like just go 10 feet to the left and you just go around
Yeah.
the tree.
It's not even like there's a rock or another tree in the way or anything.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
and then that whole sequence is so weird because then when they're kind of arguing and they're like, we will not cut down this tree because the tree's been here for so long, which is fine
Yeah.
because the elves are all like pro nature and all that stuff. There's this really weird thing where the orc captain comes out or the orc foreman comes out. And he's like, I applaud you for having balls to stand up for us. Here's
Right.
some water as a reward. And so like there's this like literally a 5-minute long sequence where the orc hands the elf like a water canteen and he looks at it very suspiciously.
Right.
as
Like
he
it's
should be,
poison or something, as you
Right.
would. Right.
as you would. And it's just like, and then the orc just stares at him silently,
Like-
and then they stare at the orc silently, and it just goes on and on of them like staring at each other, trying to figure out what the plan, like they're trying to figure out like what's the trick here,
Yeah.
what's the trick with the water bottle? Something obviously is not right because the orc wouldn't help them. They can't figure it out. He drinks the water. It seems totally fine. He hands it to our main character, Artie. Artie drinks the water. It's totally fine. He hands it to a third guy. The third guy starts to drink the water, and then the orc just whips a knife out and cuts his throat.
I know.
And you're like, wait, there was nothing with the water? What the fuck was the whole point of that?
Why? What?
Yes.
And I'm under the impression none of this is like a setup for that character or any character involved. I mean, what?
No, but it's just like so it's not like when, you know, in Lord of the Rings when they give, don't they try to give like Pippin to drink and it's like grog or something? He like spits it up. Or I'm thinking like in Game of Thrones when they give Jaime the water, but it's like horse piss. Like usually when you have like your antagonist, they do something to the character. Like it's a setup for something else.
Maybe they did it in a previous draft and they did the horse piss thing and they were like, that's the first black elf. You can't make him drink horse piss. What are you doing?
I don't know. They're just like, here's water. And then you drink the water. And then he's like, now I'm going to stab you with a knife. Like, wait, what was the point of the water? Just stab him with a knife? I don't understand.
Yeah.
It didn't make any sense. It was so weird. It was so weird.
Don't think about it.
And then the way
too much.
he's...
Just remember the eagle and the dragon?
I don't know. I remember I was watching this and I literally just said, what? Like when he just cut the guy's neck. I don't know. Like, see, here's maybe this was supposed to happen. Like he drinks the water and then he like cuts his stomach open. And he's like, I was like, I'm going to get the water back. It was only like to lend you water or something. I don't know. You could say like, I could lend you some water. And then when he drinks it, he cuts his stomach open and he's like, see, I'm getting the water back. I don't know. There's something you could do there, right? Like it made no, there's nothing there.
This whole show is just filler. It's all just filler. I even like going to the library and shit. It's like none of it is moving the story forward. It's just like fucking filler.
Well, no, this is what doesn't make any sense. So she actually finds out something that's supposed to be important at the library.
I know, supposed to be. You just said it.
She finds out that the sigil of Sauron she's been following is really the mountain range that exists in the Southlands, which will become Mordor.
Right.
But so that adds so many more questions. Why did Sauron put that mark into her brother when he killed him?
Was it a clue?
Why would he do that? Is he trying to tell her to come to Southlands or something?
First, I will meet you out in the ocean. Jump off the boat by the big light vagina.
That's what it said. He actually Sauron like typed a little note to her brothers like,
there's
okay,
very tiny print there.
500 years from now, I want you to jump off a boat into the middle of the ocean. And I'll
you're right.
Up.
You're
then
right.
We'll
it's like
Numenor.
500 years later. It's so ridiculous.
Right. Well, right. And then someone said the orcs know geography better than the elves. That's the thing I was thinking too. Like the orcs in Lord of the Rings are canonically kind of stupid.
Mm-hmm.
So like, how is the orc supposed to look at this sign and then know what the fuck that means?
Yeah.
They'd be like, it's just a little symbol. I don't know.
Isn't the sign on the sword too that the kid has, that the MILF son has? I feel like the sign,
is it?
that same sign is there. Yeah, that's what
if it is. That's a huge plot problem because why would Sauron have a sword created with this mountain range in it from like 1,000 years in the future that he wants to take over?
Is the mountain range is the same symbol that's on the stone in the where the ice troll is too?
Yes.
Right? Yes. Yeah, it's the same. It's on the sword as well. That's the thing that keeps blazing up, and
right.
Maybe the kid is supposed to go to the Southlands or something.
I don't think. Okay, that's my other prediction. I don't think the sigil is ever going to be explained to make any fucking sense.
Oh, I have no faith.
Whatsoever. I don't think we'll ever learn why that sword, that evil sword, was underneath that barn. We'll never find out why that sword was there.
Who brought it there?
Yeah.
Maybe in
It's just
like a
an evil sword
prequel
under
in
a
like
barn.
30 years, they'll
Yeah.
finally pull out. Oh yeah, this is how the sword got there.
Mm-hmm. There's just we're just gonna supposed to accept that there's a random evil sword hidden in a barn somewhere that possesses the main character. So it was made by the same dude that made Ray's dagger. Yeah, exactly.
Oh shit, that dagger is such a. Oh god,
Yes.
that's so stupid.
Mr. Taco About It for $5 says lots of people were generally upset because the show is bad, but let's be very clear. People like Gary and Jeremy do not help the conversation at all. Well, I guess it depends on what they say about it. I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't really been following either of their takes on Ring of Power, so I can't comment. But
I watch Gary's videos. I mean, I like Gary's videos.
Mhm.
What's he? I mean, he doesn't seem to be like overtly racist or anything.
Right.
It just seems like he's got, Gary. I think Gary is a giant Lord of the Rings fan. Like everything he talks about is like in the books, in the original series. Like he's read all that stuff. Gary also owned a comic book store at one time, so I mean his nerd credentials are solid.
I haven't watched the show, but are they ripping off Warcraft 3 with Arthas? I don't think so. Because
This is a symbol,
mean-
right? I brought up the sword.
let me see.
It's
I
that.
have to-
Yeah, it's the mount. Look, it's the mountains and the hook around the mountains and stuff. Look, it's right there on the sword.
You're right.
Bam, bam.
Why the fuck
Look.
would he craft a sword in the middle of a war with the mountain range that's supposed to be the fallback position on the off chance they lose?
And this sword's like broken off, right? They're supposed to. It's like
Yeah,
this
it's supposed
is
to be
like-
a sword. Yeah, obviously.
You're right.
Okay, so this is like the dumbest thing ever. So Sauron's sigil is so get this in your heads, okay? Sauron, when he was leading the armies of Morgoth, he thought, in the off chance that Morgoth loses this battle,
Mhm.
I'm going to make my sigil be a mountain range that 1,000 years from now I want to carve out to be my realm.
Mhm.
It's why would you fucking do that? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, you got to give him, props for planning ahead, right?
I guess. Like, holy shit, the foresight here. My God. That's ridiculous.
That's a plan. 2000. Okay.
Alex Karras, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 6 months. Says, guys, you're wrong. Rings of Power is crap because it needs more diversity. Orthodox orcs, Jewish elves, Muslim hobbits, Buddhist goblins. What the fuck? I agree.
Some Orthodox hobbits, I think, would be cool. I'm down with that.
No, Muslim hobbits, Orthodox orcs, and Jewish elves.
Okay.
So I want some. You're right. I want some Jewish elves. Honestly,
Or some Jewish dwarves would be cool.
that's a little offensive. You need to relax.
Is
there,
it?
Okay. Yeah, because they're all like gold, and they're all mining and go for golds in the mountains.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Yeah,
that might have been
be careful.
that might have been an
Be
accidental racist.
See, they should.
I repent.
They should have made one of the elves in Galadriel's team like Jewish. Like, look, we've been following you for years. There's no Sauron here. Like, we should go home. Okay, I think we should just pack it up and go home.
I just feel like the dwarf king would look good with one of those Jewish hats on.
A Jewish hat? You mean a yarmulke?
No, the top hats that they wear.
Like the
the
Hasidic Jews wear?
Orthodox, yeah.
Right. Doc, thanks so much for becoming a free will seeker. Martin Cody, thanks so much for the $20. Oh, I read that one. That was about the Legend of El Cid. Brain for $5 says, I saw HOD, and I'm very concerned about House of the Dragon. And I'm very concerned about childbirth now and have a new opinion about how women can hold positions of power and authority.
Really? Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's the first. Well, actually, we watched Game of Thrones a bit. Like my wife and I got, free HBO with cable a long time ago, and we watched, I think, maybe 3 or 4 episodes of Game of Thrones. I didn't quite understand what was going on, but it definitely was captivating. And that first episode is really the first time I dived in and really paid attention to the story. And I mean, man, they just throw so much conflict at you in that first episode. You're just like, you hit the ground running. So,
well, I said this, we were talking about this before stream started with Mauler, which is that I think House of the Dragon's greatest boon is the fact that Ring of Power is out right now.
I
That's
agree.
really bad.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Because I think House of Dragon is like an okay show. It's not bad. I think there's a lot of problems with it, but it's an okay show. But the fact that it feels like a real television show with real conflict and real stakes and like real characters that are like doing things that make sense, and you compare this to the slog that is Ring of Power. House of Dragon just seems like it's like the best show ever by comparison.
Yeah. The side-by-side comparison does definitely help with the House of the Dragon. Yeah. There's like a genuine story going on. So,
yeah, right.
With genuine characters that are like doing things and causing conflict and who have goals and conflicting goals. None of that is happening here.
And it's funny because House of the Dragon should be the far more complicated story. Like there's all these houses and characters and like all that stuff should be complicated, and yet it seems so much more understandable, like what everyone wants and what they're doing compared to Ring of Power, which it's like that should be pretty simplistic to understand what's going on, and yet it's not. It's just all like mystery box confusion.
Well, in the House of the Dragon, you constantly have these helpers coming forward and pitching their plans to the king, which gives you a grounded sense of all of these different things that could happen. But there's none of that going on in Rings of Power. So you just like, who wants what? What is even going on? Like Nori doesn't even have a scene. I mean, it's so nebulous what she's hoping to achieve here. Nobody sits down and says, hey, here's the plan.
Right. Or like she has a specific clear goal, why she wants to help Gandalf, what she wants from Gandalf.
Gandalf doesn't have a clear goal. We don't even know if it's fucking Gandalf. It's the third episode. Huge problem.
We don't know what the fuck he wants other than that he was looking at a star chart for some reason.
Yeah, there's no tangible goal in any of that storyline. And I struggle even with the Galadriel storyline because her goal is to get Sauron, right?
Right.
But that's not even tangible for us as an audience. We have no idea what steps are involved or what challenges stand in the way. We know absolutely nothing.
Well, and it's funny too because it's like she spent 100 years searching for Sauron, found nothing, only to then find in a library somewhere like across the world this. And did you see?
You had 100 years. You didn't go to Numenor. You fucking idiot.
Well, that's another thing too. Okay, there's so much of they never explain anything in this fucking show. This is a problem. Okay, having your show have a mystery in it, a central mystery in it, is good.
But you have to have others. You have to have other stuff to fill in for that mystery. You can't just have that mystery.
Right. But what I was gonna say is having a show predicated on a mystery is totally fine and can even be great. Because you're like, I want to know more information about this. Like, and that's kind of what keeps you watching. I know when I was reading Tower of God, like the mystery of Tower of the God is part of like what really kept me reading the story. But the problem with Rings of Power is like everything's a mystery.
Yeah.
Literally everything's a mystery. So there's nothing to grab onto because you're like, I don't know. I don't understand anything because it's all mystery. It's all mysterious. Like they show up on Numenor and the Numenorians hate the elves. And you're like, well, why do they hate the elves?
Who knows?
I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? Who am I supposed to root for here?
Right.
Like I have no idea. If they hate the elves because the elves committed a genocide, 100 years ago, let me know so I know who to root for, right?
Right. It's like Galadriel shows up and she's like, we teamed up with these people 1,000 years ago to fight Sauron, but now they hate us. Like,
Right.
why? I don't know. We'll find out. And then we don't find out.
Right. I think
Doesn't make any
they're
sense.
trying to hint at like it's a racism thing there. It's like the Numenorians
But they're like half
are
elves
like,
themselves.
right. And they got
And then-
they're playing up the Underground Railroad thing too.
I
with the
see. Are
guy
you saying the
that-
orcs? Are you saying the orcs are really the good guys?
Well, no,
they're digging the
there's-
Underground Railroad.
There's the Numenorian guy who's like an elf lover, that his name is like elf lover, and
Right.
yeah, so obviously that's, I mean, you didn't get that impression? Like he's like he's the one that takes her to the library and shows her all this the like secret stuff that
No,
they're
yeah,
not
yeah.
supposed to
But
have
see,
around.
I'm super confused by everything that's happening because they introduce us to Isildur, okay? Who, if you remember, Isildur is the guy that cuts the ring off of Sauron in the fight in the beginning of War of the Rings.
Really?
Okay.
That's a guy who's on the ship, the elf lover
That's
guy?
the kid, yes.
Okay.
So, but he's supposed to be king, right? I thought Isildur was. I thought his father was king.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, well, he's just like some random dude. How the fuck does he become king? How does his father become king? I don't understand what's happening here. And then they said something about like the guy that's helping Galadriel was that the original king wants to still be allied with the elves, and the Numenorians decided they don't like elves for some mysterious reason, so they locked him up and they made him not king anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, well, okay, what's going on with that? I don't know. And then
It's bullshit.
when he takes her to the library, the key piece of information is her realizing that the sigil is the map. And did you hear he said, like, we just got this from a prisoner?
Mm-hmm.
So the key information that she's been looking for like hundreds of years, like a random prisoner just had this information. What random prisoner in Numenor, an island continent that's not connected to fucking Middle Earth? Why would he have information regarding like Sauron's doings in fucking Middle Earth?
Yeah, and why aren't you talking to that guy like 5 minutes later, obviously?
Yes. It was so weird. I was like, what do you mean a prisoner has this information? What the fuck are you talking about?
I forgot also. Yeah, so the kid and his sister, like his sister applies to school or something, and he talks her into like reapplying, and she gets
Yes.
accepted. She's all excited. What the
Mhm.
fuck? What is it? Like, who cares about these people?
I know.
What's going on? Like,
Well,
as if we didn't have enough storylines going that were going nowhere. Let's introduce a couple more storylines that are going to go nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, they're trying to build up Isildur as being like good, I guess. You know, that you care about Isildur. So that, you know, because you're going to root for him to cut off Sauron's, hand. But
in a movie 3 years later or something, or
well, that's what was
or
weird too, is that
10
I
years
actually
ago?
looked up the timeline because Isildur, I was like, wait a minute, you have Isildur as a kid in this show. I thought that the actual fight with Sauron that happens at the beginning of Lord of the Rings is supposed to take place like hundreds of years after, like in the future of the show. How the fuck is Isildur there? And I was like, oh, that's right, because they lived like a long time. So that conflict is supposed to take place like 150 years
Mhm.
from where this show is right now.
Yeah. Like you said, glacial. This is like
Yeah.
glacial conflict right here. Watch out for that glacier, guys. It's getting very close. We
Right.
might have to move our house in 100 years.
So that means that like Nori and all the non-elf characters and Numenorians are all going to be dead by the time like the show gets going.
Yeah, no doubt. But I'm supposed to care about these characters. Yeah, right.
I know. Terrible.
So you didn't get underground. So it's that kid's dad. He's the guy that's like, you didn't get Underground Railroad vibes from that whole.
I guess, but I didn't understand what.
They were like, they had a king that used to be in favor of the elves, and they deposed him because he was an elf lover.
Okay, so I guess the guy, he must be related to the king then, right?
Well, I don't know that he's related to the king.
Well, if Isildur becomes king, that means he must have royal blood in him, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
I mean, that would explain why he's still sympathetic. I mean, we don't know what the conflict is. It would be really interesting if we learned what the conflict was,
Oh yeah, wouldn't it be?
Maybe the elves accidentally like blew up a ship of Numenorians or something. They thought they were orcs. I don't know. Like,
Oh, that would be hilarious.
I don't know. The Numenorians, I don't know what their actual life. It's like hundreds of years. I don't know what the max range is, but they don't explain. And this is the thing too.
Nothing. Yeah.
I only know this because I know like I've seen like lore videos. They don't explain any of this in the show. They don't explain who the Numenorians are. They don't explain that they're long lived. They don't explain that they're half elves. They don't explain like they don't explain fucking anything in their show.
Yeah, they didn't. The first I heard that they were half elves was when you said it on this live stream.
Well, and then they just hint at it because in the you wouldn't even understand the context. In the library, he's like when he's talking to Galadriel, he's like, "Oh, did you know this guy?" And she's like, "Oh, yes, but I liked his brother better." And his brother's Elrond.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because his brother's like the one who there's like when the elves made some decision about whether to go back to Valinor or to stay on Middle Earth, and like I guess Elrond and the other elves stayed on Valinor. Or originally, I guess, like, because he's in Middle Earth now, so I don't understand exactly the lore. But the other one went to live with the humans or create these like half humans or whatever the fuck's going on.
God, I
don't know. They don't explain any of this shit.
I feel for these actors. They're like, you get this script dropped in your lap, and you're like, oh my God, Lord of the Rings. I've been cast for the most expensive television show ever made. And you start reading the script, and you're like, this sucks.
Well, it's always this too. Aren't they supposed to be like superhuman? Like this is a weird thing too. When I was listening to lore videos about the Numenorians, before I ever saw the show, it kind of puts in your mind this idea that this is like a, like a super advanced society that's like, like the peak human society almost. And yet in the show, like you just see them at like drunken at a bar somewhere.
Yeah, a bunch of bruisers and like fighting in the street. I'm like, oh, I guess they have a crime problem here in this.
Yeah,
city.
They're just fighting in the streets, and you're like, this is, I don't know, this doesn't seem like the perfect Numenorian society I thought was supposed to be a thing.
Yeah, they got a lot of business regulations. You can't even hire someone without them.
That's right. Where's
certificate?
Where are the Republicans? They would be very upset.
Yeah.
Okay, this is not a right. Numenor is a not right to work state. You have to be part of the guild in order to get a job.
What are the taxes like in Numenor? I'm thinking like 50, 60%.
Right.
Yeah.
Guru Ralph, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Brain for $2 says says Mauler and Adam now love mob justice.
Mob justice?
I don't know what that was in reference to, but there you go. You love mob justice now.
It depends on the situation, obviously.
There you go.
Mobs chase murderers, guys. You know how we roll.
The most comparable show as far as writing is Kurtzman Trek. Yeah, no, that's so true. Because Kurtzman Trek has all this weird like, oh, I feel deep in my heart and in my soul that I must do this thing because space yearns for me. Like it's all this very empty, hollow, very vague, like grandiose ideas that are being explained with nothing specific. Like that's kind of the Kurtzman Star Trek. And that's exactly what the fuck is happening in this show, especially with Nori. Because they keep saying like, Nori, why are you helping this like old hobo who is magical and like fucking things up? And she's like, I just feel deep in my heart and fate's soul that he was delivered upon me to save because I just know it deeply. Don't you feel the deepness that like, it's just, oh my God, it's so bad.
Who's his writing partner? Have they written anything good? Because I always feel like they have a lot of movies that are great ideas, but their script just completely falls apart. That movie, The Island, was a great idea, and I think they did that movie, and it was just a fucking, oh God, they just destroyed it.
Who did The Island?
Kurtzman, Alex Kurtzman, and I think they did. Yeah, that was like one of their first movies. I guess.
Let's see.
Identity.
He wrote for Hercules.
Executive producer.
He wrote for Alias. Oh, he did a screenplay for Island.
The Island, right? Yeah.
I remember liking The Island, but I remember watching it again and not liking it.
Yeah, The Island is a great idea that they completely they murdered it. Like they didn't have any basic understanding of like science or logic. Or like there's so many things, many problems in that movie.
Well, I don't know because the problem, like, so for those of you who haven't seen it, The Island is a movie about in the future, rich people basically pay to have clones so that if they're ever in an accident or need an organ, they can harvest their clone for the organ.
For the body parts, yeah.
The body part.
Which is a good idea. I mean, we should
mean,
do that, right?
It doesn't really make sense conceptually. Because you wouldn't grow, like, if you had the technology for that, you wouldn't grow the whole person. You would just grow an organ and keep it in a vat somewhere. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you never know what you're going to need, though, so you might as well.
Yeah, but you'd have all your main organs. I mean, you don't need, like, a whole body. It'd actually be a liability to have, like, the whole body running around.
Yeah.
Now, the movie does try to hand wave this away. They're like, we tried that and it didn't work. And I was like, okay, fine. But
you've obviously seen it more recently than me.
Yeah.
There's like
this. It's got Sean Bean in it. He's the bad guy.
There's like
Ned Stark is the bad guy.
Really cringy line at the end where he's like, I made you. I can, like, he does I made you. I can take you out.
Right.
The famous dad line. I made you. I created you.
It's got hot Scarlett Johansson in it. She's looking pretty fine in that movie.
Oh yeah, she does look great.
He wrote The Legend of Zorro, which I remember liking. I think I've seen it recently. I don't remember it being bad. But I've never seen Cowboys and Aliens, so I know some people like it. I know some people hate it. Never seen it. He wrote here's the problem. He wrote The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Did he really?
Yes.
I'm on like his executive producer credits. So
right. Who the fuck wrote Rings of Power? That's the question. Because it does feel very Kurtzman-esque. Creators.
Aren't you supposed to be reading super chats?
I want to see who wrote this show.
I can look it up.
Patrick McKay is Patrick McKay and John D. Payne seem to be like the main people.
No women writers?
I know, right?
This is insane. No awards for you.
Okay, wait a minute. What the fuck is this? How does this happen? Wait a minute.
Those writers better be gay.
Wait a minute. How does this happen? This makes no sense to me. You have Amazon Prime, okay, or Amazon. They're spending more money on a TV show that's ever been spent in all of human history, right?
And the writers are just fucking jack off.
So you think they'd be like, listen, we need to get like some top people for this project, right? We need we're pulling out all the stops. We're spending.
Where's Kubrick? Get him on the line.
$1 bajillion on this, right? So you think they're going to be like, we need to get some tried and true and tested writers.
Get me Spielberg on the phone.
Right. Who have a strong writing credit to their name. So when you click on their IMDb, it's going to be like, here's a list of all these amazing properties and TV shows or movies they've written, right?
I want David Lynch.
So
that would be pretty badass, right?
There you go. Yeah, there you go. So you look at the IMDb for the two writers, the two main writers, it appears to be for Lord of the Rings. Nothing. They've done nothing before this.
Really?
Their only credit is that they were uncredited writers in the third Star Trek movie.
That's hilarious.
How the fuck does this happen?
They're like, we only have 11 days to write the script. They're like, we can't get top name talent in 11 days. Oh, well, I guess your secretary is going to write it then.
I just makes no sense to like. Well, did they spend the entire budget on the CG budget? They had like $10 for writing, and they're like, "Listen, who can you hire for $10?" Like, it doesn't make any sense. Why would you not get writers that have? If you're going to spend so much money, if you're literally going to bet your entire company, or not the entire company, but like that section of the company. If you're gonna bet the entirety of Amazon Prime original series, why would you not get the writers who like have writing credits?
They don't. It's a fundamental belief that people just care about the bells and whistles. They care about the animation and the explosions and stuff. They don't care about the story. They don't care. They're not following along. They're just watching the eye candy. That's what they
Maybe
believe.
you're right. I don't know. It's just
It's-
totally crazy.
It's stupid because, I mean, how much can you really talk about the special effects in a movie? I mean, I can say, yeah, they're great or they're terrible, but I
Mhm.
mean, people talk about the story. That's how people build interest in it. Look, I look up Rings of Power on IMDb. How is this possible? One of the videos is by the quartering. Rings of Power shills blast the critical drinker, and Amazon makes promise to fix Galadriel. Galadriel. Why can't I say Galadriel?
I don't
How
know. I
this is?
can't-
Why is this on IMDb?
Oh, we're like someone for some reason puts a lot of YouTube content on IMDb. I have an IMDb page. You have an IMDb page for some reason.
Real? That's
Yeah, you didn't know this?
insane.
If you look up PSA Sitch on IMDb, there's a PSA Sitch IMDb page.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
When I search Rings of Power, why am I getting this and not that? There's like a giant TV show out right now,
I don't know. The
but
answer
I'm
to that.
getting the quartering videos. I'm getting Drunk 3PO, Rings of Power, She-Hulk, and Andor, and more. It's a fucking live stream.
Oh, you're right. That's super weird. Wait, that is so weird.
They come up before the Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power TV series is below all of these. Like, these guys must be doing crazy like search engine stuff or something. I don't know.
I'm curious as to how the algorithm works for IMDb, because you'd think the TV show Rings of Power would be the top thing.
Yeah.
But you're right. It's not. It's underneath a quartering episode. Why the quartering episode has a specific IMDb page is beyond me, but very strange.
Xanderhal's video will be there in a couple days.
Sitch, what movies have I been? I don't know. Because I think I first got on IMDb because someone was putting all of the what's it called? Bloodsport streams on IMDb for some bizarre reason.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's how we got sucked into IMDb the first time.
I'm on as self on every frame of pause 2020. And look at that.
There you go.
Interesting.
You don't have a picture though.
No. Why? Do you have a picture?
Yeah,
Really?
if you type in PSA Sitch.
I thought you had to pay for the picture.
No, I didn't pay for shit. What do you mean? I
Oh,
never
okay.
I never paid for anything. I never typed anything in there. Someone else did this for some bizarre
Let me
reason.
look. You have a super fan.
I know I have my little avatars up
or
there.
a stalker. I'm not sure which.
Maybe it's both of those things.
Let's see here. How do I find? Oh, I guess I searched PSA Sitch. Read some super chats. Come on, we don't have all night.
We do have all night.
You have all night.
That's true.
Oh, look! You see, holy shit!
I told you.
They've got your avatar for PSA Sitch Daily too. Look at
I
that.
know. I don't know why, but someone put it up.
Hilarious. This is insane. Oh, I gotta bring this up.
You don't have to pay to put up. Well, maybe you have to pay to put up like something beyond the avatar pic. I've never paid for anything, so I have no clue.
Well, I mean, obviously,
IMDb S-Class confirmed.
yeah, I guess so. Obviously, I know a bunch of people who have IMDb pages from Deadline Junkies and stuff. And
Right.
most of them pay for their IMDb pages and manage them and make sure no crazy shit pops up on there because it's like a resume for them
Right.
to get a job.
Right.
PSA Sitch is not necessarily using his IMDb
No.
page
No.
to get a job here.
No, I could care less. Pinkolo the Driving Ape, thanks so much for the $1.49 Canadian with the popcorn emoji.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh no, JP Mexican says if you do it for your page, you have to pay for it, but anyone else can do it for free.
Really?
That's weird, but okay.
Oh, that's why they try to take advantage of you. I think
was
it's
the ban?
expensive too. They make the actors pay like $50 a month or something.
Right. That's crazy. I don't remember. What was the band Mauler mentioned earlier? I don't remember. Someone in chat probably remember.
The band?
Yeah.
You mentioned like 3 bands.
You
I only
did.
remember Iron Maiden because
Look at that. Do you see how terrible? That's like my first thumbnail. It's so garbage.
Oh, the one that came up?
That's like the first thumbnail I ever did. It's just like a mess.
Look, it's got the dog whistle in there.
I know. It's got the
Dog
fucking
whistle.
Yep.
Look at
There it
this.
is. Look at that. Look at that low resolution Sitch. Like I used to have like this terrible low resolution, like 320p, 360.
Yeah, why are we
Sitch.
doing the main channel videos in 720p? Why aren't you? We can't spring for 1080p?
Well, for some reason, it helps with the copyright.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
They really are far stricter about 1080p copyright stuff. So that's why.
Okay.
I don't think anyone cares. I mean,
We'll go down to 144p. Shit, I don't care. Let's do it. I like that pixel look.
God, it's so bad. Mr. Taco About It for $2 says, "Here's $2 to cure Sitch's bad media take." Wow. Listen,
Sitch,
you can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Since when did Sitch have bad media takes?
I always have the base media takes.
What's going on?
They're just mad because I said that Rhaenyra Targaryen's dumb and whiny.
Yeah,
Listen, I like proactive characters.
I
okay?
disagree, man. I think they're doing a great job with her character.
The third episode, I have no sympathy for her character in the third episode.
Okay. Maybe you're a sexist.
No, she's complaining that she thinks she's gonna get usurped, and I'm like, so fucking do something about it. Stop whining about it in a fucking forest. Just do something about it. Take some action, damn it.
She's 16.
So what?
What do you want her
How
to
old
do?
was-
Kill her 2-year-old brother?
Wait a minute. How old was Daenerys in the first season? She's like 16.
Well, I haven't seen the first season, but I'm
We'll
gonna
get
watch
fucked
the
then.
first. I'm gonna watch the first season since all you do is talk about how fucking amazing it is.
The
and
first
shit.
2 seasons, you should definitely watch the first 2 seasons. of
I
Game of
do.
Thrones.
I
They're
think I've
great.
watched a couple episodes because we got like the free HBO thing, and I did.
You should
Yeah.
check them out.
It seemed interesting, and I mean,
Right.
I got to admit, I'm pretty hooked by the first 3 episodes of this House of the Dragon. They're very, very generous with the dragon shots.
Yeah, right. Yeah, she's
Sitch is
16.
like-
She's 16 in season 1, so get fucked. She's 16, and I'm pretty sure Marjorie is like supposed to be 16 or 17 too.
right.
So,
Yeah.
and she's scheming like crazy. So no, get out of here. Get out of here.
Andrew Jackson was 12, and he was like running spy missions for the military. So,
There you go.
Yeah,
That's true. But he was a male, so you know.
of course. Yeah. Dinglings like give you superpowers.
Just Abby for I read that one already.
I'll be right
John
back.
Xena, the warrior princess, thanks so much for the 5 Canadian, says, spoiler warning, the stranger isn't Gandalf or Saruman. The stranger is the hand of Sauron, specifically the left one, sat upon until now. There you go. It's the hand Sauron uses to pleasure himself while watching a dragon fucking eagle. Damon Runner, thanks so much for the 2 Canadians, says, thanks, Sitch. I was typing about Dark Tower. Yeah, that's actually hilarious. That was one of my very first ever YouTube video, which is terrible, and no one should ever watch it because it's terrible. Is about. It's about dog whistles, and it's about why people were upset about the recasting of female Ghostbusters and Idris Elba in the Dark Tower. Brain for $5 says, nerds being nerds is the best argument I've ever heard. I believe we should make nerd a derogatory term again. Old-fashioned bullying needs to return. I don't like the way the nerd label has been utilized. Okay. To me, a nerd is not somebody who's interested in, quote, like fantasy and video games and that stuff. To me, a nerd is a person who has an extreme interest in only like one particular thing and is incapable of having a conversation with people outside of that one particular area.
Who's that?
To me, that's what a nerd should be defined as.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's how I always thought of it.
The Game of Thrones thing is really, I mean, it's selectorate theory all over the place. I feel like understanding selectorate theory makes it far more entertaining.
Yeah, well, I mean, Game of Thrones, like if you watch the original Game of Thrones, it's all selector theory.
Yeah. Did you
Yes.
know selectorate theory before you watched Game of
No,
Thrones?
of course not. No,
Okay.
no.
So, but when you're reading selectorate theory, you're probably like, oh, yeah, this is totally Game of Thrones.
Right. Well, I mean, George R. R. Martin is a smart guy, and he definitely writes the story to be like in that vein. Like all the characters are doing things to try to basically all the characters that are doing things to try to increase their power are succeeding, and all the characters that are ignoring selector theory are like end up dying because they don't realize the game that's being played around them.
Yeah.
And so that's part of why its first 2 seasons of Game of Thrones are so good. Hitch Wagster for $20 says, "Can you make the case that can you make the case that culturally the elves supervalue the purity moral foundation?" Can you make that case, Adam?
Well, the guard elves definitely, when they're like, these humans, oh, so disgusting.
Yeah, they're literally disgusted by them. Yeah.
That one.
And they're very much triggered by loyalty because they're still blaming the ancestors of humans from thousands of years ago for, betraying them.
Yeah,
So-
maybe they are super conservative, so.
Well, yeah, but they're super environmental.
Unfortunately, Xanderhal would be calling the
What's
black
that?
elf all those nasty names if he knew he was conservative. He'd be like,
Well, it's interesting. They portray the Hobbit adults as very conservative, right? They're like, we can't change our ways. We can't bring in any outsiders. They're all bad and evil. But the elves are basically the exact same way. They don't want to change any of their ways. They don't like outsiders. They're literally disgusted by humans. They're very involved with purity. So
yeah, they're all basically the same.
yeah.
Bad writing.
Huh? Oh, bad writing. Econs, thanks so much for the $2. Says, watch Lindsay Elsa's Hobbit video. I think I've seen it like a long time ago, and I remember it being boring. But is she complaining about it like from a weird feminist perspective or something? I don't know why you would. Hobbit's pretty bad, on its own. I don't think you need to put it through any like feminist lens or anything. Marfin, thanks so much for the $1. Cyborg for $2 says, "Does Mauler like the boys?" Did he answer that question? I don't remember.
I don't either.
I thought didn't he
I
say
never
he-
finished The Boys. I watched like half the season, but
I don't know. I watched the first season, and I watched the first episode of the second season, and I just completely lost interest. Like, I don't know why. My motivation just died to have any interest in watching the show.
that one
So-
character, it really bugged me. Because he was kind of a likable character.
Who?
I can't remember his name. The protagonist, basically.
The kid?
No, I guess the kid is technically the protagonist. The kid's first sidekick, the older guy, the guy who's mentoring him.
Billy. Carl Urban.
Yeah, he plays McCoy, I think, in Star Trek, right?
Yeah. He plays Judge Dredd in the new Dredd movie.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah.
In like the third or fourth episode, he goes full anti-theist and starts like tirading about believing in God is stupid. And
So that makes sense with his character. I mean,
did it? I don't know. I felt like it was just made him completely unlikable for me.
look
Maybe
at
it's
Adam
just-
over here. He's like, when Billy Butcher puts on his fedora, he loses interest.
I know. I was like, he went full fedora tipper, and I was like, is this supposed to make me
Hilarious.
like him more, or? Because I mean, he kind of was. He became I guess you're right. His character is set up to be an asshole, so I guess it is in character.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it just made, I don't know, to me, it made perfect sense. completely that his character would be very because his whole thing is that he doesn't believe, he doesn't believe in fate. He doesn't believe in the goodness of like the world.
Yeah,
So
no, he's a doomer. The thing is though, like is Han Solo really an asshole? I feel like he's just pretending, and we all know that he's pretending, and that's kind of the thing. He's like the scoundrel
right.
with the heart of gold.
Right. But Billy the Butcher is not a scoundrel with the heart of gold.
He's
That is-
he's actually a scoundrel.
I mean, his goal is to like kill a bunch of people. I mean, maybe those people deserve it, but
Right.
he's definitely willing to. I mean, he's Galadriel. He's on a revenge quest for his white whale, and he will sacrifice anyone to get there, essentially.
Yeah, it's basically the same storyline.
Right. Oh, he was also in Lord of the Rings. That's right. He was the horse guy, Eomer.
Listen.
He was a blonde guy.
Listen.
Yeah.
Does he have to tip Fedora? Come on, please. Is it essential? Is it necessary?
That's so funny that triggered you. I never would have guessed that. I should have, but I never would have guessed that.
It just seemed like they were doing so good with the character, and then I was like, oh God, no.
He's a fedora tipper. I can't be
He's
involved
going
now.
full Fedora
Oh my
tipper.
God. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
The Ski 707, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seeker. Cyborg or that one. Mr. Self-Destruction, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 3 months. Says, thanks, J-Mac. That's right, Daddy J-Mac. Andrew says, Mauler liked The Boys season 1, but not season 2 or 3. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. There's 3 seasons now.
Right.
I'm way behind.
Supposedly, The Boys, too, even if people don't like the season 2 and 3, it's like one of the rare things people say the TV show is better than the source material. Apparently, the source material is super edgy and not good. I've heard. I haven't read it.
Someone's messing with me in the chat. Sitch, you know how that makes me feel.
What? What did they say?
Frank Merker says, Adam has become a theist.
That's true.
No,
I mean, listen, you were so triggered by some character being an anti-theist in a fictional story.
This is so ridiculous too, because the thing that triggers me about it is not that he doesn't believe in God, but that being an anti-theist is anti-science. Like it's completely it's like another form of religion to me. So I look at anti-theists as though they are just another form of theist, which I know religious people say that all the time. Religious people say atheism is just another belief system. It's just another religion. Well, they have a point when they're talking about anti-theists, because anti-theists do have a belief system that, the world would be a better place without religion. Atheists kind of are just, apathetic about that whole thing.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you're atheist, so.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm apathetic about it. I don't.
Well,
you're
not even agnostic. You're atheist, right?
Yeah, I don't believe there's a God. I don't believe in the supernatural, but I don't want to discourage people who do believe in that stuff, because I feel that it gives a lot of people, it structures a lot of people's lives and gives them meaning and happiness and all the things we want people to have. So, yeah.
Right, but I'm saying you're not even taking the fence sitter agnostic position. You're staking the atheist claim.
Yeah, I don't I don't think. There's no part of me that even imagines there's a God.
Right.
I just
there
don't.
You go.
I don't think it's possible.
Strong stance.
Well, even in the simulation situation, which obviously there would be a God, the guy who created the simulation.
Yeah, of course.
You just put the problem off one step, right? Because once you get to base reality, you're like, well, what's going on here?
Right.
Yeah.
Marfin for $5 says, Black elves and dwarves do not go against lore. They had relations with the Easterlings throughout the ages. None are named, but it's certainly possible. Well,
that's fine. I mean, I don't care.
I mean, yeah, I don't really care. I don't think I buy that lore explanation, though. So, weren't the Easterlings in Lord of the Rings, they weren't black. I thought they were like kind of like Arab looking, I thought, from the lore perspective. I mean, if you're going straight lore in Lord of the Rings, there shouldn't be any races. Like, well, I mean, they're like dwarves and humans, but I mean, there shouldn't be any skin color differences, because humans and dwarves and elves, nothing evolved naturally in the Lord of the Rings world. They were all created by gods to exist some way. So unless the gods, for some reason, decided to craft like different skin-colored dwarves and hobbits and men, there wouldn't be any. So because there's no evolution in the Lord of the Rings universe. So, but who gives a fuck about that? Brian Brain for $5 says, Mauler, how does the absurdist comedy fit into the consistency as a mode of measurement? And that comedy often eschews consistency for its payoff. So I know when we had Mauler on before, he said that comedy is the exception to the consistency rule. So,
which
you
is
kind
great.
of have to be.
Yeah.
Daniel the Bruce for $20 says the fact they're riding so much on the stakes being Sauron coming back, when even the most casual Lord of the Rings fan knows he gets defeated in the end anyways, just sucks any fun out. They really need some other villain to build towards. Well, that's another problem too.
Yeah, huge problem.
I think that we didn't really talk about is that we all know how this ends. And so I think that's part of what makes it like a slog, is that we all know how it ends. So there's nothing really, if you know how story, you can still watch a story and know how to end and still like it, but there has to be something compelling to grab onto along the way.
Well, I think they're leaning on that too heavily, because as a person who just is not really following all the characters and how they turn out, and the story itself is completely boring just to the casual observer.
No, definitely. Dr. Diller for $5 says, A-Team gives out his number at a funeral and gets a bit too defensive when asked about his thoughts on pegging.
Mm-hmm.
S-Class is the best class.
What's wrong with giving out your number at a funeral?
Are
maybe
you like
some-
Will Ferrell's character from
maybe
Wedding
some
Crashers?
magic is happening. You don't know.
You're Will Ferrell from Wedding Crashers? You're picking up chicks at a funeral?
Is that what he does? I
You don't
forgot
remember?
about that. No.
Yeah. That's what changes Owen Wilson's mind. He goes to his house, and this hot chick comes into the room, and he's like, wow, you're still like doing it, hitting the weddings. He's like, oh no, I got her at a funeral. And he's like, what? He's like, yeah, her boyfriend died skydiving. What an idiot. I used that clip in the first She-Hulk video.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I remember it, because I just used that clip.
I do remember that now. That is a good clip, too.
Party Alm CV for $2 says the consumer is immunized against all arguments. True.
Sad, but true.
Kana X122 for $5 says Xanderhal is the Michael Bay target audience. No thoughts, action, and explosions.
True. Yes, very much so.
That dragon take is just...
Let me
that's
show you this
mind-boggling.
clip. This is amazing. Doesn't fit in with the story in any way, shape, or form, but it looks really cool. Look at this. This is the kind of shit you're going to see it doesn't actually, you don't see it again, but look how cool it is here. Oh, man.
So lame. And then immediately after it, the rest of the war scene looks terrible.
Yeah.
Like, oh, here's some orcs pushing a human or an elf.
Even,
okay.
I mean, the troll does look good, but I mean, I would have drawn that troll battle out. I mean, you've got the best looking character of the series.
Right.
I would have made that thing go like, what is it, like a minute and a half?
Yeah.
Drag that out to like 8 minutes. That thing, gets them, then they get it, and they're like battling over it. They got it down on the ground and they're stretching it out.
Yeah.
All kinds of crazy shit you could have done.
I mean, yeah, make it actually like a threat.
Yes.
Make it a long fight. Make somebody die. Make someone get hurt. Make it an actual threat. Add some stakes. Make Galadriel seem like, unless you want to make Galadriel, this is what I don't understand, like, especially with the way they kind of craft a lot of these girl boss characters. Like, if you want us to be sympathetic with Galadriel and still have her be obsessed with revenge against her brother, make her actually seem conflicted. Like, she looks back at her squad, her elf squad,
right,
and they're all fucked up. And they're like bleeding out and someone's dead. And then she looks ahead and it's like you see in her eye, she's actually like trying to think like, well, what is the better path here? Make her actually be conflicted and mulling over and emotionally give a shit about people.
None
If
of
you
that
want
is
us
in
to
here.
emotionally care
Yeah.
about her.
She doesn't give a fuck about her squad, which just
No.
shows, like, how am I supposed to empathize with a character here that just doesn't care about their safety or well-being in any way, shape, or form?
Right.
She doesn't fight with them.
And then, have her see, like, I don't understand why how this is written this way. Have her be the one. So after her team gets fucked up by the troll, have her be the one that kind of reluctantly decides to turn back.
Yeah.
So that when she's in Elfland and they're talking about sending her across the sea, she's like she's second guessing like everything she's doing.
Yeah.
And that would be part of why maybe when she jumps out of the boat, if she's trying to commit suicide or the boat leaves her, as I talked about on Wednesday, like that's why she's so fixated on why she feels like she failed the mission, because she made the decision to go back, not like she wasn't forced to go back.
Gotta put the suicide solutions into the Rings of Power video, because it would be so much better if she's just like survivor's guilt. She jumps in
Yes.
to kill herself. They even set up like Coruscant ships patrol the area. So, I mean, but make them find her like half dead. Like,
Right.
not just swimming away. Like, I'm just here, I'll just swim over here. Like, she's got to be resigned to her fate.
Yeah, I agree. How she jumps in and just you see she just falls,
Yeah.
and I don't know, she gets the ocean sweeps her somewhere.
Swimming off is so
Right.
fucking stupid.
I know, it's insane. It's insane.
Yeah.
And it's weird because they set up the survivor's guilt. There's literally a scene where she's looking at the dead elves, and she's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
"I thought this is where I would end up."
Yeah. Yeah, she wanted to end up there.
Yeah, I don't know the whole thing. But listen, there's a drag that fucked an eagle, so
So we got to give it, at least we got credit for that, right? Yeah.
Stag for $5 says the more Xanderhal talks about what he likes about Token, the less I believe he's read any of the source material. Yeah. Well, that's what's weird too, is he's like, that's not how the magic system works in Lord of the Rings. Let me explain how it works. And then he proceeds to not explain how it works.
This is, I just hate this. And I guess this happened a little bit when we talked to Destiny on the 200 show. Like, the people that don't understand the level of investment that other people have into these properties just bugs me. Like, if you spent a long time reading all of the books and now there's all of this ancillary material that goes along with it, and you've lived with this story, you've talked about this story with your friends, you've maybe watched the movies together with people you've fallen in love with. It's like,
Right.
and they go back and retcon all this shit. They're just like, fuck that. It is demoralizing to people. I don't see how people like Xanderhal and Destiny can't understand that.
Well, yeah, you're completely right. And also there's this thing that's like, looking at Star Wars, I think, is a perfect example.
Yes.
The only reason they made the Star Wars sequels was because people are fans of Star Wars. And so if people feel like, listen, I've invested my time, my energy, and my money into this property, and then in the Star Wars sequels, you're going to make fun of me for being a fan of the thing.
Oh,
like,
I know.
fuck you. What the hell's your
Totally,
problem?
Totally. Yeah.
You're gonna spit on me, the Force, that is the only reason this property exists, the only reason why you were paid to do this thing. It's crazy.
Especially Star Wars. It's like Star Wars. I grew up fucking trading Star Wars action figures with my friends.
Right.
Like, it's just so intertwined into our lives as children. So you're basically just messing with that. It's so bad. Yeah. And then to force you, so you've imagined the story over and over and over in your head, and then all of a sudden you find out, oh, that story, no, that's not Luke Skywalker. You thought he was a good character? Oh no, actually he turned out to be a piece of shit. It's like, what? All the times you were playing with your X-Wing fighter out in the yard with your friends, yeah, that guy's a crotchety old, like, asshole.
He's a loser that tried to kill his own cousin
Yes,
in his
yes.
sleep
It's so weird.
and
It's
then
just
gave
so
up
weird
like
to
a
me.
bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing is, I mean, it's not insane, but Mr. Room 6 for 200 Kazark says, how much money do you guys put on the possibility that Sauron and my girl Galadriel will go at each other Game of Thrones style, and we will be treated with a sight of Sauron's big hammer, just like Tolkien would have wanted?
Oh no. Is that the thing is that's another problem with the troll scene because I mean, are they going to have a big finale that's comparable to the fight between the troll and Galadriel?
You mean like, is she gonna fight Sauron or something?
Well, you'd hope that they have something that's a big set piece like that, right? It's the climax of the show.
Well, here's the thing. It's be stupid because we all know she can't win.
Because
Because Sauron, we all know what happens. Sauron has a big fight, the hundreds of years later, where Isildur cuts the ring off his finger. Like,
right.
that's part of the problem with it. We all know where this is going. So it's not like if Sauron has a fight with Galadriel, either she's gonna have to lose, or if they're gonna go full girl boss, she'll defeat him and he'll escape. In some sneaky, malevolent way or something.
This
Should probably
seems
what
legs
I would
and
wager.
arms, right?
Right.
Something.
He'll do something nefarious and get away, which will probably be what would happen if they have a fight. But I wouldn't be surprised if there is no fight between them, if she just helps him in some way and it ends with her like doing something to help unleash his power.
Yeah, totally. This show is like all over the place. Some episodes are action. Some episodes are just soap opera. Some episodes are, well, they're all boring. Who knows what we'll get this week?
There you go. Galadriel will wound Sauron's hand just enough to allow Isildur to cut it 100 years later.
Oh, nice setup, brah.
I like it. Stug for $2 says, more like Panderhal, am I right?
That's good. That is great. Yeah, Panderhal should be his new nickname.
Jabslant for $20 says, what's strange is that Xander is actually friends with JXE, and he defended EFAP from Hassan when he called them Nazis. I find
Really?
it funny. That's interesting. Yeah.
Wow.
I wonder what happened. I find it funny he called out Mauler before even trying to reach out, which he has a means to do through Jay. That is very strange. Very strange. Hurl, hey, thanks so much for the 2,000 NGNs. Says, nice to have the long men here. Yes, as well. Aiden for $10. I read this one. This was you saying Galadriel.
I'm working on that, Aiden. I'm trying. Galadriel. You got to get that first A in Sitch, otherwise you're a loser.
That's right. GigaChat for $2 says, people can change genders, but they can't change titles. There you go. There you go.
What does that mean?
I don't remember.
Okay. Oh, on the videos. That makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Drinker
JP
could come out as a woman and that would be fine. But if he
can't change the title of the
on
YouTube
his
video.
Yeah. That's actually funny.
JP Mexican says she's going to defeat him, and Isildur is going to take credit. If they go up to, so someone in the chat said, even though there's this article that says they have the rights to Lord of the Rings, apparently someone said that's not true. They walked that back. So if that's the case, I don't even know how they could have. That would mean they couldn't even show the final battle at all. But assuming they do get the rights, which I don't understand I don't understand all the legalese going around there, but assuming they do have the rights, you're 100% correct. They would add a scene where the only reason Isildur is able to cut off Sauron's hand or fingers is because of Galadriel. She's going to be the one that does the actual fight probably. And then Isildur will just come in at the end and cut his fingers off. That's what will happen 5 years down the road when this show gets fucking made.
Yeah,
or 10 years, really. But
They're
What are
gonna
you saying?
do. They're gonna do 6 seasons of this. Is that or
5 seasons of this.
5
yeah.
seasons of it? Okay.
5 seasons and no movie.
Are they? Are they shooting them back to back? How many seasons have they got in the can, or is this just
I have no clue. I don't think they have. I think they just have this one.
a lot of it is effects work, obviously.
Obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, none of it's going into writing or crafting a story.
Of course not. Why would you want to do something like that?
Night Radiant for $10 says something to note about Twitch streamers is that they tend to treat chat as sacred text, despite things like this being untrue constantly. Example: Hassan's Nazis claim about EFAP-J. Yeah, that's the problem. You know, if someone in chat says something, you either look it up or you just say, you know, someone said this. I don't know if it's true, but they read their chat and they say, oh, you know, this is if it conforms. This is how it goes. If it conforms to something they want to believe, they'll just say it's true.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't, then they'll ban the person. Really get into a 5-hour stunlock with them. We've never done anything like that. Guardian Fortress, thank you for the $10. Says the sun and moon were eaten by a shadow spider with the help of Morgoth. The spider became more powerful, and Morgoth fled with the help of an army of Balrogs. Both were very injured. Just fun to know. That's true. I've heard that from the lore videos. Yes.
Wow.
Before that, there was like Eternal Day or something. The Lord of the Rings lore is like really crazy, but interesting.
Very deep and penetrating.
Yes, like that dragon penis. Guardian Fortress, thank you so much for the $5 and the rags emoji. Aiden Paladin for another $10 says, do you guys think he's actually even watched the show? He's only mentioned clips he's pulled from Twitter and has zero plot or character specifics. Seems like he's being contrarian, ironically enough. Now that would be the ultimate irony.
I know.
Aiden, if Xanderhal actually didn't watch the show, he just saw the clips from Twitter.
What if he never even watched the Lord of the Rings trilogy that's sitting on his nightstand over there? I bought those for my girlfriend.
Well, listen, we couldn't even see. Could you tell what was on the nightstand?
No,
It's
I
like
know.
so
I
far
couldn't.
away. You know, who knows what it
I
was?
couldn't make it out.
Could have been the fucking Harry Potter series for all I know.
I did bring
Mike-
up the meme of him pointing at the Lord
You
of
should
the
bring it up.
Rings.
It's pretty
It's
funny.
pretty good, yeah.
Micro Omega, thank you so much for being a Frugal Seeker for 6 months. Says, behold my awesome milestone. Behold! Yes.
That's
nice sim
sweet.
reference, as always.
I should do like one of those someday.
Do what?
One of those chats. I gotta have the
should.
thing up though. It won't let me
You
just
should.
do it with the chat popped out.
Jack of Spades did this meme.
That's a great Xanderhal picture.
This is Xanderhal, my box set.
Why doesn't Xanderhal just like come on the show and talk to us? It'd be good for his channel. Maybe it wouldn't be good. Yeah, maybe his audience would just get mad at him.
Well, it wouldn't be good because there's no way he could actually craft an argument against what we were talking about.
Yeah, because we know all about the story and shit.
Well, we actually watched it and talked about it at length
I did a
on
summary
multiple
of it,
occasions.
which was
And you did a summary of
Yeah,
it. And we're going to make a video about it.
yeah.
And he said, but it's good because dragon fuck eagle.
Yeah, I know. I didn't even put that in my summary. It's like so unimportant.
I feel like I should throw it in there.
I know.
Just,
It should
I mean,
be.
it'll be a joke just for you guys.
It should be. Yeah,
I'd
exactly.
be like, the intro starts, dragon fucks an eagle.
Look at this.
Wow, isn't this the best thing you've ever seen?
Yeah. Okay.
And I'll get a picture. I'll find a picture of like
A dragon fucking an eagle.
dragon fucking an eagle, and I'll just blur out. Like,
That'd be awesome. That'd be insane.
I know. I know. There's got to be a picture of a dragon fucking eagle somewhere on
course.
the internet.
Of course there is.
It'll be an inside joke just for people that watch this stream. Excuse me. Duper for $5 says, the elves should also be veterans of the War of Wrath, where creatures like Shelob and Balrogs were relatively common in Morgoth's armies. Yeah! All those people that were with Galadriel these should be like top-notch veterans that fought in this crazy fucking war.
Of course.
With like, there's a picture of the spider with Morgoth. It's like the spider's like the size of a fucking mountain. It's Jesus, like, my God, this thing is like this. It's like a spider that's as big as a city.
Mhm.
It's like, imagine if Godzilla was like 10 times larger and a spider. It's like there's all sorts of crazy shit that happened in the First Age in this battle, in this conflict. It's like totally insane. And like they just stand there when a troll comes up. They're like, oh, it's a troll. Oh no. Oh, what do we do?
Yeah, they've never trained for an ice troll before. It seems pretty odd. And not only that, they've supposedly seen combat for 100 years, right? What the fuck?
Hundreds of years, probably
Yeah.
1,000 years.
Stupid.
The field for $20 says, yes, I'm angry to see one of my favorite characters in all of fiction debased and turned into action girl. Now what? Am I not allowed anger as an emotion? No, you're not allowed. Okay, listen. You're a sexist, the field. If you were a true Galadriel fan, okay, you would love to see her be a one-note, boring, revenge-driven girl boss who no one likes or takes seriously because she's horribly annoying and contentious and has no personality skills whatsoever.
But look how much she likes to ride that horse.
What was that scene? What the fuck was that scene?
I gotta go back because I must have been face palming because I don't remember that scene. I must have been looking down or writing something.
It's weird because he says to her, he says, oh, I have to take you to this library. And she says, where is it? And he says, it's a quarter of a day's ride.
Right. And she's like, on horses?
Yeah, she's excited about the horse. And I'm like, oh, why is she excited? And then I'm telling you, we haven't seen horses in Middle Earth, right?
I don't know. I wasn't really looking.
We haven't seen, because there's that weird scene where, and we talked about this with Rags and Dev, where Elrond and Celebrimbor just kind of like leisurely stroll to
yeah, they
Khazad-dûm,
don't have
and
any
we're like,
horses. You're right.
yeah, and I'm like, why didn't they ride it's like far away. Why didn't they ride a horse? What the hell's going? And there's no horse. So maybe that's the thing that I don't know the lore. Maybe someone in the chat knows the lore. It seems like they're trying to set up that only horses exist on this island. Though, if that was, first of all, A, why would you have that be a plot point? And then B, why wouldn't you tell us that that's a plot point? How are we supposed to figure this out from her bizarre reaction?
Yeah. There's no setup if it's a payoff that she loves horses.
Well, I know in Lord of the Rings has a ton of horses, but that's like 1,000 years later.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think we've seen any horses yet in Rings of Power. So it seems like they're trying to say that only. Did we see the elves have horses in the first 2 episodes?
There has to be a setup where she like does a horse sex show or something, and she has a really good time.
No. Okay, I know there's horses in the Lord of the Rings movies. I'm talking about in the first 2 episodes, guys. Where there been horses yet? Okay. I don't know. It seems like they're setting up that the horses all come from Numenor or something.
Numenor is the only place with horses.
Right.
The island Numenor.
Doug for $5 says there are examples of the Maiar and Valar, whom are the best fighters but not the most powerful.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Let's see. Second Age Lord of the Rings horses. Horses. There's a whole Lord of the Rings wiki article on horses. They explain the history of horses. They do not. They just name a bunch of famous horses from Lord of the Rings, like Bill the Pony. Okay, this doesn't help me.
The internet is such a strange place. There has to be hundreds of pictures of dragons having sex. Like, why? Why? Who sits down and says, yeah, I'm going to draw me a gold dragon having sex with a blue dragon? Who does that? Who does that?
Why are you looking up dragon porn? Okay.
It's so bizarre to me that this even that this is a thing.
Adam right now is looking up
Don't
looking
look.
at
Don't
Dragonborn
look it
right
up, guys. Okay, you'll lose all faith. You'll lose all hope for humanity. Do people commission this work or something?
Ew. Andrew Clark sent me a gross picture
Oh
of a
no,
dragon and a eagle
having sex?
getting ready to have sex.
Oh, did he Photoshop it together? Or?
No, it's like a comic somebody drew.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
No, I know it's out there. It's out there.
There's anything you can imagine is out there.
Of course.
Yeah, which is just, I mean, we should play a game, Stump the Internet, and just try to look for something that doesn't exist.
Right. Find the one picture that doesn't exist.
You can't do it. It's
Nope.
impossible.
Little Ninja 36 for $5 says, Sitch, you don't understand. She's obviously casted the perfect warrior. You don't understand. She's obviously casted perfect warrior from Overlord, allowing her to utilize equipment that isn't for a magic caster. You're so right. You're so right, Little Ninja. I'm upset. Or I'm sorry, not Little Ninja. Lightning Ninja. I'm upset that I understand that reference. I'm upset that I understand that reference because I have such a distaste for Overlord. Rex Nass for $10 says, I defy the point that conservatives will see everything as woke. My family are diehard Trump cons, and it amazes me how much they love this garbage. Peak consume products to consume more product. Oh, that's fascinating.
Really?
See, now that would be very interesting. You know, how many people, because that's the thing, it's only like the people, the internet people like us that would get cast with this. I bet all the normies, as Rexness says, I bet all the normies and even normie Trump supporters and Trump voters are like, oh, I like this. She ran up a sword and stabbed a troll. Like,
Yeah. I mean, Sitch and I do have a little bit of the writer's brain situation going on. Like, we're
Yes.
more driven by the story, and it just sucks. There could have been a lot done with it with just what they already have in place.
right.
But bad story writing, they miss opportunities.
There's a lot they could have done. They could even took in this framework of what they want to do and made it better.
Yeah. Do you think the troll is animated or practical? It looks pretty practical to me, or a mix of both
No,
at least.
I don't know. It looks good. I mean, the troll looks great. That's what's sad about this. There's a lot of like really great. I mean, some of it's shitty, but there's a lot of really great visual effects in this show, and it's sad that some of the really great visual effects, some really good costuming, like it's all at the service of just this terrible script.
Yeah. Which
Or
blows.
Right. Just is kind of like nothing. I don't even know if it's a terrible script. It's like a nothing script. It's just like it's like a fart in the wind, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not as bad as She-Hulk, but
Oh, I know. Oh my God.
I mean, it's a pretty low bar though that we're aiming for.
Did you watch or what are we, 3 or 4 on She-Hulk?
4.
4. Did you watch
I couldn't
it?
finish the last episode.
I had to watch that in 2 parts as well
Yeah.
because I was
It
like,
was
oh
so
my God.
boring and bad. Like I couldn't even hate watch it. I was like, holy shit, it's getting worse. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Insane.
And it has a hot chick in it too. I was like, how am I not like on board with it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, oh man, the difference between her, like an actual actress acting, and She-Hulk, which is this crazy animated character that just does not seem remotely realistic, is it's like night and day.
It's hilarious. There's in the last episode of She-Hulk, there's a very hot ditzy character
Yeah.
who plays a perpetual drunk girl.
Right.
She does a good job playing that role.
Yeah. She reminded me of Kamala Harris.
Yeah. I knew you were gonna say that.
I had to.
Right?
Come on, it's obligatory at this point.
That's true. Mystery Guest 01 for $20 says the dude doing the math on the 48 hours and 6 episodes is one of the funniest things I've seen on YouTube.
No. They have to include the credits,
God.
right?
Well, they said the first season's going to be 50 hours, and we're only been 2 episodes, and each episode's only an hour, so I'm definitely has to include the credits at that point.
But you can see in the video, which includes the credits, that it's like it only adds like 10 minutes on.
If even. Like, I know it's crazy.
Actually, it's She-Hulk that is the like 45
She-Hulk
minute.
has like 10 minutes of credits. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so funny because you're like She-Hulk. It's like a 30-minute show. It's like no, it's like a 20-minute show with 10-minute credits,
Yeah.
which is pretty insane. But I guess it's for the best because I mean we have to sit through less stuff. Zombie Squad, thank you so much, Zombie Squad, for joining the Free Will Seekers. The Justice 35 for $20 over the one. Zombie Squad. Oh, I don't know why it does this. It says he's actually been a 3-month member of Zombie Squad. Says, I think Xanderhal is baiting an Audible sponsor.
Oh, he's going for Lord of the Rings, selling Lord of the Rings through Audible.
Yes. Did what's his face lose all his sponsors? No Thought.
I'm not sure.
It seems like someone finally woke up to second thoughts like crazy. We need to have a civil war in America takes, and maybe he's not getting sponsorships anymore. I don't know. To me, that's like totally. It's just totally insane to me that you could be an unironic socialist who's advocating for violence, and you can be like, here's my sponsorship from Audible, or here's my sponsorship from what's that YouTube? Not YouTube. Nebula, from Nebula.
Yeah.
That's just totally crazy to me. Swimmy, so I read that one. Party Almsv for $5 says Northern Air Temple is a trash episode. Poor characterization, rush plot. Aang kills 100 people in an avalanche and everyone survives the fatal blast.
What?
Wow.
That's crazy.
I know he's just baiting. He's baiting. Look at this guy. Look at Party baiting us. I'm not going to fall for the bait.
Yeah, what show is this? Northern
Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh, you like that show, right? Or no, you don't?
Yeah,
like
it's great.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's a children's show. I mean, I've seen it as an adult, and I have to admit, like, it's a children's show, so it has some children's
Doesn't
shit in it.
hold up.
But well, no, it holds up. It's still a good show. It's still a very good show.
I mean, it looks amazing.
But it still has like kitty shit in it. And it's one of those shows where it just gets better. Like each season gets progressively better. So the first season is definitely the worst, but even that's like it's still good. It's just the worst out of all of it. Korra is just a fucking train wreck though.
Why has he got a big arrow on his head?
Because it's a tattoo.
Yeah, but why? What's up?
I don't know. It's just what their culture does. They put tattoos on their body.
An arrow pointed like.
He has them on his hands too.
And they never explain it.
I actually know it's funny you're saying this. I don't think they ever explain. Do they, chat? Do they ever explain the significance of the arrow tattoos? They just do it. I don't know if they ever explain it.
Does the arrow lean around to the back of his head and it says "Feed me" or something?
That's what it is.
Points to
Yeah.
his mouth and he's like, "Food here."
Season 3 and season 4 of Korra are not good. I hate to break it to you. I mean, you can have your opinion, but they're not good. The tattoo represents he's mastered the martial arts. Yeah, but why is it an arrow? I don't think they ever explain it. I don't think they ever explain it. But it's once you become like an air master, you get your arrows. It's supposed to be kind of like their culture is supposed to be kind of reminiscent of like Tibetan monks or something. And I don't know if Tibetan monks have tattoos or I don't think they do. So
That's the wardrobe, definitely.
yeah. Does Aang have an arrow on his penis? Well, that's the real question.
Probably got a big arrow on his chest pointing down to his penis.
Arrow for wind, maybe? Yeah, maybe. I mean, well, whatever. I could talk about Korra for like 10 years. Korra is one of the interesting things that shows that you can have creators of an idea that are very good idea people, but are really bad at writing the actual script and like connecting those ideas and the execution. Yeah, because
sucks.
they had for Avatar, there was the people that created the idea and they worked on the show, but they had an actual like head writer who worked with them to actualize these ideas. And then since that show is so successful, it's very much like Star Wars. George Lucas creates Star Wars. But then he has all these other people help him like realize his dream, and it creates a very successful product, Star Wars, and then you have Avatar. But then it's so successful that when they create the next thing, Korra or the prequels, the creators of the product become egotistical and they think they can do it all on their own. And it becomes a fucking flaming dumpster fire.
Yeah.
So
You get a lot of strong personalities pulling at one
Right.
another. It is kind of like Game of Thrones
right.
making a movie.
Rob CD for $20 says, "Great stream, guys. I'm out." Well, thank you, Rob.
Yeah, thanks for the $20.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, "Sitch with gusto say A-Team reigns supreme." I will not.
Look at that. You almost got him, Andrew.
No.
Good job.
No. Hayden Dill for $2 says, "She's on a ride to break back Mount Doom." S-Class.
Maybe.
Maybe. Mr. Kevin 120 for $5 says, "J.R.R. Tolkien and Christopher Tolkien are rolling in their graves because of this show." True.
Possibly.
Oh, you're right. The arrows that Aang has makes him go faster, obviously. That's true.
Really?
Yeah. Kyle Petty for $20 says, "I'm not defending the show. I haven't seen it, but the water drinking scene could be to keep at least one hand busy while drinking, as well as to have him tip his head back while drinking to expose his neck." Maybe.
Why didn't
Well,
he
they're
give it to
cha-
the guy he wanted to kill first then?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, the thing about leaning his neck back that would make sense. But you're right. Then he should have given it to the guy he wanted to kill, and then immediately kill that guy when he puts his head back. Right. I mean, wouldn't have to worry about their hands being busy because they're like their legs are like chained down and they're unarmed. So.
And they're all sitting there like totally getting off on it. They're like snickering and, oh, look, he's drinking the water. He fell
Yeah,
for
like
it.
they know what's going to happen, and you're just like, I don't understand this scene. So maybe. Stuck for $2 says, quote, "Dragons fucking cars subreddit."
No way.
I hope that's not a subreddit.
No way. Holy
It
shit.
better not be. Someone
That's
tell me that's not a
hilarious.
subreddit.
That's hilarious.
Steel Wrath for $25 says, "Can I get a shout out for Steadfast Service Dogs? They gave my wife her service dog and can use some help right now. The owner's dog has cancer. You can find them on Facebook." Well, that's awful. So there you go. If you guys want to support Steadfast Service Dogs on Facebook,
Yeah.
I'm glad that they helped you out, Steel Wrath. It's great. Legacy for $5 says, "If you want a hot She-Hulk, read John Byrne's run on her. It's easily a 9. The MCU She-Hulk is a 4 at best." I mean, I wouldn't even give it a 4, but that's generous in my
This
opinion.
She-Hulk, I know. I'm like,
Yeah.
what? Is it wrong to just think that the casting on looks alone is completely ridiculous?
For who? For Jen?
For Jen, yeah, the She-Hulk
I
character.
don't think that matters because when she turns into She-Hulk, she looks completely differently anyway, so it doesn't matter.
But it's supposed to be, based on her.
I mean,
She doesn't look completely differently. It kind of looks like her a bit.
I think, well, okay, when the CG's fucky, obviously that's a different issue. When the CG's not fucky, I think the She-Hulk model looks totally fine. I have no problem with the way they made
Oh, okay.
She-Hulk look, in like the first episode or two.
That actress, though, she has zero charisma in my eyes. Like,
Well, that's the problem.
yeah,
That's the problem. Especially when you have someone who is going to be a CG character a lot of times, a lot of their charisma needs to come in through their voice. And I think part of the problem is she has kind of a whiny voice. She's like a Southern Californian, somewhat whiny voice. And it's just not charismatic.
you bitch. What's wrong with Southern California?
Am I wrong? That's kind of what she sounds like.
Maybe, yeah, I guess. There's nothing compelling about her performance in any way, shape, or form. She's not an interesting character. She's not interesting to look at. She's not fun or just there's nothing about that character that's entertaining to me.
Well, I mean, part of the problem is, and I'll look up because I don't know what else she's been in because I don't recognize her. Like a lot of it is her character's written awfully. Her character's written like dog.
Yeah, that's why I was
There's
asking just
right.
about the charisma of the actress.
There's nothing interesting written about her character at all. At all. Nothing written interesting about her character. But then you're right, even her performance is very lackluster. And I don't know. I haven't seen any of these other movies she's been in. I don't think I've ever seen any of these movies she's ever been in. So I can't tell. Maybe she's a fine actress and maybe it's material. I don't know. But she's not been able to do anything with this character.
I'm checking it out. I'm looking her up. So
I haven't seen or
get to
heard
the
any of
bottom
this
of
stuff that she's been in at all. So
wow, she
they
looks
made a new Perry Mason TV show in 2020. I didn't know that. Well, there you go. Oh, that's our good friend Hassan's stepsister.
Wow. What's up, Hassan's stepsister? How you doing?
Hassan's stepsister for $1 says, I remember when Hassan was clashing with Mauler, he would claim that my critique of him, quote, helping me out of the washer were as dumb as Mauler's Black Panther take. When I asked him for an example, he said he never watched the actual video. Wow. True.
Ouch.
True. Cyborg for $1 says, Adam, I'm not saying consistency is needed when conflict is not. I'm super chatting because you were strawmanning Mauler's position, saying that consistency is the most important thing when critiquing a movie. Most, if not all, movies have conflict. What makes them good or not is the consistency. I don't even understand what you're saying, Cyborg.
I mean, we're really arguing. People seem to want me to say that consistency is the most important thing in filmmaking. Which, I mean, is it like? I mean, that just goes against everything I've been taught about storytelling.
Here's the problem. And this came up when we first had the conversation with Mauler about this very topic. When you say it's the most important thing, what does that mean? Important to whom? To what? Right? And so what I said was in that conversation, I said, well, I'm sure there's probably tons of movies out there that people like that were popular that have consistency problems. But Mauler doesn't care about that because he's kind of trying to construct a more objective way at looking at certain things, which I'm totally on board with.
I love it, actually, to be honest with you.
Right. So that's really what the question is. When you say something's the most important, you have to define what that means.
Yeah,
important to what?
Yes.
So.
If you're saying important because I want to develop this objective way of analyzing movies, well, you might have a point there, right?
Right.
I feel like, though, we can objectively order stakes relatively easily. I mean, just if we go body count, for one thing. This is why they always want to make it the world is going to be destroyed, because then we're talking about,
I would be careful.
Comes the well.
I would be careful with this line of logic, because very often when they raise the stakes, it makes it worse, right? So, I mean, you can objectively measure how high the stakes are, but you can't objectively measure whether those stakes will produce a positive emotional experience for the viewer.
Well, yeah.
I mean, part of the reason I liked the new Judge Dredd movie, or the old now, but the newer Judge Dredd movie, was because it wasn't about Judge Dredd saving the city. It was just this small, confined story that took place in this one building. It didn't need to be this whole grand adventure, right? Not everything needs to be saving the world. I mean, that was part of the problem with Star Wars. It's they had to keep upping the stakes. It's now we have a Star Destroyer that can blow up multiple worlds. Now we have the Death Star that can blow up multiple planets. Now we have a bunch of Star Destroyers that all can blow up in many worlds as they want. The stakes just keep getting higher and higher, more preposterous.
Well, you're obviously, I agree with you that in the context of the movie, the higher stakes are not going to translate into more entertainment value.
Right.
But
Or emotional
I do,
investment.
Right. But I do think, just from an objective perspective, you can, you like, we go to body count all the time when we want to talk about raising the stakes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So,
I understand what you're saying. Well, like, when we were talking about with the snow troll, okay.
yeah.
So she defeats the snow troll. No one is seriously injured, no stakes, right? But if someone dies, suddenly,
Yeah. Then all of a sudden, you understand that people in this world can die.
Right.
That's another thing. I mean, have we really even seen the kind of death and destruction that we've seen in House of the Dragon? Because I mean, I feel like the scene that you didn't like, where he runs around and basically, cleanses the streets of criminals, was effective in telling you that, there are real life and death stakes in this world. That I think would help in Rings of Power, at least establishing, people can die. There are ramifications to some of this shit.
I mean, that's what Galadriel, now she tells you this and it shows you it, but you don't really feel it because it's not personalized.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, the opening is Galadriel talking about how the elves were immortal until the war with Morgoth, where they learned what death was. And she has like all the, they've cinematically stacked the helms for no reason, for all the dead elves that died.
That's ridiculous.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Showing a guy getting his nuts cut off and like thrown on the platter is much more visceral, I think.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
You think? Yeah, but see, I mean, even that, not beyond that scene, there's another scene game in that first episode I hated too, which is the tournament scene where they're having the melee and all the knights are just murdering each other. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, these are high lords, like, sons. They wouldn't kill each other. Like, it was just so stupidly gratuitous, like, oh, well, you have the woman giving a bloody birth and then you have the men murdering each other. I'm like, that's not how this works.
Yeah, you did. I never considered that they were royalty, because it does make it ridiculous that, I mean, one guy, he completely gets his face smashed in.
Yes.
It's like, whose kid was that?
Right. And that's like the thing that's crazy. It's like there would always be, and they literally talk about this in the original Game of Thrones series. Like, Rob, remember in the first, I don't know if you remember because I don't know if you've seen it, but in one of the first episodes, the fucking king wants to go in the melee. And they're talking about like, well, maybe you would get hurt. Not like someone's going to fucking smash your head in with a hammer. Like, it's just totally insane. Like, I hated that scene so much. It was so stupid that they're all just murdering each other. And on purpose. Like, I'm sure, in Game of Thrones, they talk about characters sometimes would die or get wounded accidentally in jousting, accidentally get wounded in melees. They wouldn't be intentionally trying to kill each other. So,
the loud kitty just came in.
There you go.
She always does this. She comes in at the end of the stream and I was like, I want to talk for a bit. You guys are talking forever. I thought it looked... The She-Hulk chick looks vaguely like the girl from... Oh, shit. Now I can't think of the movie.
What?
Napoleon Dynamite. She does. She kind of looks like the chick that, with the makeup kit.
Does she? I can't picture her in my head.
Well, I was looking to see, but I don't see her in Napoleon Dynamite. So I don't see Napoleon Dynamite on her page.
No.
When did Napoleon Dynamite? That's like a million years ago.
She doesn't look anything like her. What are you talking about? Oh wait, she kind of does.
Yes, she does a bit.
A little bit. Her hair is completely different. But
I was like, oh, I totally forgive her now. She's like in Napoleon Dynamite. So
no, that
makes her cool.
I mean, I don't know. There's like a slight resemblance or something.
She was in Parks and Recreation? Really?
The She-Hulk lady? Oh.
Yeah, the She-Hulk actress.
I ain't never seen that show.
You never seen
I have a
Parks and
friend
Rec? Parks and
I
Rec
have a
is
friend
really
that like
good.
tells me it's amazing and wants me to watch it. And I just never got it.
Well, especially since you like politics, because they're always making political jokes and shit.
Okay, I'll check it out one day.
Okay. Okay. Power. Oh, her podcast is on her page. Nice. Podcast series.
The She-Hulk lady has a podcast?
Yeah.
Are you look? I feel like you're looking at something that's not correct.
Why?
I don't think she has.
You
a
don't
podcast.
even know her name.
Her name is. Why is this page loading so fucking slow? What is happening? She-Hulk.
Is it
Tatina Maslany.
Titania?
Titania.
Isn't that the cleavage character's name?
Titania.
Titania. Yeah.
Yeah. Tatiana. Gabrielle Masalani. Okay. She has a podcast? Power Trip, you're right. We're going to have to listen to that podcast. She has one called Don't Blame Me. It was prophetic. She's like, don't blame me for the shittiness of the show.
It's sometimes the actors really try to say, I don't think my character would act like this. Actors can be a lot of help on a movie or a show.
Sometimes they're idiots.
Yeah, sometimes they're terrible, obviously.
I just remember Arnold Schwarzenegger telling James Cameron that his character should say, I will be back instead of I'll be back.
Because he's a robot?
Yeah.
I mean, that's one story, but...
I know. I've heard many stories like that.
The actors do try to get in the character of the...
Yeah, sometimes a good actor is great. Sometimes they don't know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to tell. Cyborg for $1 says Xanderhal is the kind of person who likes The Boys because of the violence and gore and not for the character writing and through lines. Yeah, I guess that's why he likes The Boys.
Who knows?
I bet he loved the scene in House of Dragon where the guy got his nuts lopped off. He's like, oh man, bro, did you see that? He got his nuts cut off. Whoa, bro, that was so cool.
I mean, I gotta admit, I wasn't expecting that.
Oh man, when the crab
Raper!
was like,
He's like, raper!
that scene is so stupid.
He doesn't even say rapist. He calls him a raper.
That scene is insane. I didn't even know when you watch it, you're like, are these actual criminals? Like, what's even happening?
See, that's why you got all triggered, because you were like, what if they got the wrong guy? They just cut that guy's dick off.
Well, first of all, that's part of it. You're supposed to say, like, that's what they literally say. This was all done without a trial. Okay.
No, that's okay.
No, but no, when I was watching the scene, I was like, I literally watched the scene. I thought, oh, Damon is trying to set up the king to look bad. I literally thought that as I'm watching the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wasn't triggered. I was like, oh, he's setting him up. This is like a ploy to make the people turn against him. And then it's like, no, he's just crazy. I'm like, oh, all right.
Is Damon? This is like a prequel of the other. Of
Game of Thrones.
Of
yes.
Game of Thrones, yeah. Damon's not in the original series, right?
This takes place like, I don't know, a few hundred years before Game of Thrones.
Right. But his ancestors are in there.
Maybe.
Oh, you don't know?
I don't know. I don't know whose progeny survives exactly.
Okay. That's interesting. Yeah.
So I don't know.
I watched some video where the guy knew a lot of the lore, which was kind of interesting. So he had all the genealogy.
Yeah, I know the basic lore. I don't know. I never read the book that this was based off of. I just heard people talk about it, and I watched the 20-minute video that HBO made like 10 years ago. The official S-Class, who is not actually the official S-Class and is a dirty, dirty liar, for $1 says, first they came for the video games. And I did not speak out because I wasn't a gamer. Then they came for Star Wars. And I did not speak out because I was not a Star Wars fan. Then they came for Lord of the Rings. And there was no one left to speak out for me.
Very sad. Very touching. Gary will speak out for us.
There you go. Andrew Clark for $1 says, Mauler recently talked on stream about Adam's story importance hierarchy. He said that Adam's seemed to be based on making a story from scratch, while Mauler's is based on analyzing already complete stories. Mauler's hierarchy is an editor's POV, in my opinion. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think I talked to Sitch privately about that because I do like that's the thing about Mauler's system because I do look at storytelling like here is a blank page and I have to think of something interesting to say, and
Right.
consistency is like the last thing that comes to mind. You're basically thinking, okay, what kind of crazy conflict can I throw at the audience, right?
Right.
So you really are starting with like conflict and character and stakes and all those kind of ideas.
hmm Do you start with conflict first or a character first?
I mean, I usually try to come up with an idea that's conflict, that has a lot of
Right.
conflict in it. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
But I mean, you've written one story, right? I've written like,
Yeah, I wrote one story, but I have like 10 more stories I had
Okay,
that I've
okay.
never written that existed. I don't remember how they originated though. Like the point of origin.
when I first,
I had one story that literally came out of a scene in my head, but most of them didn't come that way. So,
when I first got a manager, my manager wanted me to do a bunch of log lines because they'll send you out on pitches for a script. Most of the time you write a spec script and people want to meet you. So they'll send you on meetings, but he's like, you got to have a bunch of other log lines because a lot of times they'll be like, hey, I'm not really interested in this idea. You know, you got some other ideas you want to talk about? So I did, I think maybe 60 log lines, which was a
Jeez.
great exercise because,
right.
I mean, I'm just like, this idea, this idea. I believe when we started writing Supervillains Anonymous,
It's one of your log lines.
I
Yeah.
brought out those 60 log
You
lines.
did. You
and
read through them all, and I
Right.
said that one.
There was the one that I really like is the reality TV
game
show
show, yeah, I know.
producer that has to convince 500 people to commit suicide by jumping into the Grand Canyon.
And I said, yeah, you're like Sitch. I really want to do this one. I said, okay, who are we supposed to be in this comic?
We're the producers.
We're the evil producers trying to convince people to commit suicide? Like, what are you?
Well, sooner or later we're going to get conflicted about it, right? I mean,
I guess. How does my character exist in this world, Adam? How does a shadow man like myself exist in this
don't
world?
think about it too much.
Okay.
Actually,
Listen.
we went with a better one anyway. So.
We did, yeah.
But that I would suggest, because a lot of times a lot of first-time writers make the mistake of focusing on one story. And it's
Yes.
like their story. It's
You
like the
shouldn't do that.
biggest story that they're ever going to write. Or another mistake that I see a lot is they want to do like a copious amounts of research, so everything is like completely accurate to some time period or something like that. I mean, that stuff is very, very important in certain stories, but I think, you know, when you're feeling your way around developing stories from the get-go, I think it's good to learn as you go, learn as you do.
Right.
And a lot of times that research stuff, it's rarely makes it on the page. So I'm a firm believer in making shit up. Just make it up. Just go work out the story, and then you can get the details correct once you've got a good, solid story lined up. And also the log line thing. Like, just try to come up with 60 different ideas for a movie. Like,
Yeah.
it really makes you think. It really taxes the brain. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean you're completely right. I know someone who has sold a bunch of scripts, and they're like, they say the exact same thing. You know, a lot of rookie writers, they get stuck on, you know, being obsessed with one story. You just got to write and move on, write and move on, write and move on, write and move on. You just got to keep throwing. You need volume, really.
Yep.
So.
And that's why I've written like half a dozen stories.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Andrew Clark for $1 says the Overlord light novel is way better than the anime. It may not be your taste either, but the anime is heavily truncated, so try not to judge the story too harshly. It's not amazing, but it's better than you would give it credit for, in my opinion. Well, look, the light novel could be better. I don't know. The anime is just so shockingly bad. So the premise of this anime, Adam, is that a guy who's a loser is playing. He's playing like basically the equivalent of World of Warcraft, and he's been playing this game for years, and all of his friends have stopped playing this game. He's literally the only person that plays this game. This game has become so outdated or unpopular that they're shutting the game down anymore. And he's like the only person.
I already feel for this guy.
Right. He's the only person that's like still really likes this game. And so like he's logged into the game as they're shutting it down because it's going to be like his final thing. And then when they shut the game down, he like wakes up in the universe of the game as his character from the game. So first of all, the first question you'd have is, how is this happening, right? That question is never asked or answered.
That sucks.
Yeah. Okay.
That would be,
You're like,
as
this
the
is
character,
crazy.
that would be your first question. Like, what the fuck? Why am I here? But he
Right.
just goes with it. Like, he doesn't even ask the question.
Well, he sort of asked the question, but then it just is like immediately forgotten. He has at least from what I saw, I watched I think 3.5-ish seasons or 2.5-ish seasons. And he never seems interested in trying to get the bottom of why the fuck he's where he is at all. It's insane to me. Like, you think that'd be the number one thing? It's like, what the fuck is actually happening here? Why am I here? Never questioned. Okay. Secondly, it's stupid because his character is basically like Saitama and that he's so overpowered. No one can fucking stand up to him whatsoever at all.
In the game.
He's like, well, in the game that's now his life. Okay. Like because he's his character. He was like a max level character. And so he wakes up as his max level character. And everyone else just sucks. Everyone else is just so much weaker than him. And so part of the genius of One Punch Man is that since Saitama is so powerful, the conflict of the story is never about, is he going to win a fight? Because it can't be, because you know he will win every fight.
Right.
So the conflict of the story is Saitama trying to find meaning in his life, or the fact that Saitama's not there and there's a monster that's like fucking up all these other people who can't win the fight. Like none of the conflict in One Punch Man stems from the fact of like, can he defeat someone in a fight? And yet in Overlord, so much of the conflict stems from the fact that like, will Overlord beat this guy in a fight? Of course he will, because he's so much more powerful than everyone. So it's like no conflict on top of it. And then it's even more annoying because there's actually a genius premise in this anime that should be realized, which is that his character has a bunch of minions that are part of like the video game. And all of his minions are evil, like crazy evil, like super evil, like enslave people and carve their skin off evil. Okay.
It's pretty bad.
But he's just like a guy. And so there's two ways of doing this. Either A, you make it funny, which is what it should be, which is that his character is just a normal guy who's now in charge of all these crazy evil people, and he's trying to get them not to do evil things, but he can't just tell them not to do evil things because he's afraid they'll rebel against him. So he has to convince them somehow, like with his wit, that whatever non-evil things he wants them to do is actually somehow evil. Right. Like that would be a funny show, him trying to manage all these like super evil characters and try to convince them, against being evil, but like trick them into not being evil, essentially. That'd be one way of doing the show. The other way would be to have his character slowly become evil, kind of go on this like downward arc of becoming more, detached from his humanity, becoming more corrupted by his power. Right. But the show has none of that.
That's
nothing. Like, it's actually the opposite. There's literally a built-in mechanism into the show that's never explained that whenever he becomes too emotional about something, a magic light will shine on him and he'll stop being emotional.
What? Like he doesn't have to fight it himself. It's just the magic light cures.
Yeah, there's a magic light that makes him less emotional.
We need to get one of those on the show.
Yeah, we do.
But when I get triggered, it'd be great.
It's like he has an anti-elephant light.
Where's my magic light?
Right. So he has so listen to this. This like Overlord is designed to be anti-conflict. The show would drive you crazy. There's a light that makes him anti-emotional. All of his minions are programmed to do everything he says. They literally can't disobey him.
Yeah, most of the conflict comes from people, doing things that you don't want them to do. Even in the king in the God, I'm so fucking
And what?
I keep getting Rings of Power and
Lord of the Rings?
No, the fire dragon one.
House of the Dragon?
Yeah. Even the king in the House of the Dragon, he's trying to wrangle everyone around him to get him to do the things he wants him to do.
Oh, that's okay. That is the perfect comparison.
Yes, it is.
Okay. House of the Dragon. You have the king. He has all this internal conflict because he doesn't want to kill his brother and he wants his daughter to be happy, right?
Yep.
So he has internal emotional conflict. Then he has conflict of trying to wrangle all the people under him to do what he wants them to do.
Yep.
And they're all fighting for power, so none of them are listening to him.
Right. They all have their own goals. Right? Yeah, their own plots and plans.
Right. And then the third conflict is, there's a war going on that they could potentially lose with the crab people, right?
Yeah.
So there's an actual physical conflict that exists. Okay. So now compare that to Overlord. Overlord can't have internal conflict because a magical light beam prevents him from becoming too emotional. He can't have conflict with his servants because they're all programmed to do everything he says and can't disobey him. And he can't have any physical conflict because he's the strongest character in the universe and nothing scratches him.
Why do people like this show?
I don't fucking know, Adam.
Well, it goes to the argument Cyborg wants to make that conflict is unimportant in a show because they're like, look at Overwatch. There's no conflict at all in there.
It's totally crazy.
And people love it.
It's insane.
But is there a dragon fucking an eagle? Come on.
There is not.
Oh, okay. Well, then it's got nothing going for it.
Sebas does not disobey the main character. That's not true. And whenever a character, quote unquote, disobeys the main character, they think they're doing it out of service to the main character.
This is called Overwatch. It's a
Overlord.
Overlord.
It's not worth watching. It's so crazy. And
are
then
people trying to get us to watch this?
I don't fucking know. But then here's the thing too. The show is kind of set up to be the first season's kind of light. So I'm watching this, I'm like, whatever. It's kind of whatever. It's okay, it's light. It's kind of cutesy, right? Second season, things get a little darker. You're like, oh, okay, things are getting kind of darker. I skipped half the second season because it was super boring. It's not even focused on any of the main characters because they can't focus on the fucking main character because they can't write conflict about him. So they have to focus on these side characters. And then the third season, they throw you this insane curveball. Well, the main character becomes 1,000 times more evil for no fucking reason and starts enacting some of the most horrible tortures on humans possible. And you're like, what am I watching?
He just
trash.
He just changed his mind. He didn't have any kind of unjust situation that forced him to become evil.
He just randomly becomes 1,000 times more evil for no reason. And you're like, what? Why am I this is disgusting. It's it's really foul. I turned off the show in disgust after that episode. I'm never watching this trash again.
Does he have sex with his mom or something? What happens?
No, he hires, this is insane. He hires a bunch of people to come raid his lair.
Mm-hmm.
To test the security or something. I don't even know if they explain his motivation. He hires a bunch of humans to come raid his lair, who the humans think it's an evil lair. And then he horribly has all his minions horribly enact the worst tortures on them imaginable. He captures a guy and they're going to shove tubes up his dick.
No way.
Yes way.
This is an anime and they're going to
They don't show it, but he talks about it.
I'm going to shove this chopstick right up your dog.
Yes. And I'm like, what? I'm like, what the fuck just happened? And then there's another character. They're like,
oh my God, no.
They're begging. There's a group of 5 people and one of them's a youngish girl raider. And they're begging him to just spare her, to kill all of them, but to spare her. And he's like, oh, I will have mercy on her. And by mercy, I mean, I'll have all of her organs and body parts ripped from her body and given to my minions who will then use them to exist. They'll use her voice box forever. So be
Wow.
reminded of her voice forever. You're like, what? Like, it's just insane. It's totally fucking insane. It comes out of nowhere. It's just, oh my God. I was like, it's so edgy. It's the most edgiest, try hardest shit ever. I was like, this is a trash can immediately.
You used a clip from this in the She-Hulk video, and
I did.
I
did, 'cause
remember people
yeah.
in the comments were kind of big mad about that.
Let them be big mad. Oh, the Overlord is
How
so
dare
It's the
you.
edgiest shit ever.
Sitch Overlord is good. How dare you? That's what a
No.
lot of the comments were saying.
No, they're so wrong.
You probably lost big time subscribers
Let
over
them.
that.
Let them. I will die on this hill. My God, that fuck Overlord.
Really?
Yeah, it basically just became torture porn. It was crazy.
Yeah, torture porn is weird. Yeah. Especially
The
if
title is
it's-
called Overlord. What did you? Well, the first season's not like that. The first season seemed like it was kind of going the comedy route that I described, and then it just takes this crazy fucking turn to like insanity. I'm like, what the hell?
Maybe they brought in new writers.
I'm assuming it's not because it's based off of one guy's light novels, so I don't know. But isekais are trash. Well, I don't know. I haven't seen that many isekais. The only one I've seen that's great is obviously Konosuba is amazing, but Konosuba is like a parody of the genre, so it's kind of maybe that doesn't count. But anyways, there's your random Overlord rant. So
Are these going to be a regular part of the show? Maybe I should.
Overlord. I hope not.
Maybe I should read a summary or something.
Right. We hopefully will never talk about it again. Except for Andrew Clark, who just brought it up again, says also about Overlord for $1. The author is kind of sadistic. Well, there you go.
Oh,
Volume 7 is about several adventure group being lured into invade. Oh, he's talking about what I just talked about. Being lured into invading Anza's tomb, and many of them die gruesome deaths. The epilogue is about the family of one talking about their hopes for that person. Yeah, no, it's so sadistically disgusting that I don't. It's so fucking edgy. It's like Mark Miller edgy. I'm like, what the fuck is this? You know, I can't stand needlessly edgy shit. Things that are gruesome or horrible should exist to serve a story, a compelling, good story. They shouldn't just exist to be edgy. That is garbage.
Who the hell's Mark Miller?
Mark Miller is the worst comic book writer of all time. He wrote the Wanted comic.
Oh, okay.
So he everything he writes is super edgy and awful. So
Mark Miller, Wanted.
Yes. Wanted is one of the worst comics I've ever read in my life. And it's not even his edgiest one.
All right.
Xanderhal. Oh, look at there. There's Xanderhal.
Oh, nice.
The actual
Xanderhal's
Xanderhal for $1. Says, here's how the Similarian goes. There's like a god, and he like makes the world, and then Sauron forges the 7 Balrogs in the fires of Khazad-dûm. From there, he forms a pact with Ungoliant to eat the 3 elf rings in exchange for the Plantier. There you go. Xanderhal's a true fan. He knows all the lore.
Wow. Amazing.
Andrew Clark for $1 says story importance hierarchy. Think of it like constructing a house. There are many rooms that are important to making a good house. All structures need nails to remain standing. A house with no nails won't stand, and a house without a kitchen or bathroom is bad. Yeah, no, I agree with that metaphor. I completely agree with that metaphor.
Some people were calling consistency the mortar, if you think of it like bricks and mortar.
Right.
Yeah.
I like that. More putting it as the mortar makes sense. It's the glue that's holding everything together.
Yeah.
Andrew Clark for $1 says, wow, Sitch, he is not a loser. Every member of his guild is a productive member of society. Having a job was a requirement of the guild. They were his friends for 10 years. He is an orphan and no loved ones. That's the problem. He is a loser. All of his friends moved beyond him in the video game, except for him. And his job was, I don't remember. It was like something unimportant. It was just some like random white collar job that they never go into at all.
So he's an orphan, and then he goes into the video game, and in the video game, he starts committing acts of torture on people.
Yeah, essentially.
That's so sad.
That could be a compelling story if it's about like him, if it's about a guy who's an orphan who works a boring job, and suddenly he's granted these like reins of power, and the power corrupts him and makes him become like evil. That could be a compelling story, right? but that's not what it's about.
Yeah.
That's not what it's
I
about.
mean, I would stay away from the torture porn.
I would stay away from the torture porn too. But Andrew Clark for another $1 says the books are written more like a horror story. In the latest book, he destroyed the kingdom. He killed 90% of the citizenry, and they describe several gruesome acts of genocide. Why the fuck would I want to read this? This sounds like the worst fucking thing ever. Holy shit. In the last book, the main character destroys the kingdom, kills 90% of the people, and commits several gruesome acts of genocide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sounds awful.
Where's the why? What is the point of reading this exactly? I don't know. I guess if you're into that sort of thing. I am not into that sort of thing. I have no interest in that at all. Brunswick Green, thank you so much for becoming a free will seeker. Brian Wonderlich for $2 says, "What do you think about the Ukrainians' victories?" I think it's wonderful. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, what's going on with that? I guess
seems
Russia
like
pulled out and Ukrainians moved back in.
It seemed like Ukraine. It seems like a lot of areas. Now you don't want to get too excited.
Yeah.
Too quickly, but it seems like a lot of the Russian fronts have kind of collapsed, and Ukraine has made some massive progress into Russian-controlled areas. So much so that like a lot of Russian stands were like, no, it's just a feint. They're gonna like trap the Ukrainians. It's all just a tactic. And it turned out like, nope, it's not a tactic. They're just retreating. So
they're like, we want to go home. This sucks.
Yeah, right. So I mean, hopefully,
ultimately, everyone wants to go home, right? The Ukrainians got kicked out of their homes when the Russian soldiers pulled in.
Right. So yeah, no. Hopefully that continues, and hopefully Ukraine beats the shit out of Russia, and Russia retreats and sucks forever, and somebody assassinates Putin, because it's the only way that the West will probably ever do anything with Russia. That's what's going to happen. Russia's going to lose this. Putin's going to have to be assassinated, because they're going to be like, oh, Russia's going to be like, West, you need to work with us again. It wasn't our fault. Putin did everything. He was the bad guy. We were just following orders. That's going to be the move. And Putin knows that's the move too, which is why he can't just lose the war.
Of course, yeah.
So
dictators, autocrats,
right?
They die in office.
And it was funny because someone was, I forget who it was, a regular viewer, maybe it's Colivor or something. I don't know. I like to blame Colivor for things. They always like, Sitch, the sanctions didn't do anything to Russia. And it's like right now, China is buying all of Russia's gas at half price. Do you think Russia's happy that they have to sell all their gas for 50? Their main export, the main way in which Russia makes money, just took a 50% hit.
How are they? Why is that happening? Why is China able to get such a deal? Because they're the only
people that will buy their gas.
Right.
Because everyone else is sanctioning them.
Oh, interesting.
And it's funny too, because that also shows why, people were saying about how Russia and China is going to become friends. That shows how the fact that China is not Russia's friend, and Russia knows it's not its friend. Because imagine if like there was a situation where, I don't know, something happened with the UK, right? Say the UK, our ally, England, was in some kind of war with someone, and they lost their major export to that person. America would buy that export at full price to show solidarity, to support their ally. They would 100% say, okay, we're going to buy whatever it is. We're going to buy your oil. We're going to buy your whatever the fuck UK makes. We're going to buy it for 100% whatever it would normally cost. They wouldn't say, oh, yeah, we'll take it for 50% off, right? Your friends don't do that to you.
Yeah.
That's the guy that's taking advantage of you when you're down that does that to you. So yeah, hopefully they continue forward. Not Gay Ben, our favorite super chatter, Not Gay Ben, for $5 says, Mauler's objective framework is just his subjective opinion that he claims is objective. Frameworks are useful, but calling them objective is wrong. Well, I think you can say objectively whether a story is consistent, right, with itself. I think you can objectively say that happens or not. The question is whether that matters or how much that matters, I guess would be the subjective question, right?
That's the big question right there.
Right. So
I just went and saw Top Gun. And that movie's just like they cram a lot of emotion into that movie. And I just kept thinking, it's funny because now I'm forced to watch movies with this contested hierarchy of values, which is an interesting new way to look at movies, and I never really anticipated I'd be doing. But yeah,
I never saw Top Gun.
it's really good. To be honest with you, I'm surprised, and I don't usually go for the nostalgia stuff. They do milk the nostalgia a bit, but there's enough newness to it, and they do it tastefully, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I was thoroughly entertained by it. Yeah.
Kaiba Corp for $5 says the appeal of Overlord for me is watching the poor normies trying to deal with an overwhelming force.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you go. I mean, if that's what interests you, then that's definitely what the show is about. Duperda for $10 says, haven't seen the show, but in the novel, the conflict is internal as the main character tries to find out what his minions are planning without them finding out he's not a god. It's not good for a visual medium. Yeah, see, that sounds like that would be very interesting. If there was a conflict where the main character, if the minions weren't basically programmed to follow him, and he actually had to worry about like their loyalty of either them killing him or them just going off in the world and committing horrible genocides, like that could be a very interesting story. But that does not come across in the anime at all.
Unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
Let me bring up the super chats from last Sunday.
Yeah. Come on, let's get caught up. It'll be great.
It will be great.
Nerderotic is killing it on his channel.
Yeah.
Go
He
Gary.
is. That's what was weird about Xander's like claim that
Yeah, what's he talking about? He's smoking crack in that pipe he's always puffing on.
I don't know. It's very strange. There's some weird stuff going on too. You know, Nick Rekieta has like a 60-day ban from streaming. Did you see that?
No, I had no idea. That's crazy.
He has a
2 months?
Yeah, 50 or 60-day ban. Yeah. From
2
streaming.
months he can't
Yes.
stream on YouTube?
Yes.
That sucks.
Isn't that insane? And they didn't even tell him what it was specifically. I assume, so basically what happened is, you know, we watched the debate. We covered it, his debate with Duncan.
That guy was on Twitter like a couple days later, still going after him, trying to get him deplatformed.
So after that conversation, Duncan and his fans mass reported Nick Rekieta and presumably got him that 60-day ban or whatever it is. I can only think I'm assuming it was about the wall comment. That's the only thing I could think of.
I told you we had to cover for him. What the fuck?
Yeah, yeah.
People were giving me a hard time in the comments too. They were like, Adam, he should just be able to say what he wants to say. I'm like, okay. I mean, he does this thing where, you know, technically he's not saying anything offensive.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the story behind the on the wall comment?
No, what's the story?
So he doesn't say against the wall, which is like the offensive thing to say. He says on the wall, like you're hanging a picture on the wall.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
Well, it's like, you know, the wanted poster. You put the picture.
Does he say
up.
on the wall? I thought he said up against the wall. I don't remember exactly what he said.
He says on the wall. Yeah.
Okay.
I looked into this a little more because it is this, like, he gets out on a technicality, but I
Wow.
like, those technicalities are not going to work with some 16-year-old moderator on
Yeah.
YouTube.
Right. Right. Well, I don't think you should be banned for the comment. And
No,
I think
I
it's
don't think so.
silly.
Yeah, obviously
And I
not.
think it's silly for anyone to claim that that comment means he's advocating for violence. But I think it was stupid. I think it was incredibly stupid for him to make that comment, especially about Keffels, who Keffels is a literal professional victim. Like, this is her job, is literally to take things people say about her and claim victim status and make money and get them in trouble for saying.
She's the new Anita Sarkeesian all the way. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, it's crazy. Did you see that so Keffels, who basically got Kiwi Farms shut down, she raised $100,000. Okay. And the way she raised this money was that she claimed that she was going to sue somebody for the fact that she was swatted by the police. She's going to sue somebody about this, and she needed to raise this money for the lawsuit.
Her GoFundMe said she needed to move house or something.
Right, and then that changed, and then once she started getting money, she changed it to she needed to raise money because she had to move because she was so terrified of, like, protecting her identity.
Right.
And so she raised $100,000 and has now decided to move to Europe.
Yeah, that's so crazy because I heard her talking on stream about how she lives in a small town that only has like 3 hotels.
Right.
Which, I mean, that's got to be like a town of 5,000 people.
Right.
So 100,000. I grew up in a small town. $100,000 is like crazy money for living in a small town.
Sure.
But now she's going to move to Europe where it's only going to last a year, where Europe is like the most expensive place in the world.
Who the fuck knows? Yeah, I don't know.
I guess she figures, I'll just get another $100,000. I'll just go after someone else and do another GoFundMe. Yeah. I'm fascinated by, I went and looked at some of her content, and you're exactly right. The only videos that are getting views are the videos that are, I'm a victim, this is a storyline. But she pitches herself as a content creator. But how is that content sustainable, right?
It's not, well, this is Keffel's content. She says something fucking batshit crazy.
Right, and everyone attacks her because it's the internet.
Right, people react to it, and then she says, I'm a victim.
Right.
So that's what's going on. That's her strategy.
If you say batshit crazy stuff, it's hard for me to say that you're a victim because it's like duh, people are going to come at you. If you're talking about, and I think she was talking about like DIY hormones or something. Yeah. And she even has a thing on her website about DIY hormones. I pulled up one of the videos because I was looking for stuff that we could possibly listen to on Tuesday. She did an interview with Ethan Klein on H3H3,
which is oh my god, he's such a fucking cuck now. He's like, oh, give me that ass, let me kiss that ass. he's like, I'm down on both knees, Keffels, get a little closer here. Right,
get my nose way up in there.
Mm-hmm.
But he does ask her about the DIY. He's like all gingerly, like, you know, I feel like I have to give you a chance to respond to this big claim, right? And it's just the comparison that they make to DIY.
Isn't DIY?
DIY? Do it yourself?
Yeah.
DIY?
You were saying DIY. You're being dyslexic.
DIY?
Yes.
Okay, DIY. Anyway, the comparison they make to hormones so that you can change your sex. You're basically getting ready to transition, right? You're putting off puberty and putting reverse sex hormones into your body.
Right.
They compare it to needing insulin. How do you feel about that?
That's a terrible. It's like this. Oh my god, that's such a garbage. Listen, if there was like a little like blood stick you could stick in your finger to measure your gender dysphoric level,
I
mean, I don't know.
know.
Maybe we'd have a conversation. But
I know. It's like I'm pretty sure we've worked out how diabetes works.
right, yeah, it's a known. Well, actually, we might talk to Sammy at some point because maybe it's not so known. But there's elements to it that are for about like insulin and stuff like that nature. So
Yeah, Cat Branchman in the chat is mad at me, but sorry.
about what?
DIY, do it yourself.
Oh, DI, yeah, DIY.
Look,
but
Sitch is literally trying to kill me, guys. Okay, it's like I've been streaming for 7 hours. I'm totally exhausted.
well, I'm pointing out because I know if I don't point out, people are going to go, hey, DIY.
No, I don't. I'm just saying, like my brain after a while.
I understand.
Sitch, the shorter streams are much better. People don't see me in this kind of weird, like I can't even remember the name of the TV show we're talking about.
Right, he's not in a fugue state. Yes.
Yeah.
But no, it's totally, and that's what Nick was even reacting to with his comment. It was crazy that she was all like, "Oh, I'm going to send kids I'm either going to send them or get them the ability to take hormones without a doctor's prescription," which is totally fucking insane.
What? It's the diagnosis that's a problem. Duh.
Yeah, like to
Duh.
me, and that to me, that's what's sort of so backwards about the situation. It's like, okay, so Nick gets in trouble for making a spicy comment, but she doesn't get in trouble for doing something that I would consider like, I don't know what it's a crime. I don't know what it would even be categorized as. It's like giving children medical treatments without a doctor. That's like insane.
We
What are
have
you
to
fucking
watch.
talking about?
We have to watch this clip because it's so insane. Like she pulls out the insulin comparison, and Ethan is just like, "Oh yeah, that totally makes sense."
I mean, Ethan's a moron. He just doesn't fucking know anything.
Ethan has a kid and shit. Like, how would you feel if you discovered, oh yeah, my 14-year-old kid decided they were gonna do some DIY?
DUI. 14-year-old kid's gonna do some DIY hormones.
Some DIY. They were gonna do some DIY hormones from the internet. What?
Right.
What? Come on, it's just like insulin.
Yeah, how is Ethan gonna feel if his kid is getting hormones, bathtub hormones from Keffel?
He's not gonna like it. I'm telling you, you can't. You're not gonna like it when that happens to your child.
I know, it's totally crazy. Brain for $2 says, my girlfriend is very excited to hear you two say hi to her. Hi, Brain's girlfriend.
Hello.
How do you put up with him? Really? Jesus, bro. How do you put up with Brain? Yeah. God.
It's Brain's girlfriend for real?
I mean, that's the claim.
Is it? Wait a second here. We got a super chat from Brain's girlfriend. Is that what happened? Or
no? He said my girlfriend is very excited to hear you two say hi to her.
Oh, okay. What's up, Brain?
Well, this is from Sunday. This is from last Sunday. This is the one we never got to.
Brain is one of our most consistent haters. We love Brain. So
that's true. That's true. Peter L for 200 sexy kroners says, "Oh my god, new Sitch video up and still up and running late. S class. Do I even have to finish the sentence? No, because I will. Is S class. Thank you, Peter.
Good job. Sitch is working his ass off on videos. I'm helping.
I have help. I have lots of help.
I'm helping.
Adam is working his ass off too. CT is working her ass off. We're all working our ass off to make videos. So
I'm doing like a first draft summary of the script, and CT is doing the first draft edit. She's working much harder than me, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, you're working your ass off on the comic as well. So.
All the best jokes, A-team jokes, just so you guys know.
Any joke you like in the video, Adam put that in there. Any joke you don't like in the video, I put that in there.
We should go through. We should watch the video and we can see like, okay, that was an Adam joke, that was a Sitch joke, so we could just do the side by side comparison.
Oh my god.
I think the problem with that, I think that would be fun to do. I
think that would be a terrible idea.
I think it would be fun to do anyway, but Sitch will consistently undersell my jokes going forward. Like he's doing the performance, and a lot of the joke is the performance, right?
Oh, I see.
So
I see.
Sitch will ultimately start fucking me on the fucking performance.
I do it intentionally, right?
And the joke will just not be near as good.
Right. You're so right.
Yeah.
I did it. I did it all intentionally. I'm like, this is an Adam joke. I'm gonna read it poorly.
No, right now they're great. Right now they're hitting.
Oh,
They're
okay.
totally hitting it.
I see.
Yeah. There's only one joke that I didn't like.
Okay.
That was obviously a Sitch joke because it wasn't in there when I gave you the draft.
What joke was that?
A celebrity that I've never heard of because I'm an old man. It was like a little too self-deprecating for me.
What? Megan Thee Stallion.
Yeah.
I literally That was so when I originally wrote the script, I wrote a celebrity, like I wrote like a fake celebrity for like this made up universe, and I'm like, I should look that up, and I looked it up and I saw that it was a real singer. And I was like,
I knew.
I've never fucking heard of this person.
I
before.
knew it was a real singer.
I didn't know that.
Obviously.
I'm like Megan Thee Stallion. Who the fuck is this character? I thought it was super weird.
Don't know who Megan Thee Stallion is?
No, in the show, I thought it was supposed to be like a ripoff of fuck, what's her name? What's
she
the WAP?
has 1 million Instagram followers. How?
Oh, yeah, that's like nothing. Isn't that like? What do you mean? That's a lot of people have 1 million. Not Cardi B. Cardi B did WAP.
She's
What's the
an
fucking
American rapper, of course.
Who's the person that Cardi B is like a copy of? Chat.
Actually, she has 30 million Instagram followers.
Oh, okay, that's a little more impressive.
Yeah.
Whom the fuck am I thinking of? Nicki Minaj. That's what I'm thinking of. I just thought
Nicki
like
Minaj, you would have known.
Yeah, I know who Nicki Minaj and Cardi B is, but when I saw Megan Thee Stallion in the Hulk show, I thought it was just like, oh, this is like them mocking Nicki Minaj or Cardi B or something. Like I didn't think it was like a real person.
I'm so glad you figured it out.
And then so I Googled it to make sure.
Yeah.
And then it was a real person. I'm like, what the fuck? This is real? And so that's where I was like, oh, I guess I'm just an old man. I don't know who the fuck these people are. So, you didn't like that joke because you were like, is this directed at me? Is Sitch calling me an old man?
Well, no, you're younger than me, and if you're calling yourself an old man, geez,
right?
fuck.
I know it. Oh,
like,
there you go. It really hits you. Yeah,
I'm a geezer, jeez. But I still knew that it was like a famous rapper, so I guess.
Okay.
Look,
she was in WAP too. Okay.
Look, she's got a YouTube channel.
I didn't know that she was in WAP.
I think I'll subscribe. Let's check it out.
There you
no.
go. She keeps doing the stupid tongue thing, and I was like, "What the fuck? This is so weird." Anyway,
I don't know if the music's any good. She's got some videos that have an animated, looks like fight scene. Looks pretty cool.
I watched a video. I don't remember what song it was. I watched one of her music videos, and it was literally just like it just feels like Nicki Minaj ripoff.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what it felt like. The visuals of it, the song.
How dare you?
I was like, okay,
it's so funny. The shit that the musicians can do on YouTube. With it's like she's naked in all these videos.
Yeah, I know they can. I know it's insane. They could be barely clothed, totally fine. And then if we say some bad, naughty words,
right? Or we show, a picture that's slightly sexualized.
I know.
Yeah, life is unfair, Sitch.
It's true. 2Tim505 for $5 says people are comparing this to the bad guy from V for Vendetta. Yes. This is the. By the way, if we're reading super chats from the Joe Biden speech. Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Brett Weinstein was doing that.
That video is crazy.
Yeah, we should do that one too.
Brett, I love you, Brett. I don't agree with that take at all. Okay.
A lot of people disagree with us on that.
I know.
They're like, it was totally planned.
Well, that's Brett's take is that. Brett's take was not only that Biden was basically trying to. Okay, Brett's take is in a nutshell was essentially that Biden's team was intentionally trying to hit the aesthetics of V for Vendetta because they want to enact some kind of like left-wing fascism on the country.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah.
I really don't think that's true.
Yeah.
That still seems a little strong. It seems a little much to me, Brett. Seems a little much, but Dr. Diddler for $5 says, A-Team deliberately pees on the seat and drinks Sprite by itself like some kind of insane weirdo. S-Class is best class.
Okay, it depends. Like, whose seat is it? Is it obviously not my own seat?
Is it
but-
Xanderhal's seat?
Yeah, exactly. I'm over at Xanderhal's place. Hey, can I use your bathroom for a second?
Right.
And of course, you want a nice, refreshing Sprite, you know, to warm up on your way over to Xanderhal's. So let's go easy.
You drink a
on me.
warm Sprite? Oh, no, to warm up your
A
your pee, I got you.
refreshing, yeah, nice
Yeah, I got
to
you.
warm up for the peeing on Xanderhal's
Okay.
toilet seat.
Listen, Dr. Diller, I love you.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wrong with drinking
Sprite is
Okay.
delicious. Yeah,
There's
what
nothing wrong with drinking a Sprite.
I'm thinking I got a Sprite here in the fridge. I might go grab one.
There you go. Now 7-Up. Oh, that's a different story.
Sprite is way better than 7-Up. I'm
Yes.
glad to hear you say that.
Yeah. Almost every Coke product that I can think of is better than a Pepsi product.
I do like Pepsi with real sugar better than Coke.
Well, I don't like actual Coke or Pepsi, so I can't comment on that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like the brands. Any drink soda I like, the Coke brand is usually better in my opinion, because Pepsi brand stuff's always like way more sweet saccharine tasting.
I like
Coke
Coke
product.
and I like Pepsi. I just, I alternate.
Okay, that's interesting. Brain for $2 says the speechwriter was actually Goebbels. There you go. That's true.
Believable.
That's true.
I do buy it.
Yeah. I lost it. Mellow Reaper for $5 says, so your thoughts since both of you watched it once, is this a campaign speech or an address to the nation? That's a good question. I don't think it's a campaign speech because I don't think Biden's running again.
You gotta stop that, man.
You really think 2 years from now Biden's going to run again?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, of course he is.
But I don't know. He's like falling apart as it is.
He doesn't even care. It's human nature. He has the same thing going that Trump had. He doesn't want to be a one-term president. He's like, I got to be just like Barack Obama. I don't want to be Jimmy Carter. I want to be Clinton.
If he runs again, it's going to be disastrous for the Democratic Party. I don't think.
I
don't want him
agree.
to run again.
This is what's so incredible about it. Because he doesn't give a fuck about the Democratic Party. He cares about being a two-term president.
We'll see. That would be interesting. I mean, how stupid would it be? How fucking stupid would it be if 2024 is just Trump versus Biden again?
It's gonna be
It'd
that.
the
Yeah.
stupidest fucking thing ever. Oh my god, that'd be the worst thing ever.
It's so crazy too because the stakes couldn't be higher. They're both fighting to be a
The
two-term
second
president.
term. I know.
Well, technically, it'd be the third term in Trump's eyes, right? Because he won last time, and this is like.
I mean, technically, this is my third term since
He's gonna say that.
I didn't lose the second one.
The first time there's any ex-president thing that goes on after Trump is out of office with where Clinton, Trump, and Obama are all in the same room, he's going to be like, 3-term president right here. Only 3-term president.
You're so right. It's so pathetic.
Yes.
You're so right. Oh my god.
It's going to be the worst.
That's true.
Hopefully. I don't know. I believe I said it on this stream. And I immediately regretted saying it, but it kind of slipped out. I was like, I'm worried Trump might try to go for a third term. And so many people in the comments were like, Adams drank the Kool-Aid. Holy shit. He has TDS. He's bought into it. I mean, I would like to think Trump would just move on, but I don't.
Yeah.
What do you
I don't think so. I do not. I think there's no chance in hell that he would. If he wins again, I don't think there's any chance in hell he would try to run again.
Try to get a extra third term or
No, I
dissolve
don't-
the
I don't.
government or.
Nope. Nothing like that.
He just wants to dance He just wants to dance in front of Obama and be like 3-term president.
Yeah, but he could do that already. So as you say, you were so correct. If he runs again and wins, he'll say exactly what you said. He'll say,
Yeah,
"I'm
of course.
technically the only president to win an election 3 times."
Exactly. That's what he's setting up for.
Right.
So
right.
then the Democrats are just, I mean, it's all bullshit. This is the thing.
Well, the running again. I mean, being president for life. I don't buy that for a second.
Right, yeah. The Democrats are just using that as a scare tactic to get people to go to the vote. They want people to be terrified of Trump so Biden has a chance of winning in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I don't like Trump, which is well known to the chat, I don't think it makes sense to call him a fascist or these things.
You're going against your character, Sitch. You're supposed to be tedious, Sitch. What are you
Oh,
doing?
he's a fascist. Donald Trump's a fascist. It's like, okay. Words have lost all meaning at this point, but
Well, just the crazy shit that he did on January 6th. I mean, I understand it, but I think this is the disconnect I think a lot of people have. Like, they believe he did that because he's desperate to hold on to power.
right.
And I don't believe that at all. Like, he's desperate to hold on to status. And his status took a giant hit when he became, George H.W. Bush, the one-term Republican president.
Yeah. I think you're correct.
All right.
Brain for $5 says, it's the sort of speech you give before going after your political enemies. You would have to bend over backwards to infer anything different. See, that's why I thought when I was hearing some people suggest that this speech is a way of preparing people for a Trump indictment, that actually made sense to me. Because I'd say, and that does make sense. It's hard for me to understand the purpose or context of the speech in an other way, unless it's just to stir up the base, which, I mean, maybe it's just to stir up the base before the midterm election. I don't know. It's hard for me to understand. Like, it doesn't, you're saying?
No, it does. That totally
it does
makes
make
sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I would think it'd be closer to the election than though. Closer to November.
A lot of the Democrats seem super jazzed by the speech, to be honest.
They are super jazzed by it, yeah.
They're like, yeah, call those fascists out.
They're very jazzed by it. People get very excited. It was interesting because I didn't expect that until I would hear them talk about it. And I said, people get very excited to see. It's like people get very excited to see a famous person or like the president basically just repeat what they believe.
Yeah.
We get very excited about that. So, I mean, that was part of Trump's speciality, was to hone into that. And I guess Biden's finally trying to hone into that too.
Yeah, he's doing his Trump thing.
Right. Though I think it's in a much worse way in terms of, getting people polarized. Brain for $5 says the quote wrong paperwork is pretty much the worst possible excuse for what we see happening. Imagine indicating. Oh, I assume you meant indicting Garfield or Jackson for the wrong papers. I completely disagree with you. This is the people that fight on this, you guys have to understand. It's like 100% pure elephant cope if you're fighting on this, okay? If the ex-president should not be running around with classified fucking top secret documents in their, like, first of all, they shouldn't have the documents, period. They're not legally supposed to have any documents. They're 100% legally not supposed to have any classified documents. And then on top of that, they shouldn't be having classified documents in a fucking drawer in their hotel, their resort. That would be easy for someone to break into. And then on top of all that, when the FBI says, hey, give us your top secret documents that you still have. And then he says, here's a packet of top secret documents. And then the FBI says, are you sure this is all documents? And you have your lawyer sign a letter saying, we are sure that this is everything we have. And that turns out to be not remotely true at all. Then you have problems. You have a lot of problems.
Mar-a-Lago has the best security, Sitch.
And you can't pretend like it's not a big deal, because everyone who's pretending like it's not a big deal were the same people who were shouting, lock her up, to Hillary Clinton for doing something that was less egregious.
They asked me to put an extra padlock on the door, and I did. Come on,
Hillary
Sitch.
Clinton had government documents which were not classified, but still government documents that were on an unsecure server, and then she destroyed her phone, which was really fucked up. Don't get me wrong, but she destroyed her phone instead of giving it over to the FBI, and people were saying she should be locked up for that. And now the same people are trying to pretend like Trump having these documents is not a big deal. Like, come on, this is pure tribalism. If you're going to pretend like it's not a big deal. Now you could say you don't think he deserves to go to prison. With the facts of the case out now, I don't think he should go to prison, but you can't pretend like this is nothing. You can't pretend like it's nothing. I mean, you can, but then you're just deluding yourself with that. You're just lying to yourself, basically.
Democrats have a double standard, though, so shouldn't
Everyone has a double standard. What do you mean?
Republicans be allowed to have a double standard too?
I guess. I mean, that's what tribalism. This is what we talk about with height. Tribalism breeds double standards into people.
Yeah, it sucks.
So it does suck. So
can't they just lock them both up and they'll be like roommates or something?
Well, no. I mean, I'm going to stand by. What I said earlier, which is I think it's very dangerous to lock up former presidents or former high level, people that were running for president. I think it's a very dangerous precedent. Yeah. When Hillary ran for president, I think it's incredibly dangerous to do that. And I think you got to have it's got to be like something really fucking bad.
But it could be like The Odd Couple. We'll do a TV show, a reality TV show. It'll be Hillary and Donald. Hillary and Donald.
That would be a great reality show.
They'll
Hillary
have
and
them in
Donald
a
share a
cell
cell
together. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
A little camera in there. Watch.
It doesn't matter if Trump had it doesn't matter if Trump had presidential privilege. Yeah, he has presidential privilege to see the documents. He doesn't have presidential privilege to take the documents. What the fuck are you talking about? That's the problem. No one's criticizing Trump for having seen the documents. The problem is that he took the documents when he wasn't A, supposed to fucking take them, and then B, he told the FBI that he didn't have any more, and that turned out to be fucking a lie. That's the problem. But it's really weird, sort of the copes that were built around this. Even Bill Barr was talking about how insane this was and how stupid this was.
Being such a ball buster over all this stuff.
I am. I'm going to be a ball buster about it. I'm going to be because it's again, you can say, I don't think Trump should go to prison. That's totally fine. I don't think he should necessarily go to prison, judging by what I know about the case right now. Okay, but pretending like this is nothing is so...
Oh, no.
It's so cope. It's so
no.
not true. Because every single person knows in their heart of hearts, they may not want to admit it, every single person knows in their heart of hearts that if this exact same situation happened to a Democrat, you'd all be losing your fucking minds, and all the Democrats would be doing all the cope right now.
Russians are our pals, Sitch. I don't understand. Why are we keeping nuclear secrets from them anyway?
Right.
Doesn't make sense. We should be sharing those secrets with all of our allies.
Lucifer Domer says he told the FBI he didn't have them. So when the FBI asked for the documents, Trump's team turned over, I forget, some amount of documents that they had to the FBI in June, and they had Trump's lawyer
like some old Sports Illustrated.
Yeah,
he's like,
it was top secret documents.
Here's the documents you're looking for.
And Trump's lawyer signed a statement that said that this was all the top secret documents they had. There was no other top secret documents. And then the reason the FBI did the raid was because they had some sort of, we don't know who, they had some sort of whistleblower inside source who said Trump is lying, or claim that Trump is lying, whether it's intentional or unintentional, I don't know yet. Claiming that, Trump still had a bunch of top secret documents in Mar-a-Lago, and then they raid the place and they find out, whoa, he still does have a shit ton of top secret documents. So.
Such a ball buster.
I know.
Why?
Where did I get that info? That's like the common knowledge, those words. I don't know what to tell you. It's like that's like basic knowledge. That just Google search like Trump lawyer signs FBI documents or something. You'll find it. That's like in every. No one's denying that. Even if you like look at just right wing sources, they might not talk about it, but
I'm denying it.
Okay.
I'll deny it
Arthmesia.
right here on the show for everyone.
Here you go. Arthmesia for $5 says Trump threatened to nuke Moscow. What did Biden do? No way Russia invades Ukraine under Trump. There's a reason why he waited for Biden. I mean, I don't really want to relitigate that argument. I disagree, but
Litigate it.
no. You said you wanted to go soon, so.
What do you mean?
Brain for $4 says Sitch going full. What about Trump? LOL. LOL at Sitch trying to equivocate Biden's speech. This is a problem. It's like this is the brain. I know why Brain named himself Brain. He's trying to make himself use his brain instead of his elephant, but he keeps
true.
failing. He just keeps failing.
Not true.
So
fake news.
So let me explain what a whataboutism is, because apparently Brain and I'm sure many other people don't know what a whataboutism is. A fallacy where someone says, "Hey, isn't it really bad that Joe Biden did this?" Right? And then you say, "I'm not going to answer the question whether Biden did something bad or not. I'm going to say, what about Donald Trump? Donald Trump did X. So who cares what Joe Biden did?" That's what a whataboutism fallacy is. It's deflecting blame away from one person or one subject to another subject or another different person that's unrelated. That's what whataboutism is. It's about deflecting the blame away. Okay. If we're watching this speech and we say, this speech is terrible, I don't know what the fuck Joe Biden is doing here. This is a bad speech. And then we say, after we acknowledge that, and then we say, okay, but let's address people's reactions to the speech in saying that this is like the most divisive, horrible speech of all time, which is what they're saying. Obviously, if they're making the claim that this is a horribly divisive speech and no president's given a speech like this, you have to fucking compare it to what other presidents have done. There's no other way to even talk about the subject matter, Brain. That's why what you're saying is totally insane. Like, how can you say, like, how can you answer the question, is this one of the most divisive speeches a president's ever given? How can you answer that question if you're not going to compare it to other things that other presidents have done? Adam left.
I'm still here. What are you
Okay.
talking about? Brain got his name from
From what?
Gremlins.
Who's named Brain in Gremlins?
One of the Gremlins, right?
Oh, I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen Gremlins. The Love Doctor 69 all day for $5 says, since when did the right get so sensitive? I thought it was fuck your feelings. What changed? What has the right other than complaining about Brandon? I mean, that's part of it too. Trump literally ran on the platform of like, fuck your feelings. I'm going to say things. Right? Trump literally, we talked about this like so much. Part of Trump's appeal was, I'm going to say things I'm not allowed to say. I'm going to say things that are controversial. And so, yeah, it does seem silly if you're going to get your panties in a twist. You can say it's a shitty speech. I agree with you. You can say it's incredibly divisive speech. I agree with you. But to act like this is the speech that began the Civil War is just preposterous.
You know what I love about our show, Sitch?
What?
We cover these controversial topics, and I think, God, we probably lost like 100 subscribers off of this. And I look, and it's like, no one unsubscribed. We've got like steady growth.
Well, here's the thing. Since it's so consistent, we've lost the crybabies already.
You think so?
I think so. We've already lost the crybabies.
Not even, you go back to old videos and stuff where we talk about this stuff, and there's not like a huge subscriber loss at all.
Well, maybe.
People seem to like to stick around and just argue it out with us. So,
well, that's good.
I mean, we can disagree. Obviously, Sitch is
Of course.
wrong about all this stuff.
Wow, look at Adam.
I mean,
Oh, listen, if
I
any of you guys
I-
listen, if any of you guys want to talk to me or Adam and debate us on the documents question, just go into the Discord. There's something. I think there's a channel in the Discord called like I want to debate. Let's see.
Really?
In the last Discord.
Wow. CT's setting it up. Look at that.
In the last Discord, there is a channel called I want to debate. Okay, go into that channel. I see right now Luigi G wants to come on to defend Rings of Power, which maybe we'll have that conversation.
Really?
this
Yeah,
week.
hell yeah.
Okay, which is kind of amazing. I do actually want to have that conversation.
He's got to
so-
do better than
Xanderhal, yeah.
did. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Right. So yeah, we'll definitely have Luigi G on at some point this week. I do want to have that conversation. So go into the Discord if you want to debate the documents. Let me know. I'll 100% debate that with anybody.
So boring. How do you read that shit, Sitch?
Read what?
The fucking documents.
Okay, what do you do? Like petting the cat? What's going on? You're like a mile away from the computer.
No one gives a fuck about the documents.
Okay. Tommy for John for $5 says Adam Kinzinger got redistricted out of his seat by the Democrats. Yeah, I heard that. That's pretty.
Who did?
Adam Kinzinger. Kinzinger?
Hilarious.
That's kind of like horrible if that's the case. Now obviously it's state Democrats versus national Democrats.
AK, you take that back. That's not true.
But if that's true, God, that's like the shittiest fucking thing the Illinois Democrats could have ever done. Like the extra shittiest thing. You have one of the few Republicans that's going to come out and like attack Trump, and then like they're like, "Oh, thanks, fuck you." Like that's like the ultra backstabbiest move ever. Am I wrong about that? I mean,
Democrats are backstabbers, Sitch. You got to learn that.
well, they don't have high. They're left wings. They don't have high loyalty.
I know the
foundation,
loyalty foundation. Nothing.
Right. Though I don't know if it would have mattered because honestly, I don't think any. I don't know what the polling is. Hasn't like every Republican that's come out hard against Trump lost basically? Have any like big anti-Trump Republicans won elections?
No.
I don't think so. And I
Liz
would
Cheney
be
is the king of anti-Trump Republicans, and she lost her primary. Jeez,
right.
it was a bloodbath too.
Yeah, she won big time.
She lost by like 30 points.
And I would be very surprised if Kinzinger could have won a primary after being on the January 6th committee. Now, obviously, that doesn't justify what happened then, but text. No, I read that wrong. Brain for $2 says, "Can anyone talk about Civil War in good faith? How?" I assume you mean like not the Civil War back in the day, but whether there'd be a Civil War now. Of course, you can talk about. You can talk about whether our society has entered a place where a potential violent civil war is possible in good faith. I don't know what you mean. Of course, you could talk about that. I don't think we're anywhere near that at all. And I think the media is just blowing this. Both the mainstream media and independent media is like running on the Civil War narrative just to make money, essentially, which is sad because they're going to create conflict. Like we'll live in this fucked up world where basically the media tricks people into getting into a civil war. Like if we get into a civil war, it's not because of anything real. It's because basically people were tricked into it by the media, which is disgusting if that actually happens. But I'm skeptical that would happen.
That sucks.
I mean, I don't know what no one's explained the mechanism for a civil war would be. There'd be civil unrest, but civil unrest does not make a civil war.
Yeah. You think
Like,
Kessels is going to go out and fight in the Civil War?
Well, a civil war necessitates that the military is going to be, attacking itself, right?
Or attacking
that-
citizens?
Yeah, or it's attacking citizens. Like that wide scale, states start trying to get out of being part of the United States of America. Like what it necessitates, or not what necessitates, what creates that situation? No one really explains that. They just say, "Oh, we're becoming more, divided," which is true, but Zach replies for $10 says Tim Pool literally just repeats himself once a night, saying the same tiring thing and telling his cool stories as he fixes his collar. The grift is strong in that one. There you go.
Really?
Contrast for 2 Aussie bucks says, I need Saddam saying, "Hey man, relax." The South Park movie reference. Hey, Satan, relax, man. Relax.
That was a great movie.
That was a great movie.
Was there singing in that movie? I can't remember. I feel like there was a couple numbers.
What do you mean? It's a musical.
I know I had to grin and bear it. I was like,
Oh,
God.
Blame Canada. Blame Canada. They're not even a real country anyways. What
So
would Brian
sad.
Boitano do if he was here right now? He'd do a triple axle too. That's what Brian Boitano do. When Brian Boitano was in the Alps fighting grizzly bears, he saved the maiden with his fire breath. Something, something, something. I used to know like all those songs by heart. I had that. This is how old I am. I had the cassette of the South Park movie songs that I listened to like on repeat. Elisa Aquanaut for $5 says, Sitch, if you vote for Joe Biden again, I could never in good conscience call you an enlightened centrist. I'll ease you at mine. Okay. If Joe Biden runs again, I will not vote for him.
Really?
I'm not voting for Joe Biden again.
You gonna vote for Kanye?
I'll vote for Kanye. Joe Biden is way too fucking old to be president. If he runs again, it's like, I'm not voting for this. I'm not voting for Joe Biden being president. I don't care who he runs again. This would be ridiculous.
Trump versus Biden 2 terms in a row.
That'd be so stupid.
I know.
That'd be so stupid.
Hell, it's like Groundhog Day. Jesus Christ.
Andrew Crude for 2 Canadians says, should have hired She-Hulk attorney at law. There you go. She would have written a better speech.
Oh, yeah.
King Demi for $2 says, where's Corn Adam? I miss him.
We can do some corn, Adam.
No.
Why? Look, it's just like She-Hulk. Just give the people what they want.
Oh my God.
Look, come on. They like Corn Adam.
Nobody likes Corn Adam.
They're requesting him in super chats. What are you talking about?
Corn Adam is the worst thing to ever happen.
I don't see him requesting any of your characters in super chats. Come on.
Corn Adam is worse than Joe Biden trying to run for president again.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Oh God, Corn Adam is a monstrosity of this world.
Where's Corn Adam at?
Okay, good. I can't find it. Max Tack for $5 New Zealand dollars says, I remember they did try to overturn the 2016 election. There's a campaign by Hollywood Dems to get electors to become faithless. That's true. And they utterly, miserably failed and had no mainstream support. So, but that did happen. Pinkalo, the driving 8 for 2 Canadians says, bring it on.
Bring it on. Bring it on, Sitch.
He does the voice too.
Of course. The corn cob has a very distinctive voice.
Why does your voice become higher just because you're corn?
Because I have very small vocal cords.
Oh, okay.
Look,
Do you even have any vocal cords?
I'm just an innocent little corn cob. No, Sid, keep me away from your butt. What are you doing? Finish the super chat.
Listen,
now.
if it's the only way to get you to shut up. Okay. I'll take one for the team.
Super chats, read
I won't make
already.
the joke I was going to make. We're trying to be friendly now. Andrew Cruz for 5 Canadian says, I bet they are one Oh, this is about the documents. I bet the documents are Area 51 UFO documents and documents related to the surveillance of people he wants to blackmail or protect and Obama related. So there you go. I don't think it's any of those things, but that would be funny. See,
That would be great, actually.
that would have been some people were trying to say that this was like Trump's like 10D chess move. That would be the ultimate Trump 10D chess move. That I would actually believe it if they were all UFO alien documents. And he's like, I declassified them all. You can request them now via FOIA request.
Didn't he say he was going to do that? I believe he did.
Well, it's interesting because he originally said that he declassified everything, but then his lawyers stopped saying that. And I think they stopped saying that because if he says they're declassified, and there's a question of that, if he could, if they're declassified or not, then you could FOIA them. And if people do FOIA them and there are actually something really like top secret, then he would be in, he would look really terrible. So I think that's why they stopped saying that.
Good.
Oh God, it's even closer to the screen. It's even worse.
Good. Read.
Uh,
Read the super chat.
Oh my God. Whose idea was this?
Yours.
No, I mean, who made this thing?
Oh, I don't know.
This is insane.
Here we go. This is to fight Adam, the sentient corn. We have a sentient
What?
farm plow, formerly Kyle Rittenhouse's sentient gun. There you go.
No way.
There you go. And
Stay away from me, Kyle Rittenhouse. I don't want to be shot.
I'll have I have to read it in the sentient Kyle Rittenhouse gun voice. I can't believe that I was once a weapon and melted down into a plow. Now the EU wants to melt me down again and turn me into part of an electrical vehicle that they mandate shouldn't be charged. What the fuck?
As long as it doesn't run on alcohol grain.
It's gonna run on corn grain. Gonna run on you, boyo.
No. I don't want to be powering a power grid.
They're gonna grind you up, corn, Adam. They're gonna put you in some electric car somewhere.
I don't want to be high fructose corn syrup.
They're gonna grind you up, all your cousins and brothers and sisters, all your family, your mother and father. We're gonna grind them all up and use them to power our cars, bitch.
No.
Jesus Christ.
You scared me, bitch.
Pew Pew Guru, thank you for the $2. Shinzo Beam for $5. Oh, Shinzo Beam's not gonna like this. Shinzo Beam for $5 says I switched. Oh no, he said wait, no, he does like this. Never mind. He says I switched to S class for the week over Sitch's based overlord take. S class is a biscusta. And A team is Albedo team. True. Albedo was the hot chick in the clip you saw, Adam.
Oh,
The
really?
big tits, yes. Who is literally programmed to be in love with the main character, by the way.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, she's literally programmed to be obsessively in love with him.
Wow. Maybe I should watch this.
And see, there could have been some good comedy there too. Like, he finally gets some hot chick flying all over him, but he's a skeleton man and has no penis.
How do you know?
Like, well, I'm assuming, but
He might be able to rig something together,
But I mean, that would have been, that would have been a funny bit. But no, we can't have that because we can't make fun of the main character in Overlord. Like She-Hulk, we're not allowed to make fun of the main character. Elon Musk from an alternate universe with Tusk says, I want to thank you for a good show since it is my birthday. Well, happy late birthday since this was last Sunday.
Happy birthday
Yeah.
to you.
Are you gonna shuck? Are you gonna be like Marilyn Monroe? Are you gonna shuck your corn as you sing?
Happy birthday to you.
Okay, we're gonna move on now. Milkman Dan, thank you for the $2 says 3 scoops for Big Joel, Viva, Sitch, and Adam. Thank you, Milkman Dan.
Yeah, poor Big Joel.
Jonathan Rosler for $5 says, "Where's the comic, Adam? Are you finished yet?"
The comic is not finished yet. No. Yeah. But I am working on it, obviously. And, yeah. So.
Day and night.
Well, not necessarily. Like,
Day and night.
I'm having to manage.
The Lonely Stoner.
Yeah. What are you talking? Look, I don't work high. When I go to the studio, Owen always tries to smoke me out, and I always tell him, no, chill. I can't do that.
Say no.
Working high makes you work so much slower, so.
Really?
Yeah. But I have to manage, I have to chill out for a little bit because my arm is getting a little spicy, so.
Yeah, I was going to say, how's your arm doing, by the way?
Well, I worked on Monday and I was like, massive pain. So
Ooh.
I've been taking it easy. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm kind of resigned to the fact that I can't destroy my health over the comic. So
Yes. Nobody wants you to do that.
this has happened a few times with the comic, where I've just worked too much and ended up like blowing out my arm and shoulder. And I just had to like take it easy for a couple weeks and then I'm back at it. So
Yeah. The difficulty is when you get back to it, you have to temper yourself.
well, I've been doing exercise and stuff like that, building up my strength.
Right.
And that's helpful. I got myself a standing desk, which is helpful too. So
That's
I
good.
can mix up my positions so I'm not working the same way for 10 hours.
Are you standing right now?
No, I'm a fucking corn husk right now. What are you talking
You're
about?
floating. You're
Yeah.
floating.
Yeah, look at this. I'm levitating.
There you go.
It's amazing.
Smurfs are oppressed for $5 says, I'm not a Joe Lobin. I'm not a Joe elf. I'm a Joel gnome. And you've just been Joel. Okay. It's an interesting chat. Thank you. Mr. CPU for $5 says, we would grapple with the lack of veterinarians and welders. Too many CS students in current year. Central planning. Fix it. Hashtag gross Big Joel. Ew. Did you see there's some guy tweet out this insane tweet? He said, the reason we have Nazis now, I'm paraphrasing. He said, the reason we have Nazis now is because too many people moved out of the humanities and into the STEM fields.
What?
That was a tweet that someone tweeted on theinternet.com.
So hold on a second here. What, the Nazis are in STEM fields now?
I don't know. You know, he was suggesting that people studying the humanities will protect us from the Nazis or something.
But he's
Something
saying that there's not enough people in the humanities now to protect us from the Nazis because
Yes.
they're all in STEM fields making, I don't know.
Making actual things, yes. Right.
I don't know if I buy this idea.
Well, you're just corn. What do you know?
Don't hate.
What
Don't
do you
hate.
have what do you have a doctorate in?
Don't hate.
In being unhealthy?
Don't hate me, man.
Okay. Hear what's wrong with America, Adam. Hear what's wrong with America.
Don't be a hater, okay?
Andrew Clark for $2 says, why does Big Joel look like the crusty doomer Wojak? I think you know why.
Of course.
I think you know why.
course.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, I know everyone said it, but I still can't believe nobody thought the dark and red background was a bad idea. Come on, man. I know, it's baffling. It's truly baffling.
I mean, I picture people running around going, "Oh my God, we never saw this coming!" And not being able to do anything about it.
Right. Well, just tell them to turn the light off.
Yeah, but then you don't have the soldiers lit up.
So
They're just going to stand in complete darkness.
You don't need get the soldiers out of the frame too. That's fucking dumb.
Just tell the soldiers to go sit on the light bulbs.
Yeah, just tell them to fuck off. The whole thing was stupid. Everything about it.
Throw your hat over the bulb.
I mean, that one Marine he took the white glove was like reflecting light the entire time. It was like Xanderhal's light in the mirror. It was crazy.
Sitch loved the light. Loved the glove.
I did. Cyborg for $1 said, if this is the pretext to an indictment, then it's going to be even worse than the optics were so poor. Really dystopian. I don't know if this was a great move for Biden. No, this is a terrible. Well, I think it's a terrible move for Biden because even though the base Democrats eat this shit up, like he doesn't need their support. They already support him pretty unquestioningly. So I don't. To me,
You don't. Sitch,
I
you
just-
got no.
I don't understand like what the point is.
Bad. You're not thinking this through. Okay.
Okay, explain it to me.
These are Democrats. All right.
Yeah.
Democrats in midterm elections.
I know they always do.
They
poorly.
do this cost benefit analysis. They say,
Mhm.
listen, I could stay home and suck on this bong, or I could go out and vote.
Why are you drunk? Did being quarantined too long make you drunk on your own ethanol?
This is the Democratic frame of mind.
Oh,
okay?
I see. You're channeling.
They're like, look, we already got the president we want. I don't give a fuck about Congress.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to stay home and smoke my weed. So Biden has to do something that excites him, gets him to be like, oh, yeah, I remember. That's the guy from V from Vendetta. I'm going to go vote for that guy. I love that movie. So that's why they do it. That's the whole plan.
Okay.
That's the plot.
I mean, listen,
you gotta energize the voters.
You know what? That makes a little bit of sense. I would think if this was about energizing people for the midterms, they would do it in October, not September. But I don't know. Maybe they were uncertain about it, so they wanted to give an extra 2 months just in case it backfired.
Maybe they're gonna do another one. Maybe they're just
Maybe they
testing
won't.
it out.
You know what? That could be it.
They're like, this worked good. Let's do one of these the day before the election. Are they
If
even
they do-
allowed to do that? I'm not sure they can do that.
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah. I don't think you can campaign on election day or like maybe the day before. I don't know.
Well, if Biden keeps doing speeches or does another one of his speeches like really close to the election, then I think you would nail it that this would be like a test run.
Are
a
you going to
closer
vote
speech.
in the midterm elections?
I should. I don't even know. I haven't been paying attention.
Listen, Sitch here is like, I could stay home and
Yeah,
I got
should.
some really good ganja.
I should.
This is like in California they put legalizing weed on the midterm election ballot, and I was like, what the fuck?
Based.
No, it failed. It didn't pass. Like the midterm
because they put on
election.
the midterm instead of the
The midterm election turnouts are like half of what the
right.
presidential election turnouts are. Yeah. Bunch
Listen,
of
I could do
dumb.
something every 4 years, every 2 years. Holy shit!
I know.
I have to spend 5 minutes. 5 minutes, okay.
Watch
Actually, it
that.
doesn't matter. I'm gonna get a mail-in ballot again, so it doesn't fucking matter.
They're accosting us with ads in California for all these ballot initiatives.
I get nonstop texts. I don't know how I get in any of these lists. I'm on somehow. I've never in my entire life donated a single fucking cent to any politician, and I get nonstop texts like and from both Democrats and Republicans, like so and so needs your support. I'm like, how am I on these lists?
You must
I get
have
my phone
voted for a
number?
Democrat at one time.
I don't understand how I'm on this list. Doesn't make any sense.
The gun grabbers have a list for you.
I haven't got anything about guns actually. Now I think about it. But, CT for $1 says last night Discord was debating Adam on how smart he was. We took the affirmative. To quote someone in the voice chat, quote, prove to the Discord you're an idiot, Adam. We won. None of us were convinced you're dumb, Adam. You have to try harder.
Why are people debating whether or not I'm smart? Like,
Because you said you had reverse Dunning-Kruger. That's why.
that was a joke gone
Okay.
horribly wrong.
Yeah, sure.
It was.
Okay.
That was a joke. Okay. You guys
Okay.
need to learn
Look at Adam. Look at him.
humor.
Look at that corn.
You guys have
Obviously,
to
it was
learn
a joke.
how
It was a corny joke that
how
you guys all fell
humor
for.
works. Okay,
Okay. Sure.
humor is based on surprise.
Humor is an objective metric based on the inconsistency of
No
of the
one.
material.
Yes, exactly. Everyone will be terribly surprised to learn that Adam is actually smart. That's the joke.
Yes. There you go. Dr. Dealer for $3 says a lot of leftists are facing the issue of wanting to unify on paper while hating their opposition in reality. Feels like we're in Lincoln's conundrum again, where the leftists aren't satisfied without punishing the people who like Trump. I think that's a good way of looking at it, Dr. Dealer. Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, that's
They're like,
true.
you voted for him. We want to get even.
Lincoln's conundrum, Dr. Dealer for $1 says, in the case being which he opted to forgive and forget rather than to enact a slow revenge on the South, which was put in full reverse when he was killed. That's the ultimate irony about the whole thing. It's that killing Lincoln fucked the South over significantly. And and Biden is obviously not a Lincoln character. He does not want to forgive and forget. So he wants to ride this shit as long as possible. So he wants to burn it. He wants revenge, motherfucker.
Yeah.
And I think it's bad for the country.
It's
unfortunate,
horrible for
sad.
the country.
Yep. Dr. Diller for $1 says Biden, quote, the future will be made in America regardless of what the white supremacists and extremists say. Isn't that what the white supremacists and extremists say?
Ouch.
That's true. Asif Artsy for $5 says you should promote the shirts CT designed more often. They're awesome. S-Class is satisfactory, I suppose. And A-Team is adequate, I assume. But CT
Ouch.
Cult controls. There you go.
Wow.
The tweakers. I thought CT's followers were the tweakers.
I'll pull them out. I'll drop some links in the chat.
There's a link in the description at all times. But yeah, we should. We sell shirts, by the way, guys. Link in the description.
Yeah.
Check them out.
CT's done some hot designs.
She does.
Is there
She
a
does.
corn design? Is there anything for corn cobs to wear?
I hope not.
Ears of corn?
You don't just want a design. You want something that a corn can literally
Yeah.
wear. Okay.
Something form-fitting. Fits to my kernels.
CT for $1 says, I have a question. I'm supposed to roast veggies for this recipe. I'm supposed to cook them for 15 minutes at 400. That's a long time. Can I cook them at 5 minutes at 1600 degrees? You know what? Never mind. I'm sure it'll be fine. Well, CT, if your oven goes up to 1600 degrees, you can try it. Okay. You can try it.
That's a crazy amount.
CT for $1 says, good news and bad news. The good news is it worked. It cooked up super fast, even less than 5 minutes. The bad news is it cooked everything else in the kitchen too because it's all on fire. Well, there you go.
Ouch.
There you go. Sometimes you got to take the good with the bad, CT. Okay.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Dr. Diddler for $4 says the fat lady thing is just moral intuitions on display, I think. People that aren't leftists can detect the sort of anti-normative bullshit coming from leftists and instinctively push back on it. To a leftist, though, especially someone who's frankly stupid and by no means a thought leader in lefty circles, standards, so they have no conception of why people push back so vehemently since people don't explain their intuition. That's very true. That's all very true.
Got another truth one.
Yes. Double D for another $1 says, plus, it's not like this is happening in a vacuum. We see this kind of shit all the time coming from cultural Marxists. The people at SI might be dumb, low-ranking lefties, but they're unknown. Oh, Sports Illustrated. The people at Sports Illustrated might be dumb, low-ranking lefties, but they're unknowingly doing the biting of Gramsci's world. That's the thing, too. I don't even think the people, this is a real problem. This is the issue with the cultural Marxists. The mainstream liberal left is just so horribly ignorant to what's going on. They're just so in the dark. They're so stupidly ignorant to the cultural Marxist plan to basically destroy liberalism that they just You know, the people at Sports Illustrated, they just go, "Yeah, we need to be accepting of fat people." Yeah, this is what they're thinking. They go, "The kids are all about acceptance nowadays. We need to be accepting the fat people. Get a fat lady for the Sports Illustrated cover." Like that's the only thought process. they
Giant
have.
fatty. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a land whale. That's what we need. Get us something huge.
Mhm.
They're like, you got any fat models around here? I'm talking, anything over 1,000 pounds we're down for.
Literally half a ton. We need a half a ton model.
Well, I mean, if you got a ton, we'll take that too.
Okay.
Throw her in.
Yeah.
Get one of those wide angle lenses.
Okay, you can't throw her in. She's a ton. You have to crane her in.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Double D for another dollar says, I understand Cody/Big Joel's aesthetic now. He said that people below 87 IQ are often poor. It all makes sense. Wow. Shots fired. Big Joel at lower than 87 IQ.
Ouch.
Dr. The for another dollar says, I'm literally booking a flight to California right now. It is not okay for you to wear my people's glasses, Adam. Just because I yoinked them off the internet for free like a thieving little goblin doesn't give you the right to steal from me.
What?
Because you have like the sunglasses.
Dr. Diddle has the two cool sunglasses.
Apparently they're his by right, by divine right.
What are those sunglasses called? It's like a special name for them.
Is there?
Yeah.
I always just thought of them as like the meme sunglasses. Is there a specific name for them?
I think so. But I can't remember it.
What are the meme glasses called? Oh, the MLG glasses. That makes sense.
MLG?
Yeah. Major League Gamer.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. The Thug Life meme, yeah.
Thug Life glasses, yeah.
That's probably what you were thinking of. Yeah, the Thug Life glasses. John, not Diddler Smith. Was interesting. Is this actually John Smith and not Dr. Diddler? I'm skeptical. I have a feeling that this is not actually the John Smith. For $1 says, annual reminder that John Smith is bad and a womanlet. And, I am those things. I am also smelly and I have a rabbit that is ugly. Thank you.
Ouch.
Why, Dr. Diddler, why are you being so mean to John Smith? Okay.
Yeah, everyone loves John Smith.
Everyone loves John Smith. And her, I'm sure it's an adorable rabbit.
All rabbits are adorable, Sitch.
I'm sure there's an ugly rabbit out there somewhere, Adam.
No. Impossible.
Imagine if you could get the MLG Thug Life classes on your corn.
Ever since they came up, I've been imagining how cool that would be.
I believe you'll find a way.
I don't think it's possible.
I'm sure it's possible.
I would have to run this camera through another app.
I was like, Adam was like, I'm gonna get 2 cameras just so I could put the sunglasses on top of the corn.
Yeah.
The power of 2 filters. Andrew Clark for $1 says, I read this interesting claim in a Japanese light novel that I thought I'd share here. Quote, assuming the worst behind a speaker's intention is proof you have guilt in your own heart. What do you think of this? Mostly true or mostly false? I think that's mostly false. Because that's basically how every person operates, unless you train yourself not to operate that way. And the reason for that is that everyone assumes, I've talked about this a lot, everyone assumes that other people are basically them in different bodies. They assume that other people have their same moral intuitions, that other people have their same perceptions of reality. That's why everyone assumes negative intentions from other people's actions, because they're assuming hey, if I came to this conclusion, how could you possibly not come to the same conclusion? It must be because you're lying or you're evil. That's the only explanation. And so that's based off of assuming incorrectly that other people are just you in a different body. When in truth, everyone has a wildly different worldview than you, wildly different moral foundations, wildly different perception of reality. So,
Yep.
Soladoge for $5. Okay. I'm going to break these up though, because there are 5 different super chats. Said, I read this. Oh, no, I really won't. Since we're talking about motivation, this week's book recommendation is Grit. Grit by Angela Duckworth. She had basically done all the research on mental fortitude, conscientiousness, etc., which she defines as grit. Research that has tracked people over decades and even at elite institutions for showing how grit leads to success. She even goes into how Adam is right, that anxiety and shame are powerful motivators for people. She also concludes with various ways people can develop more grit in their lives. That's good. I should read that book. I need some grit. I need some grit in my life. We all could use with some more grit.
I've looked at that book. I haven't got it yet, though.
Okay.
Maybe I should.
Sitch, the issue with your nature versus nurture on type A personalities is that conscientiousness can be precisely measured. Therefore, there's no way to tell someone you have... I'm assuming you meant can't be measured. Which I agree with. Or maybe, I don't know, because you said, therefore, there's no way to tell someone, well, you have this much motivation, you've reached it, and now you're screwed. It's the same flaw people make when they say someone has a genetic advantage in a sport. There's no way to know someone has a biological advantage in someone until they become actually pushed to the extreme of training and effort. There's no easy indicators. I mean, I understand it's difficult, if not impossible, to check for that because we don't know like exactly what causes, someone to be quote unquote type A or to have, a lot of grit or a lot of conscientiousness or something. But I'm just saying from a lot of the literature that I've read seems to map on to my personal experience, which is, yes, people can learn grit, but it seems to be a mostly intrinsic quality. But I will read the book because that sounds interesting.
Way
What
at the
was that?
top.
Why are we bringing up a good logic
What's
clip?
This is a live stream that's going on right at this moment.
Oh,
It's
are we gonna raid Joe?
It's
Is
not.
that what
It's 9/11 themed.
Okay.
Read the title.
Viewer discretion: The Untold Story of the Twin Towers with Scott Cardinal. I don't know what you're. I don't understand why you brought this up.
I don't know. Is Joe a 9/11 truther? Is that what's going on here?
That's what. Oh, I'm assuming that's not what the stream is about.
I don't know.
I wouldn't even make that accusation
Really?
at all without actually knowing what it is. I don't even think I
That
don't even think
doesn't
that's
mean it
fair.
melted all the way down to the bottom. If you have a structural, the integrity loss of the top of the building from the flames or the heat, you would still have like twisted metal. The building might have.
I know Joe looks pretty annoyed in this.
I know.
Joe looks like he's about to lose
Is
his
he
mind.
gonna open a can of whoop ass here or what?
That's what it looks like.
I mean, this says. Oh, maybe it just says live in the thumbnail. No, it says like 843 people are watching it right now.
Okay,
So.
let me finish reading this. Okay.
I want to see Joe kick some ass.
I want to see Joe kick some ass too, but
Okay.
Anyway, where was I? Dr. Dealer for $2 says, Big Joel, quote, the liberal position is kind of just fart smelling. Instead of saying we should make the world a better place for people living in it, they hypothesize about some future state where all of these problems work themselves out through education. Joel's so stupid, he says verbatim and fails to see that it is a one-to-one criticism of communism's literal stated end goal. They expect they can take power and then all the world's problems will be solved by educating people to be like communists. True. Oh my God. So fucking true.
Very
This is
unfortunate.
how you know the commies are moronic. God, that was it's shocking really that Joel said that.
Idiocy.
Well, it's funny too, because I mean, I understand why. It's like the big move now for all the commies is to complain about the status quo. There's all these liberals who want to maintain the status quo. Oh. So he's not thinking it through, obviously. Uh-oh. They're coming for you, Adam.
You can hear that pretty loud now because I turned off the background stuff so you could hear the harmonica. You used
The
to
what?
not hear that. My harmonica would cut out for you, but now it doesn't.
Oh yeah,
right?
that's right.
Yeah, I fixed it.
Where? Solodoge for $1 says, number one, don't give Culliver credit for my annoyance. Oh, it was you, Solodoge. Okay. Number two, you're forgetting the other half of the sanctions. Europe is destroying itself over its own energy prices. Germany, we've been draining our strategic oil reserves to try and help, all for no discernible end in sight. Well, first of all, Adam, stop playing harmonica because we're not almost done.
Oh shit! Really? Oh my god! I thought you said the secret word.
Well, no, I didn't say.
Oh, okay.
If I did, I sent it by accident.
Oh.
I mean, we're done with the previous Sunday's stuff now. So now we're just whatever someone sent to us new.
Okay,
Right.
Today?
Yes.
Oh,
well,
really?
Today, after I finished reading today's, and then went back to Sundays.
Well, we're almost done then.
We're on the home stretch.
Just chill out, okay?
Okay.
You need to chillax. You need to
well,
learn
but here's
to
the-
chill.
Here's the question, Soldoge. What happens if the war ends in a year? By the end of the year? I mean, I agree with you. I said, like, you say, oh, because no end in sight. But if it ends in a year, I don't know. It definitely looks like it's very possible that it could either wind down or end in a year. Now, obviously, Europe has done a lot of stupid shit to fuck itself for reasons that are moronic and under the guise of environmentalism regarding the oil. So they should be trying to get as much oil from the U.S. as possible, and we should be pumping more oil. I mean, I think that's a big. Well, I don't know how quickly they could ramp up. Because I know people were criticizing Biden for not ramping up oil production, or the federal government for sort of not cutting some oil regulations and stuff. But I don't know if that would help unless the war continues on for like 5 years. I don't know how long it takes to start like an oil well or something. I don't think it's something they can turn around in like a few months. But
Chitachi keeps sending us tests.
what did she say?
Test.
What?
This Chitachi for $1.99. Test.
Why is she sending us some test?
She did this before.
Okay. I lost my train of thought. Anyway, Sodos for $1 says, after seeing the recipients to old Lizzie, I say as a lib that we should have a queen. That would get absolutely zero power, but bring in great tourist revenue to the States. We'll all have a 70-plus-year-old ladies participate in a bingo competition. It's genius. I mean, that's funny. That was actually Scott Adams' take was somewhat similar. He was saying that it was genius to have a queen that you can kind of offload and have a cultural unity that everyone can rally around that's divorced from politics, and that the queen kind of serves that function. And I think that's a good point. I think that's a great point.
She's like a team mascot.
Right. That's literally what she is. Yeah. I don't think we could construct someone like that now. I think it has to be organic. And it's not organic, so. But.
Who would be a good queen?
Kim Kardashian.
Oh, yeah. She'd be perfect.
There you go. No, just make it Kanye.
How about Paris Hilton?
No, Paris Hilton sucks.
No?
Nah.
What about Scarlett Johansson?
That's possible.
Are you down?
I'm down with Scarlett Johansson.
Maybe we can make her the queen of California, and California
here's the
can just
problem.
have a queen, and you guys can be like the peasants.
There you go. How's this going to work? Because a lot of people don't like Charles. So I don't know if he's going to have the same unifying factor as the queen did.
Oh, he's king now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't like him. A
Didn't
lot of
he
people don't like him
kill
because of the whole
Deanna?
Princess Diana
Yeah,
situation.
he killed Deanna Troy. What the hell?
Well, he didn't kill Deanna Troy, but it's so funny. Anyone under the age of like 30 doesn't know anything about Princess Diana. They're like, who? Who the fuck are you talking about?
I still remember when Princess Diana died. I was at a party.
I know, it was like
and-
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone was like so obsessed by that. I was like, who is this person? Why do I care who this is?
No, that's kind of my attitude too.
Right.
Everyone else was freaking out about it, and I was like,
Yeah.
I mean, we're not going to quit the party, right?
She died in such a lame way too. It's sad.
Right.
Yep. Car accident caused by a paparazzi. Jeez.
Oh, I know.
I know.
What a fuck up.
I know. CT for $1 says, I personally have been really enjoying the shorter streams. Me and the Q boys. The Q is silent. Okay. Are currently cheating in 7 days to die. We have a truck now. Come kill zombies with us, Sitch. That was an hour ago.
Oh, okay.
Soldoge for $1 says, I definitely agree with the Overlord hate based. And not just because Ains is overpowered, but because he constantly blunders his way to success. They constantly show that he has no clue what he's doing, but the universe contorts itself to help him. It's very annoying. I didn't even bring that up. That's very true.
That's
very
hugely
true,
annoying.
yeah.
That's what happens in She-Hulk too.
Right. He's never penalized. As overpowered as he is, he's never penalized at all for any mistake he may make.
When characters do dumb shit, I want to see the movie rise up and thwart them.
Right. Movies and stories are not interesting. When a story bends over backwards for its characters, it's not interesting.
Yeah.
It's not interesting. Our characters have to struggle. They need to struggle.
House of the Dragon, they first episode.
Right. Lots of struggle.
They gave them lots of struggle and didn't pull their punches.
Right.
He had an unthinkable decision to make, and I don't know, Sitch, did he decide correctly? Kind of seems like maybe not.
Well, it depends. You'd say he decided incorrectly because both his wife and the child die.
Right, yeah. A lose-lose.
But then he gets remarried and finally has a son, so.
Funny how that works.
But maybe that son is going to cause future conflict. So.
You never know. This is the thing.
No. Yeah.
This is why making big decisions is somewhat torturous, because you really none of us can tell the future. So,
right,
yeah.
Well, that's why, as much as I'm so upset by the fact that Charlie Wilson's War has the bullshit fucking ending, where they leave out the fact that Pakistan basically betrayed America. There's that line so much I really like where I forget the actor's name. Philip Seymour Hoffman. He tells the story. Do you remember that part in Charlie Wilson's War?
I don't
Have you never seen Charlie Wilson's War?
Wilson's War. I feel like I have.
Right.
It's Tom Hanks, right?
Yeah, Tom Hanks is Charlie Wilson.
I feel like I have. I just don't remember it.
Right. He's like, the story goes, they bought a horse. Someone bought a horse for a young kid in the village. And everyone said, "Oh, isn't that nice?" And the wise Zen master said, "We'll see." And then the horse bucked the kid when he was riding it one day, and the kid fell off and broke his leg.
Yeah.
Everyone said, "Oh, it's so horrible, he broke his leg." And the wise Zen master said, "We'll see." And then the military came, and they took all the boys away to serve in the military.
Right. Yeah.
Except for the kid with the broken leg.
Right.
And then everyone said, "This is so great. He doesn't have to serve in the military." And then the wise Zen master said, "We'll see." So. That's true. You never know.
Yeah.
Soldoge for $1 says, the fact that Count Dankula has trolled half of Twitter 4 times now with what is essentially a Dora disguise is why he's the GOAT. It's also disheartening to think that the idiots have the same voting power that I do. It's really blackpilling. Well, there you go.
Have some kids and elect my policy.
Right. Parker just sent me a DM. What the fuck do you mean no one under 30 knows who Princess Diana is? Okay, I didn't know it was a sore subject for people still. Talk about fucking Princess Diana.
Would she have a Princess Diana bedspread or something?
I guess. Maybe she does. A lot of women really empathize with the plight of Princess Diana. So.
Well, a lot of women want to be princesses.
I guess that's true. JP Mex says, I hate you, Sitch. What did I do? What do you hate me about?
Why? Look.
TT says, we're still playing.
Oh, you are?
There, she's playing 7 Days to Die. I can't play after the stream.
Can I play? How do I get
Adam
in this
can
game?
play. Let Adam play. I bet he would love it. You get to shoot zombies and
Look,
stuff.
I'll jump in right now. What do I have to do? Do I have to stoke up Steam or something?
You gotta stoke up Steam, yes.
Can I play? Can I show it on stream and I can be like the gamer during the
If
thing?
you want, go nuts.
Maybe next time. I don't know if I
Okay.
can do that.
Right.
I don't know where
And-
my Steam is.
Andrew Clark for $1 says, Sitch, Overlord would be better if it had this thing. Me. Sitch, that's in the light novel. Again, the anime is heavily truncated. After reading the light novel, I can barely say I watched the anime. Well, let's listen. Well, first of all, if that's the case, Andrew, that's fine. My criticism towards Overwatch is only towards the anime. I haven't read the light novel. I make no judgments on the light novel, except you just told me about some horrible scene in the light novel that sounds like the worst thing ever. So I don't know. Oh wait, apparently I missed a bunch of Streamlabs. How the fuck did this happen?
Bad Sitch.
Yeah, you said that the latest book he destroys the kingdom and kills 90% of the citizenry. That sounds edgy as fuck. Even if it's a story about a character becoming darker and more like horrible, I don't think you need to have such fucking edgelordness in it. Andrew Clark for $1 says the appeal is nation building and character development. Also, main character is disturbed by the NPC's behavior while being unaware of most. He's conflicted because he sees them as his nieces and nephews. Horror is another appeal. We'll see, but that would be, I mean, you're right. That would be far more interesting. None of that's in the anime. None of that's in the anime, which is stupid. That's not. Solo Doge for $1 says unwillingly seeing Kyle Rittenhouse's social media has convinced me that we should have convicted him. Oh no, what's the social media saying?
You haven't seen it? Everyone's
No.
sharing him doing sing-alongs with his girlfriend on TikTok.
The kid should shut the fuck up after he got not guilty. Now he's trying to ride this to become the next Steven Crowder, and it's ungodly cringe. Oh, is he trying to? What does it have to do with doing sing-alongs? I don't understand.
I mean, I didn't see him doing any Steven Crowder stuff. I just saw him singing along with his girlfriend. It seemed innocent enough.
Well, I mean, so Soto just alluding to that he is trying to bank off of it now, I guess. But
What's the game that they're playing?
7 Days to Die, I think.
7 Days to Die?
Right. Is it 7 Days to Die or 7 Ways to Die? I think it's 7 Days to Die. Do you have that game? It's the CT buy for you one of these. If you didn't, don't buy it for Adam. Adam is an adult and he can pay for his own video games. But you might already have it. I don't know.
I hope my computer doesn't crash.
Somebody on Twitter send me the terrible Soldo. Send me the terrible Kyle Rittenhouse things you're talking about because I'm unfamiliar with them. I see that his banner is a video game, the official Kyle Rittenhouse turkey shoot video game.
Well, that's kind of cool.
I don't mind that. That's fine. Andrew Clark for $1. Jeez, Andrew Clark's really a big Overlord fan. Says the first volume had the horror, but the anime heavily minimized it. The scene where the Death Knight killed the enemy on the ground is much longer. It stabbed the enemy over and over as the guy's begging for his life. Much more description in the light novel. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Soldoge for $1 says King Charles I dissolves Parliament. King Charles II dissolves Parliament. King Charles III, the time has come. That'd be quite the move. Be quite the move.
Yeah.
Our good friend, Academic Agent.
No.
Academic Agent for $1 says, I was watching Ring of Power and I thought it was great. This stranger reminds me of me when I look at Sitch and I'm too nervous to speak. Ugh. I mean, because I have such a hard time articulating my severe loathing of him, of course. Baka.
Wow. He really likes you.
No, he hates me. You just said.
No, he wants
He just said severe loathing of me, Baka.
He wants to French kiss you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think he does.
I'm not interested, honestly, but
Good.
he's not a hot tomboy, so I'm not interested. Our good friend Big Joel again for another $1 says, "You guys don't understand. The only reason to say things is if you are correct about it. Otherwise, you shouldn't be allowed to say it. It's just a coincidence that conversations say all the. It's just a coincidence that conservatives say all the things that I'm incorrect about and thus belong in prison." Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly.
That's terrible.
Duperdaw for $10. Oh, says, referring to Overlord again. At the least, he thinks, the main character, they'll kill him if they find out. And Albedo does go against him since she hates and doesn't want to find the other AOG members since she loves Momo Naga, but he switched names. Okay. This is all in the light novel. That's what you're saying. Oh, I mean, listen, the anime did a shit job translating it to anime. Resurrection Time for $20 says, "I am giving Adam money for coming up with a David Lynch inspired Lord of the Rings. Cheers." Well, thank you.
Sweet.
That would be an interesting thing.
I mean, I would love to see it, to be honest with you.
Yes.
Does Mauler like does Mauler like David Lynch movies? I've never asked him.
I don't know.
I'm curious. I really like Lost Highway a lot, but it's kind of an acquired taste.
Big K Spicy for $5 says, "Gantz is an absolute banger manga series. Adam, has your wife read it to you yet?"
No, but I'll ask her to.
Okay. Gantz is very weird, so you might like it. You like weird shit, but I don't know.
I brought up a still from it, I believe.
Oh, is that the Gantz people?
Mm-hmm.
I cheated because I started reading Gantz, and it's one of those things that's basically premised on a mystery, and I'm like, there's not going to be a satisfactory answer to this, so I just skipped to the end to read the answer.
Good for you.
It wasn't
great.
Satisfactory. But
Good.
I know a lot of people really like Gantz, and I haven't actually given it a fair shot, so I won't give any. I won't say anything about it. So
A man after my own heart. I would do the same thing. How can I read this whole thing? Just give me the answer.
what do you guys think of the Little Mermaid promo trailer? I tweeted out something very mean that I literally deleted the tweet because I thought it was too mean.
What was it?
Well,
Little,
I
Little
saw the
Mermaid? You went full racist on the Little Mermaid?
No. So I think it was last night. Yeah, it was last night. I was in the Discord talking to CT and some other people.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw for the first time, first of all, we were doing something which we should do on stream, which is that there's a tier maker for cartoon women.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should do that on stream.
That'd be
Who
fun.
wants to know our take, but no. So, I saw the still, and I saw the still picture of the little live action Little Mermaid, which I didn't even know was like a thing that was being made. And of course, I don't know if you know this. There's a rule, and I don't know why. There's a rule that whenever there's a redhead character, they have to recast that character and make them black.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. So of course they recast Little Mermaid and made her black, and which I don't super care about. But what I do care about
are like the most oppressed. Yeah.
Yes. But what I do thought was strange was I looked at this still picture, and I was like, I thought her face was CGI because I thought her face looked fucked up and weird. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And I looked up a picture of her. I'm like, oh no, her eyes are just really far apart. So I thought maybe that's why they cast her as Little Mermaid, because they didn't want anyone to complain that they didn't have a fish actually playing Little Mermaid.
Oh, shit. This was the tweet? That is pretty mean.
Oh no, so the tweet was, I said, the tweet was, I said in the Discord to CT, I said she looks like Sid from Ice Age.
Oh my no.
So CT like did a horrible edit of the Little
I saw
Mermaid.
that, but I didn't know what it was.
So Little Mermaid did. So CT did an image of her as Sid, and I tweeted it out.
You tweeted that out?
I did, but I deleted it because I thought it was too mean.
Oh my god.
She's really pretty though, just very fish-like. Listen. Her eyes are too far apart. I don't know what to tell you, man. She looks weird. Her face looks weird. Okay, I don't know. That's all I'm saying. She's weird.
You don't like that look?
The eyes too far apart. No, it's not. I'm not on board with that.
Normally the eyes are an eye width apart, but you're completely.
Is that true?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what looks normal to people.
Oh.
But you're right. Her eyes are like a eye and a half apart.
Yeah, they're too. Whatever it is, it's too much.
Yeah. It's the hammerhead look.
I feel like my eyes are not a full eye length apart.
Oh, really?
I feel like that. They're definitely not. I think you're wrong.
What are you talking about?
Are your eyes a full eye length apart?
Yeah, of course. Come on.
I don't buy this.
And,
It feels like a lot.
Less than an eye width apart, you get the weirdness in the other direction.
I don't know. You've seen me. I've never had anyone say your eyes are too close to each other. Chat. Okay, I want everyone chat now. I want you to.
I don't
to
remember.
sort of like,
yeah.
I want you to just kind of gauge: is the space in between your eyes a full eye length apart? Okay, because I don't buy this.
Listen, I draw a lot of faces. Okay?
Right.
The proportions of the face are very important.
Mm.
Obviously, because you're looking at this actress and going, I really don't like the proportions here.
Maybe I'm just a freak. People are saying that you're right. Maybe I'm just a fucking weirdo.
Well, you've seen
Maybe
people,
my eyes are just too close together.
You've seen people that have their eyes too close together.
I know,
and
it's
like,
weird.
Yeah, you're like, whoa, what's going on here? Put them real close together and see what happens.
Well, yeah, obviously.
I'm sure
She
it's
didn't
fine.
look-
I'm sure it's fine, Sitch. Just you.
Thank you.
You can go. I have a good cosmetic surgeon. You can go just get a little bit shaved off of each side of your eyeball.
It's disgusting. Jesus Christ.
They have a big machine and they just shrink your eyes down a little bit.
I don't know why.
We'll get them
okay,
perfect.
Listen, this is not my fault. Okay. I'm going to tweet you. This is the picture that everyone's using for the promotional. Okay. For Little Mermaid. Do you know what picture I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've seen it.
It's not my fault. They chose this. Okay.
She looks like a freak.
Listen. Yeah. Why would they choose this picture? Here. I'm going to send it to you.
They're trying to trigger you. That's why.
I'm going to send this to you. Okay. I want you to bring it up on stream.
Mm-hmm.
This is not my fault. They chose this. And listen, maybe it's also the angle of the picture, but they chose this frame, and it's like the worst possible frame that they could ever choose. It looks so bad.
Why? She has like scars on her face too, which is really strange.
Also, why is her name Halle Berry? Oh, no, it's not. It's Halle Bailey. Okay. I was like, why the fuck does she have the same name as Halle Berry? That's weird.
So, Sitch, you're...
Yeah. What?
So, obviously, the eyes, we've pointed out, they are wider apart than an eye width. They do angle up, which I like. She has these giant scars on her eyebrows. What's going on there?
I don't know. But that's it's not my fault, guys. It's not my fault. Okay. Look at that picture.
Mm-hmm.
It's the first picture I saw. Okay. I just saw that. And I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Is this like a heated pool she's in? Because it looks like she's sweating.
She's glowing at him.
Oh, that's glowing.
She's glowing.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So maybe it's just the angle. I don't know. Yeah, her hair. I mean, I guess her hair is like, it's not really red. It's like ginger. It's like ginger red. It's not like Ariel red, but.
I mean, I think she's attractive. I don't.
Not in that fucking picture.
Really?
From that picture, from that angle, at this time of year, localized entirely in the kitchen, Adam.
I'd say she's way better looking than She-Hulk. Easily.
Okay,
Yeah.
not from that angle.
Why? I mean, I kind of like the hammerhead look.
Throw up a poll. What's the poll gonna say? Is the poll gonna be about your guys' eyes or her eyes?
This is the way that I like to draw faces. I like to draw faces with the eyes a little bit wide apart.
Well, that's why you're like a weirdo artist.
Yeah, this is like my look. I dig it.
I'm just saying that this is bad promotional material. Okay, I looked at that picture and I assumed that it was photoshopped, and then I found out it wasn't. And yeah, why does she have scars on her eyebrows? I don't know. I'm assuming the actress really has that.
She could have been in a car accident or something. I mean,
well, no, I'm looking at a picture of the actress and she doesn't look like she has any scars
oh really?
at all. Yeah. Unless it's just the angle that you can't see them. I don't know.
Sometimes they airbrush them out in photos.
That's true. That's true.
Which you would think they would do in like an expensive promotional thing, but they're like, nah, let's just leave them out in there.
Do you think she looks hotter than CG She-Hulk?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Okay, I disagree with that. I don't. That's crazy.
Let's get She-Hulk up and move the eyes a little bit apart. We'll fix She-Hulk's face right up.
Okay, let's do a side-by-side comparison here.
I'm going back to the Good Logic stream.
No, we're not doing that.
I need to find out.
We're not doing this.
I need to find out how Joe responds here.
No. Bring up She-Hulk. We're doing a side-by-side comparison.
What? Do I have to?
You have to, yes. You brought it up.
Oh, God, she looks ridiculous. I am so not into She-Hulk.
She looks fine. She looks better than Ariel.
No.
Here's it. Bring it up.
God.
We're going to do a poll. We're going to bring it up. Where is it? Where's the picture, Adam?
I brought it up. Can I just zoom in on her face?
I'll just do the whole picture I sent.
Why? Are you cheating by showing some green cleavage?
Nah, it's like barely any cleavage, okay?
I feel like it's cheating.
No. Okay. So here you go, guys. Here's your poll, okay? So Ariel, She-Hulk, okay? And I'm not saying, listen. It's not based on the character. It's not based on in your head canon. It's not based on comic She-Hulk versus cartoon Ariel. It's based purely off of these actresses and the way they look in this show / movie. Okay.
It's completely superficial.
Right.
It's the most LA Hollywood
yes.
No taste, no couth.
There you go.
Contest here.
Yes. Chitachi says, this is so stupid. Listen, Chitachi, you're not a man. You don't understand how he...
I can't. I'm with Chitachi here, and I am a man, so, I mean...
Okay. Wow, it's close. 44% for Ariel, 56% for She-Hulk.
It's Ariel all the way, guys.
I'm shocked. Oh, She-Hulk's catching up. Is going ahead with 59%. So, there you go. I'm telling you. Man. Okay, let me continue while people are voting. Fondue, thank you so much for being a free seeker for 6 months. Says, I'm hoping that Albedo, being crazy obsessed, turns out to be what ends up destroying everything in Overlord. She hates the guild name that Ains took up. Well, that would be interesting. But I'm highly skeptical. Varid for $20 says, Adam, look up AMV Hellzone Corn.
Okay.
AMV Hellzone Corn.
Do I have to?
Why not?
AMZ Hellzone.
Oh my god.
I didn't finish. What is it?
Nothing. Just watch it.
No, I'm not gonna do it now.
Sitch, can you redo the poll but add sexy dragons? I should add a dragon fucking an eagle. If I added dragon fucking eagle, that's what everyone would vote for. Okay. Okay. Andrew
would
Clark for
easily
$2. Andrew Clark for $2 says, "LOL, Oregon decriminalized all hard drugs." Really? That's
Did they really?
crazy.
Guys, I'm moving to Oregon.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Wow. Oh wait, this was a while ago. Says in 2020 they decriminalized cocaine, meth, heroin, and other controlled substances.
That's
There you go.
awful. You guys are gonna have a bunch of meth heads running around, and you're not
Right.
gonna be able to do anything about it.
Mm-hmm. Can we pull up the She-Hulk twerk scene? Don't you like that they're gonna have She-Hulk twerk, but they're gonna have her do it in like the most unsexy outfit possible. Like they want to have their cake and eat it too.
It's weird. I mean,
It is weird, yeah.
her butt looks funny. It's like animated, weird.
Yeah.
It's like
'Cause
I
they're
can't
trying-
figure out what's going on with her butt.
They can't make it look sexy. That's the problem.
Yeah, but
Because
it,
then they're objectifying her.
but it looks. I mean, what's going on in her pants?
It's a good question.
It feels like maybe she took a dump at lunch and never wiped her ass or something.
Oh God, that's disgusting.
It is disgusting. Look, it wasn't my idea to animate this and put it in people's faces,
Okay.
but
Fair
people are
enough.
thinking it.
Chitachi, thanks so much for the $2. Says test. Chitachi for another $10 says super chats randomly stop working for me, so I send tests. Well, there you go. Well, we
Yeah.
appreciate the test. So, and the normal super chats. Contrast for 5 Aussies says Jordan Peterson has discussed this. He said there should be another branch of the government, the symbolic. Oh, that's like what kind of stuff. Interesting. I don't think I've ever heard him say that.
Say what?
Saying that there should be a branch of the government that's like symbolic, like the Queen, that's like the symbolic unity of the country.
Who said that?
Jordan Peterson, supposedly.
Oh, okay.
Contrast also says that S-Class plays a 4:3 ratio game stretched to widescreen. Oh, God. That's the worst.
Yeah, stretching. Ugh.
It's the worst.
Here, let me
Andy Clark,
stretch
thanks so
out
much for the $2.
faces.
Says there has been a dramatic increase in overdoses. I mean, that's not surprising.
In Oregon? I can't imagine why.
I can't imagine why either.
Probably from the drugs. What?
We have someone named the Big Gay for $1 saying, "I'm coming for you, Ben."
What? Oh no.
Uh-oh. Better be careful, not gay Ben. The Big Gay is coming for you.
Ben is sacred. Leave not gay Ben alone, okay?
The Big Gay is coming for him. Watch out. Be careful.
He is a sacred part of our community.
Mm-hmm.
If you take his gay virginity away, we'll be big mad at you.
Solidoge for $1 says, Adam, you would not believe how large the reception for the Queen in the British Broadcasting Company is hosting. Probably the largest view in the network's history. Just Google size Queen BBC. Oh yeah, look that up. I'm curious to how much.
I'm not
what the ratings
Googling jack shit you guys asked me to Google. I know how this game is played.
Why
This
don't
is
you
my
just look up
first-
size Queen BBC? I'm curious for what the ratings are.
This is my first trip to the fucking internet. Jeez.
What's the problem? I don't understand. I don't understand why you're so upset by this. Just Google size Queen BBC, Adam.
Not gonna happen.
Listen to this guy. God. Why do you hate comedy so much?
What? I love comedy. What are you talking about?
Okay. Drunk Shovel for $2 says, "Big Gay Ben when?" That's the question.
I can't believe you think She-Hulk is hotter than the Little Mermaid.
Well, 58% of the chat agrees with me, Adam.
Yeah, no, that's insane.
So there you go.
I think they're just trying to let you down easy.
This is pretty about looks. Ariel's probably more dateable personality-wise. I mean, that's obvious, right?
Does she even come out of the water though? I mean, it's kind of weird.
I think someone said that they're gonna rework it so that she's not doing everything to get a man, because that wouldn't be allowed in today's world, right? Yeah, we know. We just saw Xander saying, "Imagine if this came out today. All the people, imagine this, imagine this." You literally can't even remake The Little Mermaid with the same plot because it's all about her wanting to bang a guy, so they have to rework it. So there you go. Imagine if The Little Mermaid came out today. Well, you don't have to imagine; they're literally doing it.
So, I mean, her goal is going to be like to get a STEM diploma or something. Like, what is the?
I want to be up there where the programmers are.
Oh my God, no!
Making those, what do you call them? Phone apps.
Yeah. Jeez.
Oh my God, how amazing would that be?
That would not be amazing. Well, it'd be amazing for us because we'd just tear the shit out of it.
Yes. Oh, I hope it's something that stupid.
How's it? I mean, people. Your love relationship is usually the most significant part of your life. Like, I don't understand how.
Spoken like a true patriarch.
What do you mean?
That's what the patriarchy wants you to believe, Adam.
It's true for men and women, right? I mean, it's not just the patriarchy.
Oh. She's gonna be a famous TikToker. Oh God.
What?
Maybe she'll be lesbian. There you go.
Well, that's fine, but if she's looking for her soulmate,
Interesting. I am curious to see what the motivation is for the Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid.
She doesn't have a vagina, right? I mean, she's like fish down
Well, she
there.
gets one when she gets. I mean, she has to have a vagina.
Mm-hmm.
I assume she's female. I mean, I don't know how it works, but
She is trans, correct?
this lady?
Yeah, 'cause she transitions from fish to like human.
Oh! I thought you meant the actress. I was like, I don't think so.
Now Sitch is worried.
You're the one saying you would take her over Little She-Hulk, so I'm not the one.
Hold on, let me. How do I change my vote? No, come on.
That's what I thought, bitch. Premise. No, I don't know. On Wikipedia, it says the premise is exactly the same. So I don't know. Maybe the thing I read was wrong about them changing the premise. We'll see. What are you doing? What am I looking at?
Nothing. Why?
What's happening? Why are you standing up?
Nothing.
I'm so confused. What was happening?
I stood up.
Okay.
Come on, I'm
It's
just
just like you were trying to show people your shirt or something.
No, I turned the camera off on the thing,
okay.
so you only saw it. I forgot
see.
I had the camera up to do my. I forgot I had.
Adam
the
was about to
camera
whip his dick out, everybody, and pee into a bottle. I'm
That
so
would be-
sorry I took that away from you.
That would be hilarious.
Magor for $2 says, not trying to defend Trump. Having secret documents is recklessly negligent at best, but according to Comey, Hillary did have top secret and secret information on her server. I kind of want both to get the treatment a normal person would get, jail forever. So I don't know. I saw a recent, it all could be lies. I saw a recent fact checks claiming that she didn't have anything rated top secret on her server. So I don't know. Those could be lies. I'd have to look into it.
There was like 25 emails or something that had classified information in them.
That's not what the recent thing said, but they could be lying.
I heard on Fox News.
Oh, okay.
So it has to be true.
Mm-hmm.
No, I did actually. I don't listen to Fox News, so I made that up.
I know you
I
did.
can't remember where I heard it, but I did hear someplace somebody was saying. Might have been Steven Crowder.
Oh, wait a minute. Hillary's claim. Hold on. This article says Hillary's technically correct, so that's not a good sign.
Yeah, why?
Whatever, so it
you
says you're
believed
technically correct. That's
you
not a good
believed what
sign.
Hillary said?
No. Obviously, I won't believe anything Hillary said.
There was like 25 or 39. There was a substantial number of classified pieces of information in Hillary Clinton's emails.
Okay.
So
What Comey said on July 5th, 2016, Comey said, from the group of 30,000 emails returned to the State Department, 1,110 emails and 52 email chains had been determined by the owning agency to contain classified information at the time they were sent or received. He added that out of thousands of emails we found, they were not among those produced to state agencies. I've concluded that 3 of those were classified at the time that they were sent or received, 1 at the secret level and 2 at the confidential level. Separately, he said that 2,000 additional emails were up-classified. I don't know what that means. So redactions could be made to make them suitable for public disclosure. So where does the classification dispute enter? Note that Comey said this assessment was determined by the owning agency. That means that the intelligence agencies, such as the CIA, had decided the information in the email was classified, even if the email itself had not been marked as classified. Okay. What does that mean? How does this make her technically correct? This article's like just really terrible. There's no evidence, quote, there's no evidence the senders or former Secretary Clinton believed or were aware at the time the emails contained classified information. The Justice IG report says, okay, that doesn't make her technically right, though. The emails with classified markings, I don't know. I can't read this on stream. There's way too much to go through here for me to read out to you. Okay, I'll look into it. We'll talk about it during the week. Anyways, I think that's it. Adam. Hello? Adam. Adam. Hello? He left. Wow. He didn't give Adam didn't give a fuck. The official S-Class, who I'm pretty sure is a dirty, dirty liar, said, fun fact, PSA Sitch is terrified of zombies. He cannot handle them. You ever wonder why he is spurging out over She-Hulk, a well-known zombie? What? Also, S-Class did 9/11.
True.
Hashtag never forget. Hashtag girl bosses are valid. Hashtag Sitch needs to hop on. Hashtag CT forced me to write this. There you go.
We got to watch this Good Logic video. I'm sure it implicates Sitch. That's why he doesn't want to watch it right now.
Seed, that's true. That's exactly it. Seed fan 85 for $5 says, since trans speciesism became a thing, yes, Ariel would technically be trans. There you go.
Ariel's she's pulling up here. We're edging closer to a 50-50 split here.
And no, we're not. It's 56% She-Hulk, 44% Ariel.
55 here. What are you
there you go.
about?
You're right. I better end the poll quickly before.
No, don't end the poll. Let it go. Let it ride.
We're
Come
done.
on.
The stream's over.
We're done already?
Yeah.
I kind of want to see how this Ariel She-Hulk thing plays out, though.
Well, we'll never know. Anyways.
Oh, no. Damn
Thank you all for coming.
I got to put my camera on here so I can
Sitch
say
is
goodbye
scared
to
of
everyone.
zombies and women. That's true. See, here's the thing. Zombies and women have a lot in common. They both try to eat your brain. They both try to sap your intelligence. Oh! Zappa, 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 zappa. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations today. Thank you, Mauler, for coming on. It was a lot of fun talking to you about how you're a dirty, racist bigot who doesn't like the Rings of Power. And thank you all in the chat. You are the true fans. You who made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. See you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye!